Chapter 951. Everything as usual. Lumian looked again at old Wang and old Ding, who were wrapped from head to toe in white bandages, carefully examining their condition and the details around them. "Don't disturb the patients." The nurse who had led Lumian and the others into the ward reminded them before walking out and returning to the nurse's station. At this moment, the patient who was presumably old Ding woke up, influenced by the conversation between his family members and Xu Xinyang, slowly opening his eyes. Contrasted against the surrounding circles of white bandages, old Ding's deep brown eyes were noticeably darker than normal, taking quite a while to regain focus. Lumian didn't notice any abnormalities worth noting. Xu Xinyang walked to the bedside and greeted old Ding, who lacked energy and spoke indistinctly. Lumian listened for about 20-30 seconds, then glanced at the still sleeping old Wang and stepped back gradually, inconspicuously, and without drawing attention, to the doorway of the ward. He then examined the doctor and nurse information posted outside the ward. Attending physician, Huang Puda. Head nurse, Qi Fang. From the photo it was clear that Qi Fang was the nurse who had just led Lumian and the others to the ward. Names not mentioned in the files. The name style is that of locals, and the Dream City, not like foreigners. Doesn't seem to be any problem. Lumian returned to the ward and followed team lead Xu Xinyang in greeting old Ding and the two family members again. They didn't stay long to avoid disturbing the patient's rest, walking through the corridor past the nurse's station and towards the ward's main door. Lumian casually examined the bulletin boards on both sides of the wall. One side featured scientific achievements and introductions to some diseases and injuries, while the other side had brief introductions of all the doctors and nurses, in this ward arranged in several rows. Lumian's gaze fell on the topmost photo. It was a female doctor with a plump appearance, fairly good features, and slightly brownish eyes, looking to be in her 40s. Her introduction read, "Roland, Associate Dean." Lumian's first reaction was, "Isn't that Franca's last name?" Followed by a sudden chill down his spine, almost making him shudder. He remembered another Roland. It was a prominent name he had heard about while investigating the sea prayer ritual in Port Santa of the Fena Potter Kingdom, Matriarch Roland of the Church of Earth Mother. This was equivalent to the pontiff or pope in other Orthodox churches. The plantar pathway has the doctor sequence, and Roland, as the matriarch of the Church of Earth Mother, is most likely an angel of this pathway, which is equivalent to one of the strongest doctors in the real world. Her corresponding manifestation in the Dream City serving as the associate dean and chief surgeon of a hospital certainly qualifies and aligns with Mr. Fool's subconscious cognition. But the problem is, this is Mushu Hospital. Lumian naturally withdrew his gaze and walked towards the ward exit with Xu Xinyang, his expression unchanged. He remembered that the information from the major arcana cardholders didn't mention Roland having a corresponding dream manifestation. Is it unknown or considered unimportant, a mere NPC? Is Roland becoming the associate dean of Mushu Hospital woven by Mr. Fool's subconscious dream, representing some of his cognition, or has Roland's dream manifestation been exploited by the Great Mother due to issues with her own pathway? Or is this one of the achievements of Mushu Hospital? If Mother Roland is the associate dean, then who is the dean? Lumian felt he needed to report this to the major arcana cardholders. This didn't contradict his idea of first testing on his own and gaining personal results. He was worried that if there was a problem with the dream image, it might affect Matriarch Roland in the real world, and wanted to remind the major arcana court holders. Leaving the ward, Lumian curiously asked, "Team Lead Xu, what's the name of the Dean of Mushu Hospital? I haven't seen any news about him." Xu Xinyang entered the elevator area and thought for a few seconds before saying, "Strange, odd, I haven't heard of him either. I only know that Mr. Huang used to have a good relationship with this hospital, donated a lot of money to them, and helped establish them." Money, a lot of money donations. Lumian thought this must have been done when Emperor Roselle was still corrupted by the Great Mother. This also made Mushu Hospital financially strong, seemingly not too worried about money issues, unlike the colorful hostel of the Fantasy Association, which still had to exploit its bestowed and believers for renovation. While waiting for the slow elevator, old Jia suddenly asked Xu Xinyang, Ting led Xu, do you think old Wang and old Ding can recover to their original state? They used to be such good fighters. Are you eyeing the positions they left behind? Xu Xinyang asked with a smile. In the Intis group, the security department wasn't just about security guards, but also had real security personnel responsible for protecting Mr. Wang's family and important guests, providing security services for jewelry exhibitions, antique exhibitions, arms deals, etc., held by various companies of the group, and protecting important mining sites through cooperation with local armed forces. Old Wang and old Ding were security personnel, earning much higher salaries than ordinary security guards, with additional allowances if dispatched externally. I'll pass, can't take that risk, and don't have that ability. Old Zia waved his hands repeatedly, looking scared. Xu Xinyang looked at Lumian and smiled, saying, Originally I wanted someone in their 50s or 60s, but the HR department sent me the youngest one. Fortunately, Director Grimm is satisfied. Why look for someone in their 50s or 60s? Old Zier asked on behalf of Lumian, he himself looking to be only in his 30s or 40s. Xu Xinyang chuckled and said, Security guard is a service position. You're all too young, not smooth enough, and can't bring yourselves to make a scene or throw tantrums. Think about it. If you had a conflict with an employee in the building, which one of you would be able to lie down on the ground without any burden, clutch your chest and cry out in pain saying, you can't breathe? A man in his 50s or 60s wouldn't have such concerns. They'd dare to lie down, dare to shout, dare to extort. In that case, would the employee on the other side dare to take it seriously and continue to make trouble? Having an elder is like having a treasure. Lumian understood that Xu Xinyang was reprimanding him, thinking that getting into trouble with someone on his first day of work showed inexperience. Zhao, not catching Xu Xinyang's implied meaning, asked foolishly, Then why not directly find someone over 70? What if they really fall ill on duty? Xu Xinyang scolded Zhao impatiently. You don't care when it's Mr. Huang's money, do you? Zhao giggled, not refuting Xu Xinyang. At this moment an elevator finally stopped on this floor, already crowded with people. Entering the elevator and following its slow descent, Lumian suddenly had a feeling that he and the others were sinking into the dark seabed. It was an illusion brought on by his spirituality. The illusion quickly disappeared as the elevator stopped at the next floor. As the elevator continued to stop at various floors, old Jia grumbled. It's a bit cold. Isn't the air conditioning too strong? You didn't say that when we took the elevator up earlier. Is it because we're currently descending, getting closer to the underground floors? Lumian thoughtfully observed the other people in the elevator, noticing that they all looked slightly pale from the chilly air conditioning and cold wind. There were no other unusual situations beyond this. When the elevator stopped on the first floor, Lumian suddenly felt as if it would plummet in free fall, and instinctively stepped out quickly. The feeling of overly effective air conditioning disappeared instantly. Lumian raised his hand to pinch his nose, following Xu Xinyang and the others towards the main entrance of Mushu Hospital. Just now, he had caught a whiff of blood. Exiting the hospital building, the sunlight, only slightly weaker than before, instantly brought a sense of golden brightness and clarity. That's why I hate hospitals. Old Zia muttered. Lumian half-turned his body, looking at the bustling lobby and the upper floors. Summarizing in his mind, there are indeed some abnormal details, but most of the doctors, nurses, and patients here still seem fine. If they all had problems, this city would have been corrupted to an unimaginable degree long ago, and Mr. Fool's subconscious would surely have reacted as thoughts raced through his mind. Lumian suddenly saw a face pressed against a glass window on the 12th floor. That face was bound with strips of white bandages, with only the eyes, nostrils, and mouth uncovered. He seemed to have seen Lumian too, and began to struggle frantically, then was forcibly dragged away from the window area, as if being pulled by one person after another from behind. Before Lumian could react, he had disappeared, but Lumian recognized him. He was old Wang, who had been sleeping the whole time during their visit. Lumian turned back, pretending he hadn't seen anything. If not for the appointment with Anderson tomorrow night, he would have wanted to storm the 12th floor ward right now to rescue old Wang and see what unexpected changes might occur. For Lumian, this wasn't something he couldn't do, but it should be done after completing most of the experiments, in a beef offal hot pot restaurant. Having booked a large private room with 2 tables set up, Xu Xinyang held, Baiju, a Chinese spirit and beer, smiling at Lumian and asking, "Can you drink?" "I can drink a little," Lumian answered somewhat fearfully. "As long as you can drink, that's fine. Drinking style is working style, drinking etiquette is personal etiquette. Those who don't drink can't fit into our security team too," Xu Xinyang pointed at the subordinates around and said. "Except for those on duty, dispatched, hospitalized, or on leave, everyone is here. Make a good impression." Lumian had heard from Franca that many companies welcome parties for new employees were mainly to test obedience and haze the newcomers, making them learn to be compliant, with drinking being the most common method. I'll try my best." Lumian squeezed out a smile with a heavy expression. 2 hours later, amidst various bottles of alcohol piled up on the table and in the corners, Lumian held a bottle of strong liquor, smiling broadly at Xu Xinyang and saying, "Team lead Xu, drink up, why's you drinking? Come on, let's finish what's left." Xu Xinyang, his face pale and movements uncoordinated, said, No more drinking. Later, I still need to go home and pay my dues to the wife." Around him, some like old Xia and Zhao were either slumped over the table or curled up in corners, already asleep. Some had just returned from vomiting in the bathroom, swaying unsteadily. Some gathered in groups, chattering endlessly. Others sat silently, motionless. Chapter 952. Items that can be sold. Seeing the situation, Lumian didn't insist. After all, Xu Xinyang still had the important task of paying the bill. He couldn't possibly cover for him, right? He hadn't even received his first month's salary yet. Lumian then called over to the colleagues who had collapsed at the beginning, but had now recovered, arranging for them to send the different drunks home nearby. If there was no one going in the same direction, they would call family members to come pick them up. After finishing this task, Lumian pulled up a chair and sat down, taking a few sips of liquor as if it were a beverage. This made the few colleagues who were still somewhat sober twitch at their temples. Is this guy the reincarnation of a wine vat? Glancing at the still bustling main hall outside, Lumian idly took out his phone and began replying to messages and browsing trending topics. As he scrolled, he noticed that the content being pushed to him now included a lot of alcohol-related topics, including, but not limited to, which brand of baijiu tastes best? Beer tasting? Legal liability for alcohol-related accidents caused by pressuring others to drink. Civil compensation for alcohol-related sudden deaths by others at the same table. Alcohol is a carcinogen. Does this count as a form of monitoring? Lumian pondered as his thumb slid across the screen. When the last drunk was taken away, he stood up and left the hot pot restaurant. He searched for the location of Xinhong district and found it was just over 2 kilometers away. Lumian decided to walk back. It was past 8 p.m. now, and the sky had darkened completely. The scorching breeze had taken on a hint of coolness. The street lamps on both sides were bright, and there were many pedestrians passing by, brushing shoulders without disturbing each other. Lumian savored this state of being immersed in the crowd yet detached from it, his mind gradually relaxing and unwinding. He walked past shops playing old songs, crowds dancing to lively rhythms and a bustling bar street, hearing shouts of, "Cheers, cheers!" coming from inside. Returning to the rental apartment, Lumian saw Ludwig in the kitchen, standing on a small folding stool, busy preparing food. Anthony sat by the dining table, writing down his observations from the day. His task was to continue observing Zhou Mingri and those close to him, watching for any abnormalities or subtle changes after they came into contact with Lumian, Franca, or Jenna. Seeing Lumian return, Anthony looked up and said, "He insists on cooking himself. He finds preparing his own breakfast and late-night snacks more enjoyable than studying textbooks or doing homework. He's become more human-like." Lumian said with a chuckle. He had just sat down when the door opened and Franca and Jenna appeared in the doorway. "There's an urgent matter we need to discuss together, to complement each other's strengths," Franca explained succinctly. Her interaction with Zhou Mingri today was the kind that only left a certain impression, and this already had experimental results. It wouldn't cause her to be kicked out of the dream or face restrictions. So before taking further action, she could discreetly touch base with Lumion and the others. She and Jenna had taken a taxi to a stop one station away and sneaked over using the shadows. "What's the matter?" Lumion sat up a bit straighter. "I'm having a private dinner with Zhou Mingrui tomorrow night, thanks to Luo Shan." Franca pulled out a chair and sat down, asking Lumion with a mix of excitement and nervousness. "This doesn't affect your experiment plans, does it?" "A little. But it's not a big problem. Taking big steps to try things out first, then working backwards to eliminate possibilities one by one, is also a method of experimentation," Lumion said after a few seconds of thought. Franca let out a sigh of relief and said, "Then let's discuss how to give Zhou Mingrui hints. This should show some progress compared to before, but not excessively, otherwise we can't rule out options and would have to risk a second attempt later." Lumion tersely agreed and provided several approaches from a conspirer's perspective. He then evaluated Franca's contingency plans and explanations, while Jenna helped fill in any gaps from an instigator's standpoint. Anthony was responsible for empathizing with Zhou Mingri's possible psychological activities and instinctive reactions, even role-playing as Zhou Mingri during rehearsals. After 20 to 30 minutes of discussion, Franca finally had two feasible plans that were likely to achieve her goals. "Brainstorming really does work," she exclaimed sincerely. Jenna then recounted her experience of selling the painting at the Star Dream provision store, not omitting a single detail. After listening to the end, Franca thoughtfully took out the Beyonder characteristic, obtained from the reanimated Penatia from her traveler's bag. She showed it briefly before quickly stuffing it back. "Can we sell this thing to the Star Dream provision store?" "We can't use it for now anyway, so why not exchange it for money and find a way to rent useful items? Whether the mission succeeds or not later, the major arcana card holder should reimburse us or help buy it back." "We can try, but I think that individual probably won't accept it," Lumion said as he also took out an item from his traveler's bag. It was the corpse wax candle obtained from the Blue Avenger. Looking at this pale yellow candle with a reddish tinge, Lumion thought for a moment before saying, "We discussed before that demonesses might have symbolic meaning and special uses in the Dream City. Now I want to say that hunters might also have significance. I am a hunter, the first person killed was the Oracle who is also a hunter, and Anderson, who is clearly abnormal now, is also a hunter. Given this premise, items related to demonesses and hunters might prove useful later on, and we can't predict which ones. That individual will probably not accept them, instead letting us keep them and wait for the right opportunity." We can try. If she doesn't accept them, it would provide initial validation for my theory." Jenna, Franca, and Anthony all nodded thoughtfully. The four of them then took out many mystical items they weren't currently using, planning to have Jenna take them to the Star Dream provision store to sell the next day. Looking at these items, Jenna pondered for a few seconds before saying, "That individual is a true deity. Isn't it somewhat disrespectful to bring such a hodgepodge of items of varying value?" Anthony nodded in agreement with Jenna's statement. Franca added, "Yeah, it feels like we're treating her like a junk collector." As she spoke, Franca fell silent, as did Lumion and the others. In the end, they selected only 3 high-value items. After discussing everything, Franca stood up, stretching her arms, and said, "I'm a bit excited and nervous thinking about substantially hinting at Mr. Fool's dream manifestation tomorrow night." "What time is your appointment tomorrow night?" Lumion asked. 7 o'clock. Luo Shan said those tech folks rarely leave work on time, so we need to allow for extra time. Franca also mentioned the meeting place. 7 o'clock, huh? Lumion raised his right hand and rubbed his chin. At this point, Jenna carefully said, "Don't be too nervous. You might not even manage to meet up successfully. I've seen posts on those apps where people set a time and place for a date, but their busy boyfriends or girlfriends end up working overtime at the last minute and have to cancel." "That's a possibility." Franca was momentarily dumbfounded. The next morning, Jenna once again arrived at the Star Dream provision store. She took a ride-hailing car as before, but this time encountered no obstacles or abnormalities. Walking up to the checkout counter in the back of the Star Dream Provisions store, Jenna politely asked, "Do you take this item?" She placed the Beyonder characteristic from the reanimated Panatia on the counter. In the suddenly dimmed environment, the shopkeeper raised her head, looked at it, then shook her head and said, "We don't take this one." "So you really don't accept it? Does it need to be made into an item, or is it, as Lumion speculated, that things related to the Demoness and Hunter pathways will have important uses later?" After putting away Panatia's Beyonder characteristic, Jenna took out the corpse wax candle in a small glass bottle. "Do you take this?" "We don't take that either," the shopkeeper said without a trace of impatience on her beautiful face. Not taking items either, Jenna thoughtfully put away the corpse wax candle. Then, she took out an item from her traveler's bag. It was a set of silver-white full-body armor. Pride armor. Jenna didn't try to hide the special nature of the traveler's bag as she placed the Pride armor sideways on the counter. The next second, she noticed a faint smile appear on the shopkeeper's face. Almost simultaneously, the Pride armor moved. Like a crab, it moved sideways, clanking towards the entrance of the Star Dream Provisions store. However, the silver-white full-body armor moved slower and slower, gradually turning upright. When it was just 2 or 3 steps from the exit, it came to a complete stop, motionless. It seemed to have turned into ordinary armor. At this point, Jenna and the shopkeeper were both behind it, facing each other. It showed no reaction. In her astonishment, Jenna heard the shopkeeper say with a hint of amusement, "I'll take this item, 30,000 still." So items like the Pride armor can indeed be sold. But why did the Pride armor react so strongly at first, and why isn't it even confronting the people behind it? Now, though puzzled, Jenna didn't dare to ask. Lumion, who learned he would be switching to the mid-shift next week, returned to the rental apartment. He left at 6 p.m., arriving half an hour early at the entrance of Jinshu Dongfang, community on Sifang Street. He wanted to scout the environment first, as it might come in handy later. As Lumion's gaze swept the area, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Anderson Hood, wearing a black t-shirt with abstract patterns. Anderson also saw Lumion and walked over, smiling as he said, "I'm in the habit of arriving early." Lumion responded with a smile. "Me too," Anderson nodded. "Since we're both early, let's start the tour earlier. The friend you mentioned was indeed yourself." "If that's what you want to think, I can't do anything about it," Lumion said with a smile, not arguing. Anderson didn't seem to mind as he turned and led him into the Jinshu Dongfang community. Chapter 953, Art Studio. Sifang Street was located near a famous scenic spot in Yangdu, part of the Old Town area. The Jinshu Dongfang community was also quite old, with no building, exceeding 6 floors or having elevators installed. Lumion followed behind Anderson, turning towards the building closest to the community entrance. As they climbed the stairs, he couldn't help but raise his right hand to pinch his nose. A mixture of strong odors permeated the air. Anderson turned sideways and laughed. The whole building is being renovated. He had somehow already stuffed 2 wads of white paper into his nostrils. "Why is everything being renovated?" Lumion didn't hide his confusion. Anderson glanced at him and said with a smile, "This gated community is too old. Most owners have moved away and chosen to rent out their vacant apartments. Someone has rented all the rooms in this building, planning to—" At this point, Anderson paused, his smile becoming more pronounced in the dim stairwell as his voice deepened. "Planning to open a boutique hostel. Colorful, right? And that person is you, right?" Lumion was somewhat mentally prepared for this and frowned slightly as he said, "Isn't there still an art studio in this building? How can you say all the rooms have been rented?" Anderson tightened the white paper wads in his nostrils. "Is it possible that the person who opened the art studio is the same one who rented the other rooms? The boutique hostel he wants to open is adjacent to scenic spots, hidden in a gated community with painting as its theme." Lumion, still pinching his nose, feigned sudden realization and said, "I see." Due to the strong renovation smells permeating the stairwell, the two didn't slow their pace as they conversed, quickly reaching the top floor, which was the 6th floor. The doors of both units here were open, and on the wall facing the stairwell was a brightly colored mural. At its center were 4 characters. Mute Art Studio. That name is quite special. Lumion commented sincerely. By this point, the renovation smells had faded. Anderson removed the white paper wads from his nostrils and explained earnestly. Painting is done with hands, not mouths. Mutes represents the studio's expectations for its students' focus, quietness, and dedication. That's a great explanation. Lumion applauded. Anderson wasn't offended, and said with a smile, "This isn't my forced interpretation, it's what the studio owner said. My sister once taught me dialectics, believing that even the worst words can have a positive side. Do you think that's right?" Lumion asked with a smile. Anderson nodded. "If you think it's right, then it's right." He led Lumion towards the door on the left. Lumion didn't rush in, standing at the doorway to survey the fairly spacious living room. There was a piece of darkness with only a hint of golden red. Dawn, in the distance, a storm, with deep blue waves surging. Pilgrims, with numerous blurred figures walking across a wasteland, and a grotesque monster emerging from the seabed alongside. Pirates, trying to save their ship? The Pirates. Painting suddenly reminded Lumion of the latest volume of The Great Adventurer. He saw vines growing from the figures' heads, bearing watermelons, while milky white liquid sprayed everywhere on the deck. Is this recreating Gammon Sparrow's experience? As Lumion pondered this, he stared for 2 seconds at the sea monster that resembled a giant leech with its maw full of sharp teeth. Anderson walked to the easel in the middle of the living room and turned around. Lumion looked around once more before slowly following him in. Curiously, asking, "Where's the studio owner?" Anderson raised his right hand and pointed at himself. You're the studio owner?" Lumion. "Surprisingly, confirmed." Anderson nodded. Lumion suddenly smiled. "Why aren't you speaking? Has your throat suddenly gone hoarse? Have you become mute?" Anderson, wearing the black t-shirt, began using sign language. Lumion couldn't understand what he was expressing even after watching for a while, and thoughtfully said, "I wonder if there's an app for translating sign language?" Anderson picked up a paintbrush, took a piece of white paper from nearby, and wrote something in dark red. Unlike Lumion and the others, he could write in the common script of the Dream City. Lumion focused his gaze and saw a sentence written on the white paper. "It's best not to speak in the studio. Treat yourself as if you're mute." Lumion raised an eyebrow, but before he could speak he saw Anderson grimly add another line in dark red paint. "You just spoke." Lumion suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck, as if a cool breeze had blown past. He didn't turn around, seemingly feeling nothing. Anderson wrote another passage, the dark red paint appearing to become much brighter. "Do you know this person?" After writing, he turned the easel around to show the painting on it to Lumion. It depicted a woman, tall with a slender face, light blue and clear eyes, strikingly beautiful with a peculiar sharpness. This was Lumion himself. It was his female form. Lumion's face broke into a smile as he answered Anderson's question. "I don't know her." As his voice echoed, something cold and wet suddenly pressed against him from behind. Lumion quickly reached back to grab it, his palm suddenly erupting with crimson flames. As the flames compressed layer by layer, he saw what had attacked him. It was the giant leech from the monster. Oil painting. Its pinkish, nearly transparent body had extended from the painting, its maw open to its fullest extent, large enough to bite off an adult's head. 1325, looking at the densely packed, ghastly white teeth with blood-colored roots, Lumion directly slapped the fireball in his hand, which had turned from crimson to nearly white, onto it. Boom! The fireball exploded instantly, enveloping the sea monster that had emerged from the painting. The shockwave carrying flames quickly swept outwards, threatening to ignite every painting, every easel, and every person here. At that moment from the storm, oil painting, the azure seawater surged out, pouring into the room with a splash, extinguishing all the flames. Lumion's figure disappeared from where he stood, reappearing behind the mute. Anderson. His eyes had turned completely iron black, reflecting a ghastly white. Lumion clenched his right fist and thrust it out with a smacking sound, striking Anderson's back. This punch, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, tore through Anderson's flesh, penetrated his body, and hit the oil painting of Lumion's female form and its easel. The mute Anderson's body suddenly ruptured, quickly thinning and transforming into a portrait painting with a huge hole. This portrait, along with the oil painting of Lumion's female form, was ignited by crimson flames, turning into black light ashes in just a few seconds. As the mute Anderson reverted to a painting, both the azure seawater that had poured into the room and the sea monsters, eagerly trying to emerge suddenly, vanished, leaving only the motionless oil paintings. Lumion scanned the room and found that a giant leech was indeed missing from the master painting. The studio floor was covered with water stains and incompletely burned paper scraps. The place became eerily quiet, with no living beings present except for Lumion himself. Lumion then went through both rooms that made up the studio, finding no other abnormalities. Those paintings were no longer eerie or mysterious. He left the place, going down the stairs to see tenants of the community gathering, in small groups, looking around. They had heard the sound of an explosion earlier but couldn't find its source or any damage to the buildings in the community. They could only attribute it to a high-speed fighter jet passing overhead. Lumion passed through the group and returned to the community entrance. Suddenly, a figure was reflected in his eyes. The figure had blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, with hands in pockets, looking like someone watching the commotion. Anderson Hood. Upon seeing Lumion, Anderson asked with a surprised expression, "You're already here? Have you already entered?" Lumion smiled. "I'm in the habit of arriving early." Anderson smiled as well. "Me too." As Lumion walked up to him, he asked with a smile, "Did you enjoy yourself earlier?" "Very much," Lumion maintained his smile, saying meaningfully, "I'd like to do it again." Anderson Hood nodded slightly. He was about to speak when he suddenly looked around. "Maybe next time," Anderson said with a smile, shifting his gaze back. "Let's keep in touch via WeChat." He raised his right palm, holding his phone. He didn't mention visiting the art studio or ask if Lumion's friend was interested in taking classes. Lumion didn't bring up these topics either, waving his hand and saying, "I'll be going then. See ya." Anderson waved back. Lumion walked past the tutor towards the roadside. The grey sedan pulled up and stopped in front of him. Lumion opened the door, got in, and said to Anthony in the driver's seat, "Let's go to Workers' Road." Anthony nodded and merged into traffic. Franca, Luo Shan, and Joe Mingri had arranged to have dinner on Workers' Road tonight at a Taro chicken hot pot restaurant. As the car drove, chomping sounds continuously came from the back seat. On Workers' Road inside the Yizhou roast chicken, Taro chicken hot pot restaurant. Franca and Luo Shan had arrived earlier, choosing a window-side table. They had ordered chicken and taro but hadn't selected any other dishes yet. Each of them had ordered a bottle of iced soy milk, not finding any issue with Zhou Mingri choosing such a noisy, lively place that wasn't quite bourgeois enough for a meal. What mattered was whether the food tasted good. At nearly 6:50 p.m., Zhou Mingri, wearing a black shirt, walked in. Over here. Luo Shan waved cheerfully. Zhou Mingri weaved through the other tables, came over and said as he sat down, "Some extra work came up just before clocking out. We agreed on 7 p.m. Luo Shan said, not minding at all. She pointed at Franca and said, "This is my neighbor and colleague, Luo Fu." Zhou Mingri glanced at Franca and said with a smile, "We've met before. Let's order first." Franca looked outside at the darkening sky, feeling a bit uneasy. Chapter 954. Warning. Since Franca and Luo Shan had already pre-ordered the chicken and taro and requested them to be cooked immediately, the three of them soon began enjoying the steaming hot delicacies. Franca asked the waiter to fill her dipping sauce bowl with a medium spicy soup base. She added some minced garlic, chopped green onions and cilantro, then poured in some oyster sauce. This combination provided saltiness and umami flavors, along with a hint of sweetness, nicely complementing the spicy taste. Franca particularly enjoyed preparing her hot pot dipping sauce this way. She glanced at Zhou Mingri and noticed his choices were similar to hers. Great minds think alike. Franca picked up a piece of taro first instead of chicken. The taro had been pre-cooked to softness in a pressure cooker. After rolling it in, the dipping sauce and blowing on it for about 10 seconds, she took a bite. It was full of the fragrance of starch and the taro's own flavor. The taro had also absorbed the spiciness of the soup base and the deliciousness of the oil. Combined with the salty umami and slight sweetness of the oyster sauce, it made her salivate quickly, effectively reducing the residual heat. Franca ate 3 pieces of taro before remembering to try a piece of chicken. She would rank this as one of the top 3 vegetarian options in hot pot, along with potato slices and leafy stem lettuce. The 3 ate quietly for a while. After filling their stomachs a bit, Luo Shan actively initiated various topics to prevent any awkwardness. With her livening up the atmosphere, the 3 chatted quite happily, covering everything from company gossip and rumors to the recent job market and the current situations of former colleagues. The handsome security guard naturally became part of the conversation, with Luo Shan expressing regret that he hadn't been guarding the entrance recently, preventing her from seeing him in person. Unexpectedly, Zhou Mingri asked about Franca's professional background, curious about why she changed careers right after graduation. Franca shared her genuine feelings from her student days. Working like a dog and earning little, while endangering my life, having to slog until your 30s or 40s to barely have a decent income. I felt I couldn't endure that hardship, so I changed careers. How many times in life can you be in your 20s? Zhou Mingri expressed understanding. There's a saying online that those who encourage others to study medicine should be struck by lightning. However, being a doctor is a late-blooming career. The older you get, the more valuable you become. I have a childhood friend who also changed careers right after graduation, but even after working 2 other jobs, there wasn't much success. At this point, Zhou Mingri suddenly paused, unconsciously frowning before continuing. He used connections to return to his hometown hospital as an intern doctor. There's such a childhood friend. The documents didn't mention this. It's clearly not Peng Deng, nor is it that female childhood friend who likes to travel as. Franca pondered this. Zhou Mingri began discussing medical topics. Franca perfectly played the role of a former medical student who had changed careers 3 years ago. She could still discuss basic concepts but had mostly forgotten the more in-depth knowledge. She wasn't a savant after all. Her current identity was almost an exact copy of her actual history, making it easy for her to play the role. The only difference was that she hadn't actually graduated and had changed careers 6 or 7 years ago. As Zhou Mingri nodded imperceptibly, Luo Shan glanced at Franca and asked, with a smile, "Have you tried that new drink? The one with the great design and the unique name?" Franca smiled back and asked instead of answering, "Have you two tried it?" Before Zhou Mingri and Luo Shan could answer, Franca lowered her voice. "I recently heard an urban legend about a mysterious vending machine that randomly appears in different places. It sells gacha boxes of that drink. Some of the drinks in these gacha boxes have special effects, giving the drinker abilities corresponding to the drink's name. The ones sold in supermarkets and convenience stores are just ordinary, normal drinks." After saying this in one breath without experiencing any abnormalities herself, Franca relaxed a little. Zhou Mingri looked at Franca, who had changed into a white t-shirt, loose pants and white sneakers, with her hair tied back in a ponytail after returning home. He smiled and said, "I've also seen such rumors online." Franca's gaze fell on Luo Shan's face. Luo Shan bit her lip and said in a deliberate ghost story tone, "Actually, I've encountered that mysterious vending machine." Suddenly, Zhou Mingri also looked at her. Luo Shan laughed. "I bought a gacha box, and the drink inside was shaman, but after drinking it, nothing happened. I didn't gain any abilities. Honestly, when I went to look for that vending machine a second time, it was indeed gone, not in its original location." Luo Shan's voice became unusually deep for the last sentence, making even the bubbles churning in the hot pot seem to freeze for a second. Zhou Mingri looked at her without speaking, as if assessing whether she was telling a ghost story or speaking the truth. Luo Shan then grinned at him and said, Didn't you drink one too? Later, I saw a similar vending machine in the company lobby. I got a bunch and gave you one bottle, the Instigator drink, right? It's not like I drank it, Zhou Mingrui laughed. Someone had given me a pack of dried mushrooms earlier, saying they were great for infusing drinks and tea. I thought I'd try it, so I poured the Instigator drink into my cup and added the dried mushrooms. Later, I got busy with something else, and when I returned to my desk, the cup was empty. At that time, I thought nobody in the office would be so disgusting as to drink from someone else's cup. I wondered if the cleaning lady saw the mushrooms soaking and thought it looked gross, assuming the drink was no longer wanted and helping me dispose of it. Thinking about it now, it is a bit strange. He and Luo Shan's back and forth made the urban legend seem increasingly real. Franca didn't appear scared at all. She looked around and lowered her voice. Since you're both being so honest, I'll tell the truth too. To be frank, I've also encountered that vending machine. Luo Shan played along and asked, "What did you get?" Franca looked at Zhou Mingrui, pushed up her black-framed glasses on the bridge of her nose, and smiled noticeably. "Assassin." Zhou Mingrui quietly looked at her, waiting for her to continue. Franca added with a smile, "I'm a fan of Assassin's Creed. Look, my WeChat name is even True Hidden Blade." As she spoke, she took out her phone and showed her WeChat name to Zhou Mingrui, then continued, "I was very satisfied with the name of that drink. I imagine myself becoming an assassin, able to perform a real leap of faith and hide in shadows, undetectable." Franca deliberately described all the changes and abilities brought by the assassin, Potion wanting Zhou Mingrui to believe that she had either actually drunk the assassin drink or was very knowledgeable about assassin-related matters. As she described this, her heart involuntarily began to beat faster, and she became tense, feeling as if she was about to be kicked out of the dream. Zhou Mingrui tactically took a sip of his iced soy milk and ate a piece of taro. After putting down his chopsticks, he smiled at Franca and Luo Shan and said, "That's my dream too." Franca took the opportunity to warn, "Then you should be careful. I saw in the related rumors that there's a big problem with the follow-up drinks to Assassin. It's like leveling up in a game. After drinking to a certain level, terrible things happen." "What kind of terrible things?" "Why, yeah." Luo Shan asked curiously. Franca gently shook her head in response. "I don't know either. I've only heard that after the assassin drink comes the instigator drink, and the problems start after the instigator drink." Her voice grew progressively lower. Zhou Mingrui ended the topic. All right. If we keep making things up, this will eventually become a complete urban legend." "Indeed." Franca smiled, indicating that her previous content was all made up on the spot. Luo Shan did the same. The three chatted about other things until it was completely dark outside, each feeling very satisfied with their meal. After saying goodbye to Luo Shan and Franca, Zhou Mingrui walked towards the other end of the street. The smile on his face gradually settled as various thoughts surfaced in his mind. "They don't seem to be probing me, more like hinting, suggesting, warning me. Is there really a big problem with the follow-up to the assassin drink? It's also possible that because I deliberately chose a crowded and lively place, they couldn't find an opportunity to use their abilities to influence me. I'll observe for a while and see if there are any accidents or attacks. If I can confirm their intentions or goodwill, I can find an opportunity to really talk later. If avoiding doesn't solve the problem, then face it," lost in his thoughts. Zhou Mingrui turned into a small alley and walked into the shadows. On the other side, Franca led Luo Shan towards the nearest shopping mall. For the next hour, she wanted to stay in a place with more people and better lighting. Just after leaving the vicinity of the Yizhou roast chicken restaurant, walking about a dozen steps along the roadside, Franca suddenly felt dizzy. The next second, she felt like a deep-sea fish suddenly pulled out of the ocean, desperately trying to breathe but unable to inhale even a trace of air. Her head and body were bizarrely expanding, like a fragile balloon being constantly inflated. She painfully grabbed her own neck, trying to pull her trachea out of her flesh to directly connect with the air. Her legs began to weaken, and her body started to fall to the ground. Her thoughts stuttered, and her mirror avatar lost connection with her. "Has the celestial worthy noticed me?" This thought flashed through Franca's mind. In the grey sedan parked on the opposite side of the road, Lumion quietly watched, as Franca's face turned extremely red, her lips turning blue-black, as she grabbed her slender neck, scratching bloody marks on her fair skin. Luo Shan stood beside her, looking bewildered and helpless. Lumian in the passenger seat remained motionless, still quietly watching. He saw Franca half fallen on the ground, struggling to open her handbag and having difficulty taking out her phone before she unlocked the screen. On the screen was a pre-prepared interface, and along with the phone were cosmetics, multifaceted mirrors, and a small black bag. In Lumian's vision, Franca's eyes bulged out, her expression painful and fierce as she tapped the phone screen with her thumb. Then she completely collapsed, dropping her handbag on the ground. The items from her bag rolled out, and the small black bag mysteriously disappeared. After a few seconds, Lumian in the car across the street watched as Franca slowly stood up with empty eyes. He calmly said to himself and Anthony, "Contacting Zhou Minggui at night and hinting at the existence of beyonder powers will result in being quickly kicked out of the dream." Chapter 955 Aftermath. Trier, inside a luxurious villa. Franca suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. Her first reaction was to reach for her waist, feeling the traveler's bag about the size of a coin purse. Phew! Franca let out an unconcealed sigh of relief. At the last moment she had proactively withdrawn before being completely kicked out of the dream. Her concern was that her personal items might be lost, due to passive ejection, left behind in the dream city, and thus lost in reality as well. In that situation, she couldn't pin her hopes on Luo Shan picking up and safeguarding her belongings, or on Lumian and Jenna, who were secretly observing. Finding an opportunity to retrieve the items that could potentially implicate them and subject them to the celestial worthy's scrutiny. According to the information provided by the major arcana card holders, whether she left actively or passively, her dream persona, woven with the help of the lucky coin and Madame Justice, wouldn't disappear after her consciousness left the dream. The next time she entered, she would still be that person. Of course, the current Nuo Fu would revert to an NPC, following the subconscious manipulation of Mr. Fool or the Celestial Worthy, living her life, according to her background settings and current social relationships, appearing normal on the surface. As for whether this Luo Fu NPC harbored hidden issues or would contact companions, potentially implicating them in being kicked out as well, the major arcana card holders were currently uncertain, as they had always acted separately in their previous entries. Based on these concerns, before actively exiting the dream, Franca struggled to take out her phone and unlock the screen. At that moment, her screen was frozen on the information shredder mini program with a finger on the clear all information on this phone button. This was part of the contingency plan. Throughout the meal with Zhou Minggui, except for the brief 10 or so seconds when she showed him her WeChat name, Franca's phone screen had displayed the running information shredder program. In her own words, after leaving home that evening, she was prepared to wipe the database and abscond at any moment. She feared the Celestial Worthy might take the opportunity to scan her contact list, mark suspicious parts, and deal with them. Specifically, Franca reached into the traveler's bag, unsurprised but still delighted to find that the beyonder characteristic and corresponding body parts extracted from the reanimated female corpse Panatia were inside, real and tangible, within reach. Correspondingly, the Pride armor had vanished, disappearing into thin air. Damn, the boundary between dream and reality has really been fooled. I can barely tell which side is the dream and which is reality. Franca was equally unsurprised by this, but still shocked. Is this the terrifying aspect of a great existence? If Mr. Fool was willing to maintain it, and received certain assistance, the dream city could completely become real, as long as one didn't leave on their own. From this perspective, the real world might also be the dream of that initial being. Thankfully, it has awakened and split. Franca, having read many foreign myths before her transmigration, naturally made some associations. She got out of bed, intending to go to the bathroom to relieve herself. This was the first thing she did every morning after waking up. After a few steps, Franca suddenly stopped. She didn't feel any urge to urinate at all, and instead felt full, as if she had just eaten a good meal. Franca immediately took out a mirror and used divination to confirm the current date. Reality had also passed several days, basically consistent with the dream, though. There seemed to be a slight time difference in this bedroom, the tightly drawn curtains let in a bit of twilight. It wasn't completely dark outside yet. Is the Dream City using backland time? We've been in the Dream City for over a week. It's impossible not to be hungry or need to use the bathroom in reality. Damn, does eating in the dream mean being full in reality, gaining the corresponding nutrients? Does using the bathroom in the dream equate to using it in reality? But I don't smell bad and my pants are normal. Is this grafting the excrement at the exit to the toilet and sewers? Or directly opening a door sending it to another dimension? Right. Ludwig seemed to have said that some of the food in the Dream City was real. How could it be real? My goodness, it's really hard to distinguish between dream and reality. Franca was amazed, both shocked and amused. After about 10 seconds, her mind calmed down, and she began to think about the gains from tonight's probe, hinting at the existence of beyonder powers to Zhou Mingri at night, warning him about the risks following the assassin potion will result in being kicked out of the dream, but not immediately. There's a reaction time, close to an hour. Perhaps later we can use this hour to do something, like directly telling Zhou Mingri about the witch's transformation. But maybe just saying the word witch would result in an immediate ejection. We'll need experiments to confirm this also. We can't rely on the assumption that the celestial worthy's reaction time for kicking people out in this situation is always an hour. It might be that as long as Zhou Mingri is watching, nothing unusual happens, but as soon as we say goodbye and create some distance, we're quickly kicked out. There were two influences at the time, one trying to kick me out of the dream, and one attempting to turn me into a marionette, but the speed of becoming a marionette wasn't as dramatic as described in the documents for high sequence. See a pathway beyond us, as if it was being interfered with, resulting in a tug-of-war Mr. Fool versus the celestial worthy. If I found a way to hold on for a while before being kicked out of the dream, I might have already become a marionette. It's better to withdraw proactively to reduce potential risks. Just as Franca was thinking this, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Who is it? She tensed instinctively, though her spirituality hadn't given her any warning. It's us. Two voices came from outside, one belonging to Madame Magician, the other to Madame Judgment. Franca relaxed. If it had been only Madame Magician by herself, she would have harbored some worry, as the other was a high-sequence beyonder of the apprentice pathway and could potentially be influenced or misled by that celestial worthy. But now, Madame Judgment was also present. I can ask for an autograph now. I can't ask Madame Magician why her pen name in the Dream City is Salted Fish Without Dreams. Franca happily took out paper and pen, opened the door, and saw the two Major Arcana card holders, who had already changed their clothes. Madame Magician reminded her, "You need to wait a day and a night before you can re-enter the dream." "Yes, I know." Franca nodded. This was mentioned in the documents. Dream City, Workers' Road. As some passers-by saw Franca fall to the ground and wanted to come help, Franca had already stood up, touched her neck, and bent down to pick up the items that had fallen to the ground. Only then did Luo Shan come to her senses, helping to put some of the cosmetics and mirrors back into the handbag. "What happened just now?" she asked Franca, puzzled, alert, and concerned. Franca looked at Luo Shan and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, it's an old problem. I'll be fine after a while." "You never mentioned having such a condition before." Luo Shan fell silent. Franca continued, "Let's not go shopping, shall we? I want to rest early." "That's not what you said earlier." Luo Shan made a sound of agreement. After the two got into a rideshare car, Lumian's right hand loosened its 5 fingers, and he nodded at Anthony. Anthony started the car, drove to the intersection, and stopped again. From the shadows, Jenna emerged, walking towards the grey sedan as if she had finally waited for her rideshare. Lumian lowered the car window and, looking straight ahead, said, "Try to minimize contact with her tonight, and it's best to find an excuse not to sleep in Dechuan Garden." After saying this, without waiting for Jenna's response, he raised the window, and Anthony drove the vehicle into the middle lane. Jenna's lips bore the marks of her teeth, and her clenched fists finally relaxed. After seeing Franca's abnormal situation, she knew she shouldn't go to her rescue, to avoid implicating herself, but rationality was one thing and emotion was another, especially when Franca seemed on the verge of death during her struggle. It took great willpower for Jenna to control herself, clearly discerning Franca's state, and waiting for her to withdraw on her own. Dechuan Garden, Building 5. Luo Shan said goodbye to Franca on the 15th floor and returned to her own home. After a while she heard the doorbell. Outside the door was Jenna, known as Jian Na, in the Dream City. The moment she saw Jenna, Luo Shan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but then closed it, remaining silent. Jenna looked around and said in a low voice, "Minimize contact with Luo Fu for the next 2 days, and don't discuss anything related to Beyond the Powers with her." Luo Shan's expression immediately relaxed and she spoke as if she had been holding it in for a long time. "I knew something was off with Fu Fu. After we finished dinner with Zhou Mingrui, she suddenly wasn't right. First, she had a sudden illness, and then it was like she became a different person." What problem has occurred?" Jenna considered for a few seconds before saying, "You can understand it this way. Interfering with past history has limitations and comes at a cost. Otherwise, we could just go to Zhou Mingrui's house, control him directly, tell him everything in detail, then demonstrate some abilities, provide some evidence, and wouldn't that make him believe initially?" "I understand now." Lu Shan had a sudden realization. Fu Fu hinted at the existence of Beyond the Powers and the problem with the assassin potion tonight, and was affected by the self-correcting force of history, causing problems or old condition flaring up. Is she now equivalent to another version of herself, similar to my previous situation? You can understand it that way. Jenna nodded, not explaining in detail. She returned to the 23rd floor and saw Franca sitting on the sofa on her phone. After some thought, she said, "I'm going to see Li Lu later. I won't be back tonight." In the identity documents, Li Lu's father was Li Ming and his mother was Jian Na. Franca raised her head and said with a smile, "When will you bring Li Lu over to play? I can sleep on the sofa." "It depends on his father's opinion." Jenna smiled, packed her toiletries and left the apartment. Taking the elevator to the first floor, she took out her phone and sent a message to Lumion. "Luo Shan still remembers the story we told her, remembers the help we gave her, and shows no changes at present. Franca only knows about the things in the background information, remembering only the nominal social relationships." Chapter 956, New Speculation. Jenna didn't actually go to Xinhong District to find Lumion and Ludwig. Instead, she chose a nearby hotel, booked a room, and checked if she would also be kicked out. Nothing happened overnight. After waking up, she immediately returned to Dechuan Garden and sat in a corner of the lobby, facing sideways towards the door leading to the interior of the residential complex. After about 10 minutes, she saw Franca. Franca was still wearing her old-fashioned black-framed glasses and dressed in a relatively conservative office lady style. Seeing this, Jenna breathed a sigh of relief, changed her sitting posture, and turned her back to Franca to avoid meeting her. The purpose of her early return to the residential complex was to confirm whether the current Luo Fu's behavior style was consistent with the previous Franca. If she had removed her disguise and changed into makeup and clothes that best highlighted her features, maximizing the charm of a witch, Jenna would have to consider finding an excuse to prevent Luo Fu from going to work, delaying her for a day. Now it seemed that the style of Luo Fu NPC would continue as before. Tech Building, 10th floor. Franca sat down at her desk and leisurely made herself a cup of coffee. At this moment she saw Zhou Mingrui walk in, so she smiled and said, "Are you looking for Luo Shan? She hasn't arrived yet." "I thought you two would come together." Zhou Mingrui didn't hide his surprise. In his view, whether on the surface or secretly, Luo Shan and Luo Fu had a very good relationship and a special connection. They should be the type to wait for each other and go to work together. Franca smiled and said, "I asked her, and she said she had something holding her up and told me not to wait for her." "I see." Zhou Mingrui nodded and turned to walk out of the administrative department. During this period, he had been coming to ask Luo Shan about various company news more frequently than before. leading to some idle people in the administrative department spreading rumors about him and Luo Shan. Zhou Mingri walked at a moderate pace to the entrance of the administrative department, unable to wait for Luo Fu to ask him to wait. He actually came to find Luo Fu today, not Luo Shan. He originally thought she would take this opportunity to hint at something again, but unexpectedly, Luo Fu didn't even have the thought of chatting with him casually, being polite but somewhat distant. Zhou Mingri frowned slightly, not turning back to look again, and left the administrative department directly. Something feels a bit off. He had just grumbled inwardly when he saw Luo Shan walking over with a pancake and a cup of 5-grain soy milk. "Good morning," Luo Shan greeted cheerfully. "Good morning," Zhou Mingri smiled. "I just went to find you, but you hadn't arrived yet. Luo Fu said you were held up by something." Luo Shan looked around. "Want to ask me about something again?" The two chatted casually for a few sentences, each walking towards their own department's office. Suddenly, Zhou Mingru's phone vibrated. He took it out to look, and it was a message from Luo Shan, who he had just been chatting with. "Don't talk to Luo Fu about anything today. Wait until tomorrow." The moment he saw this message, Zhou Mingri thought the two girls' relationship had suddenly broken down, and they were trying to isolate each other by forming cliques. But after reading it carefully again, he came to a preliminary conclusion. Does Luo Shan mean that today's Luo Fu has a problem? Don't contact her, and it will be fine tomorrow? Why would there be a problem? She was still normal yesterday. Is it because of our chat last night about the vending machine, the assassin drink, and subsequent troubles? This seems a bit like when the star in the group suddenly went offline when mentioning key things. What kind of problem could it be? Who gave the problem? And why is it there today, but solved tomorrow? One question after another flashed through Zhou Mingri's mind, but he couldn't find reasonable explanations for many of them. 13th floor, security department. Lumian and his partner Old Jaya had patrolled all floors once, finding no security risks. After sitting in a room that looked more like a rest area for security guards than an office, Lumian took out his phone. Since Franca had already left the dreamscape, she could meet with the major Arcana cardholders, so he no longer needed to pass yesterday's experimental results, along with the matter of the Associate Dean of Musha Hospital being suspected to be the matriarch of the Church of Earth Mother, Roland, through the Star Dream Provision Store. Most of the results of this experiment were within his expectations, with the only pleasant surprise being Luo Shan's memories were still there. All the memories of interacting with Franca and Jenna were still intact. This means we can cultivate dream characters, but we're not sure to what extent. Understanding the truth will bring anomalies to dream characters in the future. There might be a situation where all 5 of us and even subsequent coin holders are completely kicked out of the dream, only able to observe. Yet there are quite a few dream characters who have inherited our will and cause, still striving to awaken Mr. Fool, and they are part of the dream, unable to be kicked out. This is a change in thinking. It doesn't have to be outsiders, it doesn't have to be us. NPCs can also play a role at that time. Well, these dream characters won't be kicked out, but they can be killed or corrupted, just like the Oracle. When enough dream characters are killed, isn't that also a kind of stimulation for Mr. Fool? This also counts as a disaster for the Dream City, with a large number of important characters dying or falling, demonesses and hunters. Are they really meant to bring calamity? Lumian mocked himself, then selected Enters Drukgrim, and opened the chat interface. He slightly raised his chin, with a rather cold expression, using voice input to send a message. How are you doing with the recent matters? Sitting in another chair 2 or 3 meters away, Old Jia heard this voice and these words and suddenly shuddered, feeling that this kid Li Ming somehow seemed more like a team leader than team lead Shu. After a few minutes, Grim replied, Haven't found a way to make Huang Tao return to the mother's embrace yet. Without Huang Tao's cooperation and acquiescence, there are many things we can't do now. Currently, we can only use the authority of the security department to monitor Zhou Mingrui's actions. We've installed pinhole cameras and bubs at his seat and planted a Trojan on his computer. This allows us to discover problems immediately from his browsing history, search history, and call records and prevent them in time. A few days ago, Joel Mingri had thoughts of resigning in search for specific procedures and precautions, but later, he didn't do it, and hasn't looked at articles or videos on this aspect again. Without Huang Tao's cooperation, we can't keep him through promotion and salary increase for now. We must solve this problem before he actually resigns. Lumion read it carefully, and felt that Grimm, or rather the children of the Great Mother in the Dream City, hadn't thought about how to cooperate with the celestial worthy to turn Zhou Mingri into a witch for now. They were more focused on monitoring, observing, and trying to keep Zhou Mingri staying within the Intis group where they had great influence, not resigning and leaving. It feels like what the children of the Great Mother are currently doing is maintaining balance and obtaining the latest intelligence changes at any time. This basically matches the judgment of the major arcana cards and me regarding the intentions of the evil gods. After muttering to himself for a couple of sentences, Lumion stood up and began pacing in the office. He was thinking about how to use Grimm and other children of the Mother, and also about the matter of Mr. Fool drinking the assassin potion. Frankly speaking, when he learned that the celestial worthy induced Mr. Fool to drink the assassin potion, attempting to make him gradually become a witch, change gender, and thus cause cognitive issues, Lumion felt it was a bit absurd. In his view, gods were all divine, and except for a few pathways that needed to emphasize gender, they shouldn't care whether they were male or female. Those ancient beings who had lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years might be even more so. Would Mr. Fool really have cognitive issues because of becoming female? Recalling that Mr. Fool required to be referred to as he rather than Bar. Bay. Lumion reluctantly accepted this reason. At the same time, he also suspected that the celestial worthy wanted to use the conflict of symbolically non-neighboring pathway beyond the characteristics to drive Mr. Fool mad, thus gaining the upper hand and achieving victory. The Demoness pathway was not adjacent to the seer, apprentice, or marauder pathways. After killing the reanimated female corpse Panataya and learning about her mission, Lumion's internal balance leaned more towards the speculation that the celestial worthy wanted to use the conflict between non-neighboring pathways. Panataya was supposed to make Zhou Mingri fall in love, and after he drank the witch potion and changed gender, stay by his side. Wasn't this equivalent to helping Zhou Mingri, helping Mr. Fool stabilize his mental state? This was somewhat contradictory to the speculation of using gender change to cause cognitive issues for Mr. Fool. And if stabilizing the mental state was for Zhou Mingri to drink higher sequence Demoness potions, accumulating more madness, it seemed more reasonable. Now, following this line of thought, Lumion had new questions. Why did it have to be the assassin potion, the Demoness pathway? As long as it was a potion from a pathway not adjacent to seer, apprentice, or marauder, it could achieve the purpose. Does becoming female early on indeed have its effect, bringing mental hidden dangers? Combining this with the fact that most of our team are demonesses, and the celestial worthy specifically brought a demoness marionette into the Dream City, does this indicate that inducing Zhou Mingri to drink the assassin potion, rather than other non-neighboring potions, has hidden reasons? Lumion immediately went through various specialties of the demoness pathway in his mind. In just a few seconds he thought of a term: mirror person. Becoming a witch not only changes one into a female but also creates a corresponding, fixed mirror person. From this sequence onwards, demonesses can use mirrors to create avatars and use corresponding magic. And from Lumion's current experience, mirror people were more extreme, more vicious, more sinister. What the celestial worthy actually wants is to make Mr. Fool have a mirror person, and then by doing certain things to the mirror person, or making the mirror person do certain things, achieve the goal of winning this confrontation. Confusing the real with the fake, turning the fake into real. Lumion fell into deep thought. At this moment, his phone vibrated, and the new incoming message was from Anderson Hood. Chapter 957. A special ability once obtained. The name that leaves a deep impression on you. Sent A. Hi, emoji. Want another round of fun? Hope it's more exciting than last night. Lumion replied using voice input, bringing the phone close to his mouth. Nearby, old Jia glanced at him, his eyes full of envy and longing. Young people sure have exciting lives. No wonder he has a 7-year-old child at just 22. Too bad I don't dare. Soon Anderson replied to Lumion. You pick the place, somewhere suitable for discussing secrets. All right, Lumion didn't refuse. Let's set the time for 6 p.m. I like sunlight. Anderson sent an okay emoji after Lumion replied. No problem. The former strongest hunter of the Fogsy asked in text. Why is your WeChat name the Idiot? Do you think you're not smart enough? Lumion chuckled. I really like tarot cards, and I think the Fool card is super cool. Calling myself Idiot is a kind of an imitation. Sometimes, people like to use high-sounding reasons to cover up their own issues. This is a phrase I've been fond of lately, and I'll share it with you too. Anderson replied, sending a bye-bye emoji. Lumion didn't respond further. After resting for a while, he and old Zia started patrolling the floors again. When they reached the 10th floor while patrolling inside the Intis group, Lumion saw Zhou Mingri coming out of the public restroom. As their eyes met, Lumion nodded slightly, as a greeting. Zhou Mingri hadn't run into him these past couple of days, and since security guards patrolling the floors was indeed routine work, he didn't show any alertness, and responded with a nod. As they passed each other, Lumion naturally checked the surroundings for any fire hazards. He hadn't thought about using this opportunity to hint at the existence of Beyonder powers to Zhou Mingri during the day. Firstly, they weren't close enough to chat, and even if he tried hinting, the other party might not be willing to listen. Secondly, he needed to wait until Franca being kicked out of the dreamscape truly ended, otherwise it would be impossible to distinguish whether subsequent anomalies were after effects of last night's reminder or caused by today's probing. Seeing that Li Ming, the security guard, didn't make any strange gestures or say anything odd, Zhou Mingri's doubts dissipated a bit more. At 6 p.m., sunlight still illuminated the small square in front of the mall, lighting up those facilities for children to play. Inside a glass-sealed cylinder, 6 sets of seats were slowly rotating. In the middle of the cylinder, various colored plastic balls were constantly being sprayed out, flying in all directions. Ludwig was using a fishing net with a handle to catch them. Lumion sat next to him, like a real parent, and the adjacent set of seats belonged to Anderson. Anderson didn't have children, but he sat there at ease, occasionally raising his net to catch a ball, completely without the shame or embarrassment of an adult who had entered a children's ball pit without bringing a child. At this time, except for the 3 of them, no one else was present. Everyone else had gone home for dinner. It's very enclosed here. No one will disturb or eavesdrop, and I'll check the facility. There's no problem, Lumion said to Anderson with a smile. I originally wanted to choose the carousel, but it's not private enough, not suitable for discussing secrets. As they spoke, they followed the seats, constantly rotating around the middle of the cylinder. This effectively makes up for the childhood I lost. Anderson glanced at Ludwig, then turned to Lumion and said, Do you sometimes feel that this world is unreal, that many people are like puppets in a theater, seeming normal at first glance, but some details make you fearful? Why are you talking about this kind of thing with me and my girlfriend? Lumion countered without answering. The girlfriend referred to Jenna. Anderson smiled and said meaningfully, Because I feel that you are very real, more real than the people around us. Lumion also smiled. Yes, I sometimes feel that this world is unreal. It's like a huge dream. We seem to be making our own choices, but in fact, we are being pushed and guided by the subconscious of the dream owner. When he wakes up, everything will disappear like bubbles. Amidst the music of spraying balls, the smile on Anderson's face became more evident. There's a time limit for this attraction. We can't stay here forever. Have you ever heard of the term Battle of the Gods Ruins is? Is this confirming each other's identity? Lumion glanced outside the glass cylinder and smiled as he answered Anderson's question. I've heard of it. Outside the door of this children's facility, Anthony was waiting there holding Lumion and Anderson's phones. Anderson smiled and sighed. It's indeed easier to communicate with you than with a certain someone. Some people, their brains might be spouting from their boxing gloves, Anderson continued. I've adventured the Battle of the Gods Ruins, come into contact with some dangerous things which caused me to undergo some changes. In sufficiently special dreams, if I receive a strong enough stimulus, I can break free from the dreaming state and maintain a certain level of clarity within the dream. Is this the reason you discovered the dream city isn't real? Lumion didn't ask Anderson this, but remained quiet. He still wasn't clear about the exact relationship between the colorful hostel and Anderson. Anderson smiled and said, "That adventure was very exciting, but unfortunately I can't write it out in certain books. After all, I'm not the protagonist. In recent years I often dream of living in a big city like this, which makes me look forward to sleeping. In that dream, sometimes I'm a language teacher, sometimes I'm an unsuccessful painter. They should be the same person, just in different states of life." Later, the painter became mute, and his painting skills underwent a qualitative change. I was stimulated, woke up in the dream, and gained a certain level of clarity. I found that someone was actually giving me money, helping me open an art studio, and even a hotel. Oh, the evil of knowledge. Do such good things exist? Of course I had to accept. How could I let down their kindness? In other words, Anderson's dream manifestation was corrupted for some reason, and became a real painter, which also stimulated the real Anderson, allowing his consciousness to enter the dream using his own special ability. So, this Anderson dream manifestation split. Sometimes he's the cram school teacher Anderson, formerly the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea. And sometimes he's the mute painter, Anderson. The cram school teacher Anderson contacted us because he discovered, we're also outsiders? Lumion nodded with some understanding. This was actually similar to Luoshan's state, except that the real Roseanne didn't have any special dream abilities, so she couldn't come in person to fight against the power of boons and the corruption of evil gods. How was it? My story was pretty exciting, right? Give me a review. Anderson suddenly changed the subject. Lumion applauded. What about the sequel to the story? If the real Anderson doesn't actively enter the dream, the mute Anderson in the dream shouldn't affect him. Anderson shrugged and said with a smile, "Can you be 100% certain it won't have an effect?" "No." Lumion answered honestly. Anderson nodded with a look of caring for an uneducated youngling. "Moreover, that dream is interesting and fun. As humans, we need to frequently change our forms of entertainment. I told Demoness in the dream to be careful of me turning into a mute at night, but unfortunately, he didn't understand my hint. If I could get some things and disguise myself as Edwina, he would probably be more proactive in using his brain to ponder what I said. You painted the mute painter in the painting? You also possess the painting skills that were qualitatively changed." Lumion asked about last night's events. Luoshan also painted another self, and after Franca helped burn it, her condition improved significantly. Is Anderson using me to adjust his own state? Anderson clicked his tongue and said, "Don't you use the same body during the day and at night?" "The changes in the body are common." Lumion pondered and asked, "Oh." "In the dreamscape, the painter shouldn't be able to make what he paints truly come off the paper. There are too many obstacles. All abilities should be suppressed to sequence 7 level, but yesterday's Anderson could freely move around the residential district and could still speak before entering the studio." Anderson smiled and said, "Dreamscapes always have some special cases and exceptions. If the dream owner symbolizes loopholes, then his dream will inevitably have some loopholes. This is a manifestation of part of his symbolism in the dream. Unless he consciously controls it, it can't be avoided. The mute Anderson originally didn't exist. He's just another state of mind, but he's also hidden in the dream owner's thoughts and cognition. So once I paint him, he doesn't need to invade from the outside to become real, but he can't leave the studio and is very weak. Mr. Fool's manifestation once knew a mute Anderson, or imagined Anderson, becoming mute." Lumion nodded slightly and asked, "So, the one who led me into the studio was you yourself?" Anderson smiled obviously and said, "Of course, after I entered the studio while you were looking at those oil paintings, I left through a pre-prepared painting and activated the mute Anderson painting. That's my studio, equivalent to a hunter's home ground. There would definitely be additional arrangements. I changed my clothes and pants afterwards, so you didn't recognize me?" "Why did you change your clothes and pants?" Lumion probed. Anderson smiled again. "Just kidding. Is this Anderson's style? Do all successful hunters have a tendency for pranks?" Lumion accepted Anderson's explanation. If it were him, he might do the same thing. Anderson glanced at the entertainment facility that was almost out of time. Now it's my turn to ask, right? What do you want to do by coming here? This didn't seem like a question, more like a confirmation. To wake up the dream owner in the best and most humane state, Lumion answered simply. Anderson suddenly smiled. A few days ago, a foreigner came to the cram school to visit. He was as real as you guys. What's his name? What's his name? Lumion asked, outwardly calm. At this moment the balls stopped spraying, and the rotation of the seats quickly slowed down until it stopped. Anderson stood up and said with a smile, Zarathustra, Chapter 958, Inside and Outside the Dream. It's that Zarathustra again. Did he go to the dream tutoring classes to wait for Zhou Mingri, or did he have another purpose? Lumion held Ludwig's hand as they walked out of the seating area. While waiting for the staff to open the door of the amusement facility, he smiled at Anderson and asked, Did you chat with him? Anderson put his hands in his pockets and smiled. He said he wanted to deeply influence one person and eliminate some people. Is the one he wants to deeply influence Zhou Mingri, and who are the ones he wants to eliminate? Why did Zarathustra talk about this with Anderson? Was one of his purposes for going to the dream tutoring classes to find Anderson, to find the mute Anderson representing the Fantasy Association? Does this symbolize the cooperation between the celestial worthy and that evil god of the Fantasy Association? Lumion walked towards the now open door, casually saying, people like Demoness? What he wanted to ask was whether the people Zarathustra wanted to eliminate were dream characters like Oracle Demoness or outsiders like himself. Anderson gave a thumbs up, walking down the few steps at the entrance. At the time, I couldn't understand why they dealt with Demoness first. What role could he play? Maybe he was just lucky, and they had to first finish off the lucky one. In a situation where everyone is suppressed to sequence 7, luck is indeed very important. From Anderson's words was the death of the Oracle done by Zarathustra and a mute Anderson together. The mute Anderson's involvement means he himself was also involved, with a chance to secretly sabotage and influence the progress of things. So is that why we discovered the Oracle's body earlier, instead of it being sent to the morgue at Mushu Hospital according to the planned schedule to resurrect and return? Lumion nodded thoughtfully. He felt that Anderson had used the mute dream manifestation to interfere with Zarathustra's actions, resulting in the other party only achieving the goal of eliminating Demoness without successfully utilizing the Oracle's body. Lumion was now unsure whether Zarathustra was more Zarathul or more Loki, so he directly used the dream name to refer to him. Damn, it was you, Anderson, who did it. No wonder you called the police immediately. This also explains why we stumbled upon the death of the Oracle. It wasn't a coincidence. Lumion cursed inwardly for a couple of sentences, passing by Anthony without retrieving his phone. Anderson did the same. Taking advantage of the few people playing in the small square, he looked at the advertisement displayed on the mall's big screen and asked a question one would typically ask during a stroll. What do you want to do by opening the colorful hostel? As soon as you come in, someone hands you a sum of money, hands you a hotel that's still under renovation. Would you refuse? When faced with sugar-coated bullets, isn't it a normal choice to eat the sugar coating and throw back the bullet? Anderson smiled and asked in return. But many times, the sugar coating can also be poisonous, or you might not have time to throw back the bullet. You wouldn't want it if someone forcibly put a child in your belly, would you? The temporary child of God of the Great Mother, Lumion spoke from experience. Anderson was stunned for a second, then smiled and said, If it's really put in, you have to keep it even if you don't want to. If you can't get rid of it later, you can only cultivate a good father-son or father-daughter relationship. Lumion changed the question. What is the behind-the-scenes hand that made those people give you money and the hotel want to do? Anderson turned his head to look at him and said with a smile, Isn't that why I've come to find you? Lumion's thoughts raced, vaguely understanding the meaning in Anderson's words. One of the goals of that evil god of the Fantasy Association was to hinder the celestial worthy and maintain the balance of the dream. It was precisely because Anderson grasped this key point that he actively contacted Lumion and others, speaking so plainly. Anderson looked ahead again, walking towards the food gathering area behind the mall. I saw a funny saying online before. The saying goes, I'm afraid of my brother suffering, but I also don't want my brother owning a Range Rover. That's interesting. That's interesting. Lumion felt Anderson didn't need to hint so obviously. He could understand completely. Anderson continued. A hotel always has guests, coming from different places. At this point, he suddenly pointed at the spray painting on a shop sign. Paintings are complex. They're both information and a door to a fantasy realm. If a complete and real order can be established in the world within the painting, wouldn't it become an almost real world? Is this hinting at something? Hinting at the possible goals of that evil god of the fantasy association? Lumion lacked key information and could only roughly understand what Anderson was saying, unable to figure out the true meaning of these words. Based on the knowledge he currently possessed, he felt that the evil god of the Fantasy Association also wanted to occupy more pathways, just like the Great Mother and the Mother Tree of Desire. What he had his eye on were the mystery, prior and savant pathways that symbolize information, the apprentice pathway that represented the concept of door, alternate worlds, and space itself, as well as the lawyer and arbiter pathways that could give the world within paintings a real order. While Lumion was thinking, Anderson pointed at a shop and laughed. I told you the world would have loopholes, look over there. Lumion looked over and found it was a small shop named Law and Delights, mainly selling sweet iced tea and deji pies. How could Lowen have anything considered a delight? This is definitely a loophole, Anderson said with a mocking expression. Lumion nodded. Yes. On this matter, the two Intisians easily reached a consensus, and Ludwig started to clamor. I want to eat. In an apartment on Rue du Chapeau Noir in Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra, which Nicaea sat in front of her dressing mirror, carefully and meticulously, drawing her eyebrows and applying powder in the light of a gas wall lamp. Suddenly behind her, near the chair by the window, a figure appeared. It was Franca, in a relaxed posture. Franca quietly watched Nicaea without making a sound. After discussing with Madame Magician and Madame Judgment about why she was kicked out of the dream and the issue with the Associate Dean of Mushu Hospital, she rested for a day. Before returning to the dream, she specifically came to see her subordinate to ask about her recent progress. She couldn't be the kind of superior who disappeared completely after arranging a task, showing no concern and effectively going missing. After about 10 seconds, Nicaea finally noticed and subtly adjusted the direction of her dressing mirror. Seeing it was her immediate superior, she quietly sighed in relief and turned around. Good evening, ma'am. Good evening. How have you been lately? Franca didn't directly ask about the Emperor party. She hadn't contacted 007 yet, because 007 was recently undergoing special training, seemingly with hope of obtaining a spot to become a demigod. Nicaea's expression changed several times, showing some struggle and pain, and with a bit of a might as well attitude, she said. I'd become Gruez's mistress. Gruez was one of the confidants of Louis Gustave, the leader of the Emperor party. This progress is a bit fast. You haven't been a witch for long, haven't you? Franca didn't ask about Nicaea's current feelings, and asked calmly, Did Gruez say anything? Seeing that her superior didn't inquire about her journey and actual experience of becoming a mistress, Nicaea's inner conflict, embarrassment, and irritation subsided considerably. She recalled and said, He said Louis has been troubled lately, seeming very irritable. The reason seems to be that he can't contact some important figure. Which important figure? Franca asked. Gruez doesn't know either, only that there is such an important figure that gives Louis a lot of confidence. Nicaea shook her head, unable to contact the mirrored Emperor Roselle. Franca suddenly had such a thought. She nodded slightly. Find a way to figure out who that important figure is, and grasp the substantial movements of the Emperor party. After saying this, her figure quickly faded and disappeared from the chair. Nicaea quietly watched the lady leave, raised her right hand and slowly caressed, from her cheek to her lips. Franca directly returned to that luxurious villa, without going to report to the Demoness of Black that she had fully digested the affliction potion, let alone whether the Demoness sect would reward her with a despair potion in a situation where she hadn't made new achievements. Even if they would, she couldn't possibly really perform the ritual, so it was better to stall for now. After dinner close to midnight, Franca stood up and walked towards her room. The slightly short Madam Judgment escorted her to the room while instructing. For the second return to the dream, operating under the previous identity, the current experience is that there won't be much difference from the first time. But, by the third time, we found that some attempts that wouldn't have gotten us kicked out of the dream before will also result in being kicked out, as if we'd been simply marked by that celestial worthy. So, you need to pay attention now to whether there are subtle changes compared to last time, to determine whether becoming an object of attention starts from the second entry into the dream or the third. Also, don't make any radical probes in the next few days. You've just been kicked out and need to wait a while. I'll be careful. Franca remembered that this had been mentioned in the documents. After going upstairs and reaching the door, Madam Judgment further said, "We can't give you many things to take into the dream because we've used them in the dream and they've also been marked. If you want to make money, there's another way. Have one person apply for a job at the Hall Film Company, a subsidiary of the Hall Group. Although Miss Justice can't enter the dream anymore, as a Dreamweaver and Major Arcana card holder, she can still exert a little influence on the dream." "Understood," Franca responded with a smile. "Thank you all." She then entered the room, lay down on the bed again, and gripped the lucky coin in her palm. She had tried yesterday. If she didn't put the lucky coin beside her, she would just fall asleep normally and dream normally, occasionally flashing fragments of the dream city, like sights and sounds from Loopholes. Franca closed her eyes and regulated her breathing. Chapter 959. Weekend. Dechuang Garden, room 2303. Jenna accompanied Loopholes as they watched TV in the living room, occasionally scrolling through her phone. The two conversed very little. Suddenly she noticed Loopholes turn her body and say with bright eyes, "I'm back again." Jenna didn't respond immediately because Loopholes and Franca had very similar personalities. Franca then picked up her phone and said to Jenna, Quick, send me another copy of the information shredder. Hearing. Information shredder." Jenna finally confirmed that it was really Franca who had returned. At this moment, Franca unlocked her screen and found that WeChat had already been re-downloaded by Loopholes, and Jenna Luo-shan and several employees from the administrative department had been re-added, but not the idiot, and Ruid, or Lilu. After a quick glance, Franca hurriedly tapped into her WeChat wallet. Her expression suddenly froze. "The money, my money, it's gone." Jenna's pupils dilated as she quickly leaned over, discovering that Franca's WeChat wallet balance was General Yuan. "It didn't delete all the information on my phone, including the money in my online wallet, did it?" Franca hurriedly downloaded a banking app again, taking some time to complete the login and check her balance. She let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest. "Thank goodness the bulk of it is still there. That gave me such a fright." After her exclamation, she explained to Jenna, "The money in my bank account is still there." Jenna glanced at her bank card balance and asked thoughtfully, "How much money did you originally have in your WeChat wallet?" 38 yuan, Franca answered smoothly. "I had over 300 yuan in Alipay too. The Alipay app had already been downloaded back by Loopholes." She tapped in to check and found there was still over 100 yuan. Franca flipped through the transactions and finally confirmed that this 100 yuan was later transferred from the bank card by Loopholes, with some spent on takeout orders. The previous 300 plus yuan had indeed vanished into thin air. Jenna amusingly pressed her hand to her chest and said, "You only lost about 500 yuan, but you acted like you lost all 120,000 plus. You scared me to death." The 60,000 earned from selling items was currently with Jenna, and she had transferred half to Lumion and Anthony. "Don't say such unlucky things. 500 yuan is a lot. It's enough for us to buy so many things at the wholesale market." Franca thought for a moment and said, "I need to transfer some to Lumion and Anthony. We should each keep some separately, in case it all gets exposed at once. I've realized that this is like a game. When you get kicked out of the dream, you might drop equipment and money, and you might not even be able to pick it back up. We shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket." The money in the bank card is still there, but what was on the phone is gone. Jenna pondered and said, because at that time you only cleared the phone information with one click, not the bank card information? The loss of money should be an issue with the information shredder, right? Franca nodded slowly. This mini program is really powerful. I suspect it even deleted the corresponding information and backup information on the servers. Only in this way could it deal with mystical photos and prevent our chat records from being found. At this point, Franca frowned slightly and said, I asked Madam Magician and Madam Judgment. They know every high-ranking member of the Church of Steam, but none of them is called Stiano. Anthony's feeling at that time must have been correct. Stiano should have a close connection with the Church of Steam. Jenna also showed a puzzled expression. They seemed to have suspects. They said they would tell us through the Star Dream provision store after confirmation. Franca suddenly looked around, pointed at the ceiling, and said in a lowered voice, could it be that one? Only a mini-program made by him could be so powerful, and besides, he can enter with real consciousness. Maybe. Jenna's voice also became low. As a native of Trier, she had received religious education since childhood and still had considerable awe for deities. She now wondered if she would one day encounter the eternal blazing sun she once believed in within this dream city. And if the eternal blazing sun entered, what would the corresponding dream manifestation look like? In the brief silence, Franca re-added Lumion and the others, completing the distribution of assets. She and Jenna kept 90,000, while Lumion and Anthony got 90,000. Then, she and Jenna exchanged their feelings about her being kicked out of the dream, and the details they discovered after she returned to reality. She didn't edit all of this into a message to send to Lumion, planning to find an opportunity to meet face-to-face tomorrow to talk in person. This was out of concern that sensitive information might bring about anomalies if sent out and not deleted with the information shredder in time. Madam Judgment had said to behave and be careful for these few days, chatting until almost 1 a.m., Franca stretched. Fortunately, Luofu didn't spend money recklessly, otherwise I'd be heartbroken. Alright, let's wash up and go to sleep. We still need to get up early for work tomorrow. Oh, you can check if Hall Film Company is hiring recently and apply. It matches your profession. The corners of Jenna's mouth turned up in a smile. Have you forgotten that tomorrow is Sunday? All right. Franca was stunned for a moment. Going back and forth between the dream and reality has confused me. Originally, Luofu should have the day off today, but because the group had important matters with VIPs, she worked an extra day. Well, tomorrow, I have to take Ludwig to tutoring class again. At Xinhong District, in a rented apartment. Lumion wasn't supervising Ludwig's studies. After receiving Franca's gift and deleting the transfer information, he continued using his phone to search for keywords like Intis Group and DIP, DAO. What are you looking up? Do you need help? Anthony asked from the side of the table. Not for now, Lumion answered without raising his head. I'm collecting information related to Zarathustra, but I can't directly search using that name. Without waiting for Anthony to ask further, he added on his own. I want to know which hotel Zarathustra is staying at, and what his recent itinerary is. You're planning to? Anthony keenly grasped Lumion's intention. Lumion raised his head, revealing a bright smile. Yes, to take him out. There's no reason for us to always passively respond to and dismantle the moves of the Celestial Worthy subordinates. We can also be more proactive, infiltrate, assassinate, eliminate, make the hidden dangers disappear before they emerge. Now that we're all a Sequence 7, it's not impossible for us to win. And from our battle with the reanimated female corpse, we know that as long as we don't let the enemy escape, aren't recorded by surveillance, and there are no witnesses, the Celestial Worthy can't locate us. Anthony nodded, indicating that Lumion's line of thinking was not wrong. He just warned. Even if suppressed to Sequence 7, that individual's essence is still that of an angel. He's bound to have some mysterious, special, and bizarre abilities, and is also skilled at using substitutes. He won't be easy to kill. Moreover, there might be other subordinates of the Celestial Worthy around him. I know, Lumion nodded with a smile. Even if only left with Sequence 7 strength, some of Zarathustra's beyond the powers will still be very bizarre and terrifying. We need to consider this before taking action. After collecting intelligence on Zarathustra for a while, Lumion used the information shredder to delete the search records and used pen, paper and his brain to organize the information. After repeatedly reviewing the compiled data for a long time, he planned to find an opportunity to scout the location after accompanying Ludwig to tutoring class tomorrow. For the rest of the time, he took out the new ice board he had made and, for the umpteenth time, scrutinized the information on each dream character and the preliminary findings from their team's observations and interactions with these characters. The next day, at dream tutoring classes, Lumion escorted the slowly moving Ludwig to the door of the beginner English class. Anderson glanced at him and greeted. "Want to join for some enlightenment?" "No need. I'd rather learn painting." Lumion replied simply, pushing Ludwig towards Anderson. Anderson didn't speak to him further, taking Ludwig's hand and walking back into the classroom. Lumion sat down opposite, patiently waiting just like last time. Before long, he saw Zhou Mingri again. Zhou Mingri was wearing a white t-shirt with patterns, looking much more youthful and sunny than when he was at work. Zhou Mingri wasn't surprised at all to see him here, as if he had been mentally prepared. He nodded slightly as a greeting. Lumion didn't engage in small talk, only politely responding. More contact, less closeness, to lower the target's vigilance. Moreover, Franca's probing last night had quite good results, successfully making Zhou Mingri wary of the aftermath of the assassin beverage. Now he needed to give him some time to digest such bombshell news. From this perspective, Franca being kicked out of the dream this time was worth it. After watching Zhou Mingri turn into the classroom, Lumion withdrew his gaze and started using his phone. At this moment he suddenly had a premonition and raised his head, looking towards the front desk of the tutoring center. He saw Principal Nana wearing a white long dress, accompanying an elderly man inside. Behind them were several employees of dream tutoring classes and unfamiliar faces Lumion hadn't seen before. Lumion's gaze fell on the elderly man, noticing he was wearing a black formal suit, his hair completely white, with long and dense white whiskers on his face, and blue eyes so deep they were almost without light. Lumion's eyes narrowed slightly. He had seen a portrait of this elderly man before, Zarathustra. He's come to dream tutoring classes again? Lumion quietly stood up, retreating along with other parents to avoid this group of people. Nana led Zarathustra to stop at the door of the business English class, introducing the relevant situation. Zarathustra's gaze subsequently turned towards those students. At this point, Lumion had already retreated to the depths of the corridor, stopping next to the fire alarm, and glanced up at the surveillance camera that could capture this area. He watched Zarathustra from the corner of his eye. If the other party made any unusual movements or tried to talk to Zhou Mingri, he would first knock out the surveillance camera from a blind spot, then punch the fire alarm to make the scene chaotic, causing everyone to rush out of dream tutoring classes. During this process, he would play the role of a panicked parent, constantly obstructing Zarathustra's various actions while carrying Ludwig. Chapter 960, Psychiatric Ward. Using the cover of the parents in front, Lumion discreetly observed Zarathustra's every move. After listening to Nana's introduction for a few minutes, Zarathustra nodded, left the door of the business English class, and turned to look at the other training classes currently in session. He didn't do anything. Lumion was puzzled, but remained vigilant. It wasn't until Zarathustra finished touring dream tutoring classes and Nana escorted him and his entourage out, returning to teach the business English class, that Lumion sat back in his original seat and silently said to himself, "He's leaving? Just like that?" Was he simply here to recognize Zhou Mingri, complete the initial contact, or did he secretly do something that I didn't notice? For example, has he already controlled Ms. II or discreetly used some ability to achieve his predetermined goal from just a few meters away? After thinking it through, Lumion picked up his phone and sent a message to Jenna. Ask Luoshan to remind the target via WeChat to pay attention to his condition today, not to drink water he brought to the tutoring class, and to buy new water later. This was to indirectly and subtly remind Zhou Mingri, and at the same time, it was an experiment to see if hints conveyed through dream characters during the day would bring any anomalies to themselves. A few minutes later, Zhou Mingri, who was listening attentively to the lecture, felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He took out his phone, lowered his head, unlocked the screen and saw a message from Luo Shan. Remember to examine yourself 3 times a day and don't drink water you brought outside. What does this mean? I can't make head or tail of the message. It's puzzling. Zhou Mingri first grumbled to himself, then perceived the hidden reminder. He hadn't yet fully determined whether Luo Shan was good or bad, whether she had more good intentions or bad intentions towards him, but the hint to frequently examine his own condition and not drink the current water wouldn't cause any harm even if he followed it. In such matters it's better to believe something existed than to doubt its existence. Zhou Mingri replied with an "Okay," and stuffed the phone back into his pocket, raising his head again. He didn't look at the bottle of mineral water he had placed on the table again. Outside the classroom, Lumian once again scrutinized Zaratulstra's recent behavior. He just looked at Zhou Mingri from a few meters away for a while, without trying to get closer. Whether or not he did anything secretly, this behavior makes me feel that he doesn't dare to deeply engage with Zhou Mingri, to do some things in front of that person. Combined with Franca's morning description of the feeling of being kicked out of, the dream and the overt and covert struggles in the lottery incident, it can be seen that Mr. Fool has a certain control over the dream, at least not much weaker than the celestial worthy. In this situation, if Zaratulstra stimulates him and his identity is discovered or locked onto, he is likely to be made into a marionette or kicked out of the dream. In the dream city, it's not just us who need to be careful. The celestial worthy's subordinates also have to follow the same rules. Thinking of this, Lumian's train of thought became much clearer. He stood up and began pacing in the corridor, thinking about the details of some issues while waiting for the possible consequences of indirectly reminding Zhou Mingri. Walking to the end of the passageway, he casually glanced outside through the window. He suddenly saw that across the street, Zaratulstra walked out of the building, accompanied by a young girl, followed by his entourage and many unfamiliar faces. Lumian was very familiar with the appearance of that young girl. The Major Arcana card holder, the Hermit, Queen of Stars Catlaya, in the Dream City. Ma'am Hermit's role is Huang Jiajia, roommate of Miss Bernie, Huang. And because she lost a bet, she always calls Bernie Huang Dad. Mr. Fool's subconscious weaving of relationships is quite interesting. Huang Jiajia's family runs star tutoring classes, which is a competitor to Dream tutoring classes, so she used high remuneration to ask Zhou Mingri to enroll in Dream tutoring classes to scout the enemy. Is Zaratulstra putting on a full show by examining Dream tutoring classes competitors as well? Or does he want to do something to Ma'am Hermit's dream manifestation? Speaking of which, the dried mushrooms that prevented Zhou Mingri from drinking the instigator beverage came from Huang Jiajia, grown by the biology teacher Linkage at Star Tutoring classes, whose prototype is the legendary druid. Frankly, no wonder those dried mushrooms had supernatural properties. In Mr. Fool's subconscious, any mushroom products sent by Frank Lee might be problematic. Lumian stood at the window watching until Zaratulstra got into a black business car, with Huang Jiajia and others waving goodbye at the roadside before preparing to walk back to the outside of the beginner English class. Suddenly he heard a wee-woo sound. It was an ambulance stopping at the entrance of Star Tutoring classes. Not only nurses but also police officers jumped out. What happened? Was it brought by Zaratulstra? Lumian stopped in his tracks and continued observing from afar. Before long, the police and nurses brought out a person from Star Tutoring classes. The person was wearing a white shirt and olive green overalls, with longish brown hair and dense body hair. His hands were handcuffed behind his back, and his legs and body were tightly bound. This person was carried out and stuffed into the ambulance. Lumian recognized this person. He was Linkage, the biology teacher at Star Tutoring classes, corresponding to the prototype character. Legendary druid. Frank Lee? Why was he arrested? And arrested using an ambulance? Did he cause problems with the mushrooms? Or is this the problem brought by Zaratulstra? Is he trying to eliminate Frank Lee's dream manifestation to prevent some mushroom from ruining his plans next time? Lumian quickly took out his phone and scrolled through local news and videos. In just a few minutes he saw related posts. Guys, can you believe it? I just went to take some biology tutoring and the teacher was arrested as a mentally ill terrorist. Is studying biology so dangerous? The teacher had said earlier that if we did well on this test, he would give us a bag of new mushroom strains. After scrolling through several similar videos, Lumion roughly confirmed that Frank Lee had been arrested by the Celestial Worthies side on some pretext, first, to be treated for mental issues, then to deal with other matters. However, judging from the description in the latest issue of The Great Adventurer, and the situation with Joe Mingri's bag of dried mushrooms, the probability that the mushrooms grown at Linkage's home are harmless is very, very low. What's this called? It seems to be endangering public safety by dangerous means. Arresting him seems reasonable, just as Lumion thought of this. He received a message. It was from Intis Group. Grim. There's a matter that requires your personal attention. What matter requires the child of God to handle personally? Lumion used voice. Input to reply. Is it urgent? Not too urgent. Grim quickly replied. Lumion pondered for a few seconds and replied, Then wait until I've finished with the child. In front of the mother goddess's believers, it was better to show more of the glory of motherhood, to make them more certain of one's identity. All right, please attend to your matters first. Grim replied quite humbly, completely unlike the security director of the Intis group, while Lumion was just a mere security guard. Lumion took this opportunity to inform Jenna about the Zarathustra matter and Frank Lee's fate. When the business English class and beginner English class ended one after another, Lumion politely said goodbye to Joe Mingri, took Ludwig, left dream tutoring classes, and got into the grey sedan driven by Anthony. Only then did he send a message to Intis Group. Grim? Time and place. Just a dozen seconds later, Grim responded, I'll wait for you at the entrance of Mushu Hospital. Mushu Hospital. Lumion frowned slightly. Under the blazing sunlight, Lumion saw Grim standing in the shade of a tree. The security director of the Intis group had changed into a light-colored striped shirt and was wearing sunglasses, disguising himself quite well. What's the matter? Lumion walked past Grim, heading straight into Mushu Hospital. Grim followed behind him to the side, saying with a smile in his voice, You'll know when you see it. This should be one of the purposes Mother wanted you to come here for. The way you're talking, it feels like you've dug a trap in front and are waiting for me to fall in. Lumion nodded slightly, not asking further. Wouldn't asking too much reveal that there's actually no connection between me and the Great Mother. Grim quickened his pace, overtaking him, and led the way in front. He led Lumion around the main building to a 3-story building behind it, surrounded by high walls with a lawn and garden. This is the Psychiatric ward. Grim introduced, verifying his identity with the security guard and passing through the iron gate. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. The two quickly entered the building, and just as they climbed to the second floor, under the nurse's guidance, they heard a patient banging on the iron door and shouting, Let me out! I'm not sick. I only lost after fighting with 2 supreme beings to the edge of the universe, and you caught me. I'm not sick. This is my marionette. This is my paper figurine. Look, I have them all with me. I'm not crazy. I've divined it. There's no danger. Really, no danger. That voice is normal. Haven't you heard it? Let me out. Let me out. Lumion raised his right eyebrow. Which seer pathway beyonder is this? At least a marionettist. Lumion immediately associated this with the marionettist who hadn't intervened when they killed the reanimated female corpse, and thought of the madman found in the garbage dump near Moon Pleasel the next morning, who had been sent to the hospital. Is this the marionettist who went mad? So he was sent to the psychiatric ward of Mushu Hospital. What voice did he hear? Did that cause him to go mad? As Lumion pondered, his footsteps didn't stop. He followed behind the nurse and Grim all the way to the end of an empty corridor. The nurse stood at the door of the deepest ward and said to Grim and Lumion, The patient is inside. You can look at him through the window, but don't reach your hands in. After saying this, she turned and left, without providing any further warnings. After watching the nurse disappear at the stairwell, Grim smiled at Lumion and said, Child of God, Linkage is inside. Linkage? Frank Lee? Although Lumion had already anticipated this, he was still shocked. Chapter 961, Ideology. Lumien's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Grimm, waiting for him to continue speaking. At this moment the psychiatric ward was very quiet. There were no patients walking around, no family members coming and going, only the occasional nurse passing by. Grimm glanced left and right before saying, "Child of God, this is an opportunity to impregnate Linkage. Please do it personally." Impregnate Frank Lee? I don't have that ability. I can only impregnate myself. Lumien grumbled inwardly, glancing at Grimm as he said, "You need me for such a small matter." Grimm smiled awkwardly. "If I do it, Linkage would need to carry the child for a full 40 weeks before giving birth. That would take too long and couldn't be put to use in the short term. There may be some mutations soon." "So you really do have the beyonder power to impregnate anyone regardless of gender. Corruption is also a kind of boon and a source of power. But why are you so fixated on having Frank Lee give birth? Is it some kind of symbol, symbolizing that Frank Lee has truly become a child of the mother?" Various thoughts flashed through Lumien's mind. He suddenly remembered that Frank Lee's dream manifestation, Linkage, was a special character influenced by Mr. Fool's subconscious perception. He exhibited supernatural aspects in mushroom-related matters. Moreover, judging from the dried mushroom incident, his potential stance leaned towards Mr. Fool. If Frank Lee really became a child of the Great Mother, it would mean that the Great Mother's forces had control over this special point in the Dream City, could effectively utilize it, and more deeply interfere with the development of the dream. Although these evil gods like the Great Mother wanted balance more, Frank Lee falling into their hands was better than being controlled by the Celestial Worthy. But they also had to guard against the possibility that they were cooperating with the Celestial Worthy on this matter. Frank Lee was arrested by official forces and brought to the psychiatric ward of Mushu Hospital, representing the will of the Celestial Worthy. The Great Mother was one of the major shareholders of Mushu Hospital. Perhaps the two have already reached an agreement to cooperate on this individual incident and completed a private transaction. Lumien calmly said to Grimm, "My power is also limited in this city. Not much better than yours." Grimm explained with a smile. "I know. This time we just want to use your godhood. Although it's also restricted, it's still godhood. After you impregnate Linkage, the hospital's obstetrics department will provide the corresponding reproductive technology and, beyond the power support, Linkage can give birth to the child within 4 weeks. As expected, the obstetrics department of Mushu Hospital is one of the symbols of the Great Mother in this dream. It sounds like it has already been corrupted to some extent, with multiple medical staff becoming children of the Mother. If the obstetrics departments of every hospital in the Dream City are thoroughly corrupted over time, and the problem isn't exposed, wouldn't that mean that all newborns in the Dream City afterwards would be children of the Mother? Generation after generation, everyone in the Dream City would become a child of the Mother. In the end, whether it's Mr. Fool or that Celestial Worthy who wakes up, they would bear the identity of being a child of the Great Mother in a mystical sense. The more Lumien thought about it, the more inexplicably terrified he became. This was a subtle, gradual influence, like boiling a frog in warm water. Given enough time, the Great Mother would inevitably achieve her goal. Of course, this was assuming that Mr. Fool and the Celestial Worthy didn't offer effective resistance, and that this dream continued for at least 5 generations, spanning a century. These great existences are all cunning. After sighing inwardly, Lumien nodded slightly and responded to Grimm. "Okay." Grimm's face lit up with joy as he said in a prayerful tone, "May the glory of motherhood be eternal." He then approached the iron gates of the ward and looked inside through the small window barred with iron. Lumien also took 2 steps forward. What met their eyes was the burly back of a man wearing blue and white striped hospital clothes. The figure was crouching in a corner, fiddling with something. As Lumien's gaze moved, he noticed several mushrooms with brown caps and white stems growing where the wall met the floor. They looked fresh and plump, as if they had just been transplanted from a rain-soaked forest. Bang! Lumien knocked on the iron door, and Grimm yielded the window position to him. Hearing the knock, the figure stood up and dashed to the door, revealing a face with thick facial hair. It was indeed Linkage, the biology teacher from Star tutoring classes, and legendary druid. Frank Lee in reality. Lumion could see that Mr. Fool's dream subconscious had localized the character of Linkage to some extent, not setting him as a foreigner. Thus, his eyes were deep brown, and his facial features were softer. "Finally, someone's here," Linkage said excitedly. "Go tell your dean and department head that I don't have mental problems. It's just that many people can't accept my ideas." His eyes were pure and passionate. "I can only accept them to a limited extent," Lumion, who had read The Great Adventurer 6 Future, muttered silently before asking seriously, "What are your ideas?" Linkage was eager to share. "For humans, the most important thing is food. There are still many people in this world suffering from hunger. To solve this problem, we need some new plants that meet the following conditions. First, they're not picky about the environment. Second, they don't need meticulous care. Third, they have a high annual yield. Fourth, preferably they can be harvested frequently. Fifth, they're nutritionally rich and can meet all human needs. I found that mushrooms meet most of my requirements, but they're not enough. They have insufficient yield, monotonous nutrition, narrow taste range, and so on. I've been thinking about how to make different types of mushrooms that have different tastes, different nutritional profiles, and different characteristics. For example, ones that are pest-resistant, disease-resistant, can grow and reproduce on their own, taste like beef, produce milk when bitten, and have flesh as delicate as fish." Hearing this, Lumion's eyelid twitched. Some of these new varieties sound very similar to those mushrooms from the new city of Silver. Could they all be Frank Lee's inventions? Have I eaten new mushrooms created by Frank Lee? No wonder I felt something was off at the time. Lumion glanced at Grimm before saying to the talkative Linkage, "I can accept your explanation and your ideas." "See, those people don't understand science. They even called the police to arrest me." Linkage's eyes brightened. "I've been thinking for a long time, and finally came up with a way to realize my ideas." "What is it?" Lumion raised an eyebrow. Linkage said excitedly, "Genetic modification technology." For a moment, both Lumion and Grimm fell silent. After several seconds, Lumion finally grumbled to himself. "So, you transplanted all of a cow's genes into a mushroom," Linkage continued. "My research is progressing steadily, and I already have mature samples. Yes, they still have various problems, but that doesn't negate their epoch-making significance. Those mushrooms just happen to moo or eat grass or swim or run or drink their own milk. These aren't big problems, yet they think I'm crazy, that I'm endangering public safety." "I think so too." Lumion was momentarily speechless. Grimm was shocked. After a few seconds, he remembered something. "Did you give some dried mushrooms too?" He stopped abruptly, not finishing the question. At that time, monitoring Zoe Mingree's workstation and having access to all surveillance cameras in the entire building, he had fully witnessed the mutation of those dried mushrooms and knew their ultimate fate and the potential hidden dangers they had sown. "I did give some to my colleagues at the tutoring center, but unfortunately there were too few to reward the students," Linkage said regretfully. Lumion secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said to Linkage, "Geniuses are always lonely, misunderstood by others." "No, I'm not a genius. I just have an enthusiastic heart and the courage to put ideas into practice," Linkage said, "not out of modesty, but genuine belief." "Either way, your original intention wasn't wrong." Lumion could only say this. He raised his right hand towards Linkage. Linkage understood his intention and reached his own hand through the iron bars, giving him a high five. "I'll report your situation, but I can't make the decision," Lumion said sincerely. "Thank you." Linkage's face was full of gratitude. As he returned to the bed area to study the mushrooms again, Lumion walked towards the stairwell and said to Grimm, "He's already pregnant." In reality, he wasn't. Before Grimm could respond, Lumion added, "But it will take a week for the embryo to stabilize. Then the obstetric staff can intervene. Before that, no interference can be made." "I see. All right, I'll remind them." Grimm didn't understand to what extent godhood limited by this world could achieve. After leaving Mushu Hospital and watching Grim leave, Lumion walked across the street and got into the grey sedan driven by Anthony. Looking at the entrance of Mushu Hospital, he pondered for a moment before saying, "Try to rescue Linkage from the psychiatric ward within a week, otherwise the false pregnancy would be exposed and he would inevitably be suspected. Moreover, by then, the bestowed of the Great Mother could still remedy the situation and make Linkage truly pregnant." Just as Lumion finished speaking, he suddenly saw two cars stop at the entrance of Mushu Hospital. Among the people getting out were Huang Jiajia, Miss Bernie Huang, and several men in suits. Is Huang Jiajia bringing help to rescue Linkage? Miss Huang won't do anything illegal openly, so those people must be lawyers and some officials trying to get Linkage out through proper procedures. Even if those mushrooms are really like biochemical toxins, Miss Huang can't change the fact that Linkage is guilty and has mental problems. But she can find a way to transfer him to another hospital without keeping him in Mushu Hospital. Does this count as a covert struggle between two official forces, symbolizing the confrontation between Mr. Fool and the Celestial Worthy? Does Mr. Fool's subconscious want to protect Linkage? Lumion watched thoughtfully. Chapter 962, Anonymous Tip. While Ludwig was making noise eating, Anthony drove the car a bit further to a shaded area to avoid the harsh sunlight. He rolled down the window slightly to create a gap, while Lumion condensed ice cubes to assist the not-so-effective old air conditioner in providing coolness. This way, they waited for nearly half an hour until they finally saw Miss Huang and Huang Jiajia's group coming out of Mushu Hospital. Among them were people dressed as police officers, carrying Linkage with his legs bound and hands cuffed. After watching them get into different vehicles and leave Mushu Hospital, Lumion received a message from Intis Group Grim. The target has been transferred to the psychiatric ward of another hospital. He will undergo another mental evaluation and police questioning. In a week, we'll need to take action again. All right. Lumion handed the phone to Anthony, letting him read the content sent by Grim. Then Lumion said, "We can't get involved in the tug-of-war and struggle at the official level right now, nor do we have a way to intervene, but we need to do something covertly. Even if we don't manage the actions of the Great Mother's children a week later, we must consider the possibility of the Celestial Worthy's subordinates infiltrating the other hospital to eliminate Frank Lee's dream manifestation, just like they killed the Oracle. They're entirely capable of doing such a thing." Anthony nodded. "This is also an application of psychological blind spots. Most people would think Linkage is definitely safe being confined in a psychiatric ward with police guards outside. And since Linkage's backers have considerable influence and are taking action, Linkage and his friends probably won't take risky actions in the short term. As a result, most people will unconsciously lower their guard, which presents a good opportunity for assassination. Should we go rescue Linkage in the next couple of days?" Lumion mused uncertainly to himself. Anthony said calmly, "If we rescue him, he'll truly become a wanted criminal." "Where do you plan to hide him?" "This might also make us suspects in the eyes of the police. In the Dream City, this represents us opposing the dream's main consciousness, which also means we're close to being discovered by the Celestial Worthy." "Hide him in a painting?" Lumion pondered in response. The worlds within paintings created by painters were different from mirror worlds. They weren't interconnected, so one couldn't directly move from one painted world to another. One needed to first reach the corresponding painting before entering. In other words, if Linkage was hidden in a painted world, as long as Lumion and the others kept that painting safe, they wouldn't have to worry too much about someone infiltrating through other means or searching via illusory tunnels. Before Anthony could respond, Lumion laughed at himself. "We don't necessarily have to risk rescuing Linkage. We can change our approach. We can hide nearby, wait for the Celestial Worthy subordinates to come eliminate the target, then ambush and take them out. When the week's deadline arrives and I go with the children of the Great Mother to induce the embryo in Linkage's belly, you, Franca, and Jana can cover your faces and ambush us. I'll pretend to be overwhelmed and flee with the children of the Great Mother, thus missing the chance to have Linkage give birth within 4 weeks. Failure is better than exposure. At most, it would mean the child of God loses some prestige in the eyes of Grimm and the others." At this point, Lumion picked up his phone and sent a message to Jenna. Be sure to protect Luo Shan well recently. Since Zarathustra and the celestial worthy's subordinates he represented were eliminating certain dream characters, including those who had directly or indirectly helped Zhou Mingrui, Luo Shan, who had recently reminded Zhou Mingrui, might be one of their primary targets. Lumion had previously shared information about Zarathustra, so Jenna and Franca easily understood his meaning and replied with an "Okay." Both parties then used the information shredder to delete their chat history. Where to now? Back? Anthony glanced at the still rather bright sky. After careful and repeated consideration, Lumion said, "To Star Dream Provision Store." Anthony didn't ask why. He rolled up the window and drove off. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. While Anthony took Ludwig to queue at a nearby shop selling guokui, a type of Chinese flatbread, Lumion entered Star Dream Provision Store and approached the cashier, politely asking the shopkeeper, "Is there any mail for us?" The shopkeeper, occupied by her phone, nodded and took out a letter, tossing it onto the counter. Lumion opened it on the spot and began reading. Regarding the matter of Mushu Hospital's associate dean, we've communicated with the Sanguine Duke and high-level Blessed of the Church of Earth Mother. So far, we haven't found anything unusual about Matriarch Roland, and the Blessed haven't received any warnings from Earth Mother in this regard. Are you wondering if the dean of Mushu Hospital might be the dream manifestation of Earth Mother? We can assure you that it hasn't reached that level yet. This is based on divine revelation, so don't worry about what the Dean of Mushu Hospital is called, unless it's Oma Bella. Madam Magician, you're quite skilled at telling horror stories too, worthy of being a great writer, Lumion grumbled, continuing to read. The name Stiano was quite famous in the Fourth Epoch. His full name is Yugs Stiano. He was one of the founders of the Moses Ascetic Order, but later left the order and disappeared for a long time. It's said that after the War of the Four Emperors, and before the Pale Disaster, he became a true god. Yes, you've probably guessed who he is now. Also, remember, when you return to reality, don't speak this name in any language with supernatural power. It's really the god of steam and machinery. I actually added a true god on WeChat, and he even helped create a mini-program. He's quite friendly and approachable. I wonder how Anthony would react if he knew that was the true God he once believed in, and probably still has some faith in. Would his emotional changes break through a spectator's instinctual control? Lumion stuffed the reply letter into the traveler's bag. Next, he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Anderson Hood. "Why don't you turn yourself in?" After 3 or 4 minutes. "A name that leaves a deep impression on you," replied. "Over the years, there haven't been many people who could confuse and surprise me for a while. You're now one of them. Are you planning to report clues about Danitz's death to the police?" Lumion brought the phone close to his mouth and smiled as he said, "I plan to write the names of all suspects in Danitz's murder in a tip-off letter and submit it to the police department, using official power to trouble that person. Hopefully, it will cause him significant trouble. In others' eyes, what the mute did is no different from what you did. Since that's the case, why don't you just turn yourself in? This way, I won't need to write the tip-off letter." These words were quickly converted to text and sent to Anderson Hood. Anderson Hood promptly replied, "Are you worried that if you write the tip-off letter, you'll also be targeted by the authorities? So you're instigating me to turn myself in to minimize the risk you need to bear? Don't worry. The mute mainly made Danitz less vigilant and alert, but didn't actually do anything. He left no traces at the scene and used the power of paintings to create a strong alibi. Otherwise, as Danitz's roommate who reported to the police just hours after the incident, I would have been the most suspicious person and would have been found out long ago. That person is also very cautious and didn't leave any effective clues. However, troubling him a bit, distracting his attention, and making the police truly notice this name is not a bad idea. Go ahead and report it, just don't mention my name." Lumion clicked his tongue and walked back to the cashier, saying to the shopkeeper, "Can you help me write a letter?" Seeing the shopkeeper raise her head to look at him, causing even the bright sunlight outside to be blocked by clouds, Lumion self-deprecatingly smiled and said, "I'm illiterate. I can't write." The shopkeeper smiled slightly and asked, "What do you want to write?" Lumion thought for a few seconds and replied, "Danitz's death is related to Zarathustra. He murdered Danitz." The shopkeeper put down her phone, took out paper and pen, and quickly wrote down this paragraph. Finally, she asked, "How many copies?" 3. Lumion reduced the quantity to the minimum. After the shopkeeper finished writing, he thanked her, took the 3 tip-off letters, and walked to the front of the magic mirror Arades. He pressed his hand towards this ancient silver mirror. He wanted to test if the supposedly great magic mirror had a corresponding area behind it, whether it was part of the mirror world. Before any text could appear on the mirror's surface, Lumion's body suddenly lunged forward, quickly dematerializing and diving in. In the blink of an eye, he saw the void and dark area behind the mirror. The magic mirror is still a mirror indeed. If even mirror-like objects can be treated as mirrors, there's no reason why magic mirrors, which look like real mirrors on the surface, shouldn't count. Lumion muttered to himself, surveying his surroundings. He found that the area behind the magic mirror Arades seemed a bit different from other mirrors. The surrounding dark void was deeper, but it also seemed covered by an invisible cloth. Behind the cloth, pairs of eyes were watching him, and inexplicable things were silently flowing. Indeed, Special Lumion didn't waste time. Combining the police department layout provided by the Major Arcana card holders and his own sensing of various mirrors within range, he chose one of them and traversed through. He wanted to submit the tip-off letters through the mirror world. Soon he reached his destination and brought his face close to the glass surface, observing the situation outside. The next second, he saw a person. The person wore a neat white shirt with black diamond-patterned epaulettes on the shoulders. He was a rigid middle-aged man with deep black hair interspersed with some white strands. His dark brown, almost black eyes were looking at the mirror, where Lumion was. Lumion quickly drew back, feeling as if he had been seen by the other party. This was the office of Police Station No. 1, and that man was the highest leader of the Dream City's police force, Yagates. Chapter 963, Midnight. Lumion had seen in the information provided by the Major Arcana card holders that the original character for Police Chief Yagates of Police Station No. 1 should be Madam Magician's teacher, the Grand Duke of the Tudor Empire, the strongest king of angels of the Fourth Epoch, Mr. Dor Bethel Abraham. Within this introduction there was a very important conjecture, suspected to be the dream symbol of the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway. Similarly, the Major Arcana card holders speculated that the active Ammon in the dream was a symbol of the uniqueness of the Marauder pathway, but often also the original body. This was because Ammon was once the true god of the Marauder pathway, occupying the uniqueness of this pathway for thousands of years, leaving a strong spiritual imprint in the corresponding uniqueness. It could even be said that for a long time before, he was equivalent to the uniqueness of the Marauder pathway. Therefore, before Ammon's spiritual imprint in the uniqueness of the Marauder pathway was completely worn away, Ammon had a very close connection with this uniqueness. He could use this to freely enter and exit this dream city. Even if discovered by the celestial worthy and kicked out, he could re-enter without limit. The uniqueness of the Major Arcana card holder pathway was part of this true dream, equivalent to Ammon also being part of it. If the celestial worthy wanted to prevent Ammon from re-entering, or to impose comprehensive restrictions on him so he couldn't do anything, according to the Major Arcana's speculation, there were only 3 ways. First, remove the uniqueness of the Marauder pathway by separating it. Second, quickly wear away Ammon's spiritual imprint in that uniqueness. Third, reach an agreement with Mr. Fool to jointly reject Ammon. Obviously, none of these 3 methods were feasible. The seemingly most feasible second method had a prerequisite that the celestial worthy had a great advantage in the dream, almost half awakened. Otherwise, in a sleeping state, in fierce opposition with Mr. Fool, even if he was a great existence, it was impossible to wear away Ammon's spiritual imprint in the Marauder uniqueness in a short time. Of course, Ammon would still be restricted in the Dream City. As for what kind of restrictions the Major Arcana card holders didn't know, they could only infer from Ammon's behavior that he wasn't completely unrestricted. Similarly, Mr. Dor's spiritual imprint also remained in the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway, forming the dream manifestation of Yagates. Although the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway had once been accommodated by Amon, making him a dual pathway true god, Amon stayed at this level for a very short time, obviously unable to completely wear away Mr. Dawes' spiritual imprint. As soon as Lumion withdrew his body, he immediately disappeared from the spot, traversing towards another mirror, leaving only a few black flames quietly falling, burning away any traces he might have left. That was the symbol of the uniqueness of the door pathway, certainly having some control over the mirror world. Staying behind the current mirror would inevitably lead to exposure. A second or two later, Lumion transferred to the second target location. The dream manifestation of the apprentice pathway uniqueness is Yagates. The dream manifestation of the Marauder pathway uniqueness is Amon, is the dream manifestation of the Seer pathway uniqueness Zhou Mingri, also the core that Mr. Fool and the Celestial Worthy are fighting over. Lumion thought while concealing his form, hiding in the darkness. He patiently waited for a while, making sure no one was tracking him, before approaching the glass mirror surface to peek outside. Outside was also an office, currently unoccupied. This was Officer Deng's office. Lumion took out a tip-off letter, making it float. Up, up. The letter then flew out of the mirror surface, falling towards Officer Deng's desk. Just as it touched the wooden desktop, a streak of black flame suddenly extended from the mirror, quickly burning towards it, illuminating the invisible spider silk that bound it tightly. The black flames enveloped the letter, burning away residual traces and some of the spider silk, while the remaining silk retracted behind the mirror. Lumion changed his position once again, traversing to the third mirror. Outside was still an office, belonging to another police officer, William Wang. He was a very powerful police officer, corresponding to the real-life figure of the former king of the Lowen Kingdom, William Augustus VI, a deceased person. The major arcana card holders were actually a bit confused. Mr. Fool's incarnations walking in the world had no intersection with William Augustus VI. So why did this deceased king have a corresponding manifestation in the Dream City? Similar situations included William Augustus I, Henry Augustus I, and other ancestors of the Augustus family who were active in the police station or court of the Dream City, surnamed Wang, the same character for Ting. The major arcana card holders could only assume that Mr. Fool had many very ancient incarnations. Perhaps because the police were in a meeting or on a mission, William Wang's office was also empty. Lumion successfully placed the tip-off letter, then randomly went to another office through the mirror world, dropped the last letter, without risking going to Yagate's place again. Then, he returned to Star Dream Provision Store, coming out from the mirror area, corresponding to the magic mirror Arades. "Till I borrow paper and pen again?" Lumion walked to the cashier and asked, politely. The shopkeeper put the paper and pen used for writing earlier on the counter. Lumion began to write a letter to the major arcana card holders with 3 main points. First, to remind the major arcana card holders to pay attention to Roseanne in reality and provide necessary protection. Second, to ask them to confirm Anderson Hood's real situation. Third, to report the news of Linkage being arrested. After mailing the letter and expressing thanks, Lumion returned to the grey sedan. Anthony and Ludwig had already returned. Before Anthony started the car, Lumion briefly explained the possible identity of Stiano. Anthony was silent for a moment, then started the car and said with a sigh, "Even gods were once weak. Even gods went through stages like us. This truly is the path of the divine. It makes me feel that gods are no longer so unattainable, no longer naturally noble, naturally gods." "Disenchantment?" Lumion asked, using the newly learned term. Anthony turned the steering wheel and said, "But they are indeed fighting against evil gods, protecting the people. I remember in the industrial cities along the West Mid-Seasia coast, those robed clergy would regularly go to factories to hold ceremonies. Now it seems more like packaging major factory inspections, formal use of new machines, clergy getting close to frontline machines and other things into sacred rituals." Anthony rambled on about religious stories he heard as a child and religious ceremonies he experienced as he grew up. Lumion listened quietly, occasionally echoing with a word or two. Dejang Garden, Building 5, Room 1502. Luo Shan was very happy to find that Franca had returned to normal. She curiously asked, "What did it feel like at that time?" "I couldn't breathe. Like a fish pulled out of water, a person kicked out of this world." Franca described it simply, without mentioning parts that might make Luo Shan think of dreams. Jenna then said, "You need to be careful recently. The minions of evil forces are also trying to get close to Zhou Mingrui and deal with people who have directly or indirectly helped Zhou Mingrui. We're worried they might target you." Luo Shan pointed to the new oil painting and new sketch hanging on the wall. "I've already turned my room into a fortress. They will guard me while I sleep." Franca and Jenna looked in the direction Luo Shan was pointing, seeing an oil painting of a colorful parrot. Around the parrot were abstract, mottled color blocks, and its eyes deliberately turned when Franca and the others looked over, as if saying, "I am alive." After looking at the paintings in the living room and bedroom, Jenna nodded and said, "A painter's ability is indeed magical. However, if you trust us, we can provide you with the ultimate safety guarantee." "How?" Luo Shan asked. Jenna didn't hide anything. "Give us a small amount of blood and hair, we'll make a mirror substitution for you. The straight line distance between our two rooms barely qualifies within the effective range of this ability, and we can bring us closer in your shaman space to ensure effectiveness. But this also means that we can easily and accurately curse you, kill you with that mirror substitution." Luo Shan fell silent. After a good while, she smiled. "We can try. If you really want to kill me, you've had many opportunities these past few days." Close to midnight, Luo Shan, who had already washed up, checked the doors, windows and those paintings before lying down on the bed and turning off the lights. In the deep darkness, Luo Shan quickly fell asleep, continuing to guard that semi-transparent barrier. As time ticked by minute in the parrot oil painting in the living room, those mottled color blocks suddenly began to squirm. The colorful parrot noticed this change and was about to cry out loudly, but was surged over by those color blocks, covering its mouth and pressing down its wings. Soon the colorful parrot was submerged and dissolved by these color blocks, becoming part of them. These color blocks flowed out of the oil painting like water, leaving the canvas empty. They surged towards the bedroom in the quiet night, passing through the door, crack, coming to Luo Shan's bedside. Suddenly, this water flow composed of color blocks surged upwards, taking a human form. The colorful human form quietly looked at the sleeping Luo Shan for 20 to 30 seconds. Finally, it turned back into a water flow composed of color blocks, returning along its original path to the oil painting in the living room. The color blocks squirmed, reconstructing the colorful parrot and the surrounding background. The parrot was identical to before, its eyes still lively. The next morning, Luo Shan woke up. She first picked up her phone to check messages, then slowly got up and checked the situation in the bedroom and living room. "No problems." Luo Shan breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the bathroom. After parting with Franca and Luo Shan, Jenna went out to observe those dream characters who were relatively close to Zhou Mingrui. This was her and Anthony's recent task. Of course, she had already submitted her profile to Hall Film Company as a performing arts student. And today she or Anthony would go to contact Peng Deng, a very special dream character. Chapter 964, a bit special. Across from the building where Peng Deng worked, Jenna walked up to the grey sedan and watched as the door opened and Ludwig got out by himself. She nodded to Anthony in the driver's seat, then led Ludwig towards a nearby cafe. Based on Peng Deng's occupation, they had already formulated a plan for making contact. If they had money, they could buy a house, then go to the design company where Peng Deng worked for a consultation, using abilities like hypnosis or instigation to designate Peng Deng as their designer. Then they could discuss design ideas, concepts and styles with Peng Deng, and sign a contract, allowing them to repeatedly contact the target through follow-up. Activities like reviewing plans and visiting sites, gradually becoming familiar, and ultimately figuring out if he had any issues and what those issues were. But unfortunately, they didn't have that much money. If they really had money to buy a house, wouldn't it be simpler and more convenient to just rent the magic mirror Arados and ask it for detailed information about Peng Deng? So Anthony only planned to execute the first half of the plan. fabricating the fact that he owned a house, using home renovation as an excuse to go for a consultation, using his hypnosis ability to get the company boss to assign Peng Deng to talk to him, and finally leaving with the excuse of needing to think it over, without signing a contract. If Anthony's operation failed, encountering a situation where Peng Deng was unavailable or happened to be meeting a client, and he was assigned to a different designer, then Jenna would execute the second plan. After entering the cafe with Ludwig, choosing a window seat and ordering a cappuccino, a fruit juice, a small cake and a bunch of bread, Jenna looked at the little boy across from her and fell into deep thought. Every time we need to carry out a probing mission, we have to switch who takes him along. It feels so troublesome. He can certainly be very useful, but a child's appearance, mentality and cognition mean he can't act independently, and we're not comfortable with that, not comfortable with the ordinary people of the Dream City. Should we find a way to get him into some elementary school, so he can attend classes? That way, we wouldn't have to worry about him during the day, just pick him up when it's time. In Jenna's silence, Ludwig suddenly had a bit of a bad premonition. At that moment, the small cake was brought over, and he immediately smiled, picking up the fork and spoon. Jenna thought for a while, but still gave up on the idea of sending Ludwig to elementary school. That wasn't like going to cram school, which only took an hour and a half with breaks in between and parents waiting outside. He'd have to stay at school all day, and unless they gave Ludwig the traveler's bag, there was really no way for him to carry enough food. What would happen then? A classmate every 2 periods. Meanwhile, Anthony saw Peng Deng enter the building. After 9 o'clock, confirming that Peng Deng hadn't left, he got out of the car, entered the building, took the elevator, and arrived at the design company called Chengwei, sent Nisa to the receptionist. I called earlier to inquire and made an appointment. The receptionist checked the record book and led Anthony to a meeting room. Soon after, the person in charge of the design company came over and chatted with Anthony for a bit, confirming the style he wanted. During this process, Anthony deliberately mentioned Peng Deng, saying he had seen this designer's works and actual results on the company's public account, and felt they matched his ideas well. Undoubtedly, while saying this, Anthony looked into the eyes of the person in charge, using hypnosis lightly. Earlier during the phone communication, he had also used psychological methods for guidance, though he couldn't directly apply hypnosis then. Please wait here, I'll go get the designer. The person in charge stood up and left the meeting room while a staff member poured Anthony a glass of water and put out some fruit. About 10 minutes later, Anthony saw Peng Deng appear at the door. Peng Deng had black hair and brown eyes, with an ordinary appearance. His hair was styled with some parts fluffed up, and he wore a black t-shirt with a trendy brand feel, carrying a laptop. Anthony stood up calmly, not showing any unusual behavior. After the company manager's introduction, Anthony began chatting with Peng Deng, mainly describing his needs while Peng Deng listened and occasionally asked more in-depth questions to understand the details. After Anthony finished speaking, Peng Deng operated a laptop and projector, saying, I found a few images earlier, see if they match the feeling you want. Soon, Anthony saw an image, a modern-style living room, bright and clean with golden sunlight shining through the windows, a vase placed in just the right position with a bouquet of fresh flowers, and 2 oil paintings hanging on either side, depicting sparse, beautiful forests and lush green fields. Anthony suddenly felt this was exactly what he wanted. Peng Deng continued to show several more images with styles similar to the previous one, and each seemed to perfectly match Anthony's requirements. He accurately grasped the vision I had in mind just based on the description over the phone and our face-to-face conversation. Isn't this a bit special? Anthony didn't immediately express his thoughts, but continued discussing with Peng Deng how these images could be combined into a whole and the specific costs for the designer's fee. After chatting for a while longer, Anthony stood up and said, I'll think about it some more. All right. Peng Deng didn't try hard to persuade him and escorted Anthony to the company entrance. Anthony went downstairs, crossed the street, and passed by the cafe where Jenna and Ludwig were. When the 2 parties met through the glass window, Anthony nodded slightly. Then he walked straight towards the rented grey sedan. Jenna withdrew her gaze and continued watching Ludwig eat. According to their prior agreement, she easily understood without needing to guess what Anthony's nod just now meant. I've met Peng Deng and made contact. Now I need to self-isolate until dawn tomorrow to see if any abnormalities occur. Tech building, Intis Group, Administration Department. After being busy for a while, Luo Shan started to slack off. She picked up her phone and sent a message to True Hidden Blade. Do I need to go hint at Zhou Mingrui about his own specialness? Franca, sitting in the workstation diagonally in front of Luo Shan, hesitated for a while before replying. Not for now. Wait until my companion and I can no longer act, then you can do it. Luo Shan was about to say something more when Deputy Director Zhang Qing came out of his office, clapped his hands and said, Mr. Huang will be coming over shortly, bringing that VIP from last time to continue touring the company. Franca was worried that if Luo Shan hinted too deeply, she would also encounter abnormalities, while she and her companions might be kicked out of the dream. Dream characters might just die suddenly, or get hit and run over by a bus after work. She preferred Luo Shan to only act as her assistant for now, cooperating with her, to hint at Zhou Mingrui. Luo Shan was about to say something more when Deputy Director Zhang Qing came out of his office, clapped his hands and said, Mr. Huang will be coming over shortly, bringing that VIP from last time to continue touring the company. A rustling sound suddenly arose as many employees took out their makeup bags and makeup mirrors. That VIP from last time? Franca used her phone to ask Luo Shan. Is it Zarathustra? It should be. He's the only VIP recently involved in the integration and merger of certain subsidiaries, as well as a big deal, Luo Shan replied quickly. What should we do next? She meant, should they let Zarathustra come into contact with Zhou Mingrui? Didn't Lumion report Zarathustra yesterday? The police station has no evidence and can't restrict the foreign guest's freedom for now. Zarathustra just went to see Zhou Mingrui at the cram school yesterday, and now he's coming to the company again today. What does he want to do? Lumion was right. Passively dealing with things can easily lead to problems. It's better to actively eliminate hidden dangers. Franca looked at her phone, her thoughts racing quickly. After nearly a minute, she replied to Luo Shan. Stay calm. Let me see the specific situation before deciding. You just need to cooperate with me. Don't worry. With so many people in the company watching, Zarathustra can't do anything. If worse comes to worst, I'll risk losing my job and pour a glass of water on Zarathustra's or Mr. Huang's crotch. Seeing that Luo Fu didn't take out mirrors or put on makeup, several nearby employees withdrew their observing gazes, feeling relieved and focusing on themselves. Soon after, the group chat reported Mr. Huang's itinerary. Mr. Huang has brought the VIP to the 16th floor. Tech building, 16th floor. Huang Tao, dressed casually, sat down with the formally dressed Zarathustra in a room filled with various classical objects and opened a bottle of Almir red wine. You said you bought a very peculiar mirror. Huang Tao continued their previous topic. Zarathustra smiled and said, Yes, it possesses a kind of magic. It can let us see our inner selves. As he spoke, the old man's deep blue, almost black eyes moved slightly, and he took out a small mirror with a classical design, luxurious style, and inlaid with gemmas from his suit pocket. At this time, his and Huang Tao's entourage had all been left outside the current room, with only a few security personnel guarding at the door, not approaching them. Book, this is how I appear in the mirror. Zarathustra placed the mirror in front of his face. Huang Tao leaned in and saw that the reflection in the mirror was not the elderly Zarathustra, but a man in his 30s with deep black hair and ordinary features. Could it be a high-tech mirror with artificial intelligence? Huang Tao mumbled based on his experience and understanding. Would you like to try? Zarathustra asked him. Sure. Huang Tao took the mirror with interest, quietly checking if the item had any hidden switches and what material the mirror surface was made of. He didn't find any issues, so he brought the mirror up to his face with curiosity. He then saw himself in the mirror. It was completely different from what he had imagined. The him in the mirror was a woman, wearing an ornate golden crown, with slightly curly chestnut hair, blue eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and an alluring appearance with an indescribable charm. Huang Tao was stunned, as if he had seen the anima in his heart. Lumion, who started his middle shift today, only needed to arrive at the company before 4:30 p.m. Since late last night, he had been using the mirror world to sneak into a hospital called Crimson Moon, where Linkage was currently being held. Chapter 965, Experimenting Again. Lumion hid behind a mirror-like object on the corridor wall, gazing at Linkage's hospital room through the hard barrier. He had maintained this position for many hours, only occasionally adjusting to relax. He had waited all night, but hadn't seen Zarathustra or other subordinates of the celestial worthy come to eliminate Linkage. After an unknown amount of time, as sunlight shone in from the other end of the corridor, different rooms in the psychiatric ward gradually became lively. Someone was singing loudly, someone was banging on doors, someone was knocking on something unknown as if calling for breakfast. At this moment, Lumion saw a large amount of milky white liquid surge out from the gap between Linkage's hospital room door and the solid floor. Milk? Lumion's gaze froze slightly. A second later, he found that the milky white liquid, which seemed to be milk, receded like a tide back into Linkage's hospital room. The floor became clean again, with only varying degrees of wet traces remaining. Lumion watched silently. A few minutes later, with his eagle-like vision, he felt that there seemed to be something indescribable at the doorway of the hospital room. He carefully pressed his face against the mirror surface, penetrating out slightly. The scene before his eyes instantly lost its mirrored feel, becoming clearer. He then saw some small, distinct white lines and noticed finer, less obvious white filaments around them. These things as a whole looked like intersecting, much thinner snowflakes, or as if countless white fuzz were mixed together. Compared to the spider silk of Demonesses, they were all opaque, tinted with color, and could still be discovered upon careful observation. Mycelium? Lumion made a guess. This was based on speculation about Linkage's own special nature. After a few seconds, these mycelium uniformly retracted, passing through the door, gap and disappearing into the corridor. A scene spontaneously emerged in Lumion's mind, a strangely shaped giant mushroom man, a giant mushroom, walking to the door, carefully extending its mycelium, its goals unknown. Lumion fell silent once again. He seriously pondered a question: is letting Zarathustra and other subordinates of this celestial worthy eliminate Linkage ultimately a bad thing or a good thing? As long as they are prevented from taking Linkage's corpse to the basement of Mushu Hospital and using the mother's power to give him new life, the whole thing doesn't seem that unacceptable. Frank Lee's mushrooms in the Dream City seem to have overlapped with Mr. Fool's idealistic cognition, becoming more terrifying and bizarre than in reality. If they lost control later, who knows which side it would benefit? No. Fire is also dangerous, but fire can be exploited. This guy is suitable to be confined in a psychiatric ward, to be released when needed, or to borrow a few mushrooms with unique functions. Can a psychiatric ward really contain him? Should he be helped to enter prison, to be controlled by the officials representing the dream's main consciousness? But if so, it would be very troublesome for us to utilize him, and moreover, he doesn't look like someone without mental problems in any way. Franca had explained before that in the Dream City, such mentally ill patients don't need to go to prison. They just need to receive prolonged treatment in a mental hospital. Lumion withdrew his face, distancing himself from the mirror surface. At 10 a.m., he saw Huang Jiajia, Bernie Huang, accompanied by a lawyer, officer, Deng, and a doctor in a white coat enter this ward. Only then did he feel relieved. He traversed to the rear-view mirror of a car in the underground parking lot, jumped out, and directly teleported back to the rented apartment in Shinhong District. At this time, Anthony was in self-isolation. Ludwig had been taken away by Jenna, and Lumion casually ate some bread before preparing to lie down on the bed to catch up on sleep. Just as he had lain down, he felt his phone vibrate once. The message was from True Hidden Blade. Zarathustra has come to visit the group again, now on the 16th floor, hasn't come down yet. Zarathustra wasn't affected by the tip-off letter. Does the tip-off letter need evidence? Otherwise the police would have to investigate for a while, obtain sufficient evidence before they can arrest a foreign guest. Zarathustra is still very cautious, and the identity of a foreign guest is also very clever. Lumion sat on the bed, pondered and analyzed for a while before replying to Franca. No need to interfere with Zaratulstra's visit, but remind Zhou Mingrui to be careful through Luo Shan. Inside the administration department of Intis Group, Franca sent a message to Luo Shan. If that guy comes to visit the tech department later, remember to warn Zhou Mingrui to be careful about safety. No rush for now. What if the enemy chooses to visit other departments or other subsidiaries? Warning, Zhou Mingrui in advance would plunge him into endless suspicion, guarding against everyone around him, which would greatly affect his mental state in the long run. Luo Shan replied with, "Ah," nodding cat emoji. To their surprise, Mr. Huang didn't bring Zaratulstra down for a tour. The two stayed on the 16th floor until noon before leaving via the private elevator. Alert lifted. The enemy didn't contact the target, so Luo Shan didn't give any reminder. Franca reported the situation to Lumian during lunch break. Lumian quickly replied, "Then I'll carry out the step of hinting at Zhou Mingrui about the existence of supernatural powers this afternoon and be a bit more aggressive. You, Jenna, and Anthony from now on don't contact me, delete the chat history, even my WeChat and QQ numbers, and add them back tomorrow afternoon. When this gets mixed up with the results of Anthony's probe of Peng Dun, if he gets kicked out we might have trouble distinguishing if it's Peng Dun's problem or something related to your side." Franca raised a detailed question. "It won't. We isolated from each other last night. Our experimental results won't affect each other." Lumian had made preparations yesterday. Since Franca's consciousness returned to the body of Luo Fu, he had started preparing. At 4 p.m., Lumian arrived at Intis Group early and enjoyed an early dinner. Then he and Old Jia took over from their colleagues and started patrolling the floors. After completing this task, they replaced colleagues who were rushing to the cafeteria and started monitoring the surveillance. Lumian seemed to be observing the situation on different floors, but his attention was entirely on the internal parts of Intis Group, on that area of the 10th floor. Finally, he saw Zhou Mingrui leave his workstation, walk out of the tech department, and head towards the public restroom in the middle of the corridor. Lumian stood up abruptly, clutching his stomach, and said to Old Jia, "The food was too spicy just now. I need to go to the bathroom." Without waiting for Old Jia's response, he left the surveillance room directly. Old Jia turned to look at his back and said almost inaudibly, "He's only been working for a week, and already learned to take a shit break?" In the corridor, Lumian avoided two security personnel coming out of the elevator area, turned into the stairwell, merged into the shadows, and quickly went down. In less than 30 seconds, he reached the 10th floor. Then, pretending to be checking a problem he had discovered during his earlier floor patrol, he openly entered the corridor between the administration department and technology department, arriving outside the restroom. He looked left and right, then quickly walked into the men's side with small steps. At this time, Zhou Mingrui was washing his hands at the sink. Lumian glanced inside the restroom, confirming that no one was at the urinals, and one of the 4 stalls seemed to be locked. Zhou Mingrui turned around and just saw him. Lumian took out a lighter and smiled. His thumb repeatedly pressed virtually above the lighter, not touching it, yet the lighter produced a series of crimson-red flames. Seeing this, Zhou Mingrui, who already had doubts, instantly became mentally tense. Is this supernatural power, or some kind of magic trick? Lumian stepped back twice, pressing his other hand on the edge of the men's restroom door frame, quietly activating a black mark on his body. Bottle of fiction. He isolated the area of the sink from the rest of the bathroom and the space outside. Lumian looked at Zhou Mingrui, who seemed ready to lash out at any moment, and smiled slightly. "I've drunk a beverage called Hunter." "You really do have issues." Zhou Mingrui's eyes narrowed imperceptibly, his doubts and worries of many days finally becoming reality. Lumian turned his head to glance towards the urinals. "I came to you to warn you. Be careful of that foreign guest called Zaratulstra." Zaratulstra. Zhou Mingrui had a deep impression of this long name. He had once been assigned by Mr. Huang as a technical person to receive Zaratulstra and was responsible for being the interpreter and explainer, but the other party either had a mechanical failure with their flight or encountered severe weather, so he never managed to receive him. Later, he got sick and took leave after listening to a song, missing Zaratulstra's first visit to the company. After that, he had seen the group's publicity, knowing what Zaratulstra looked like from videos and photos. Reminded by Lumion, Zhou Mingri suddenly remembered that the old man, standing at the door of the business English class before Luo Shan warned him to be careful yesterday, seemed to be Zarathustra. Was Luo Shan's warning also pointing to Zarathustra? How did she know Zarathustra was visiting dream tutoring classes? Right, Li Ming was there yesterday. Are Li Ming and Luo Shan in cahoots? Luo Fu joined only one day later than Li Ming. As these thoughts flashed through Zhou Mingri's mind, Lumion offered no explanation, lifted the bottle of fiction, and walked out of the men's restroom. Zhou Mingri looked at his back, suddenly feeling that the hidden currents around him were much more fierce and exaggerated than he had imagined. After another round of floor patrol, Lumion stood at the office window, watching as the last golden red glow of the sunset was swallowed by darkness. Night had officially arrived. By this time, Luo Shan, Luo Fu, and Zhou Mingri had all gotten off work, with the latter having left just a few minutes ago. Lumion looked at the brightly lit buildings, slightly raising his chin and curling the corners of his mouth, waiting for the possible exile. This time, if he was kicked out of the dream, Zarathustra probably wouldn't be spared either. A one-for-one exchange was worth it. Chapter 966, Different Treatment. Time passed minute by minute. Lumion saw office workers continuing to leave the tech building, while carts appeared in less conspicuous places along the road, selling fried noodles, stir-fried rice noodles, braised dishes, fried skewers, barbecue and other foods. Cars drove by with their lights on, still busy. Nothing's happened yet. Lumion had long lost sight of Zhou Mingri, but he didn't feel anything unusual. At this moment, old Jia walked in. "There's good patrol again, so Team Lead Shu doesn't say we're hiding in the office slacking off." "Okay?" Lumion nodded. Then, he saw old Zia turn his body somewhat awkwardly. "What's wrong? Did you hurt your back?" Lumion stopped, still close to the window. Old Jia turned his head, his expression unchanged as he said, "I'm not? What, ah?" As he spoke, his lips sometimes paused mid-movement, and his accent changed. Before Lumion could respond, old Jia looked away and continued walking, towards the door. His knees, ankles, arms and shoulders seemed as if filled with lead, heavy and stiff, with a sense of sluggishness. Lumion suddenly recalled the puppet show he had seen in the basement of the Alone Bar in Trier, feeling as if invisible strings were tied to all of old Jia's joints. Old Jia now looks more like a puppet than a human. Has he been marionettized? My thoughts also seem to be lagging. Am I also being marionettized? Lumion was startled. He lowered his head and tried to raise his right arm. In his view, his arm lifted, paused, lifted again, and paused again, as if watching a video with slow internet speed. Indeed. Lumion's first reaction was that the celestial worthy was marionettizing him, but he didn't feel the painful discomfort of a fish leaving water or a person leaving air that Franca had described. He immediately thought of another possibility. Zarathustra or other subordinates of the celestial worthy were hiding in the shadows, trying to deal with him. Lumion slightly moved his neck, turning his gaze to the window outside. He found that the vehicles on the road all paused simultaneously, but without the forward surge that would occur with sudden braking. After a brief freeze, these vehicles started moving again. 2 seconds later, they stopped again. This made Lumion feel as if he was watching surveillance footage, frame by frame. Not only the vehicles but the vendors selling fried noodles and their customers also showed similar, abnormal stuttering. Such large-scale marionettizing in the Dream City can only be done by the Celestial Worthy or Mr. Fool. The anomaly has come. Lumion tried hard to concentrate, preparing to actively exit the dream, although he wasn't sure why his experience was different from Franca's. The current situation and the changes around him made him feel this wasn't something he could escape or fight against with his personal abilities. The only solution was to actively exit the dream before becoming a marionette himself. Of course, Lumion didn't immediately put this into practice, because he didn't need to use the information shredder to delete important contacts from his phone. This had already been done in advance. He still had some time to experience the current changes and see if he could observe any hidden information. After about 10 seconds, Lumion's thoughts suddenly became smooth again, no longer feeling as if his head was stuffed with paste. It's over? No more marionettization. Lumion, already looking outside, noticed that the vehicles on the road no longer had strange pauses. Those vendors and pedestrians had also returned to normal. "Why aren't you moving yet? What's on your mind?" Old Zia turned around again, urging Lumion. Lumian's eyes moved slightly, and he said with a grin, "Ouch, my stomach hurts. I'm going to the bathroom." With that, he ran off, passing Old Zia and rushing into the public restroom on this floor. Old Zia looked at his back and cursed amusingly. "Lazy cattle and horses, shit and piss the most." Lumion entered a stall, locked a door, and quickly used Spirit World Traversal. He teleported to another public restroom, appearing in mid-air on the men's side. Seeing no one in the stalls below, Lumion floated down lightly and locked the door. This was the hotel where Zarathustra was staying. Before going to... Wait! Outside. Linkage's ward at Crimson Moon Hospital, Lumion had come here to scout around, although he had temporarily shelved the plan to actively attack and assassinate Zarathustra, changing it to using Linkage to ambush potential enemies. When time allowed, he would still make more preparations in case Zarathustra chose to finish off Linkage indirectly. At that time, the backup plan might become the primary one. Lumion took out a mirror and placed it on top of the water tank. Then he pressed his right hand on it. His figure suddenly leaned forward, rapidly becoming ethereal, entering the glass mirror surface. Using the mirror world, he traversed to the glass window inside Zarathustra's suite. Under the night sky, this was undoubtedly a real mirror. Lumion didn't bring his face close to the glass surface, but peered into the room from a distance. He wasn't sure if Zarathustra had returned to the hotel yet. Maybe he was still out socializing. He also didn't dare use divination to find the other's current location, fearing it might alert a true seer. The next second, he saw a figure. The figure wore a black formal suit, with slightly messy white hair hanging from the main light, swaying gently, like the corpse of a hanged man. Zarathustra. What? Lumion was a bit shocked. Zarathustra was hanged by Mr. Fool, just like he hanged the Oracle. Was my afternoon hint to Zhou Mingri really effective? I originally only thought about getting Zarathustra kicked out of the dream, and I was prepared to pay the price of one entry chance for the dream. As Lumion's thoughts raced, he saw twisted, writhing, transparent maggots falling from Zarathustra's body. These worms quickly faded and disappeared as soon as they fell onto the bed and floor, as if they were just illusions. Lumion then saw a figure walk out of the void. The figure wore a black formal suit, with all white hair, a rather thick beard on his face, and eyes so deep blue they were almost pure black without light. Zarathustra, another Zarathustra, a still living Zarathustra. Zarathustra raised his head, expressionlessly looking at himself. Hanging from the chandelier. The hanging figure quickly faded and became transparent like the maggots that had fallen earlier, until it disappeared. Was the one hanging just now Zarathustra's historical void image? Did Zarathustra sense the danger in advance and summon a historical image to replace himself? Otherwise, at sequence 7, a historical image couldn't last long. Lumion withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at Zarathustra to avoid being noticed. The information provided by the major arcana cardholders about the abilities of the seer pathway up to sequence 3 Scholar of Yore was quite detailed. For sequence 2 Miracle Invoker, it only briefly explained what wishes and miracles were. Beyond that, the major arcana cardholders hardly mentioned anything. The terms grafting and fooling were only briefly mentioned later to explain specific events. Standing in the void black area behind the mirror, Lumion combined his own experience with Zarathustra's different encounter to make some guesses about what had just happened. It's preliminarily confirmed that this was an anomaly brought about by my daytime hint to Zhou Mingri. On my side, pedestrians and cars within the range were all affected by marionettization. Not just myself. This indicates that my hint to Zhou Mingri did indeed attract the Celestial Worthy's attention, but because the hint was given. During the day, the Celestial Worthy couldn't accurately lock onto me, only roughly circle out a range. During a collective marionettization, if I resist or struggle using Beyonder powers, I would be quickly locked onto by the Celestial Worthy. If I choose to exit the dream, to avoid danger, the Celestial Worthy's goal would also be achieved, making me consume one chance to enter and exit the dream. How cunning! My reminder to Zhou Mingri was also perceived by Mr. Fool, and the name Zarathustra was grasped by him. So Zarathustra encountered targeted rapid marionetization, but this was born by the image from the historical void. Why is Zarathustra so calm now? Is this what a faceless is? Or is he certain that before new changes occur, Mr. Fool's gaze will only come once, and if dodged, it's truly dodged? Tomorrow, we'll get Luo Shan to probe Zhou Mingri to see if he still remembers the threat of Zarathustra. If he remembers, and Zarathustra doesn't encounter marionetization again, or end up kicked out of the dream, then it should be that the celestial worthy provided help, using the death of a historical projection to resolve this incident. Can we also use similar methods to avoid being kicked out of the dream? Or, verbal threats from others and face-to-face stimulation are still different, so Franca and Zarathustra's experiences are also quite different. Thinking of this, Lumion quietly looked outside the mirror again. He saw Zarathustra walk to the door as if nothing had happened, open it, let several followers in, and discuss tomorrow's business negotiation matters with them. Lumion felt a bit of regret. He had just been thinking about whether to take the opportunity to attempt an assassination when Zarathustra's historical projection was hanging and the real body appeared. His curse still had the characteristic of not being transferable by paper figurine, as long as it affected the real body. After glancing at those followers and weighing the possibility of beyonders, among them, Lumion silently left the glass window that could serve as a mirror, and traversed back to that bathroom. He had just left for 2 seconds when Zarathustra and his followers in the room either half-turned their bodies or turned their heads, all casting their gazes towards the glass window at the edge of the living room, reflecting the night scene. In a cheap motel, Anthony, who was self-isolating after contacting Peng Deng, sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for a possible anomaly. Chapter 967. A New Problem. Anthony hadn't drawn the curtains in his room, as he still needed to observe the situation outside. This was to compare with his own condition. After sitting for a while, he stood up and walked to the window, admiring the city, scene that was still glittering even in the deep night. At this moment he felt a strong dizziness. He immediately realized that the air around him had been suddenly drained. No, a more accurate description was that he had been drawn out of the world, separated from the air. At the same time, his thoughts began to become confused and sluggish. His hands involuntarily reached for his throat, wanting to pull out his trachea and plug it back into the original world. This is very similar to Franca's description. Contact with Peng Deng also leads to being kicked out of the dream. More importantly, I contacted the target during the day and didn't hint at the existence of supernatural powers or hidden bizarre events. Contacting Zhou Mingri in this way wouldn't cause problems. Is Peng Deng more special than Zhou Mingri? Anthony calmly examined his own state, thinking about the process of this experiment. When he felt he could no longer resist the tendency to become a marionette, he used that force trying to kick him out to actively exit the dream. He opened his eyes and saw the dark ceiling and the crimson moonlight shining through the thick curtains. This scene was not present in the dream city. Anthony had heard from Franca about the situation in reality. After briefly confirming the things he was carrying and the state of his body, he got out of bed and walked towards the bathroom. He had also planned to go to the bathroom in the dream city. After a while, Anthony heard a knocking sound on the door. Without needing to ask, he naturally knew that Madame Justice and Madame Susie were outside. Anthony opened the door and, as expected, saw the Major Arcana card holder and the gentle, intelligent golden retriever. Before he could greet them, Madame Justice asked in a soft voice, "Why did you suddenly leave the dream?" "I was kicked out," Anthony replied, slightly confused. Madame Justice shook her head. "Although I can no longer influence Mr. Fool's dream, I have been monitoring the changes in the dream. I didn't notice any signs of you being rejected by the dream." But Anthony didn't question Madame Justice's statement. He recounted in full detail how he had contacted Peng Deng, how he had self-isolated, and what he had just experienced. Madame Justice didn't interrupt Anthony's words, listening patiently and attentively to his statement. Then she nodded gently and said, "I believe what you felt was inner fear. Your fear turned the description from Two of Cups into reality, making you mistakenly believe you were being kicked out of the dream, so you chose to actively leave." As a psychiatrist, both you and I know very well that this level of fear without warning, is not normal at all. This is the anomaly brought about by your first contact with Pengdung during the day. Fear. The contact with Pengdung triggered my fear of being kicked out of the dream and let it reach its peak in the early hours, evolving into an almost tangible hallucination? Anthony recalled the previous events and agreed with Madame Justice's speculation. He muttered thoughtfully. Is this also a manifestation of being watched by that celestial worthy, a symbol of one of his abilities? Or is Pengdung's uniqueness not directly related to that celestial worthy, but has another source? We're not sure either because Pengdung's role and position in the Dream City are too special. We put him in the last few steps when it comes to confirming the situation. Unfortunately, we couldn't influence the dream anymore before we got to that part of the process. This time can be considered our Tarot Club's first real contact with Pengdung. At this point, Madame Justice's emerald-like eyes moved slightly, her mouth half open, stopping her subsequent words. After 2 seconds, she said thoughtfully, "Perhaps the fact that we put Pengdung at the end to probe itself has some problems, but there are too many possible reasons. Fooling can certainly achieve this. We also don't know if that celestial worthy can unconsciously trigger the fear in your heart and let it burst at a specific moment. We know very little about the authority and corresponding existence symbols of Sequence 0 of the Seer pathway, especially the latter." Although Madame Justice didn't finish all her speculations, Anthony roughly knew what her possible thoughts might be. He said carefully, "We need to design a more detailed experimental plan specifically for Pengdung in the future to determine the source of the problem. What we can be sure of now is that there is a certain difference between him and Zhou Mingrui. The anomalies that appear due to contact with them under the same conditions are different." Madame Justice smiled and said, "Your contact with Pengdung this time has been very informative for me. Don't rush back to the dream, stay outside for 3 hours first, walk around the villa, eat something. This doesn't mean there will be a problem. If you go back now, you weren't kicked out, we don't have that concern. This is just a simple adjustment to your psychological state. After staying in the dream city for a long time, it's easy to confuse reality and dreams. Since you've already left, it's best to re-experience reality and deepen the corresponding psychological cognition." "Yes, Madame Justice." As a psychiatrist, Anthony naturally understood the meaning of these words. To use a new term he learned in the Dream City, prevention is better than cure. After returning to the tech building, Lumion continued the task of patrolling the floors with Old Seer until they got off work at 12:30 a.m. He directly teleported to the vicinity of Crimson Moon Hospital, then used the mirror world to reach outside Linkage's ward, waiting for possible attacks. Of course, he didn't stay in the same position all the time, nor did he always remain at Crimson Moon Hospital. He picked out 3 time periods he thought were most suitable for assassination, only ambushing during these 3 periods, and being normal the rest of the time, such as sleeping at home or being on his phone. During those 3 time periods, he would randomly choose one of 6 hiding spots each time, with no 2 consecutive times being the same. This was to guard against Zarathustra and the celestial worthy's other subordinates, thinking that someone might be using Linkage as bait to ambush them and launching targeted attacks in return. At daybreak, Lumion went out to buy breakfast. On the way, he deliberately turned into a quiet alley and met Jenna. This was arranged by both parties. Jenna handed Ludwig over to Lumion, as she had an interview at Hall Film Company today and couldn't watch over the child. Lumion looked around and told Jenna about what happened last night, asking her to share it with Franca. Lumion finally said, "At present, it seems that contacting Zhou Mingrui during the day and hinting at the existence of supernatural powers also carries risks, but won't receive precise strikes. However, after being remembered by Zhou Mingrui and knowing the corresponding danger, one will encounter rapid marionettization at night, which can possibly be avoided. Currently, we can't determine if it's an isolated attack. I'll observe Zarathustra's situation again tonight. Get Luoshan to find Zhou Mingrui and remind him about the Zarathustra issue again, see if he's forgotten the corresponding things. Don't worry, after I directly mentioned Zarathustra yesterday, Zhou Mingrui should have guessed that I'm on the same side as Franca and Luoshan. He doesn't know about your and Anthony's existence for now." Jenna had just tersely acknowledged when both of them almost simultaneously received a friend request from an Aruid. After exchanging glances, Lumion gestured to Jenna not to add him yet, and accepted the request himself. After Rudy talked about last night's situation and Madam Justice's guesses, he confirmed the other's identity and sent a voice message with a smile. Let's talk in detail when we get back to the rental house. I've made some significant discoveries on my end too. It seems Pundung is even more special than we imagined. Lumion then told Jenna about Anthony's experience. Jenna listened carefully, added Anthony back, and waved goodbye to Lumion and Ludwig in the administrative department of the tech building. When Franca and Luo Shan went to the bathroom together, taking advantage of the moment when no one else was there, she told the other about the request, relayed by Jenna. Luo Shan asked nervously yet excitedly, "How should I hint?" Franca used her instigator expertise to help come up with a set of talking points. After about half an hour, Zhou Mingri, wearing a grey shirt, came to the administrative department again, asking Luo Shan if there was anything going on in the company recently, saying they needed to work overtime if there was something, and even if there wasn't, they still needed to work a bit extra. Great question. Luo Shan praised Zhou Mingri in her heart and said with a smile, "The merger negotiations between the group and a large company have entered the formal process. The boss of that company is Zarathustra, who is visited twice, when saying the name. Tylstra and Artulstra?" Luo Shan looked at Zhou Mingri, trying to read the changes in his expression. Zhou Mingri said in realization, "Previously, Mr. Huang even grabbed me to pick him up at the airport, to be an interpreter and guide, but unfortunately, I didn't get to. When he came to visit the company, you weren't here either. Seems like you were on sick leave? Yesterday he came again, but stayed on the 16th floor the whole time and didn't visit other departments, so you haven't met him at all," Luo Shan said deliberately. This was the script Franca had prepared for her. Zhou Mingri paused for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "Maybe there's some force in the universe preventing me from meeting him." After chatting for a few more sentences, Zhou Mingri left Luo Shan's workstation and walked towards the door. As he passed by Franca's desk, Franca suddenly spoke. "Watch out!" Zhou Mingri quickly turned sideways, looking at Franca. Franca pointed at the wet marks on the ground and said, "I just spilled some water on the ground, it's a bit slippery, be careful." Oh, you scared me." Zhou Mingri responded with a smile. He walked around the wet area and left the administrative department. The smile on his face gradually faded. "Luo Fu told me to be careful. Luo Shan just mentioned Zarathustra. Are they together telling me to be careful of Zarathustra? They are indeed on the same side as Li Ming." In the administrative department, Luo Shan sent a message to Franca. "He has some vigilance towards that enemy. He probably hasn't forgotten your warning." Chapter 968, The Actor. Hall Film Company, Talent Department. Today, Jenna hadn't applied extravagant makeup, nor had she deliberately made herself look ugly. She simply maintained her natural coloring. As a local with black hair and brown eyes, with softer facial features, she was simple and fresh, fully displaying her natural beauty and feminine charm, causing many passing employees and fellow interviewees to turn their heads. Next, Jianna called out the employee at the conference room door. Jenna stood up, recalling the education she had received at the Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage à Pigeons, and walked in gracefully. The four interviewers, 2 men and 2 women who were writing and drawing, looked up at the sound of her greeting. Their eyes all lit up, though, with subtle differences in emotion. "Jenna, graduated from the performance department of the National Drama Academy?" One of the female interviewers read out Jenna's educational background. This was the identity that Madam Justice had crafted for Jenna. As far as Jenna knew, Madam Justice's corresponding image in the dream was Holly, the actual executive of Hall Film Company and the producer of The Great Pirate 3. In other words, she was the boss of these interviewers present, and Hall Film Company was just a non-core industry under the Hall Group, whose foundation was various banks. In the Dream City, its financial power was second only to the Intis Group. Yes. Jenna didn't hide her pleasant voice. After the interviewers asked various questions, the initial interviewer drew out a card and handed it to Jenna. "Please perform a segment according to the requirements on this." Seeing Jenna's clear and beautiful appearance and clean aura, this interviewer deliberately chose a performance themed around coquettishness. To test her, Jenna took the card, but before she could read the topic, she heard the interviewer add, "You can't put on makeup or change clothes on the spot. You need to present the content of the topic through your own performance." Jenna wasn't nervous at all, but rather slightly excited. As an apprentice at the Théâtre de l'Ancienne Cage of Pigeons, she had dreamed of such performance opportunities countless times. She lowered her head to look at the topic and couldn't help but smile. She had life experience in being coquettish. She lowered her head to look at the topic and couldn't help but smile. She had life experience in being coquettish. When Jenna raised her head, her eyes were already passionate and bold, as if hiding thousands of words. The showy diva was back on stage. As her gaze swept over them, both male and female examiners inexplicably felt their hearts tremble. Halfway through Jenna's performance, some examiners had already started drinking water. "I haven't even used charm yet." Jenna was proud of her performance. She hadn't even made any overly vulgar movements. Phew! An interviewer involuntarily let out a breath as Jenna finished her performance. She asked, "Do you have a boyfriend?" "Yes." Jenna answered promptly but didn't mention that she also had a child. It wasn't mentioned in her resume either. After all, Ludwig's household registration was with Lumion, and she and Lumion weren't married. Unless the Hall Film Company hired private detectives to investigate deeply, they definitely wouldn't find out. The interviewers couldn't help but exchange glances. What a great talent, possibly the kind that could outshine others in the future. Why? Would she already have a boyfriend? Girl, wake up. You're too young to be in love. Never mind, once she enters the industry and sees what real luxury is, she'll quickly break up with her previous boyfriend. Before that, just make sure to keep it confidential. The initial female interviewer withdrew her gaze from her colleagues and said to Jenna, "We'll get back to you with an answer soon. Try not to leave the city for the next 3 days." "All right. Jenna bowed and left the meeting room. Since this was in the talent department, where one might run into big-name stars, at any time, there were dedicated staff to escort her out to prevent wandering and unauthorized photos. The young woman escorting Jenna out of the talent department saw that this interviewee was not only beautiful, but also had a unique kind of beauty, with great potential to become a big star in the future. Wanting to build a relationship, she started introducing which office belonged to who, and which area was exclusive to whom. Jenna was also very interested in this, because Lumion had reminded her to pay attention to the actor playing Gammon Sparrow, see if there's anything special about him. The two chatted happily as they slowly walked towards the exit of the talent department. At this moment, several people came in from outside, led by someone wearing sunglasses, about 1.8 meters tall. Having already entered the talent department, this person took off his sunglasses, revealing a face that Jenna found somewhat familiar. He looked about 30% similar to Zhou Minghui, with a smaller head, more delicate features, and more pronounced contours. If Jenna hadn't been specifically looking for traces of Zhou Minghui on his face, she probably wouldn't have noticed the resemblance. This was the actor playing Gammon Sparrow, a mixed-race man named Jia Yu. Jenna withdrew her gaze with some disappointment. If Jia Yu himself had looked 60 to 70% similar to the Gammon Sparrow he played, or very close to Zhou Minghui, relying on makeup to become Gammon Sparrow, then Jenna would have thought he might be somewhat special, a symbol of some key issue in the dream. But now Jenna thought it was unlikely. No wonder Franca said there was no need to observe and contact the actor playing Gammon Sparrow, and Madam Justice didn't mention Jia Yu in the information. However, Franca's reason was really strange, saying that Jia Yu means fake jade, representing that this person is fake. No need to delve deeper. But Jia and fake have completely different meanings. Indeed, only with Franca as a guide can some things become clear at a glance, and some symbols be easily interpreted. Jenna mused to herself as she passed by Jia Yu and his group. Those people instinctively turned their heads to look at Jenna's back, seeming to have been struck by her beauty. After leaving the talent department, Jenna asked curiously, "Was that just now, Jia Yu?" The female employee escorting her out nodded. "Yes, the Great Pirate 3 made him famous overnight." "Does he have an English name? He looks very much like a foreigner." Jenna, asked casually. If Jia Yu's English name was Klein Moretti, then it would still be worth continuing to observe and make deeper contact. The female employee thought for a moment and said, "No, he just has some foreign ancestry." As Jenna was feeling disappointed, the female employee lowered her voice and said, "Actually, he wasn't initially chosen to play German Sparrow. We had booked another actor who was much more famous than him at the time, a real international star." "Couldn't agree on the price?" Jenna asked. The female employee shook her head. "Car accident. Became a vegetable." "Ah!" Jenna was first shocked. Then several phrases she had seen while scrolling through videos recently flashed through her mind. Blade flashes, bloody storm, fierce struggle. What a pity. The female employee sighed. Jenna's eyes moved slightly as she asked, "What was that star's name? I haven't heard about the actor being replaced due to a car accident." The female employee had a look of reminiscence. "I can't remember his name either. That incident left a deep impression on me, but I just can't recall the name. It's just on the tip of my tongue." "Then I'll look it up myself when I get back." Jenna felt increasingly that there was something off about this matter. She smiled and waved goodbye, leaving Hall Film Company. At Shinhong District in the rented apartment, Lumian received a message from Jenna, informing him about the matters related to the actor playing German Sparrow. Lumian received a message from Jenna, informing him about the matters related to the actor playing German Sparrow. There was indeed news about a star becoming a vegetable due to a car accident, but whether it was the news itself or the comments below, they were all vague about the name and specific time, as if avoiding something. Even the almighty internet can't find out who it is. Lumian stood up and started pacing in the living room cum dining room. He suddenly thought of someone and picked up his phone, finding a name that leaves a deep impression on you. "Have you heard of this news? Do you know who it is?" Below the text converted by the voice input method was the news content that Lumian had copied and pasted. After a while, Anderson Hood replied to him. "See? If I had turned myself in, who would provide you with intelligence?" He still hasn't forgotten about last time. Isn't he being a bit petty? Lumian grumbled to himself, then smiled and brought the phone to his mouth. "Then I would help you break out of prison." After 20 to 30 seconds, Anderson replied, "But I don't want to break out of prison. You don't need to help me go against this city." The star who had the car accident is called An Xiaoshan. He's still lying in a special ward at Crimson Moon Hospital. An Xiaotian? Lumian looked towards Anthony. As Franco would say, everyone with their names beginning with An might have been one family 500 years ago. Anthony thought for a few seconds, just as he had an inspiration. Lumian was already muttering to himself. "Antigonus?" This was one of the 5 dukes of the Tudor Empire, the previous full uniqueness accommodator. Thinking of the 5 dukes of the Tudor Empire, Lumian, who had already encountered 3 of them in the dream, inexplicably felt a bit more pressure with the lingering aura of the Blood Emperor. It's quite fitting with the dream logic for Mr. Fool's manifestation to be played by the previous Fool. Lumian nodded slowly. "But having a car accident isn't normal. What does this symbolize?" Anthony said thoughtfully. "Does it symbolize that the mental imprint left by Antigonus in the Fool uniqueness is in a vegetative state?" Lumian tried to interpret. He immediately added, "A more suspicious point about this matter is that Madame Justice didn't mention it in the information. Whether An Xiaoqian is the dream manifestation corresponding to Antigonus or not, as the originally planned actor for German Sparrow who had a car accident and became a vegetative patient, Madame Justice should have mentioned it in the information, both emotionally and rationally. If he is Antigonus, then we should be instructed to dig deeper into the issue. If not, why not simply explain a few sentences to prevent us from wasting time on this aspect?" Anthony pondered for a while and said, "Maybe she forgot. And for the major arcana card holders, forgetting itself could indicate that there were issues with Anjiaotian's existence." Lumian, standing, looked at Anthony and said thoughtfully, "Later, you go to Star Dream Provision Store to retrieve the letter and write about An Xiaotian's matter in a letter and mail it out. I'll find time to go to Crimson Moon Hospital later to visit An Xiaoshen." Chapter 969. Conspirer's Sensitivity. Star Dream Provisions Store. With Ludwig tagging along, Anthony received a reply letter from the major arcana cardholders from the shop owner. In reality, Roseanne is under strict protection from the Church of Ebonite Goddess. As long as she's asleep, there will definitely be Beyonders monitoring her dream state. The Church of Ebonite Goddess are experts in this area. On the future, Frank Lee hasn't shown any more abnormalities so far. He's the same as before. Regarding Linkage in the dream, our bottom line is that we can't let him be corrupted by the power of the Great Mother, nor can we let him become a puppet of the celestial worthy through death and rebirth. Reading this, Anthony seemed to hear the inner thoughts of the major arcana card holders. If necessary, you can actively eliminate Linkage and destroy the body. In any case, we can't let him be corrupted or exploited. Death won't affect the real person in reality. Lumion thought the same. Anthony hadn't personally witnessed Linkage's mushrooms. He had only heard Lumion recount the other's ideas, which he found somewhat reasonable but also permeated with bewildering madness. He continued reading the rest of the letter. We can only confirm that Anderson Hood is currently in Anderson, the capital of Lemberg, but we can't find him. We will communicate with the Church of Knowledge later. The fact that even the major arcana cardholders from different pathways can't find him proves that Anderson Hood is hiding very well. Perhaps he has even received protection from higher powers. Is the communication with the Church of Knowledge a way to confirm if they had provided help to Anderson Hood? If not, things would be even more complex and troublesome. Anthony folded the letter and stuffed it into his jeans pocket. He then immediately dropped the letter he had written in advance into the silver-trimmed black mailbox. Tech Building. Lumion was already at work. While patrolling the floors, he pondered how to more effectively monitor Zarathustra's situation, and where to go tonight too. Observe this enemy's state. Lumion wanted to see if Zarathustra would still encounter hostility in his dreams at night after Luo Shan reminded Zhou Mingri, again deepening the latter's impression of Zarathustra. Reaching the 7th floor, taking advantage of old Zha's trip to the bathroom, Lumion took out his phone, opened the online shopping platform Franca had mentioned, and typed a few words using voice input. Pinhole cameras? He felt that although Zarathustra was also suppressed to sequence 7, he was essentially still an angel with many mysterious and bizarre abilities. Relying solely on the mirror world to spy on him was obviously unrealistic. This could only be done occasionally. So, Lumion planned to try scientific methods, to try pinhole cameras and bugs. Even if Zarathustra later discovered these little devices, as long as he couldn't trace them back to Lumion, there wouldn't be any problem. After completing the input, Lumion didn't press the search button. He remembered Franca saying this was illegal, part of the black and grey industry. Let's not even mention whether regular platforms sell these, but as a child of God, why should I personally get involved in the black and grey industry? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Lumion half-jokingly, half-mockingly closed the app and switched to WeChat, entering the conversational window with Intis Group. Grin, he calmly input. Prepare some pinhole cameras and bugs for me, preferably with user manuals. Also, give me Zarathustra's itinerary for the next 2 days. Zarathustra's safety in the Dream City was jointly managed by his personal bodyguards and the Intis Group's security department, so Lumion knew last night that Zarathustra was most likely at the hotel and headed straight there to observe the situation. Of course, this wasn't entirely certain. Zarathustra could change his itinerary at any time. He was the one in control, just like when he suddenly decided to visit 2 tutoring centers. Lumion hadn't received any warning from Grimm beforehand. All right, Grimm quickly replied to Lumion. By the time Lumion finished patrolling the floors and returned to his office, opening the drawer that belonged to him, he immediately saw 2 sets of pinhole cameras and bugs quietly placed inside. Lumion pulled out the paper placed on top of them and memorized Zarathustra's itinerary from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. today. As the sky approached complete darkness, he found an excuse to go to the bathroom and teleported away. He first used the mirror world to hide the pinhole cameras and bugs in inconspicuous places in Zarathustra's room, erased traces of his presence, and completed anti-divination using mirror substitution. Then he returned to the tech building and arrived at Mr. Huang's exclusive 16th floor through the mirror. Tonight, Mr. Huang would host a business dinner here to entertain Zarathustra and his entourage. Lumion was very grateful for Mr. Huang's fondness for mirrors and gold foil decorations, which allowed him to easily find the best position to observe Zarathustra from behind a mirror-like object on the ceiling. The elderly man had just toasted a glass of red wine with Mr. Huang and appeared completely normal, while outside the window it was truly night. Time ticked by, and Lumion quietly watched them drink wine, eat, and chat casually. Suddenly, Mr. Huang leaned back in his chair, raised his head, and as if pondering a question, cast his gaze towards the mirror-like object where Lumion was hiding. Lumion instinctively withdrew his body, moving away from the mirror surface. Did Mr. Huang sense me? Can he detect spying from behind mirrors? He's just a dream projection, not Emperor Roselle. Was that just a pure coincidence just now, or in Mr. Fool's subconscious cognition? Is Mr. Huang hiding beyond the powers? Thinking of this, Lumion suddenly remembered a piece of information Franca had told him. Louis Gustave of the Emperor faction has been very irritable lately because he couldn't contact a key figure, and that key figure was suspected to be the mirrored Emperor Roselle. There's a whiff of conspiracy. Lumion's Conspirer's intuition immediately gave him a suspicion. Could it be that the mirrored Emperor Roselle has also entered the dream? She had previously cooperated with the subordinates of evil gods and celestial worthy. Did she enter the dream with the help of the celestial worthy's side? After all, she's not a true god, hasn't accommodated the uniqueness, and doesn't have special items, so it's unlikely she could come in on her own. Is she working with Zarathustra, attempting to erode and influence Emperor Roselle's dream manifestation, Huang Tao, until they control and replace him? She is essentially a mirror people, so it's only natural that she can detect someone, spying from behind mirrors. If she and Zarathustra control the Intis group, given the group's influence and terrifying cash flow, the balance of victory will surely tilt rapidly. While we focused on Zhou Mingri, Li Keiji, and Unxiaotian, Zarathustra quietly raided our vault normally. Given that Princess Bernadette seems to still be able to enter the dream, Mr. Huang should be on our side, but why did Mr. Huang so obviously look in my direction? She could have pretended not to notice and waited for an opportunity to suddenly attack. The more Lumion thought about it, the more he felt cold sweat breaking out on his back. Zarathustra isn't a conspirer, but he's as good as one. Indeed, my initial idea wasn't wrong. We should actively attack, assassinate him, or trade one for one, kick him out. As these thoughts raced through Lumion's mind, he pressed against the mirror surface again, looking down. At this time, Mr. Huang had already withdrawn his gaze. But Zarathustra noticed his previous behavior and glanced at the ceiling, asking, "What were you looking at?" Mr. Huang gently swirled the red wine in his glass and smiled, answering, "Thinking about some things?" Zarathustra didn't ask further and started talking about other matters. Lumion observed for several more minutes, confirming that Zarathustra showed no abnormalities after nightfall. In other words, after being punished once, Mr. Fool's subconscious will consider this person completely marionettized. Even if Zhou Mingri hears the corresponding name again, deepening his impression, it won't alert the dream subconscious, unless Zarathustra does something new to stimulate him, bringing new changes. Lumion speculated about the reasons for the current situation as he left using mirror traversal. "What took you so long?" Old Zayed casually asked when he saw him walk back into the office. Lumion sighed and said, I'm the kind of person who gets diarrhea when I eat excessively spicy stuff, and gets constipated when I don't eat spicy food." Old Cher enthusiastically started chatting about the topic of spicy food. Late at night, Lumion teleported to the vicinity of Crimson Moon Hospital, continuously flashing between the glass windows of different special wards through the mirror world. After a minute, he stopped. Before him was a dark hospital room with only a bit of moonlight, and his spiritual intuition told him that the person in the room was Unxiaotian, whom he was looking for. Lumion looked down at the hospital bed from above and saw a person connected to many machines and tubes. The person's head was immersed in darkness, only vaguely showing decent facial features, but the beard seemed to have been only trimmed short due to not being shaved for a long time, growing up to just below the cheeks, thick and black in tufts. Lumion observed for a while, then walked out of the glass window and approached the bedside. He saw that the comatose patient's head was shaved bald with multiple suture marks on top that looked like giant centipedes. A scene spontaneously formed in Lumien's mind, the head forcibly split open, the brain violently extracted, then something unknown placed in the emptied space, before suturing shut. A symbol? Just as this thought flashed through Lumien's mind, he saw on the monitor that the heartbeat became intense, with peaks and valleys rapidly, alternating, bringing a beeping alarm sound. Lumien instinctively stepped back, moving to the window, ready to leave at any moment. At the same time, he saw that all of the patient's monitoring data had changed, becoming very active. As soon as I arrive, there's an anomaly. Is it caused by something on me there? Are too many possible reasons. I don't even know which one it could be. Lumien once again turned his gaze to the patient himself. The patient's fingers suddenly moved imperceptibly. Chapter 970, Linkage. In the dark hospital room lit only by a bit of moonlight, Lumien saw An Zhaotian, who had been in a vegetative state for over a year, move his fingers ever so slightly. While surprised, Lumien wasn't afraid. Instead, he smiled. An anomaly is good. Anomalies reveal more information. How could I interpret the secrets hidden in this matter if there were no changes? Lumien leaned against the window, staring at An Zhaotian on the hospital bed, waiting for more anomalies. An Zhaotian's fingers moved again. The darkness in the room seemed to deepen. Lumien's gaze suddenly turned to the doorway of the hospital room. The door opened silently, and a nurse wearing a white cap entered. Lumien didn't immediately teleport away, but hid in the shadow cast by the curtains. He saw the nurse, with a blank expression, busily moving around the bed, sometimes adjusting equipment, sometimes changing IV bags, but her hands were always empty, and there was nothing currently hanging on the IV stand. Through the open door, Lumien noticed that the dimly lit corridor was suddenly filled with more than a dozen people. There were nurses pushing empty carts, women in patient gowns walking back and forth, men walking while moving their arms, as lively as if it were midday. But it was late at night, and they weren't making any sound, their faces completely devoid of expression. Lumien thought for a moment, then deliberately walked out of the shadows. The nurse busying herself by An Zhaotian's side didn't even glance at him, as if he were just a patch of air. Lumien walked out of the hospital room at a leisurely pace, placing himself among the coming and going nurses and patients. When the man moving his arms was about to bump into him, he naturally sidestepped Lumien, never looking at him. Lumien stood with his hands in his pockets, watching them as if they were in different worlds. The nurse pushing the empty treatment cart turned and walked straight towards Lumien. Just as they were about to collide, the nurse suddenly stopped, opened her mouth, and said one word. "Thee." Her voice abruptly cut off, and she walked around Lumien with a blank expression. Behind her was the female patient who had been walking. She also came up to Lumien and began to speak. "Care." Care? Be careful of what? Lumien's spirits lifted, feeling that this trip hadn't been in vain. The female patient also only said one word before walking around Lumien. Behind her was another nurse. Just as that nurse opened her mouth, Lumien suddenly heard a buzzing sound. The already dimmed lights at the end of the corridor began to flicker, alternating rapidly between bright and dark. Almost simultaneously, Lumien felt a sense of being rejected by his surroundings, an uncomfortable feeling of being about to be squeezed out. He saw the nurse in front of him rapidly step backward. The female patient who had just walked around him retreated to his front, then continued backing up. In this way, the scenes Lumien had previously witnessed, and the events he had experienced began to rapidly rewind, as if he had accidentally clicked a corresponding button while watching surveillance footage. A strong fear suddenly erupted in Lumien's heart, which even the endurance of an ascetic couldn't suppress. He felt that if he stayed here any longer, he would encounter something terribly frightening, and might even be directly locked onto by that celestial worthy, after which he would no longer have the chance to come to the Dream City. Without hesitation, he activated the black mark on his right shoulder and disappeared from the hospital ward corridor. Lumien's teleportation destination wasn't the rented apartment in Xinhong District, but the entrance of Star Dream Provision Store. At this time, Star Dream Provision Store was already closed, but not far away was the Dream City Police Department, with quite a few rooms in the corresponding building still lit up. Lumien calmly examined his own feelings and found that the fear was rapidly receding, and the uncomfortable sense of being rejected by his surroundings was gone. Is it an anomaly, or rather a gaze directed at that area? There's no problem once I leave. Those nurses and patients were being controlled by An Xiaotian in his vegetative state, trying to tell me something which resulted in triggering an anomaly in the dream. What he wanted to tell me must be crucial, to have triggered such a dramatic change, not giving him any chance to continue. If Franco were to find Zhou Minggui at night and try to tell him everything in detail, it would probably be like just now, only getting started before being forcibly rewound or kicked out of the dream. What exactly was An Xiaotian trying to warn me about? Be careful of whom? There were too many potential subjects to guess, and Lumian couldn't find a train of thought for the moment. He felt it necessary to contact An Xiaotian again, but the prerequisite was to find a way to bypass the restrictions and let him say at least 2 more words. If the information An Xiaotian wanted to convey was crucial, Lumian wouldn't be stingy with the number of times he could be kicked out of the dream. Even if future opportunities would be consumed one by one, he was willing to do it. It's no big deal if I'm completely kicked out. I still have teammates. As long as we can get the crucial information, sacrificing myself is very worthwhile. I must have trust in my teammates. Late at night in room 2303 in Dechuang Garden, Franco was awakened by the vibration of her phone. She picked it up and saw that it was a voice call request from the idiot. Before Franco could answer, Lumian had already hung up and sent a message instead. The reason he did this was that messages and voice call records could be deleted using the information shredder, while the content of voice calls couldn't and might be monitored. Glancing at the awakened Jenna, Franca began to read Lumian's message carefully. As she read, Franca's expression changed. She lowered her voice and said, "Mr. Huang might be problematic. While Zarathustra has been seemingly trying to contact Zhou Minggui lately, he's actually using the mirrored Roselle to erode and influence Mr. Huang. That's so damn insidious." Jenna leaned over and finished reading Lumian's message. She also couldn't help but frown. If Mr. Huang sides with the celestial worthy, things will get complicated. It's more than just complicated. With people, money and influence at their disposal, what can we even do? Should we take Zhou Minggui to rent a place near the police station where Mr. Huang can't influence those jobs? The more Franca thought about it, the more her head ached. How can we confirm whether Mr. Huang is showing any abnormalities? If he suddenly announces that he's had gender reassignment surgery, does that mean he's been completely controlled by the mirrored Roselle? Jenna thought for a moment and then said, "If Mr. Huang is really controlled and can't be saved, we can sacrifice one person to kill Mr. Huang and let Bernie Huang become the CEO of the Intis Group." "Good idea," Franca's mouth twitched slightly. "If Mr. Huang is really controlled, it means he's the mirrored Roselle, a Beyonder, with an angel-level sequence, and, moreover, he has Zarathustra's help and powerful security personnel protecting him. It would be difficult for the 4 of us to assassinate him together, let alone just one person going to do it." At this point, Franca tried to find humor in the grim situation. Besides, Bernie Huang has 2 younger brothers. It's not certain that she would inherit the CEO position. As she spoke, Franca suddenly froze. She and Jenna exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up as they blurted out, simultaneously, "Bernie Huang." The best candidate to confirm whether Mr. Huang has shown any abnormalities was Bernie Huang. By solely relying on Franca and Jenna, unless they forcibly infiltrated and secretly observed, it would be a matter of luck whether they could even encounter Mr. Huang, let alone test him. How do we contact Bernie Huang and persuade her? Franca's first reaction was to find Luo Shan and ask if she had Bernie Huang's phone number or WeChat. As her eyes moved, Franca's smile blossomed, her face full of pride. "I have an idea." "What idea?" Jenna asked expectantly. Franca cleared her throat and replied, "The one we should be looking for isn't Bernie Huang, but Bernadette. We'll write to the Major Arcana card holders tomorrow, asking them to contact Queen Mystic. If Bernadette still has a chance to enter the dream, she will naturally come to handle it. We don't need to persuade her or instigate her. The dream world and the real world, online and offline, can be linked." Jenna nodded slowly and said, "If Queen Mystic can no longer come in, we'll then consider how to contact and instigate Bernie Huang. We can formulate the plan now." Franca was no longer sleepy. Jenna thought seriously for a few seconds and said, This matter is very important. I think we shouldn't wait until tomorrow to write the letter. I'll actively leave the dream now and tell the Major Arcana card holder on duty in the villa about Mr. Huang's problem." Franca fell into a brief contemplative silence before replying. Franca pondered for a moment and said, "All right, it's not frequent entry and exit from the dream, just an occasional instance. There shouldn't be any problems, and it won't affect the number of times we could be kicked out of the dream." Jenna immediately changed her posture to sit up. In her current situation, she couldn't rely on the dream's rejection to actively leave, so she had to use cogitation to enter that state of emptying her thoughts, then imagine herself jumping from a high place. In the sensation of weightless free fall, Jenna suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes, got out of bed, and confirmed whether she had returned to reality. Then she went out the door and down the stairs. Tonight, the one guarding them in the living room was Madam Justice, wearing a white dress with gold decorations. "Is there an emergency?" Madam Justice stood up and asked. Without Jenna needing to emphasize further, she already knew the seriousness of the issue. Jenna nodded and recounted Lumien's guesses, Franca's intelligence, and Zaratulstra's recent interactions with Huang Dao. Madam Justice nodded slightly. "We will contact Queen Mystic immediately." She raised her right hand and quickly sketched a small bird in midair. The bird was transparent and dreamlike. It chirped a few times, circled around, and descended towards Madam Justice, entering her body and disappearing without a trace. "This is a dream messenger I made. It can travel to specific targets through the collective unconscious sea," Madam Justice briefly explained. She paused, then continued, "Since you've returned to reality, I'll tell you about Shaoshan directly. At that time, I'd already been kicked out of the dream once and started planning to shoot The Great Pirate 3. This was not only because I wanted to present German Sparrow's experiences to Mr. Fool's dream manifestation, trying to awaken his memories and make him wake up, but also because I was exploring how to realize a sentence. Mr. Fool had told us, "The awakening of the world spells the Fool's return." Chapter 971, Past Events. The awakening of the world spells the Fool's return. Jenna had seen this sentence in the materials provided by the Major Arcana card holders. It was considered the most important revelation made by Mr. Fool before he fell into slumber, concealing the direction to awaken him. The Fool Sequence 0 of the Seer pathway was said to have authority over fate. Jenna looked at Madam Justice without asking questions, waiting for her to continue. Madam Justice pointed to the sofa area. "Let's sit down and talk." After they each chose a sofa, Madam Justice began speaking in a gentle voice. "After our initial intelligence gathering in the Dream City, we discovered a problem. There was no dream manifestation corresponding to German Sparrow. Among Mr. Fool's avatars, Klein Moretti's dream manifestation was merged with Zhou Mingrui. This can be seen from Zhou Mingrui's brother being called Benson Zhou and his sister Zhou Sasa, corresponding to Klein Moretti's real-life brother Benson and sister Melissa. Other manifestations, like the private detective and the wandering magician, could be found in the Dream City, but they were scattered among multiple people. They either used half of their names or only exhibited corresponding characteristics." Hearing this, Jenna nodded slightly. These had all been mentioned in the materials, and their team had also secretly observed the corresponding manifestations, planning to make deeper contact with them in turn. Madam Justice smiled with a sigh. "We've confirmed those dream manifestations, and there were no issues or anything we could exploit. But German Sparrow, as one of Mr. Fool's two most important manifestations and the world mentioned in that revelation, had no corresponding manifestation in the Dream City. At the time, this raised strong suspicions and made us a bit excited. It's not a problem if there are issues, it's a problem if everything is normal. After discussion, we decided to try to create the character of German Sparrow in the Dream City. Only with German Sparrow could we talk about awakening the world." Jenna listened with both surprise and excitement. This approach was something they hadn't thought of before. Of course, this was mainly because they had just finished observing important characters and were still experimenting with the results of different levels of contact with different characters. They hadn't yet compiled the intelligence or sought ways to awaken Mr. Fool. Lumion had made some associations from the phrase. The awakening of the world spells the fool's return, which was why he had Jenna apply for a job at Hall Film Company to observe the actor playing Gammon Sparrow more closely. What they hadn't realized was that filming The Great Pirate 3 not only included the idea of stimulating Zhou Mingri and awakening his memories, but also aimed to create the dream manifestation of Gammon Sparrow out of thin air. Madam Justice continued. Our first attempt was to use my Dreamweaver ability and whole grouped resources to directly create Gammon Sparrow's dream manifestation and give him real identity proof and past experiences. The result was, well, I got kicked out of the dream. I got my gold coin from Madame Renette and later returned it to her. She had already been kicked out 3 times before I entered the Dream City. Being kicked out of the dream didn't discourage me. I even felt excited, believing this might truly be a meaningful direction. Otherwise, the celestial worthy wouldn't have turned his gaze to this place far from Zhou Mingrui. We started our second attempt, with Madame Magician using her identity as a best-selling novelist to write The Great Pirate 3 Prive. Was The Great Pirate 3 also deliberately written by you guys? Jenna asked thoughtfully. Madame Justice smiled in a way that made Jenna's eyes light up. Haven't you watched The Great Pirate 1 and The Great Pirate 2? They tell stories about pirates, but the character Gammon Sparrow doesn't appear. In other words, before Madame Magician personally wrote The Great Pirate 3, the dream manifestation of Gammon Sparrow didn't exist even in the story. The completion and publication of The Great Pirate 3s also resulted in Madame Magician being kicked out of the dream. We felt we were on the right track, so I used Hall Film Company to purchase the film and television rights for The Great Pirate 3s and began preparations for filming. It's great to have money. Jenna couldn't help but sigh. For their small team, forget about filming a movie about Gammon Sparrow. They couldn't even afford to buy the rights to The Great Pirate 3 without winning the lottery who knows how many times. Madam Justice reminisced. I personally served as the producer and personally selected the actor to play Gammon Sparrow. Then, I discovered An Xiaotian. He was an actor and a star. It was such a coincidence, as if Mr. Fool had secretly set it up, waiting for us to trigger it. And Xiaotian's backstory in the dream was that he was an orphan, raised by his older sister. He dropped out after high school and entered the entertainment industry. His sister fell seriously ill and is currently in a vegetative state. To maintain hope for his sister's awakening, he worked hard to become a big star and earned quite a bit of money. I extended an invitation to him, offering a salary he couldn't refuse. At the time, I was actually a bit uneasy, wondering if having An Xiaoshan play Gammon Sparrow would cause any problems. You know, An Xiaoshan corresponds to Antigonus in reality, who was the half-fool in the 4th epoch and hasn't perished yet. If we merged his spiritual imprint with the movie image of Gammon Sparrow, it could potentially affect Mr. Ramen Sparrow. It could potentially affect Mr. Fool's self-awareness or benefit, Antigonus and that celestial worthy. To ensure there were no issues, we contacted Antigonus through the Church of Evernight Goddess. He told us we could try. Does Antigonus have close ties with the Church of Evernight Goddess? Can he be trusted? Jenna asked instinctively. Madam Justice's smile became somewhat complex. Being captured and imprisoned is also a kind of connection, I suppose. However, after the goddess provided a revelation and promised Antigonus one thing, he began working for the Church of Evernight Goddess. His words are quite credible now. That's why I ultimately decided to invite An Xiaoshan to play Gammon Sparrow. On the day of the shoot, An Xiaoshan had a very serious car accident and also became a vegetable. Also, both he and his sister became vegetables. Jenna found it tragic. At the same time, that also caused me to be kicked out of the dream for the second time, Madam Justice said in a self-mocking tone. Afterwards, I faced significant restrictions. By the time I entered the dream for the third time, Holly had already chosen the actor to play Gammon Sparrow. The silver lining was that she decided to personally fund and establish a foundation to fully cover the medical expenses for An Xiaoshan and his sister. Jenna vaguely felt that Madam Justice was praising her own dream manifestation, Holly for being a decent person, living up to her ideal image, but she didn't dare to say it too clearly. Madam Justice skipped over this topic and said directly, I couldn't find anyone more suitable to play German Sparrow, and the medicine provided by Mr. Moon couldn't wake up in Xiaoshan. I had no choice but to let Jiayu give it a try. Unfortunately, after Jiayu finished filming, he couldn't merge with the manifestation of German Sparrow, and the movie didn't make Zhou Minggui remember anything. It only created some character imitators of German Sparrow. Patswan and Xiaoshan had the car accident. The goal that The Great Pirate 3s was meant to achieve was destined to fail. During the filming of The Great Pirate 3, I actually noticed that people were gradually forgetting in Xiaoshan, no longer remembering this person, only able to recall related events. I wasn't affected, but I also gave myself psychological suggestions not to forget. And Xiaoshan. When I was in the Dream City, I indeed remembered until I was kicked out for the third time. Feels like you were somewhat fooled, Jenna thought for a few seconds and said, there might still be very useful secrets hidden in relation to Xiaotan, which is why the celestial worthy would fool everyone and make them forget about him. That's our guess, too. Madam Justice nodded. Jenna then said, and Xiaoshan in his vegetative state seems to want to warn Lumion to be careful of someone. Could you please contact Antigonus again to see if he has dreamed anything in reality or knows something? That's our duty. Madam Justice looked around and said, don't rush back. Wait for the feedback from the Church of Evernite Goddess. It might come very soon, and you can take this opportunity to deepen your psychological recognition of reality to avoid confusing reality and dreams in the end. All right. Jenna politely nodded, stood up and walked towards the garden at the back of the villa. She wanted to take a walk there, 3 a.m. When Franca saw Jianna, who had fallen asleep at some point, suddenly wake up, she understood that the real Jenna had returned. Jenna lowered her voice and recounted in detail what Madam Justice had said to Franca. Finally, she said. Antigonus said, he can sense Mr. Fool's dream, but he hasn't entered it and doesn't want to, so he doesn't know what the vegetative and Xiaoshan wants to warn Lumion about. Is it possible to ask Antigonus to come in once, using the vegetative and Xiaoshan? That way, he might know what An Xiaoshan wants to warn about, Franca said thoughtfully. Jenna shook her head. After An Xiaotian became available, Antigonus can't come in, even if he wants to. Do we need to find a way to treat An Xiaoshan? Franca mused to herself. If we cure him and wake him up, there's no need for Antigonus to come in. But how to treat him? Medicine doesn't seem to work. After a pause, Franca and Jenna simultaneously thought of a possibility. Great Mother, and Lumion was now disguised as the Great Mother's child of God. Chapter 972, Demoness's Method. Treat An Xiaotian by finding a bestowed of the Great Mother through Lumion. Franca's thoughts began to wander, gradually becoming more far-fetched. If that doesn't work, then have An Xiaotian conceive a child, with the child replacing the father, becoming the father, and help that child grow rapidly, one day surpassing others 10 years. Jenna remained silent for a few seconds before saying, with everyone suppressed to sequence 7, the Great Mothers bestowed probably can't make embryos form quickly, or children grow rapidly. They're even hoping to rely on the child of God's godhood to make Linkage go through the pregnancy and childbirth process in 1 month. Moreover, if the Great Mother takes the opportunity to corrupt An Xiaoshan or his child, symbolically speaking, the severity of the problem might not be less than the celestial worthy awakening. Franca sighed and replied, indeed, but there's no other way. If we could wake An Xiaoshan up and reshoot the Great Pirate 3, it might have unexpected effects, Jenna tersely acknowledged. Madam Justice said that ever since An Xiaoshan became a vegetable and the Great Pirate 3 changed its lead actor, the filming became normal. She suspects that from that moment on, the true goal this movie was meant to achieve was destined to fail. Unfortunately, at present, there's no hope of An Xiaoshan waking up, and we can't find anyone more suitable to play German Sparrow. Franca opened her mouth, showing a thoughtful expression. Actually, there's a better candidate, someone more suitable than An Xiaoshan, to play German Sparrow. Oh? Jenna asked in surprise. The major arcana card holders hadn't discovered such a person. Franca's eyes curved slightly as she smiled. Zhou Minggui. Jenna felt a bit stupid. Is that even allowed? What would you call this? having Zhou Mingri play Zhou Mingri, letting Zhou Mingri awaken Zhou Mingri. Franca said seriously. If Zhou Mingri plays German Sparrow, he could relive the life he's forgotten during the filming process. He might actually remember something and eventually immerse himself in the role, becoming one with the character. Wouldn't that be equivalent to the world awakening? At this point, Franca smacked her lips. But the difficulty is too high. We don't have the money to reshoot The Great Pirate 3, nor can we convince Hall Film Company. If they were to shoot anything, it would be The Great Pirate 4, not German Sparrow's maritime adventure story. Even if you became a top star in the entertainment industry and actively proposed reshooting this movie, and even if someone invested, convincing Zhou Mingri to film would be extremely difficult. Not to mention his personal willingness, I estimate that as soon as the invitation is extended, the relevant person would be kicked out of the dream. Whoever dares to discuss this matter will be kicked out. This can be considered as an alternative plan for future awakening actions. Jenna felt a headache coming on as she thought about the troubles Franca mentioned. Franca nodded thoughtfully. Correspondingly, Zhou Mingri's memories don't seem to be erased. As long as he knows about being asked to film The Great Pirate 3s and is interested and willing to try, the Celestial Worthy probably can't directly prevent it. For this, we can sacrifice multiple members' chances to enter the dream multiple times. At this point, Franca suddenly smiled. What'd you call this? It's called, For the Sake of Saving the World, Please Debut, Mr. Fool. The Celestial Worthy might not be able to directly prevent it, but subsequently there might be incidents like the director having a car accident, the film crew experiencing a fire, or the female lead's reputation collapsing, preventing The Great Pirate 3 from even entering the filming process, Jenna calmly reminded. Franca sighed. I know, this is just proposing an idea. We'll see if it's feasible later. The next afternoon in the administrative department of the tech building, Franca was busy making charts when she suddenly saw Luo Shan, who had just been called to the HR department, return with a dejected and confused expression. What's wrong? Franca stopped typing. Luo Shan spoke as if in a dream. They want to fire me. HR said that Mr. Huang passed by earlier, saw me slacking off, and got very angry. He plans to fire me directly. I haven't even finished paying off my mortgage. What kind of reason is this? There are at least 17 or 18 people in the administrative department who slack off more than Luo Shan. Why fire only her? Franca's first reaction was to help Luo Shan seek justice. Her second reaction was, damn it, is this Mr. Huang's purge of Zhou Mingri's friends? Has the Mirrored Roselle completed initial control over Mr. Huang? Has Zara Tulstra targeted Luo Shan because of her previous warning to Zhou Mingri? If Luo Shan doesn't commute with me, the mirror substitution won't be able to work, unless Jenna follows her all the time, but Jenna might soon receive a contract from Hall Film Company this way. Luo Shan would be in danger before Franca could comfort Luo Shan and think of a countermeasure. She heard her phone vibrate. She picked it up and saw it was a friend request on WeChat. The requester was, Bernadette. Queen Mystic has arrived. Talk about a stroke of luck. Franca quickly accepted the request, then said to Luo Shan, don't worry, there aren't many people working in the administrative department anyway. When Mr. Ed comes, you can plead your case to him, and he should be able to persuade Mr. Huang. If that doesn't work, try to negotiate for higher severance pay. And I will seek justice for you from Miss Huang. Luo Shan walked back to her desk, dejectedly waiting for Mr. Ed to appear. Meanwhile, Franca received a message from Bernadette. Come to room 101 on the 8th floor. 8th floor? That doesn't belong to any of the Intis Group companies. However, according to Lumian's interpretation, the companies on those floors symbolize the erosion and influence of different secret organizations and evil god cults on Intis, including Queen Mystic's element Dawn. Franca stood up, didn't say anything to Deputy Director Zhang Qing, and used going to the bathroom as an excuse to leave the administrative department and take the elevator down to the 8th floor. Half of the 8th floor belonged to Dawn Children's Publishing Company. The receptionist didn't even glance at Franca, allowing her to enter. Franca found that the facial recognition access control wasn't activated, and no employees came out along the way, allowing her to easily reach room 101. Bernie Huang, wearing a spaghetti-strap top with fringes at the hem and long jeans, sat in the sofa area, exuding a youthful aura. "This is the college student version of Queen Mystic." Franca walked over, greeted her, and sat down. "What happened?" Bernie Huang's demeanor and posture were different from that of a college student. Franca recounted how Mr. Huang seemed to be able to sense the gaze from within the mirror, how the mirrored Roselle in the real world appeared to be missing, and how Zarathustra had been spending several hours with Mr. Huang every day, recently. Finally, she mentioned the trouble Luo Shan had encountered. Bernie Huang listened quietly, then nodded gently. "Regarding my father, I will observe and probe. This will take some time, maybe a few days, maybe a week or two. As for Luo Shan's problem, you'll have to solve it yourselves. If I intervene on Luo Shan's behalf, it could easily expose my connection with you. If you can resolve Luo Shan's trouble, at least prevent her from entering the handover process for a week, I'll give you a reward." "Isn't this our business? Why are you still paying me as a reward? It's me asking for your help, not you asking for mine." Franca instantly recalled the Stardream provision store incident and roughly understood that Queen Mystic was finding reasons and excuses to give money to her and the others. "All right." Franca agreed immediately. After leaving room 101 on her way back upstairs, she seriously considered how to prevent Luo Shan from being fired, instigate Mr. Ed to plead on her behalf. That only has a certain chance of success, make Mr. Huang's decision to fire Luo Shan disappear. I can't do that, but I can find a way to delay it for a few days, pursue both approaches simultaneously. Franca, always capable of thinking out of the box, took out her phone and told Lumion her ideas and the potential aftermath issues. Soon she received a reply from the idiot. "Possible." Franca immediately deleted the chat history using the information shredder and then returned to the administrative department. When Mr. Ed entered his office, she stood up and accompanied Luo Shan to plead their case, spreading mystical pathogens along the way. Yes, she was going to spread a disease. She chose mystical pathogens that gave people a chance to get some sick leave, something they could recover quickly upon returning home. Mystical pathogens that caused stomach flu. After nearly 10 minutes, Franca discreetly instigated Mr. Ed, making him agree to plead on Luo Shan's behalf. After the two left the director's office, they saw many colleagues looking pale, vomiting into nearby trash cans, while others rushed to the bathrooms on different floors. "What's wrong?" Luo Shan asked a colleague with concern. The male colleague, holding his stomach, said, "I don't know. Everyone suddenly started vomiting and having diarrhea. Could it be food poisoning?" Seeing this, Franca urgently called the police and dialed the emergency number for Crimson Moon Hospital. While the administrative department staff waited for the ambulances and other department staff came to help, Franca covered her mouth and started dry heaving. "I'd been affected too," she said to Luo Shan. Luo Shan assessed her own physical condition. "I feel it a little, but I'm okay." Soon, ambulances from Crimson Moon Hospital arrived and took the affected administrative department staff to the hospital. The entire administrative department was suddenly left with only 4 people, one of whom was Luo Shan. Mr. Ed looked at Luo Shan, his expression grave, and said, "You hold down the fort for now. Don't worry about the firing." "Okay." Luo Shan was both confused and bewildered. From earlier, Lumion, as a security guard, had been running up and down, helping the administrative department staff go to Crimson Moon Hospital. During this process, he found an opportunity to get close to Franca, and they exchanged a glance. As agreed, Lumion spread the mystical pathogen causing stomach flu to Franca, in case she went to the hospital later and nothing was found, making her a suspect. "How did they get food poisoning?" Old Xia looked at the departing vehicles and asked confusedly, "Everyone ate at the same cafeteria, didn't they? Did they order some unclean takeout?" "Who knows?" Lumion said as he turned to walk back, receiving a message from Franca. The message read, "You can go check out the administrative department. Those who can still maintain some health and continue working are likely to be beyonders, like Luo Shan." Chapter 973, An Unexpected Visitor. When Lumion arrived at the administrative department, several professionals were already there collecting physical evidence for analysis, including but not limited to leftover milk tea, liquid from the water dispenser, discarded takeout containers, vomit, and swabs from computers, desks, and air conditioning vents. After they finished, another group of specialists began a full disinfection process. During this time, Luo Shan and the other administrative staff who were still working could only wait in the hallway. At a glance, Lumian noticed that besides Mr. Ed and Luo Shan, only two people seemed unaffected by the mystical pathogen. Their complexion and movements appeared quite normal. One was a male, relatively tall by Yangdu standards, standing over 6 feet. The other was a woman in her 30s, with a round face, slightly overweight, not particularly attractive but not ugly either. They don't seem to be after Mr. Huang, or rather, not after Mr. Huang's body. Why would Beyonders work diligently in the Intis Group's administrative department? Lumian tried to fathom their intentions based on his own thinking. Of course, he couldn't be certain that there weren't any Beyonders among those who went to Crimson Moon Hospital. Perhaps there was a Demoness waiting for a chance to have a taste of Mr. Huang. But upon sensing the presence and erosion of the mystical pathogen, she feigned severe symptoms and went to the hospital to avoid being discovered. Luo Shan also noticed the reportedly handsome security guard and felt he lived up to her expectations. After a while, Mr. Ed received a phone call. The problems aren't serious, and the situation has stabilized? Mr. Ed asked happily. Then he heard Zhang Qing on the other end say, "The test results show a mild viral infection. The doctor said they can go home after finishing their IV drips, take medication for 2 more days, rest a bit, and they'll be fine." More than a dozen people have already applied for sick leave, planning to stay home for a couple of days to recover. They're also asking if this counts as a work-related injury and if there's any compensation. Mr. Ed's temple twitched as he suppressed his emotions and said, "They should rest at home. We can't have them forcing themselves to work and risking more serious problems. As for whether it counts as a work-related injury, ask the legal department when you get back." "All right," Zhang Qing said. "But there are also more than a dozen people who say they want to come back to work, however." "However what?" Mr. Ed asked. Zhang Jing replied ambiguously. "They're all the ones who like to dress up except for Luo Fu." Even sick beauties were beauties. Mr. Huang might feel sympathetic when he saw them. Mr. Ed was momentarily speechless. Is it only the new employees who are eager to work and take their jobs seriously? Meanwhile, Lumian used the incident in the administrative department as an excuse to keep watch nearby, occasionally offering help. This was also to guard against Luo Shan being eliminated by the Celestial Worthy's subordinates in the chaos. As a painter, she had some ability to protect herself, but she clearly lacked experience and could easily let her guard down in crowded situations. Now, with Franco in the hospital, she couldn't rely on mirror substitution to escape a first strike. After Franco returned from Crimson Moon Hospital to help Luo Shan and others deal with the backlog of work, Lumian and old Zia went back to the security department on the 13th floor. He continued to ponder how to treat Anjiaotian. He believed that Anjiaotian becoming a vegetable was symbolic, representing the decline and disappearance of Antigonus's spiritual imprint within the Fool's uniqueness. This couldn't be reversed through normal methods, so he had to seek a solution from the essence. Find a way to strengthen Antigonus's spiritual imprint within the Fool's uniqueness? But Antigonus can't enter Mr. Fool's dream now. Even if he's willing to provide the corresponding items, we'd have to corrupt Zhou Mingri, the symbol of the Fool's uniqueness, to achieve our goal. This would damage our image in Zhou Mingri's mind, wasting all our previous efforts, and it's extremely dangerous. Franca and Jenna's approach isn't wrong. Using the power of the Great Mother might awaken Anjiaotian, but it's not treatment or having Anjiaotian have a child. It's new birth, symbolically meaning that Antigonus's spiritual imprint within the Fool's uniqueness is reborn. Whether the reborn Anjiaotian is a friend or foe is hard to say, but he would inevitably interfere with Mr. Fool's awakening. Sequence 7 Heretic Spellmaster of the Villain Pathway can perform rebirth rituals. Theoretically, Great Mother bestowed like Grimm can wake Anjiaotian, but it involves reversing symbolism. I estimate only a rebirth ritual performed by someone with godhood would be effective. In the Dream City, Grimm and others believe only I, the fake child of God, have this, while others don't. Well, there should be another place that has it, the basement of Mushu Hospital, but sending An Xiaotian there would be purely creating an enemy for ourselves. After pondering for a long time, Lumion felt that both current approaches had significant problems. The hidden dangers and negative impacts far outweighed the gains, and it wasn't something he and his companions would choose. He began to consider this matter from the perspective of finding loopholes. Soon he thought of someone, Linkage. Mr. Fool's subconscious understanding of Linkage's mushroom should come from Gairman Sparrow's interactions with Frank Lee. From what we've seen, he seems to think Linkage's mushrooms are quite dangerous, with various possibilities, producing some incredible effects. The essence of this city is a dream, and dreams are idealistic. As long as Mr. Fool truly believes Linkage's mushrooms can achieve incredible things, Linkage could create a mushroom to treat An Xiaotian and wake him up. It's not the mushroom treating An Xiaotian, but Mr. Fool's subconscious being, guided to reverse the symbolism. Of course, that awakening would inevitably be distorted, abnormal, and horrifying, but if An Xiaotian could use this to say everything he wants to warn me, it would be acceptable. The more Lumion thought about it, the more he felt that using Linkage might be useful. He planned to find an opportunity to talk with Linkage through the door of the hospital room. The original of this biology teacher was really a doctor. Jenna, who was observing other incarnations corresponding to Mr. Fool, received a call from Hall Film Company, asking her to head over to the talent department tomorrow to sign a manager contract. Phew, I have a job now too. Jenna breathed a sigh of relief. She even looked forward to filming movies and TV dramas, but felt that the matter of awakening Mr. Fool wouldn't drag on that long, not until she joined a production. At the same time, she felt that Hall Film Company was managed quite well. She had thought some interviewer would call in advance, hinting that she needed to do something to have a chance at a good contract. She was prepared to use charm to make the relevant personnel lose themselves. But nothing happened. This was different from some things she had seen and heard at the Théâtre de l'Ancienne Cage of Pigeons. As expected of a film company founded by Madame Justice, Jenna felt relieved. After dark, Lumion, who knew the target's schedule, took advantage of Zarathustra's absence. From the hotel to cross over from the mirror world and retrieve the surveillance, content stored in the pinhole cameras and listening devices. After midnight, he returned to the rented apartment in Xinhong district and used his phone to play back Zarathustra's activities in the hotel room. This wasn't to spy on what Zarathustra was plotting or planning to accomplish, though that would be a bonus. Lumion's main purpose was to observe Zarathustra's behavior when alone, to find out how many marionettes he could currently maintain, how often he summoned historical void images, how long these images would dissipate on their own, and other such information. This was preparation for an upcoming surprise attack and encirclement to kill Zarathustra. Although Zarathustra was also suppressed to Sequence 7, he still had an angel's rank. Many of his abilities' effects and ranges were somewhat different from a true Sequence 7. Take the number of marionettes, for example. A normal marionettist who had just advanced to Sequence 5 could only control one marionette. If restricted to Sequence 7 level, theoretically they wouldn't be able to control marionettes at all, only using marionettization for killing. But this ability might qualitatively change at Sequence 4 and Sequence 2, reducing spirituality consumption and lowering control difficulty. After that, even if the ability was suppressed to Sequence 7, it would still essentially exist, just with less pronounced effects. In other words, Zarathustra could still control marionettes, but the number was very limited, perhaps 2, perhaps only 1. Lumion now needed to confirm these details. Without grasping the relevant intelligence, if they directly launched a surprise attack and tried to encircle and kill Zarathustra, given their superior numbers, they might have some hope of defeating or forcing him to retreat. But achieving their predetermined goal would be almost impossible. The Sira pathway was known for its strong survival abilities. Lumion stared intently at the phone screen, not missing any detail. For now, he was skipping through, selecting only scenes with human activity. When the surveillance video reached 11 p.m. last night, Lumion saw Zarathustra, dressed in a black robe, walk to the door and open it. Someone entered from outside. The person wore sunglasses even at night, dressed in a black t-shirt and dark jeans that wouldn't attract attention, about 6 feet tall. Who could it be? Lumion's focus intensified. After entering the room, the person looked left and right, then removed the sunglasses perched on their nose, revealing a face quite familiar to Lumion. He had seen videos of this person being interviewed and participating in certain activities online. It was Jia Yu, the actor who played Gaemon Sparrow. He doesn't look too much like Joe Mingri, which shouldn't be a problem. So, why is he visiting Zarathustra late at night? What have we missed? Lumion's pupils dilated as he watched more intently. He was grateful for the technology that provided him with assistance, but also worried that Zarathustra might have already discovered the presence of the pinhole cameras and listening devices, deliberately staging this scene. Jia Yu sat down in the sofa area and talked with Zarathustra for nearly 15 minutes, then stood up and left. Lumion quickly stopped playing the surveillance video, deciding to first listen to whether the listening device had recorded any dialogue during that time period. Chapter 974. Instigation. Lumion quickly found the conversation between Zarathustra and Jia Yu. The gist was that Zarathustra wanted to poach Jia Yu for a newly established film and television company. This company would be funded by the restructured Intis Group, which would also help pay the penalty for breaking Jia Yu's contract in the final year. Additionally, Jia Yu would receive a hefty signing bonus, better contract terms, stronger resources and endorsement deals with Intis Group's luxury goods company. Lumion raised an eyebrow as he listened. "You're really discussing business cooperation. Is this what I wanted to hear?" After Zarathustra's repeated promises, Jia Yu was clearly tempted, saying he'd consider it and give a final answer in 2 days. Lumion looked at his phone, hit pause, and replayed the conversation in his mind. He turned to Anthony at the side of the table and mused. 2 key points. 1. Jia Yu, the actor who played Gaemon Sparrow, is still useful. The Celestial Worthy subordinates value him highly and want to bring him under their control, preparing for certain future developments. 2. Zarathustra doesn't actually have much money. He only has an identity and company woven from dreams, which are outside this city and exist only as rumors. He needs the merger and restructuring with Intis Group to turn them into real money and resources. This can be deduced from the fact that all the benefits promised to Jia Yu can only be delivered after Intis Group funds the establishment of the film company, rather than writing an irresistible check on the spot. With beyond abilities restricted, the importance of money and resources is greatly amplified. I really want to know who won that unclaimed first prize earlier. At this point, Lumion's expression turned cold. Another point we overlooked before is that once Intis Group completes the restructuring with Zarathustra's company that's part of the plot background, Zarathustra will gain access to a large amount of resources and money, which is very unfavorable for us. And whether or not Mr. Huang has been eroded and controlled by the mirrored Roselle, this merger will proceed. The only difference is whether Zarathustra's benefits will be substantial or just average. As long as he's willing to compromise and give up some interests, the merger and restructuring will likely happen. Anthony nodded slightly and said, "Contacting Zhou Minggui, doing something in secret, and clearing out some dream characters, using the mirrored Roselle to influence Mr. Huang, eroding and controlling this tycoon, and promoting the merger of the 2 companies, these are the 3 main things Zarathustra has done since coming to Yangdu. Some are overt, some covert, making it easy for us to focus on the first thing and overlook the latter 2. By the time we realize it, he may have already created the momentum he needs, vast and unstoppable. Is this what an angel who has lived for 1 or 2,000 years is like? However, it's surprising that he knows how to use corporate mergers and acquisitions in the Dream City to turn virtual wealth into reality. He doesn't seem like an old fossil at all." He, Lumion, and Jenna hadn't even thought about this aspect before, nor had Franca, who was just an undergraduate student before her transmigration and had almost no exposure to the business world. "Did you forget that his current body belongs to another transmigrator?" Lumion suddenly smiled. "The operation to eliminate Zarathustra must be launched as soon as possible." "But we need to be wary that it might be a trap to lure us in," Anthony reminded Lumion. Lumion nodded and stood up. "I'm going to chat with a friend now." After giving some of the food from his traveler's bag to Ludwig, he used teleportation and mirror traversal to arrive at the psychiatric ward of Crimson Moon Hospital. Linkage was still confined there. Lumion changed into a more feminine shirt and loose trousers, transforming back into the appearance of a demoness of despair. He gathered his black hair behind his back, letting it fall naturally, then stepped out of the mirror-like object and gently landed at the door of Linkage's room. Knock, 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 Lumion gently tapped on the steel door. He and Linkage were on opposite sides of the door, so he couldn't use the bottle of fiction to isolate the environment. After a few seconds, Lumion saw a plump, white mushroom cautiously poke its cap out from behind the iron grate in the upper part of the metal door, then quickly retract. I really want to throw a fire of destruction ball in there, Lumion grumbled as Linkage's densely hairy face appeared at the window blocked by the iron grate. Who are you? Linkage asked, instinctively brightening. I am here to rescue you, Lumion replied with a smile. Linkage shook his head. No need, no need, I believe in the law. The law doesn't believe in you, Lumion thought to himself. He took the opportunity to say, Actually, I want to ask for your help. Do you want mushrooms? Linkage became excited. I have many types of mushrooms here. He was about to start a lengthy introduction. Lumion interrupted him. I've heard about your ideas from someone, but I think they might be a bit too narrow. Too narrow? Linkage was taken aback. Lumion nodded solemnly. For humans, food is indeed important, but it's not everything for survival. Diseases can also cause people to lose their lives prematurely. Haven't you thought about creating more magical mushrooms, each variety capable of treating one or multiple types of diseases? That's too difficult. Linkage fell into deep thought. It's impossible to treat diseases by crossbreeding cows, fish, wheat, and mushrooms. Do we need to crossbreed with something else? Implant my gene fragments into mushrooms, fusing the genes that produce healing power with the mushrooms. But gene fragments and transgenic technology alone are not enough. Lumion's eyelid twitched and he said sincerely, I have a friend who became a vegetative state due to a car accident, but I feel he still has a bit of consciousness. Can you think of a way to use your mushrooms to cure him, wake him up, but still retain that bit of his own consciousness? Linkage was silent for a few seconds before saying, Let me think about it. I can't guarantee it will work. All right. I'll come back in a couple of days to hear your answer. Lumion stepped back 2 paces and disappeared into the shadows by the wall. Throughout this conversation, he had been using instigation with a hint of charm. The next morning, at the talent department of Hall Film Company, Jenna entered an office, facing one of the female interviewers from before. Have a seat. The female interviewer pointed to the sofa area. Let me introduce myself. I'm Mei Shin, head of the talent department at Hall Film Company. My English name is Christine. She sat down and said to Jenna, Before our legal colleague arrives, let me briefly explain the main terms of the contract. Your appearance and acting skills meet our requirements very well. In the industry, our Hall Film Company treats new actors the best. The contract is only for 3 years with a monthly base salary of $4,000. You can keep 50% of all your income, including film fees and endorsement fees. We will also provide you with various training and professional makeup artists, and so on. The most important point is that the company's resources will be significantly tilted towards our own people. Once you gain fame and have representative works, the contract can be renegotiated at any time to increase your profit-sharing ratio and gain some autonomy. And if this contract expires, we only ask for the right of first refusal for the new contract, under equal conditions. Jenna listened attentively, feeling quite involved. Although she didn't expect to stay in the Dream City for a year or 2, this might be her only chance to sign an actor's contract. Finally, Mei Shin said, After signing the contract, we will advance you 30,000 yuan to help you settle in and buy clothes. This amount will be deducted in installments from your future income without interest. 30,000 yuan right after signing. Jenna didn't hide her change in expression. Quick, I want to sign now. With this money, plus the 30,000 yuan fee Bernie Wang gave to Franca yesterday, the team's savings would reach nearly 240,000 yuan. They could rent the magic mirror arrows from Star Dream Provision Store. Having such a magic mirror to help before launching the operation against Zarathustra would be a major advantage. During this time, whenever Lumion and the others visited Stardream Provisions store, they would try not to rent the mirror and instead ask questions directly on the spot to get answers. However, they were never successful. That first time when they got answers seemed to be just a coincidence, or perhaps such a benefit could only be enjoyed after a very long interval. Similarly, Franca's magic mirror, divination ritual aimed at Arade's, also failed to get any feedback. Soon an employee from the legal department of Hall Film Company arrived with the contract. Jenna read all the terms carefully, albeit with some difficulty, asked a few questions, and then promptly completed the signing. Before she left Hall Film Company, the advance settlement fee had already been deposited into her account. To her disappointment, Jiayu didn't seem to come to the company today, so she couldn't bump into him and make initial contact by pretending to be a fan asking for an autograph. At 2 p.m., Jenna arrived at Star Dream Provision store. Only after entering the shop did she send a message to Franca, Lumion, and the others. "You can transfer the money to me now." She hadn't done this in advance for fear of encountering obstacles along the way. If they lost all their money because of this, their previous efforts would have been in vain. Lumion and the others, who had been waiting in different places, quickly completed the transfers, each keeping only enough for living expenses for the next week. Jenna walked up to the cashier and said to the shopkeeper, "Hello, can I rent that mirror?" She was referring to the magic mirror Arrow Days earlier. The team had already discussed what would be best to rent first. Considering that the magic mirror Arrow Days was the only item Mr. Fool carried while sleeping, as well as the specific rental price and the symbolic meaning of demonesses in the dream world, they finally decided to rent this mirror. 20,000 for 1 day. The shopkeeper raised her head and smiled in the suddenly dimmed light. "All right." Jenna didn't haggle after she completed the payment through the store's POS machine and signed a very simple rental contract. The shopkeeper said while lowering her head, "You can take that mirror now. Return it by 3 p.m. tomorrow." Jenna instinctively swallowed and walked to the shelf, picking up the silver mirror, with black eyeball-like objects on both sides. After placing the magic mirror Arades into the traveler's bag, Jenna quietly let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy. Saving money really wasn't easy. Chapter 975, The Diligent Magic Mirror. Late at night, in room 2303 of Dechuan Garden, Lumion, Franca, and Jenna sat side by side on the long sofa, with the silver mirror, bearing ancient patterns and black gemstones on each side, placed in front of them. Anthony had taken Ludwig out for a late-night snack, politely avoiding the question-and-answer session with the magic mirror Arades. Of course, they had already discussed and decided which questions to ask beforehand, focusing mainly on 2 parts. First, Zaratulstra's current situation, and second, matters related to the Dream City. They had listed over 20 questions, but considering the subconscious limitations of the dream on various aspects, they believed it impossible to keep asking until all their doubts were answered by the magic mirror Arades. They suspected that the mirror could only answer a limited number of questions at a time or in a day, just like how magic mirror divination normally only allowed 3 questions. Therefore, Lumion adjusted the order of the questions, placing the most important and crucial ones at the beginning. "Shall we start?" Jenna turned her head to look at Lumion. Lumion nodded and said calmly, "I'll go." "Oh, no, we'll take turns. We can't let you bear the mirror's questions alone," Franca emphasized. "It must be fair." She felt that she should also make some sacrifices and not always let Lumion face the terrifying questions of the magic mirror, Arrodes. Lumion glanced at her. "All right, you go first." Franca took a deep breath and looked at the magic mirror Arades. "Great, Arades, may I ask you a question?" Since they had already rented the magic mirror from Star Dream Provision store, she didn't follow the mystical ritual procedure and directly inquired of the other party. The surface of the ancient silver mirror instantly became dark, as if sinking to the bottom of lightless waters. Rows of blood-colored words in ancient Faceak then appeared. "I can answer any question you ask, but you must also answer an equal number of questions from me, in the presence of at least 1 witness. If you refuse to answer, or if you lie, you will face punishment." Franca recalled the list of questions and carefully phrased her words. "My question is, What are the current manifestations of Zarathustra's Beyonder powers in the Dream City? This was one of the questions their team most wanted to know the answer to. When Lumion watched the surveillance footage and listened to the wiretapped conversation last night, he only confirmed one point. Zarathustra's summoning of images from the historical void had significant limitations. He wouldn't always use historical projections to replace himself in activities while hiding in the fog of history before going to open the door for Yu. He pulled out a past version of himself from the historical void, and that historical projection then communicated with Yu for nearly a quarter of an hour. Based on this, Lumion speculated that Zarathustra would only use historical projections to replace himself for a period of time when he felt danger or had to face certain problematic individuals. As for disguising marionettes as his true self, Lumion believed that the Sequence 7 faceless ability probably couldn't achieve this, but he didn't rule out the possibility that a similar ability descended from Sequence 2 to Sequence 7 might be able to. The blood-red ancient Faceac words on the surface of the magic mirror Aradez writhed and changed, revealing row after row. Zarathustra can currently manipulate 2 marionettes. Through spirit body threads, he can initially control a target for 20 seconds and completely marionettize them in 1 minute and 30 seconds. His marionette manipulation range is 50 meters. He can switch positions with the marionettes. The marionettes can use their own abilities as well as borrow all of his abilities, but all at the Sequence 7 level. He can only maintain the existence of one historical void image at a time, including people, objects, scenes, and spirituality. He can currently maintain summoned angel-level historical void images for 30 seconds to 1 minute, depending on his closeness to or understanding of the corresponding target. If he summons his past Sequence 1 self, it can be maintained for 1 minute and 30 seconds. If summoning his Sequence 2 self, it's 3 minutes. His past selves below angelic level can be maintained for up to a quarter of an hour. Other people, objects and scenes below angelic level range from 2 to 10 minutes. His shape-shifting ability allows marionettes to disguise themselves as him, surpassing any makeup effect. However, upon careful observation, differences can still be seen to determine authenticity. He can also wish, creating some miracles, but the effects of these miracles are still restricted to the Sequence 7 level. His past Sequence 1 self could make the spirit body threads of the dead or certain objects reappear, thereby marionettizing them. If one eats marionettized food, they will be corrupted and gradually become marionettized. His past Sequence 1 self could also graft physical entities or abstract concepts that normally couldn't be directly connected, combining them to achieve incredible effects. However, these incredible effects are still only at the Sequence 7 level. His past Sequence 1 self could distort space and time, creating a realm of mysteries that surpasses the bottle of fiction and possesses concealed properties. His air straw is 20 meters long, potentially helping him avoid areas densely populated with mystical pathogens. The magic mirror Araduz described all of Zarathustra's abilities and their current manifestations, causing the blood-red words on the mirror's surface to change several times. However, it didn't provide enough details about the Sequence 2 and Sequence 1 level abilities, only briefly mentioning them. The mirror is really working hard to awaken Mr. Fool. Franca couldn't help but grumble inwardly after reading everything carefully. Lumion, meanwhile, recalled the historical projection of Zarathustra that had conversed with Yu. Judging from the fact that they had talked for nearly a quarter of an hour, Lumion deduced that it was a historical void image of Zarathustra before he became an angel. This also indicated that Zarathustra wasn't a born mythical creature, but had ascended step by step from lower sequences. After displaying Zarathustra's current abilities, the blood-colored words on the surface of the ancient silver mirror changed again. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. Franca gritted her teeth and nodded slightly. What do they not know about me? There's nothing to be afraid of. On the mirror, new words began to form, composing a sentence. After entering the Dream City, have you ever thought about doing something with Lumion when Jenna wasn't around? Damn it, that's harsh. Franca didn't dare look at Jenna and squeezed out a word through her teeth. Yes, she immediately defended herself. I just thought about it occasionally, never put it into practice. This is Mr. Fool's dream. How dare I do anything inappropriate? If Mr. Fool's subconscious remembers it, I'd be socially dead for real. Lumion glanced at the rapidly speaking Franca and the silent Jenna, suspecting that while making Franca feel ashamed and embarrassed, the magic mirror, Rhodes might also have a hidden intention of helping Jenna digest the affliction potion. It's really going all out to wake up Mr. Fool. Franca finally finished speaking and mustered the courage to look at Jenna, receiving an encouraging smile and slight nod from her. Lumion spoke on Franca's behalf. The second question is, has Zarathustra discovered my surveillance? The ancient silver mirror with two black gemstones like eyes displayed new blood-colored words. Zarathustra discovered that someone was spying through mirror-like objects, but doesn't know who. He also learned about the existence of pinhole cameras and wiretaps because he has a saint-level seer subordinate living next door who can marionettize mosquitoes and hide them in the room to observe the situation. So, when I cautiously used the fire of destruction to burn all spiritually imbued things in Zarathustra's room, it made him alert that someone had infiltrated his room. After a covert search, he discovered the pinhole cameras and wiretaps. But, because his marionette subordinate died, he only knows someone infiltrated his room, not who it was. Lumion immediately analyzed the important information hidden in the magic mirror. Rhodes' answer. At the same time, he suspected that Zarathustra knew Mr. Huang had concealed the fact that someone was spying through mirror-like objects, but didn't expose it on the spot. Moreover, knowing there was surveillance, Zarathustra still had Jia Yu come to his room for a private conversation. Was this to mislead us, making us think Jia Yu was important and focus our attention there? But his plan to poach Jia Yu wasn't a sudden decision. It should have started before I went to spy on him in the hotel room. Does he think that deep contact with Jia Yu holds hidden dangers, and, without knowing certain details, it could easily lead to him being kicked out of the dream? So he deliberately exposed his intentions to let us step on the landmine. Lumion's thoughts were in turmoil, feeling that Zarathustra, this seer, was really quite similar to a conspirer, his mind full of conspiracies and schemes. Now that he knew Zarathustra had discovered his spying and had been acting all along, Lumion could design targeted action plans. Demonesses had ways and abilities to evade the dangerous premonitions of a seer. After answering, the magic mirror Arades routinely displayed the corresponding prompt before posing a question to Lumion. Is your feeling for Franca and Jenna love, or just valuing them? Lumion fell momentarily quiet before responding, I value them. After a few seconds of silence in the sofa area, Jenna moved forward slightly and said, It's my turn to ask. Lumion and Franca both nodded. Jenna recalled the list of prepared questions and looked at the ancient silver mirror. The third question is, who was the last person to wrench you? The blood-red words on the mirror's surface suddenly disappeared, leaving only a faint shimmer of water. After several seconds, a few words appeared on the deep, dark surface of the mirror, the unique text of the Dream City, all in a pale white color. It's Peng Dan. Peng Deng? The person who spent 220,000 to rent the magic mirror Rhodes for a day was Peng Deng. Lumion, Franca, and Jenna were all shocked. Chapter 976, Scheming and Strategizing. Regarding who had previously rented the magic mirror, Lumion and the others had various guesses, but they never imagined it would be Peng Deng. Where did Peng Deng get so much money? Why did Peng Deng want to rent the magic mirror Rhodes? What exactly did Peng Deng want to do? Lumion, Jenna, and Franca looked at each other, all feeling it necessary to adjust the order of questions and temporarily add some related to Peng Deng renting the mirror. At this moment, the pale white text on the silver mirror's surface twisted and writhed, turning blood red again and stretching into individual ancient Fasak words. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. Jenna nodded slightly, beginning to think about what question to ask next. The blood-red words on the mirror changed to new content. Have you considered how you would intimately get along with Lumion and Franca if you switched to the hunter pathway in the future and became male? That's quite a subtle way of asking. Jenna sensed Rhodes' goodwill. although it was still quite embarrassing for someone who was once a showy diva. She could answer with her eyes closed. I have thought about it. Franca's mind suddenly flashed with a thought about being on top or on top. She steadied herself and looked at the mirror. The fourth question: what did Peng Dung do with the help of the great Arodes? On the surface of the ancient silver mirror, the blood-red words quickly faded away, the watery sheen receded, and it no longer had a deep, dark feel. Franca's question went unanswered. So it's only 3 questions? She sighed in disappointment. Lumion thought for a moment and said, let's try asking again before returning it to Stardream Provision Store this afternoon. Perhaps the interval between inquiries is calculated by time, not by rental frequency. Jenna nodded. Of course, she would be responsible for returning the rental Friday morning. Zhou Mingri, busy at his workstation, felt his phone vibrate beside him. He picked it up and saw a message from Luo Shan. I might be losing my job. Let me treat you to dinner again tonight. What happened? Zhou Mingri asked, both puzzled and concerned. Luo Shan sent an emoji. I'll tell you when we have dinner. Oh, and Luo Fu will be there too. All right. Should I choose what to eat, or will you? Zhou Mingri politely asked. It's my treat, so of course I'll choose. Luo Shan quickly replied. After putting down his phone, Zhou Mingri focused on his computer screen as if seriously evaluating his previous work results. In reality, he was thinking about Luo Shan's situation. How could she suddenly lose her job? The last time we had dinner, Luo Shan was praising Mr. Huang for paying well and the relaxed work atmosphere. She didn't seem to have any intention of quitting. Is it because of her special circumstances that she must change her workplace, or does the company want to fire her, or both? About half of the administrative department came because of Mr. Huang. Luo Shan is considered a very qualified employee. There's no reason for the HR department to actively fire her. Moreover, the company's overall revenue and profits have reached new highs, and they even said the administrative department was short-staffed, specifically hiring Luo Fu. Has Luo Shan shown any unusual behavior or done anything problematic? Recently, Zhou Mingri thought back and forth, feeling that after Luo Shan discarded those original paintings, everything seemed normal, except for secretly forming a group with Luo Fu and Li Ming, and warning him to be wary of Zarathustra. The group is in talks with Zarathustra's company about a merger and restructuring. Luo Shan has warned me twice to be careful of Zarathustra. Luo Shan then gets suddenly being fired. Is there a connection between these events? Well, after Luo Fu warned me last time, she was off for a few days. Tonight, she and Luo Shan might hint at something again, because his previous interactions with Luo Shan and Luo Fu hadn't brought any abnormalities or led to attacks or difficulties. Zhou Mingri wasn't averse to having another meal with them and listening to what they had to say. Frankly, if it weren't for Luo Shan and Li Ming hinting 3 times since Sunday to be wary of Zarathustra, he would have felt that everything around him was calm and normal, without any issues, as if he had never drunk the assassin beverage. But the more it seemed so, the stranger Zhou Mingri felt, as if he were trapped in a cocoon, with various abnormalities lingering outside, waiting for a chance to invade yet invisible to him. So he was trying hard to probe, and contacting Luo Shan and Luo Fu was part of that effort. Hall Film Company, Talent Department. The young employee who had previously introduced various situations to Jenna smiled at her. I'm Zhang Yue. I'm responsible for helping you new recruits connect with various departments of the company. You can come to me for anything. What a coincidence! Jenna, who had changed into a short-sleeved chiffon blouse, smiled back. Zhang Yue looked around and said, This isn't a coincidence, it's destiny. Why was I waiting outside the conference room to take the interviewees out? It's because I'm responsible for these matters later on. Well, I'm not the only one in charge of you new recruits. When selecting, I chose you first. I have high hopes for you. Keep it up. Whether Zhang Ye was sincere or not, these words made Jenna quite pleased, giving her a feeling of being valued and affirmed, naturally generating a happy mood. Zhang Ye continued, I thought you'd only report to work on Monday. The physical training courses and media response courses arranged for you are all next week. Well, today, let's just chat casually. I'll give you a tour, and if we happen to meet a producer or director, you might get a chance to audition soon. If I had come next week, Jia Yu might have already paid the penalty and left Jenna follow Jiang Yue, walking forward in the talent department. She glanced at Jia Yu's studio and said, Jia Yu isn't here? I have a friend who's his fan. I wanted to get his autograph. He's not here. After The Great Pirate 3 blew up, he's been coming to the company less and less, Jiang Yu said with a complex tone. Today he said he was going to attend a film-related event. Jenna showed a disappointed expression on her face and nodded, saying, The Great Pirate 3 is quite popular, with high box office numbers. Yeah, although those film critics all say it's just a qualified popcorn flick, audiences love watching popcorn flicks. What can those that don't even qualify compare with us? Jiang Yu said, somewhat indignantly. Jenna took this opportunity to ask, So, is the company planning to make The Great Pirate 4? Jiang Yue lowered her voice. There is such a plan, but the problem is that the Romance Queen is too slow. We've already finished filming and released The Great Pirate 3, but she still hasn't written The Great Pirate 4. After all, the person herself has been completely kicked out. After all, the dream manifestation's pen name is Salted Fish Without Dreams. Jenna continued Jiang Yue's conversation for a few sentences, and then said, Moreover, I see that The Great Pirate 3 is popular mainly because of the adventure image of German Sparrow. If the next one doesn't have him as the main character, I think there will be big problems. The box office might even be a disaster, just like how The Great Pirate 1 and The Great Pirate 2 movies didn't have much fame. This was laying the groundwork for the team's alternative awakening plan. Jiang Yue was stunned for a moment. The Great Pirate 1 and The Great Pirate 2 were never made into movies. Huh? Jenna was stunned for 2 seconds and then said, Then why is this movie directly called The Great Pirate 3? I don't know either, Jiang Yu answered with a bewildered face. The big boss personally decided it, and no one else raised any objections. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have remembered that the previous parts of the Great Pirate series hadn't been made into movies. What's going on? How can they skip The Great Pirate 1 and The Great Pirate 2 and directly make The Great Pirate 3? Even if they skip, why not change the name instead of adding 3? Amidst her confusion, Jenna vaguely grasped a key point. This was related to one of Anderson Hood's reminders. The Master of the Dream City is a symbol of loopholes and errors, so no matter how real this dream is, there will still be inconsistencies, loopholes, and places that make people feel terrified upon deep thought. It will still express the dream aspect. A dream normally operates smoothly, but if outsiders do something beyond the norm and pointing to loopholes in between, could it create problems? For example, being illogically accepted by the masses or being absurd and horrifying. In the underlying realization of things, after Madame Justice forcibly named this movie The Great Pirate 3 instead of The Great Adventurer, the dream manifestations naturally accepted it, and only outsiders could discover the discrepancy, while dream manifestations could perceive the problem after being reminded. Madame Justice didn't mention this point because it was linked to An Zhaotian's car accident, and she forgot after being forced to leave the dream. The reason for the loophole of the Great Pirate movie having 3 but no 1 and 2 is because Mr. Fool's subconscious believes this book series should indeed be made into movies. Jenna thought a lot in an instant. She didn't delve deeper into this topic, fearing that Jiang Yue as a dream manifestation would become more confused and conflicted, leading to chaos in the corresponding dream and affecting herself. Since it can't be filmed later, The Great Pirate 3 can be made into stage plays, animations, TV series, games and such, taking full advantage while the movie's popularity is still high. Jenna acted like an enthusiastic and kind-hearted audience member. Jiang Yue nodded in agreement. True, she then said self-mockingly. Is this something we can decide? Wait until the next meeting and suggest it to our boss, Mei Xin. Let her whisper it to the big boss. In a high-end hot pot restaurant with a proper stage. In a private room on the 2nd floor, Mr. Wang introduced to Zarathustra beside him. This hot pot restaurant has a unique feature. Later, there will be a face-changing performance, one of the local intangible cultural heritages. Zarathustra, sitting next to the window, glanced at the large screens behind and around the stage, smiled and nodded slightly. "I'm looking forward to it." Just as Mr. Huang was about to say something more, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was Bernie. Excuse me, I'll take this call first." Mr. Huang stood up with his phone and walked towards the door of the private room. Chapter 977, The Best Support. After Mr. Huang left the private room to take the call, Zarathustra leaned towards the center of the window, as if trying to get a clearer view of the stage and the corresponding large screen. At the same time, Mr. Ed and other Intis Group employees responsible for reception, as well as Zarathustra's entourage, all heard their phones vibrate. They instinctively picked up their phones, unlocked the screens, and saw a pop-up message. This wasn't a text message or WeChat notification, nor was it an alert for an incoming call. It seemed to be just a simple dialog box that had taken over the screen. The dialog box contained a brief line of text. "Please be quiet for 1 minute." As Mr. Ed, the Intis Group employees, and Zarathustra's entourage noticed this line of text, it jumped up one by one, directly out of the phone screens, transforming into an invisible, colorless stream of information carrying mystical power that entered the heads of the corresponding people. Except for Mr. Huang, who was making a phone call outside the private room, and Zarathustra, who was looking at the stage below, everyone present suddenly became dazed, their eyes vacant, their bodies frozen in their previous positions. They had truly become quiet. Zarathustra sensed something amiss and turned his gaze back to the people in the private room. As he did so, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his own reflection faintly, appearing in the already open window. His heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively pulled back his body, preventing the window from reflecting him anymore. At this moment, behind the corresponding glass mirror surface, Lumion, in his Demoness of Despair form with disheveled black hair and wearing a dark t-shirt, quietly watched as Zarathustra's ethereal figure appeared on the mirror and quickly moved towards the edge. The normally invisible spirit body threads on his body, upon touching the hard mirror surface, no longer extended as usual, but were drawn upwards by some force, disappearing into the deep dark sky above. This was Distortion's alteration of the spirit body thread's extension direction. This way, Zarathustra wouldn't be able to detect in advance if someone was spying, or lying in ambush behind the mirror by observing spirit body threads. The effect of distortion came from the edge of the area behind the mirror, near the ghostly tunnel resembling a spider web, from a crown inlaid with numerous dark gems. The crown floated silently in midair, with a tall, beautiful woman standing behind it. This woman had tied her slightly curly chestnut hair into a bun, had straight eyebrows, blue eyes, and was wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt and light-colored trousers. She was none other than Miss Bernie Huang. She held a phone in her hand, talking to Huang Tao. Logically, there shouldn't be any signal in the mirror world, but Bernie Huang's words, after going through the phone, directly transformed into an invisible stream of information, drilling out of this place. The replies from Huang Tao were similarly affected by Beyonder powers, entering as pure information streams and being converted into sound by the phone. Lumion glanced at Miss Huang, recalling what she had said before the operation. "I can provide help for you, but I can't directly participate in the battle. I've already been kicked out to the stream twice, and I'm under certain restrictions. If Zarathustra sees me as his enemy, I might be kicked out of the dream for the 3rd time. And the problem with my father hasn't been resolved yet. I'll create opportunities for you, but killing Zarathustra or kicking him out of the dream can only be done by yourselves. This item can't be lent to you, otherwise, before Zarathustra dies, you'll die first." Lumion hesitated no longer and, looking at Zarathustra's mirror projection that hadn't yet disappeared, raised his left hand. On his wrist was a silver bracelet that lit up with a silver, white, and black glow. Circle Inhabitant. Lumion seized the opportunity and used Circle Inhabitant on Zarathustra's fading mirror projection. Of course, this was also suppressed to the Sequence 7 level, unable to make the corresponding fate repeat, and could only be triggered twice at most. The current implementation of Circle Inhabitant was to make similar scenes appear again in a short time through disturbances in fate. In the private room, after Zarathustra pulled back his body, preventing the glass window from reflecting him again, he suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing from the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Before he could check the status of the others at the table, he found the window being blown, moving towards closing. This once again cast his reflection onto the corresponding glass. In Zaratul's deep blue, almost pure black eyes, a dim light flashed, already sensing the presence of anomalies, not just simple vigilance. He raised his right hand, using a miracle invoker's ability to influence the future. He reduced the probability of his mirror projection being utilized by others. In the mirror world, Lumion held an ice crystal thin sword wrapped in terrifying black flames in one hand, while touching the river of fate of Zaratulstra's mirror. Projection with the other, trying to magnify the fate tributary of his successful attack. The two forces collided, with Zaratulstra's prevailing slightly, causing that fate tributary not only to fail to magnify, but to shrink by 1/10. However, for Lumion, this was enough. His use of the magnified fate ability wasn't to increase the probability of the curse succeeding, but to counteract the miracle invoker's interference with fate. Being so close to Zaratulstra's mirror projection, as long as there was no interference from the miracle invoker, or as long as the miracle invoker's interference wasn't strong enough, his chances of achieving his goal were quite high. Lumion's ice crystal thin sword darted out, striking the reappearing mirror projection of Zaratulstra. The fire of destruction wrapped around the ice crystal thin sword instantly poured into that projection, igniting it from the inside out, placing it in pure mad destruction. This was a curse aimed at Zaratulstra. The mystical principle behind many of a demoness's curses was to utilize mirror projections, which was also a kind of mirror person, a temporary, short-lived mirror person with a very strong mystical connection to the original person. When Lumion's fire of destruction ignited Zaratulstra's mirror projection, in the private room, Zaratulstra's eyes, nose, ears, mouth, skin pores and other places erupted with violent black flames. In an instant, this old man became a black torch, his body quickly thinning and shrinking, burning to ashes. Paper figurine substitutes. For an angel like Zaratulstra, paper figurine substitutes could long be used to transfer curses, but to escape a curse completed by a demoness through a mirror projection, the main body still needed to hide in the fog of history and time. After interfering with the development of fate using his miracle invoker ability, Zaratulstra didn't think the first wave of attacks would end there. He quickly used paper figurine substitute, while he cautiously entered the fog of history, hiding in a crevice. The scene of him burning into a paper figurine didn't attract the attention of those at the table. Those people were still in a quiet state. In the mirror world. Near the illusory dark tunnel, Bernadette held a phone in one hand, while with the other, she made several dark gems on the crown in front of her light up with strange radiance. Distortion. She used distortion again, swapping the spatial positions of Zaratulstra's main body, plus paper figurine substitute, and his mirror projection. Thus Zaratulstra, who had hidden in the fog of history, and the paper figurine substitute that had been burned to ashes, came to the mirror world. This place was also connected to the spirit world. This place also had the fog of history. Meanwhile, Zaratulstra's mirror projection sat by the hot pot table, quickly, disappearing into nothingness amidst the madly growing black flames. It vanished into the void along with these flames of destruction. After completing this, Bernadette quickly put away the crown inlaid with dark gems, stepped back twice, and disappeared into the illusory complex tunnel, resembling a spider web. Throughout this process, she maintained her call with Mr. Huang. Lumion showed no emotional fluctuation at Bernadette's departure. According to their agreement, this princess was mainly responsible for three things. First, to draw away Mr. Huang, who was suspected to be influenced by the mirrored Roselle. Second, to use the mystery prior pathways control over the information world to push a message to the others in the private room that would make them quiet, with the subsequent cleanup and erasure of traces to be done by the information. Shredder Lumion still remembered that when Miss Huang saw the information, her expression noticeably became more complex, as if seeing a natural enemy being artificially created. Third, to help Lumion and the others hide their spirit, body threads, preventing Zaratulstra from discovering them in advance. If Lumion failed to assassinate successfully in the initial stage, she would help bring Zarathustra into the mirror world, allowing them to change from assassination to forced killing, with the possibility of one more indirect assistance later, depending on the situation. This way Lumion and the others wouldn't have to worry about their battle with Zarathustra attracting the official forces of the Dream City, being interrupted by them, or even hunted down. Moreover, Zarathustra would be separated from his marionettes. Even if Zarathustra could manipulate the spirit-body threads through the mirror, those marionettes, if they didn't possess the power to come to the mirror world, wouldn't be able to participate in this battle. Cutting off the marionettes was the first step in dealing with high-level beings of the seer pathway. As the paper figurine substitute was completely burned, Zarathustra, at sequence 7 and unable to stay in the fog of history for too long, returned to reality. He saw that he was in the void dark area behind the mirror, and near the mirror surface stood a figure whose charm couldn't be concealed even by darkness. Lumion smiled, making this area seem as if it was illuminated by clear moonlight. Charm, Zarathustra's consciousness was momentarily stunned, all worms of spirit seemingly marveling at that heart-piercing beauty. Almost simultaneously, the invisible spider silk that had long been spread throughout this place entangled him. Lumion then drew the sword of courage and from a distance of over 10 meters, slashed towards Zarathustra. That iron-black straight sword created a highly compressed fire serpent, falling towards the old man dressed in a black formal suit from a distance. At the edge of the area behind the mirror, Jenna emerged from her invisible state, used the mirror in her hand to reflect Zarathustra's figure, and smeared her other hand, covered in Demoness black flames, onto it. Chapter 978, Wishes. Boom! The highly compressed red fire serpent exploded, engulfing Zarathustra before Jenna could complete her curse. It tore him into shreds of paper, causing them to ignite simultaneously. Zarathustra once again retreated into the fog of history. As the explosion from the red fire serpent began to subside, he returned to the present from a corner of the area behind the mirror, dragging out his past self from the historical void, the self that was a sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. As soon as Zarathustra appeared, clad in a black robe with eyes pure black and lightless, he immediately transformed into a massive vortex composed of countless maggots. This enormous vortex was deep and dark, extending numerous slimy tentacles covered in bizarre patterns. Mythical creature form, the mythical creature form of the seer pathway. For angels, the mythical creature form was their truest appearance, so there was no question of whether they could or could not transform into it within the Dream City. Of course, this too was suppressed to the sequence 7 level. The instant he saw the maggot vortex, even Lumion, as a demoness of despair and possessing godhood, couldn't help but feel his thoughts stutter, his joints stiffen, and his mind as if it were under attack from a super-strong hurricane. He instinctively closed his eyes, while Jenna, who was near the mirror tunnel, seemed to be twisting her entire body. Seizing this opportunity, Zarathustra's main body made a wish. My wish is for my marionettes to return to my side. As soon as the words were spoken, 2 more figures appeared in the area behind the mirror. They were dressed as business people, 1 male and 1 female. As for the other marionettes, they of course belonged to other marionettists. Zarathustra could command their operators, not them directly. Zarathustra didn't wish to leave the mirror world because he had sensed the presence of distortion power from the fact that he had been swapped into the mirror world despite hiding in the fog of history. So he chose not to directly leave the current area. He feared having his position distorted again, which might cause him to appear out of thin air in front of Yagates, the number 1 figure in the police department. At this moment, because Zarathustra's mythical creature form was restricted to sequence 7, both the godhood impact and mental corruption effects were greatly reduced. So Lumion, as a demoness of despair, with his eyes closed and maintaining distance, began to recover. He raised his left hand and snapped his fingers with a loud crack. In different parts of the area behind the mirror, under the cover of a mirror maze, composed of numerous mirrors, groups of delayed explosion fireballs that had been prepared in advance received the order to explode immediately. Rumble. They exploded simultaneously, intertwining with each other, causing a fierce red flame storm to cover the entire area behind the mirror, completely engulfing Zarathustra's historical void image, the 2 marionettes along with Jenna and Lumion. This was the hunter's home turf, a battlefield meticulously prepared by Lumion. As for Zaratulstra's main body, he had once again hidden in the fog of history. Rumble. Zaratulstra's two marionettes used paper figurine substitutes, being torn to pieces, in the violent impact waves, and ignited by the red flames. Zaratulstra's historical void image maintained its mythical creature form, extending numerous tentacles to entangle the oncoming flame storm. He grafted himself onto the flames, thus avoiding harm, merely drifting to another side with the storm. Normally, grafting suppressed to Sequence 7 wouldn't allow Zaratulstra's historical void image to recombine with the concept of fire, but Sequence 7, Magician of the Seer pathway, could manipulate flames having a very close connection with fire itself. Therefore, Zaratulstra's historical void image could become a special kind of flame, constantly flashing within the storm. Lumion's body also shattered like a mirror. Immediately after, he teleported near the newly emerged female marionette, using the mirror in his hand to reflect her figure, and smeared the flames of destruction, imbued with Cull forces, onto the mirror surface. Affected by both Zaratulstra's main body entering the fog of history, and his historical projection turning into a flame. Drifting with the storm, the female marionette had no time to react, or time to hide in the fog of history. Extremely suppressed black flames hiding destruction erupted from within her body. She quickly regressed into a paper figurine, but when she emerged in another part of the area behind the mirror, the flames of destruction on her body had not extinguished. After using paper figurine substitute twice in succession, this marionette's main body also turned to ashes. At this point, the terrifying scene created by the groups of delayed explosion, fireballs, finally subsided. Zaratulstra's historical void image extended his right hand and gently grasped. The surrounding space-time distorted in response, covering the entire area behind the mirror as if with a giant curtain, forming a concealed area isolated from the surroundings. Realm of Mysteries. After confirming that Lumion and Jenna had been pulled into the Realm of Mysteries by his historical projection and could not prevent him for a short time, Zaratulstra returned from the fog of history, landing at the edge of the dark and void area behind the mirror. He ignored his historical projection and the remaining marionettes that were also trapped in the Realm of Mysteries, walking directly towards the glass mirror surface leading to the Hot Pot restaurant's private room. Now, he had the energy to be vigilant and avoid the influence of the distortion forces. Just as Zaratulstra approached the glass mirror surface, he suddenly heard a bang of a gunshot. A golden bullet, carrying an indescribable sense of decay, flew out from one of the spider web-like tunnels, heading straight for his chest. Anthony, wearing a cheap black t-shirt and sporting a crew cut, flashed out of the tunnel following the bullet. He had been lurking there, using the power of the ice mirror charm, not venturing into the area behind the mirror. So he wasn't encompassed by the Realm of Mysteries, created by Zaratulstra's historical projection. As Zaratulstra's main body avoided the bullet, Anthony, using the remnant power of mirror traversal, instantly appeared beside the white-haired old man. He raised a pre-drawn picture while his eyes turned golden and vertical. Frenzy. Anthony thought that Zaratulstra had resurrected by seizing Loki's body, so there might still be some struggle between them. Therefore, using frenzy to target, Zaratulstra's mental state might have a miraculous effect. The picture in his hand was drawn on a blank sketchbook, depicting a door, a lock, and wooden bars completely sealing the door. The picture spontaneously ignited, turning into a phantom image that attached itself to the glass mirror surface leading to the outside world, sealing it with wooden bars and adding a lock. Zaratulstra, directly affected by frenzy, suddenly faded, becoming a phantom. This was a magician's ability to create illusions. After returning from the fog of history, the first thing Zaratulstra actually did was create an illusion rather than directly approaching the exit. He used this to make Anthony misjudge his position, only hitting the illusion. Zaratulstra's true figure quickly sketched itself not far away, speaking coldly in Dragonese. "My wish is to banish the enemies here." Before Anthony could use his area of effect awe, he suddenly blacked out, as if lifted by an invisible force and thrown into the air. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a prison, with no mirror-like objects around to use. All the iron bars were wrapped in cotton cloth. Zarathustra chose to banish Anthony rather than wish for his death because this angel believed that the enemy mixed with the Demoness likely also had one or two mirror substitutions, which would lead to a momentary failure of the wish and a waste of time. However, this meant that Lumion, who was inside the realm of mysteries, was unaffected by the miracle and remained inside. Zarathustra's wish was to banish the enemies. Here, and the realm of mysteries no longer belonged to. Here. No longer disturbed by Anthony, Zarathustra turned his gaze back to the glass mirror surface. He had already realized two wishes, creating two miracles, which had considerably drained him, so he just opened his mouth, preparing to use an air cannon to blast the wooden bars and lock, removing their blockade of the exit. Inside the realm of mysteries, Jenna had disappeared, while Lumion, having slightly recovered, teleported behind Zarathustra's historical projection. He raised his head, looking up high, letting his eyes, which had burst many capillaries from directly viewing the mythical creature form earlier, turn iron black. At the same time, he let out a harumph. As two beams of white light shot from his nostrils towards the dark vortex, composed of worms, he threw the sword of courage in his hand upwards towards a certain point in the sky. That place appeared pale white in his eyes. It was the weakness of the realm of mysteries. Even though the realm of mysteries was an ability that only Sequence 1 could use, it currently only had the strength of Sequence 7. Outside the realm of mysteries, Zarathustra made a bang sound, firing an air cannon, causing the wooden bars and iron lock drawn on the glass mirror surface to shatter inch by inch. At this moment, several figures traversed through another tunnel. There was Ludwig wearing a child's formal attire, a slightly plump female version of Anthony with a mature demeanor and fairly pretty features, and a handsome male version of Jenna with flaxen hair styled dashingly. The real Jenna was still hiding inside the tunnel, not entering this area behind the mirror. Her previous appearance was a shallow mirror person, created using special mirror world fragments, which could be maintained for a longer time to confuse Zarathustra. However, under the influence of Lumion's area explosion and the realm of mysteries earlier, that weak, shallow mirror person had been destroyed. The current male version of Jenna and female version of Anthony were deep mirror people created in advance using the special mirror world fragments in Franca and Lumion's possession. They could only be maintained for 3 minutes, but in terms of abilities, they almost perfectly replicated the originals, and could also borrow power from the special mirror world to a certain extent. After the battle with the reanimated female corpse, Lumion and the others began to pay more attention to the abilities that came with the special mirror world fragments. In the real world, the effect might not be obvious, but in the dream city where everyone was suppressed to Sequence 7, the more mirror helpers, the better. Jenna hadn't let her male version, the female version of Anthony, and Ludwig follow Anthony to attack Zarathustra earlier because she remembered Lumion's prior reminder. If we fail to assassinate successfully, subsequent attacks should come in batches. We can't all rush in at once, lest Zarathustra's special ability takes us all away at once. This can also deplete his spirituality and the number of times he can use his special abilities. In the hunter's home turf, although it couldn't be said that they could make arrangements for the enemy from beginning to end, at least the first few waves of attacks could reflect their intentions. Chapter 979, Mythical Creature. Faced with the attack from Ludwig, the male version of Jenna, and the female version of Anthony, Zarathustra showed no surprise. His body inside the black formal wear suddenly disintegrated, along with his face collapsing inward into a dark vortex. If one looked closely at this vortex, they would see countless transparent insects, frantically writhing, seemingly crawling into the observer's mind and body, devouring thoughts and nerves. From within the sleeves and pant legs of the black formal wear, numerous slimy tentacles covered in bizarre patterns extended outward. Zarathustra had also revealed his mythical creature form. Unlike his historical void image, his clothes were real, not part of a historical projection. They didn't transform into the mythical creature remaining draped over the surface of the maggot vortex. This made him appear even more terrifying. As Zarathustra revealed his mythical creature form, both the male version of Jenna and the female version of Anthony instantly froze. One's hair rapidly grew thicker and longer, their skin losing its luster, while the other's face became covered in patches of grayish-white dragon scales. Silently, their bodies simultaneously collapsed. The former turned into a writhing mass of flesh, covered in thick, slimy, and bizarre black hair as thick as small snakes. The tips of these hairs struggled to open black and white eyes or stick out snake-like tongues. The latter disintegrated into several lizards covered in grayish-white dragon scales. They had lost control. Although Zaratulstra's mythical creature form was suppressed to the Sequence 7 level, as deep mirror people, their mental states were already unstable, and their emotions tended towards extremes. Naturally, they couldn't help but lose control. With this development, Ludwig's movements slowed slightly, his mind bearing the impact of the female Antony's indiscriminate frenzy. Just as he was about to succumb to the male Jenna's charm and turn to devour that mass of flesh, the two out-of-control deep mirror people began to fade and become transparent, quickly disappearing. They were illusory to begin with. Ludwig could only open his mouth wide, his mouth corners splitting to the back of his head. Then, he leaped towards Zaratulstra's mythical creature form in its black formal wear, biting down on one of the extended bizarre tentacles. He wanted to use this to deprive Zaratulstra of his paper figurine substitute's ability. Crack! Ludwig bit down, but only crushed a paper figurine. Zaratulstra, transformed into a mythical creature, appeared in midair. Within the dark vortex of countless maggots that formed his face, several differently colored gems seemed to light up simultaneously. Around Ludwig, who still had the paper figurine in his mouth, numerous illusory doors suddenly appeared. These illusory doors took various forms, some double-doored, some single, some barely showing a crack, some covered in mysterious patterns. They were densely packed and numerous, completely enveloping Ludwig. As Zaratulstra waved his slimy tentacles, one of the illusory doors suddenly opened, welcoming Ludwig as he was thrown towards it. Ludwig's figure instantly disappeared into the profound darkness behind the door. Exile. This was a secret sorcerer ability that Zaratulstra used with the aid of a certain sealed artifact. It could throw the target into a corresponding space-time turbulence, only able to return after 5 seconds. Of course, complete return was contingent on the person or object thrown into the space-time turbulence being able to withstand its impact. Combined with a miracle invoker's influence on fate, this could banish Ludwig for a full 10 seconds. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Zaratulstra had permanently or temporarily dealt with the third wave of attacking enemies. He spoke again in the Dragonese. "My wish is that no one else will interfere with me from now on." As soon as the words were spoken, Zaratulstra realized his wish. Affected by this aspect of his abilities being suppressed to Sequence 7, the realization of his wish had clear boundaries. It was limited to only the next 30 seconds, with poor effectiveness against enemies possessing godhood. The stronger the godhood, the more likely they were to break through the restrictions and interfere with him. At this moment, Jenna, hiding in one of the tunnels, suddenly found herself unable to traverse to the corresponding area behind the mirror. Zaratulstra, maintaining his mythical creature form, descended from midair, floating towards the glass mirror surface leading to the hot pot restaurant's private room. Rumble. He heard a faint explosion and saw a place in the area behind the mirror where an illusory curtain seemed to be pushed up, but not completely broken through, inside the realm of mysteries. When Lumion threw the Sword of Courage and used the spell of Harumph, Zaratulstra's historical projection instantly swapped positions with his marionette. The marionette, hit by the 2 beams of white light, only shook slightly. His spirit was essentially already dead. Rumble. The Sword of Courage struck the weak point of the realm of mysteries, creating a terrifying explosion, but failed to penetrate through. Amidst this chaos, Lumion's figure disappeared, blinking to the side of Zaratulstra's historical void image. His left hand was already raised, the silver bracelet on his wrist, glowing with a silvery white light, tinged with black. Circle Inhabitant. Lumion once again used Circle Inhabitant, targeting the position of Zaratulstra's historical void image. Of course, this attempt also forced him to face the other's mythical creature form directly. His thoughts and joints were once again filled with glue, and his mental state showed signs of some confusion. It was only because he possessed godhood, and the other's mythical creature form was also limited to the Sequence 7 level, that he didn't lose control on the spot. Otherwise, even if he hadn't lost control immediately, he would have been in a state where his mind was swept by a storm, unable to continue subsequent actions. Just as Zarathustra's historical void image was about to continue swapping positions with his marionette, he suddenly found the attempt failed. He remained in place. Seizing this opportunity, Lumion, his eyes showing a silver-black color, suddenly pushed his right palm forward. All his remaining spirituality surged towards the river of fate of Zarathustra's historical projection, compelling fate. He wanted to compel the fate of Zarathustra's historical projection to rush towards the imagined tributary. Due to the influence of Zarathustra's historical projection zone status, the probability of success for this action was actually not high. But as a historical projection, there was a natural flaw, problem, and weakness in terms of fate, which was the time limit on their existence. If Lumion wanted to compel fate to make Zarathustra's historical projection fall into dire straits and be killed by his subsequent attacks, it would depend on whether Mr. Fool would provide protection. But if he chose the fate tributary of historical projection prematurely terminated due to unexpected influence, there was a considerable chance of achieving the goal. In an instant, Lumion's spirituality was completely drained, forcing him to release the part he had accumulated in advance to barely support himself. His body involuntarily leaned back slightly, and on his bright face, streams of blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and the corners of his mouth. His black long hair seemed to have gained its own vitality, floating upwards and becoming slightly thicker. This was the backlash from directly viewing the fate of a mythical creature. Not only did one of his eyes go blind immediately, but his entire person became, like a marionette, temporarily unable to think or move. Almost simultaneously, Zarathustra's historical void image became semi-transparent, with ripples appearing on its surface. It was as if some accident had prevented the spirituality of Zarathustra's main body from penetrating the realm of mysteries to maintain the existence of the historical projection. In the blink of an eye, Zarathustra's historical void image faded to invisibility, completely dissipating. Without his presence, Lumion finally recovered. His blue eye, covered in a blood mist, saw the black curtain enveloping this area, rapidly collapsing. He saw that male marionette, having lost the control of Zarathustra's historical void image and being isolated from Zarathustra's main body by the realm of mysteries, standing still, motionless. Taking advantage of the realm of mysteries not yet completely collapsing, Lumion took out a mirror, reflected that marionette, and cursed it with the fire of destruction. The male marionette immediately erupted with black flames suppressing madness and destruction from the inside out, its body beginning to melt like steel. Lumion didn't look at him again. After the realm of mysteries further collapsed, he used the ability of mirror traversal to return to the area behind the mirror. Just as Zarathustra approached the glass mirror surface, he sensed movement behind him. This maggot vortex, clad in black formal wear and extending numerous bizarre tentacles, suddenly turned around to see Lumion, one eye covered in blood, the other unfocused, with blood flowing from them. Although Lumion didn't directly look at this complete mythical creature, only glancing towards the black shoes where things were vaguely crawling out, he still fell into intermittent thought stutters and slight mental confusion. His tendency towards madness worsened. At this moment, he had already retrieved the Sword of Courage with invisible spider silk. Holding this iron-black straight sword burning with scarlet flames in both hands, he was about to strike at Zarathustra from a distance. After overcoming difficulties and launching several waves of attacks, he and his teammates had finally taken out Zarathustra's marionette and historical void image, and could now challenge his main body. Within the dark vortex that formed Zarathustra's head, each worm emitted an elderly voice. The words they spoke came together, forming echoing speech in just 1 second. To be able to end my historical void image in such a short time, I'm indeed a bit surprised. But it doesn't matter, I'll just summon another one. As he spoke, Zarathustra extended a bizarre slimy tentacle and dragged out another version of himself from the fog of history. This was still him as a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. If it weren't for his concern about the hidden enemy who used the power of distortion to transfer him to the mirror world, Zarathustra felt he could have killed this group entirely, rather than just thinking about escaping this place. At this moment, Lumion couldn't help but feel a bit of despair. Zarathustra still has the spirituality to summon a historical void image. Is this what an angel is? Even suppressed to sequence 7, so many of us have only taken out his marionette, not even scratching his skin. Courage and madness occupied Lumion's body. Without fear, he slashed out a highly compressed scarlet fire serpent towards Zarathustra and his historical void image from a distance. Chapter 980. Together. Faced with the giant fire serpent slashed out by Lumion, Zarathustra's historical void image had not yet fully emerged from the fog of history and was unable to respond effectively. Meanwhile, the countless transparent maggots within the dark vortex of Zarathustra's main body merely watched, taking no action. The highly compressed scarlet fire serpent had not yet truly approached Zarathustra's main body when it suddenly changed direction, curving to the side, as if unwilling to conflict with this complete mythical creature. This was the power of a miracle. Zarathustra's previously made wish that no one else will interfere with him was still in effect, still functioning. Although Lumion possessed a certain degree of godhood, the power of the wish was unable to prevent him from leaving the realm of mysteries and returning to this area behind the mirror. However, it could still prevent him from directly affecting Zarathustra's main body, causing all his attacks to bypass the target. At this moment, Lumion suddenly raised his head. But he wasn't looking at Zarathustra's mythical creature form. Instead, he was looking at the glass mirror surface not far from Zarathustra. His eye, covered in a blood mist due to burst capillaries, turned iron black, reflecting the glass mirror surface that represented the entrance and exit, reflecting the pale spots on it. This was the mirror's own weakness. Immediately after, Lumion, wearing a silver-white earring on his left ear and his black hair floating gently, smiled and raised the sword of courage in his hand. The giant fire serpent that had bypassed Zarathustra's main body changed direction, accordingly, fiercely pouncing towards the pale spot on the glass mirror surface. The distance between them was extremely short. Before Zarathustra's main body could react, the highly compressed scarlet fire serpent hit the target area. Zarathustra's head, composed of countless maggots forming a vortex, turned towards that spot, seeming somewhat stunned by Lumion's choice. Once the mirror surface shattered, the corresponding area behind the mirror would collapse with it. If the people and objects in that area couldn't escape in time, through the mirror tunnels they would be swallowed by the turbulence of the mirror world and dragged into its depths. The dangers there were fatal for beyonders without a complete mythical creature form, meaning Lumion. Even for angels with complete mythical creature forms, unless they were of the door pathway or the Demoness pathway, the depths of the mirror world were places they were reluctant to venture into lightly. Seeing this scene, Lumion's smile grew increasingly manic. I never intended to attack you at all. My initial goal was to shatter the mirror corresponding to this area, dragging you down into the depths of the mirror world, into dangerous space-time turbulence. And to prevent you from detecting my true intentions, I pretended to attack you, directly. That strange interference helped me save a lot of spirituality. Otherwise, even as a pyromaniac wearing the lie earring, changing the direction of the fire, Serpent Midway would have been very strenuous and consumed a lot. Boom. The scarlet giant serpent, carrying the effects of Cull and Mighty Blow, exploded thunderously at the weak spot on the inside of the mirror, stirring up violent winds. Amidst the gale, the sound of cracking was drowned out as the mirror instantly shattered into pieces, causing the entire area behind the mirror to collapse with a thunderous roar. This dark, void world crumbled. Neither Lumion nor Zarathustra's main body managed to enter that spider web-like, illusory tunnel. They plummeted sharply towards the unseen bottom of the darkness, not knowing where it led. The collapse of this mirror world also brought intense shock waves to the historical fog that had previously permeated this place. Zarathustra's historical void image returned to formlessness before it could be fully dragged out. As they fell rapidly, Lumion's body became very light, noticeably slowing his descent. He could already see the dark storm raging below, seemingly able to tear apart everything, and he was about to be engulfed by it. He activated the black mark on his right shoulder, vanishing from the current void, with a whoosh. His figure didn't appear in the outside world. He didn't use a Demoness's control over the mirror world or the spiritual world traversal ability from Handbro to escape this dangerous place before being caught in a space-time turbulence. Instead, he blinked to Zaratulstra's side. Invisible spider silk then became visible, layer upon layer binding the maggot, vortex clad in black formal wear. After escaping from the realm of mysteries, Lumion had been secretly producing spider silk, letting it surround Zaratulstra's main body. When the area behind the mirror collapsed, these transparent spider threads immediately entangled the target, disregarding the corruption and effects brought by the mythical creature form on itself, making contact with Zaratulstra's main body. It was through this contact, relying on the positioning provided by the Demoness's spider silk, that Lumion was able to find Zaratulstra's main body in this chaotic and dangerous space-time and teleport to his side. Those spider threads slowly and jerkily entangled Zaratulstra, while Lumion, positioned beside him, closed his eyes and slashed the sword of courage towards the maggot vortex clad in black formal wear, following the pull of the spider silk. The scarlet flames on this iron-black straight sword silently turned pitch black, restraining violence and madness. Fire of destruction. As Lumion drew closer to Zaratulstra's main body, even with his eyes closed, his thoughts became sluggish, and the sword of courage he was slashing noticeably, least slowed. This was the corruption brought by the mythical creature form, which was also a kind of marionettization. Now it took Zaratulstra 20 seconds to gain initial control over a target's spirit body threads, but with the impact and corruption of the mythical creature form added, it only took 7 seconds. From the moment Lumion left the realm of mysteries, he had been secretly diverting attention to manipulate the other's spirit body threads, as expected. It's like this: the manic smile didn't disappear from Lumion's bright face. He activated the black mark on his right shoulder once again, and now, he was depending on how Zaratulstra's main body was bound to the invisible spider silk. In other words, his teleportation would bring Zaratulstra along with him. He wanted to go somewhere together with Zaratulstra. Zaratulstra suddenly had a sense of danger. He abandoned manipulating Lumion's spirit body threads and was about to use paper figurine substitutes to escape the binding of the spider silk and then leave this area that was about to be swallowed by space-time turbulence using the secret sorcerer's sealed artifact he carried. At this moment in a virtual tunnel of the mirror world, Bernadette, sitting on a green pea vine, was making a phone call while looking at a mirror. That mirror was a substitute Lumion had made for himself, having a very close connection with him. It was relying on this connection and the abilities of the mystery prior pathway that Bernadette was able to monitor every move on the battlefield. She suddenly reached out her right hand and once again virtually wiped the dark crown she had taken out again. The numerous gems on that crown lit up simultaneously, using Lumion's mirror to disorder the corresponding space-time. Zaratulstra first turned into a paper figurine, then his main body reappeared in the same position, still bound by spider silk. This was the last bit of help Bernadette could provide. Lumion's figure disappeared from the dark void that was about to be swallowed by space-time turbulence, taking Zaratulstra with him. The two of them appeared on the surface of the large screen on the hot pot restaurant stage and passed through it. Zaratulstra then saw the private room that belonged to his group, saw tables of customers eating hot pot. Thankfully, it's not the police station. Zaratulstra immediately contracted the maggot vortex, quickly changing back into a white-haired elderly man. He was worried that his mythical creature form would cause massive casualties and madness in the public setting of the hot pot restaurant. If that happened, he would certainly be captured by the main consciousness of the dream and forcibly kicked out or turned into a marionette, which could no longer be avoided by historical projection. Just as Zaratulstra regained human form, he suddenly saw a pair of eyes, dark, brown eyes. Those were Joe Mingrui's eyes. Joe Mingrui was sitting at a table not far from the stage, staring blankly as he watched Zaratulstra and a beautiful woman with a bloody face walk out from the screen. He felt that a dangerous aura lingered on the former, as if he had just emerged from a state that could kill everyone in the hot pot restaurant. This deeply shocked him, and the goose intestine he was holding with his chopsticks, not yet placed in the pot, froze in mid-air. Outside the hot pot restaurant, the sky at 7 p.m. was still bright. Zarathustra's gaze instantly froze. The next second, he turned his head to look at Lumion. One of Lumion's eyes had lost focus, dazed and confused, while the other blue eye was shrouded in a bloody mist. He put away the sword of courage and smirked at Zarathustra, a dangerous yet beautiful smile playing on his lips. Both of them felt pain simultaneously, as if tightly entangled by invisible tentacles, forcibly being dragged away from the world they relied on for survival. Their thoughts were also rapidly becoming sluggish and stuttering. Confirming that the situation was as he had anticipated, Lumion smiled even more happily. Zarathustra didn't put up much more resistance, as that would prevent him from entering the dream again later. He took a deep look at the Demoness of despair before him, then left this world along with the force kicking him out of the dream. Lumion did the same. Clap, clap, clap. Warm applause suddenly came from all directions in the hot pot restaurant. Whether that scene of the beautiful woman and the old man walking out of the screen was magic or an application of virtual reality technology, it was worth applauding. What the audience didn't notice was that behind Zarathustra, an illusory door discreetly appeared, and Ludwig, dressed in children's formal wear, walked out. People and objects banished by the secret sorcerer ability, when the time was up, didn't return to their original position, but to the side of the person who used the exile ability. Ludwig glanced at Lumina and Zarathustra in front of him, quickly changing his mouth back to its original form. He walked around to the front and took Lumina's hand. Lumina remembered that this was her child. Under Ludwig's guidance, she left the stage and walked towards the back of the hot pot restaurant, the resting place for the face-changing performers. Zarathustra looked at his position in confusion, and amidst the audience's applause, he also walked off the stage, heading towards the second floor. After walking 7 or 8 steps, he saw the stairs, and for some unknown reason, his mood suddenly became joyful. At this moment he heard a bang sound. A dim green bullet flew from somewhere above, hitting the side of his head. On the surface of the glass window in the corner of the second floor, Franca's figure faintly appeared. Located in the blind spot of surveillance, she had extended the inevitable gun slightly out of the glass mirror surface. Certain death. As the gun fired, Zarathustra's pupils suddenly dilated, and his head exploded, splattering red and white in all directions. Franca quickly withdrew the inevitable gun and calmly left the current glass window, using the remaining power of the ice amulet. We may not be able to kill your main body, but can't we kill your dream? Manifestation? Without this current identity, let's see how you obtain money and resources. See how long it takes you to get a new identity and return to the Dream City. Chapter 981. Wrapping up. At a table near the stage, Zhou Mingrui had been observing Zarathustra and the unknown beautiful woman ever since they walked out from the screen. Unlike the majority of people who were drawn to the woman with blood on her face, a dazed look in her eyes, and an strangely alluring beauty, he was more focused on Zarathustra's state and actions. Of course, during this process he still used his peripheral vision to keep an eye on the woman, to see her condition and what she would do next. After just a few seconds, he noticed a strange child appear from behind. Zarathustra take the hand of the blood-faced woman, walk off the stage, and head towards the resting area for the face-changing performers. Meanwhile, Zarathustra also looked confused, slowly following them off the stage and approaching the stairs leading to the second floor. Zhou Mingri noticed that Zarathustra's pace quickened as he walked, his expression gradually becoming relaxed and showing a hint of joy. Just then, he heard a bang, and saw Zarathustra's head explode like a watermelon dropped from a great height. As red and white matter splattered in all directions, the applause, cheers, and chatter in the hot pot restaurant seemed to have been muted, disappearing. Instantly, everything froze or solidified in that moment except for the fragments of Zarathustra's head mixed with red and white liquid, blossoming like fireworks. Thud. Zarathustra's corpse fell not far from the stairs. Zarathustra is dead, shot to death. In that moment, Zhou Mingrui was extremely confused and bewildered, feeling as if a movie special effect had intruded into daily life, making it all seem very unreal. In all his life, this was the first time he had witnessed someone being shot to death. He usually had full confidence in public safety and felt very secure. The next second, Zhou Mingri thought of the Li Ming, Luo Fu and Luo Shan, group who had been constantly reminding him to be careful of Zarathustra. He also remembered that Luo Fu, who had been eating hot pot here just a few minutes ago, had gone to the restroom. What a coincidence, she just happened to not be in the dining hall. It couldn't have been her, could it? Just as this thought flashed through Zhou Mingri's mind, he heard screams and felt the entire hot pot restaurant in an uproar. Just as this thought flashed through Zhou Mingri's mind, he heard screams and felt the entire hot pot restaurant in an uproar. People had finally reacted. A bloody shooting had just occurred right before their eyes. Some people immediately called the police. Some tried to leave the hot pot restaurant, fearing there might be more gunfire, while others, both nauseated and terrified, wiped the stains from their faces. What happened? Zhou Mingri suddenly heard Luo Fu's voice. This beautiful woman wearing a black t-shirt with sequins and black framed glasses had returned to her original position. Luo Shan abruptly stood up, pointing at where Zarathustra had fallen, and said in a terrified and stammering voice, someone died. Zarathustra was shot dead. Seeing Luo Shan's reaction, Zhou Mingri doubted his earlier judgment. Luo Shan seems completely unprepared for Zarathustra's shooting. Huh? Franca, taking advantage of her height, stood on tiptoes to look towards where the body lay. After seeing the corpse with its head blown apart, her face gradually turned pale, and she hurriedly averted her gaze. It's really Zarathustra? She asked Luo Shan. At this point, Luo Shan also suspected it was Luo Fu's doing, because inviting Zhou Mingri to this hot pot restaurant and sitting near the stage were both Luo Fu's instructions. And just minutes before Zarathustra was shot, Luo Fu had gone to the restroom and wasn't at her seat. But Luo Fu's reaction and the change in her complexion made Luo Shan uncertain. Luo Shan nodded with a grave expression. Yes. She was indeed scared. Since becoming a Beyonder, at most she had only killed monsters in the shaman's world and subtly influenced a few people in reality. Through her paintings, she had never truly fought with any human, let alone killed one. She knew Luo Fu and the others' purpose and target, but she hadn't expected them to use such drastic measures. As she spoke, Luo Shan leaned closer to Franca, wanting to sniff her to check for any lingering gunpowder smell, like they did on TV. But she only caught a whiff of a pleasant, intoxicating fragrance. Franca's face seemed to pale even more as she murmured, "How did he just die?" Amidst the commotion in the entire hot pot restaurant, Zhou Mingri's gaze moved from Luo Shan and Luo Fu's faces to the resting area for the face-changing performers. He hadn't forgotten about the beautiful yet dangerous woman who had walked out of the screen along with Zarathustra. Inside the hot pot restaurant's rest area, Lumina was led by Ludwig to a corner where he drew a curtain as if they were about to change clothes. The face-changing performers present were all attracted by Lumina's beauty, aura, and dazed expression. No one questioned why she had come in. After blocking the surrounding gazes, Ludwig took out a mirror from his pocket. Inside the mirror, Jenna was already waiting. Jenna reached out with both hands, grabbing Lumina and Ludwig, and pulled them into the mirror world. Lumina didn't resist. She remembered this was Li Lu's mother. What confused her was that she thought she was Li Lu's mother, so why did Li Lu have another mother? Yet her memories and consciousness told her this was the truth. Smack. As the mirror fell towards the ground, it burst into quiet and eerie black flames, then shattered into pieces. Having already traversed to a mirror near the Dechuang garden, Jenna began cleaning the makeup off herself and Ludwig, and removed the Lai earring from Lumina's ear. Their action plan for this operation was divided into 3 parts. The first part was to attempt an assassination. The second part was to immediately switch to an encirclement attack if the assassination failed. The third part, if the encirclement attack still couldn't kill Zarathustra, was to bring the enemy before Zhou Mingri in a way involving mysticism and beyonder powers. This would likely result in both Zarathustra and the person who brought him being kicked out of the dream on the spot. Then, Franca, who hadn't appeared or participated in the battle before, would seize the opportunity to covertly assassinate Zarathustra's dream image, now an ordinary person without an angel's rank, and temporarily unprotected by bodyguards. This would force this character off the stage, no longer able to be used by the real Zarathustra to approach Huang Tao and obtain money and resources through company mergers and restructuring. Moreover, this might even prevent Zaratul from re-entering the Dream City for a considerable time, until he had a new identity. Lumion and the others would use this window of opportunity to make more attempts. Because there was a possibility of being exposed to the audience at the end, and also the possibility of the plan failing with Zarathustra successfully escaping, so, except for Lumion who could transform into a female form, and Franca who would only carry out the covert assassination in the final stage, Jenna, Anthony and Ludwig all used the lie earring to adjust their appearances to some extent, applying near-perfect makeup. Additionally, they used Lumion's mystery prying glasses to add suggestive power to their disguises, making everyone who saw them believe this was their true appearance. The mystery prying glasses itself was not above sequence 7, so the mystical effects it produced were not discounted. In the hot pot restaurant, Mr. Huang, who was on the phone with his daughter, heard the gunshot and commotion in the hall and specifically walked to the stairway to look down. His face, which had been wearing a faint smile, instantly darkened when he saw Zarathustra's nearly headless corpse. He moved the phone from his ear to in front of his eyes, staring at the call interface displaying the words, "Bernie." After a few seconds, Mr. Wang brought the phone back to his ear and said in a gentle voice, "Something's happened at the scene, I need to deal with it, I'll call you back later." As soon as he hung up the phone, Zarathustra's subordinates rushed past him in fear, panic and anger surrounding the corpse. Edward, the vice president of Intis Group, followed behind them, approaching Mr. Huang and saying in a low voice, "Besides Zarathustra, one bodyguard and one negotiator are missing." Mr. Huang nodded slowly, looking at the chaos in the hall, and sighed. "Call the police, let them handle it." As soon as she resumed her daily appearance in the Dream City, Jenna took Lumina and Ludwig back to room 2303 of the Dichuang Garden. She had used her ice mirror charm once again, now only one use remained. She then placed Franca's traveler's bag on the coffee table. Franca had gone to the women's restroom under surveillance, used a mirror placed on the water tank to lurk in the surveillance blind spot, shot and killed Zarathustra, then immediately drank the healing agent provided by the Tarot Club to delay the negative effects of using the special ability of the inevitable gun. This would allow the severe illness to manifest after she had been questioned by the police. Of course, before that, her complexion would still show some changes. After doing this, she quickly handed over the traveler's bag and all items related to Beyonders to Jenna, letting Jenna take them away from the scene to prevent the police from discovering any clues. Jenna took out a bottle of healing agent and handed it to the confused Lumina, saying in a gentle voice, "First, let's treat your wounds." Lumina took the agent and trustingly opened the cap, tilted her head back slightly, and drank it. Watching this scene, Jenna was actually quite anxious inside. She discovered a problem that hadn't been anticipated before. Lumion had exited the dream in female form, leaving behind Lumina, but the identity woven by Madame Justice was Li Ming, a male. Normally, when an outsider was kicked out of the dream, their remaining manifestation would maintain daily life based on the woven identity and memories, not involving Beyonders, just like Luo Fu. But now Lumina and the Li Ming identity were clearly different, even in gender. This would cause a conflict between Lumina's self-perception and the actual identity situation. Does this count as actively creating a dream loophole? Seeing that Lumina had quickly recovered, Jenna carefully asked, "Can you still transform into a male?" Chapter 982, Exploiting Loopholes. Lumina looked at Jenna with her now fully recovered eye and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by transforming into a male?" Her previously blinded eye, limited by the effects of the healing agent, was still suppressed at sequence 7 and recovering more slowly, with vision still blurry. As expected, she can't do it, or doesn't know how Jenna's thoughts raced as she quickly fabricated an excuse. "Don't you remember that you like to dress up as a man and wear men's clothes?" Lumina looked down at her clothes and accepted Jenna's explanation. "Yes, I still like that." She believed it. She's accepted this character setting. Jenna vaguely grasped the current loophole and probed further. "You seem a bit shaken and confused. Don't tell me you've forgotten that we're a couple raising Lilu together?" Lumina was stunned for a moment. No wonder he calls me mother and you mum. I remember now. That's right. She just remembered. Like that. The corner of Jenna's mouth twitched slightly. Lumina's reaction and changes also confirmed her theory. Due to the conflict between Lumina's true gender and background identity, a loophole had appeared in the dream. Before this loophole was patched, whatever character background story was fed to Lumina, she would become that person. Of course, this couldn't involve the supernatural or conflict with actual character relationships. Lumina clearly remembered the people around her. Recalling that she had brought Lumina and Ludwig back through the mirror, World Jenna felt a headache coming on, unsure what kind of changes such details might bring. After a few seconds of thought, she decided not to mention the mirror world or why Lumina was injured for now, waiting for Lumina to bring it up herself before coming up with an explanation. She pointed to the bedroom and said, "You look exhausted, and you're not fully recovered. Let me help you to bed to rest." Lumina nodded slightly. Jenna then helped her up and said to Ludwig, "You did well today. You can rest for a while before studying. There's food in the bag, okay?" Ludwig had been waiting for these words. He quickly reached out and grabbed Jenna's traveler's bag. After settling Ludwig and tucking Lumina into bed under the air-conditioned blanket, Jenna went to the bathroom to wet a towel to wipe Lumina's face, which still had traces of blood. Just as she wet the towel, she saw Anthony's figure appear in the vanity mirror. Jenna immediately felt relieved and turned off the faucet, saying, "I was just about to look for you, after settling Lumina and the others. Are you all right?" She used the name Lumina to quickly inform Anthony of what had happened afterwards. Anthony asked a follow-up question as if to confirm, "What about Zarathustra?" "The third part of the plan was successfully executed," Jenna replied concisely. Only then did Anthony describe his own experience. "I was transferred to a prison that clearly had defenses against mirror traversal. I hypnotized my cellmate to feel unwell and call for help loudly. Then, using psychological invisibility, I slipped out of the cell and made it to the guard's office area, where I finally managed to escape using the mirror I had on me and the ice mirror charm. When I returned to the mirror world corresponding to the hot pot restaurant, I found you had already left, so I came here to confirm the situation. There were already police there, and the area behind the mirror might not be safe." "You can clean off your makeup and return to your original appearance now," Jenna said as she tossed the lie earring into the mirror. "I've already done anti-divination using mirror magic, and Queen Mystic will help with the aftermath. Don't worry, go home and rest. I'll keep Ludwig here for now." "All right." While the power of the ice mirror charm was still active, Anthony took the lie earring and traversed back to the rented apartment in Shinhong district. He could only use his ice mirror charm one more time as well. Jenna let out a sigh, wrung out the towel, left the bathroom, entered the bedroom, and began wiping Lumina's face. Along the way, she also checked how much Ludwig had eaten. In the hot pot restaurant, the police had set up a cordon isolating the corpse and the surrounding area. Franca, looking shocked, was being questioned along with Luo Shan and Zhou Mingrui by a police officer named Lien. She said fearfully, "We weren't eating quickly, waiting for the later performance. Then I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, I found someone had died." "So you weren't in the dining hall when it happened?" Lien probed. "Yes, I was in the bathroom," Franca explained. Lien made a note of this, deciding to check with his colleague monitoring the surveillance footage later to confirm if this woman named Luo Fu had indeed entered the women's restroom and how long she had stayed there. He then turned to Zhou Mingrui. "You saw the deceased and a woman walk out from the screen?" "Yes." Zhou Mingrui glanced at Luo Fu. After listening and observing for a while, he increasingly felt that Luo Fu didn't seem to be the culprit. "Or is her acting so superb that I can't detect any flaws?" Zhou Mingrui mused as he added, "At the time, I thought it was a magic show. Thinking back now, there was something off. That woman had blood on her face." Lien asked a few more questions, then walked over to Officer Deng, summarizing the key points from his inquiries. Deng held a pipe, but didn't smoke it in public, only sniffing it to stimulate his nerves and make them more alert. "Captain, we found something. Another police officer approached and said to Deng, he was responsible for searching for the beautiful woman who had come out of the screen. Deng nodded and followed this officer to the back of the hot pot restaurant, entering the resting room for the face-changing performers. The performers were all a bit scared, huddled in corners, watching the police come and go. This is where the suspect was last seen. The officer who led Deng in pulled back, a curtain, pointing to the changing area. Deng scanned the area, his gaze falling on the shattered mirror on the ground. In Trier, inside that luxurious villa, Lumion opened his eyes to find one eye unable to sense light, while the other was tinged with a faint bloodiness. Every joint in his body ached, his thoughts occasionally stuttering. His emotions were clearly off. Despite achieving his goal, he felt a sinking depression, as if trapped in inescapable darkness, along with an impulse to explode and tear everything apart. This was a corruption from Zarathustra's mythical creature form, which would affect reality, and the resulting damage was real too. Lumion slowly stood up, confirming the presence of the traveler's bag and beyonder items, then stumbled out of the room and down the stairs. He hadn't immediately drunk the healing agent because he was mainly corrupted, not injured. When Lumion reached the ground floor living room, Madame Magician, dressed in a yellow and white gown, was already waiting there. Starlight flashed in Madame Magician's eyes, condensing into an illusory book that instantly flipped to a certain page. Accompanied by an ethereal, illusory voice, drops of sweet dew fell, sprinkling onto Lumion, washing away his bloodstains without wetting his clothes. Lumion's blinded eye gradually regained sight, and the discomfort in his body quickly dissipated. The best way to deal with your current condition would actually be to have Mr. Sun come and purify you, Madame Magician said with a smile. But you have too many things that need purification, and the rank is too high. That might be even more detrimental to you. Now, your spirit and mind certainly still have residual corruption. Later, Madame Justice will come to give you a targeted treatment. Fortunately, the corruption from the dream has also been suppressed to sequence 7. As long as you don't encounter the celestial worthy, it shouldn't be a major problem. Lumion tucked his falling black hair behind his ear and briefly recounted the actions he and the others had taken against Zarathustra, as well as the assistance provided by Queen Mystic. During this, Madame Magician gestured for him to sit in an armchair. I don't know if Franca ultimately killed Zarathustra's dream image, but it shouldn't be a big issue. At the time, Zarathustra's bodyguards were all in the private room upstairs, and the other demigod of the seer pathway was stationed at the hotel. Even if Mr. Fool subconsciously believed that Zarathustra also possessed beyonder powers, he would just be an ordinary Sequence 7 without special abilities or an angel's rank, Lumion said finally. Madame Magician replied, Divination on Mr. Fool's dream situation is very restricted and dangerous. I'm not sure yet if 2 of Cups was successful. Well, we can ask Miss Justice when she arrives. She can glimpse some details of the dream using her Dreamweaver ability. What we need to pay attention to now is that your actions were a strong stimulus to Zhou Mingrui. No one knows what changes might occur in the dream next. Lumion nodded, saying thoughtfully, This time, our biggest gain wasn't kicking Zarathustra out of the dream and likely being able to eliminate his corresponding dream manifestation. It was verifying one thing. As Madame Magician turned her gaze to him, Lumion spoke slowly. As long as we perform actions deeply involving Beyonders in front of Zhou Mingrui and make him feel danger, whether it's the subordinates of the Celestial Worthy or us, we'll all be kicked out of the dream and quickly marionettized. On this point, no matter what stance people take, they receive the same treatment. Affected by the shooting incident, Zhou Mingrui, Franca, and Luoshan couldn't continue eating hot pot. Since many dishes hadn't been touched, Luoshan was hesitant about how to pay the bill and how much to give. At this moment, the hot pot restaurant manager came over and proactively said to them, No need to pay? No need to pay. Mr. Huang from Intis Group said he's covering everything. He said it was their client's issue that prevented everyone from enjoying their meal, so he'll foot the bill. Mr. Huang is as generous as ever. Zhou Mingrui remarked. Luo Shan strongly agreed. Seeing that Luo Fu wasn't feeling well, Zhou Mingrui didn't suggest finding another place to eat. He politely saw the 2 ladies off in a ride-hailing car. Franca had been holding up, but upon returning to Dechuan Garden and entering the elevator, she suddenly went weak and leaned against Luo Shan. What's wrong? Luo Shan asked in surprise. I seem to be, Falling ill? How sudden! Franca herself was puzzled. Luo Shan didn't get off at the 15th floor, but supported Franca to the 23rd floor. Upon seeing the door of room 2303, Franca suddenly woke up. The illness was due to using the certain death effect of the inevitable gun. I really killed Zarathustra. Chapter 983, A Glimpse. Looking at the door of room 2303, Franca suddenly recalled everything. Considering that if the shooting of Zarathustra was successful, the police department would inevitably be involved in the investigation. Regardless of whether the police department previously had Beyonders, now that Joe Mingri himself had gained Beyonder abilities and the dream subconscious recognized the Sequence 7 level, they, as representatives of the official side, would certainly have gained mystical power enhancements. Therefore, Lumion and the others had already thought of ways to avoid subsequent investigations. Starting from the fact that the main officers of the Dream City's police department were based on the Nighthawks of the Church of Evernight, Lumion reasonably deduced that their most commonly used and convenient method for finding clues in public was to forcibly drag suspects into a dream and directly question them there. For this reason, he had Anthony give Franca a psychological suggestion in advance, making her forget everything related to the incident as soon as she drank the healing agent. The corresponding psychological suggestion would only be completely lifted when she returned to Dechuang Garden and saw the rented room. This way, even in the dream, Franca's performance would be flawless. If her own subconscious didn't believe she had shot Zarathustra, how could she show any abnormality in the dream? The performance that Luo Shan and Zhou Mingri saw from Franca also came from her instinctive reactions, not acting. Only her complexion was enhanced by the negative effects of the inevitable gun, so it was completely flawless. Phew, that shot of mine was really cool, calm, relaxed, natural, composed. That's what an assassin should be like. Franca, feeling a bit feverish and confused, proudly praised herself in her heart. By this time, Luo Shan had already rung the doorbell and saw Jenna open the door. She was about to ask in a low voice, "Was Zarathustra's death your doing?" When she suddenly noticed a small boy writing furiously at the dining table. "Who's that?" Luo Shan swallowed the question she was about to ask. Franca let go of Luo Shan's support, glanced at Ludwig, and said with unsteady steps and a smile, "My godson." Theoretically speaking, that's right. As soon as Franca finished speaking, she was already panting, looking as if even talking was a great effort. Jenna quickly supported her. Seeing this, Luo Shan waved her hand and said, "Get well soon. You probably won't need to work overtime tomorrow. You can rest at home. The big client is dead. What overtime would there be?" Back in room 1502, Luo Shan took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Jenna. "Is there anything wrong with Luo Fu? Does she need to go to the hospital?" She intended to use this to open the conversation, then ask Jenna if Zarathustra's death was related to them. Jenna quickly replied, "She took some fever medicine. Let's observe for a while before deciding. I heard there was a shooting at the hot pot restaurant where you're eating." She instead asked about Zarathustra being shot. What does this mean? Could it really not have been them? Luo Shan wondered, once again doubting her own deductions. She briefly told Jenna about what happened in the hot pot restaurant, watching to see how she would respond. Jenna sent an emoji. "No wonder Luo Fu got sick. She always falls ill when frightened, but she also recovers quickly. She'll be fine in a couple of days." That doesn't make sense. She's a powerful Beyonder from a future on the edge of the apocalypse. She must have seen countless deaths. How could she get sick from being frightened by a single shooting? Just as Luo Shan had this doubt, she suddenly understood what Jenna really meant. "We'll tell you the truth about this matter in a couple of days." Is it because this is the crucial period of the police investigation, and they're worried that if I know who the real killer is, I might let something slip or become nervous and anxious, and then be questioned by the police? Luo Shan nodded in understanding. She then felt somewhat happy. In the past, she wouldn't have been able to pick up on such hints. Sometimes when others mocked her, if it wasn't obvious enough, she wouldn't even realize it. But now, she had grasped the hidden meaning in the words. "Ah, I've grown too." Luo Shan leaned back on the sofa contentedly and started using her phone. Soon she saw the police announcement soliciting key information, part of which read: "This woman is involved in the case. We hope the public will actively provide clues." Next to this part of the content was a photo. The woman in the photo was the one who had walked out of the screen with Zarathustra. Luo Shan could clearly see that the photo came from someone's phone at the scene, rather than from surveillance cameras. It captured the woman's exquisite and elegant features, her confused yet seductive gaze, and her blood-stained face quite clearly, bringing that dangerous beauty to life. Looking at it again, she's still very beautiful, even a bit more beautiful than Luo Fu and Jenna when they're not downplaying themselves. Luo Shan mused as she scrolled through the comments. Such a beautiful woman, why become a villain? I'm not just judging by her looks, but I feel like there's no way she'd kill someone for no reason, right? Sister, give me a shot. Do all the commenters let their morals follow their appendages? Isn't she more beautiful than those female celebrities nowadays? She could definitely squeeze into the top tier. This is my dream lover, her face stained with blood, holding a gun, pressing it against my head, forcing me to give up my true heart. So, who exactly was killed? Luo Shan scrolled through with a smile for a few minutes, then suddenly remembered something. She had forgotten to check the details of the room. Ever since Luo Fu and Jenna reminded her to be careful of Zarathustra's group, potentially attacking her in secret, every time she returned home, she would use her beyonder ability to examine the details of every corner to avoid being assassinated or ambushed. Luo Shan stood up and walked to the oil painting of a parrot, extending her hand towards it. The colorful parrot poked its beak and upper body out of the oil painting and said crisply, "No one has been here." Luo Shan stroked the parrot's feathers, then turned and walked to the window. She looked outside, raised her right hand, and pinched her eye socket. She wanted to use a reporter's ability to observe and uncover the true world. This wasn't because she didn't trust the parrot, but because there were some intrusions the parrot couldn't detect. However, she didn't dare to observe the true world for too long. Every time she used this ability, she felt danger and only dared to maintain it for about 10 seconds. This could only be used to look at the corners that the parrot couldn't reach. The next second, the light and shadows before Luo Shan's eyes changed, and different scenes of the surrounding area overlapped in a strange way, presenting themselves in a chaotic and complex manner. Luo Shan quickly saw the glass windows connecting to the dark world, saw the oil paintings pressed against the glass windows, saw different rooms stacked together like building blocks, saw people doing different things in different rooms yet mixing with each other, saw the thin grey fog permeating the edges of all these scenes. What exactly is this fog? Luo Shan instinctively frowned. Every time she used a reporter's ability to observe reality, she would discover this thin grey fog, but she never knew what it symbolized, what it represented, or where it came from. Just as Luo Shan noticed that the movements of a man in one of the rooms seemed to stutter, the colorful parrot fluttered its wings in her line of sight. Then she saw Luo Fu lying on the sofa, physically cooling herself with an ice pack. Then she heard Luo Fu's weak voice. Is this what happens after being kicked out of the dream in a female identity? Kicked out of the dream, Luo Shan was stunned. The scene before her eyes immediately shattered. She instinctively ended her observation of reality. Luo Shan stood by the window, her expression bewildered as she recalled what she had just heard. Kicked out of the dream? Did Luo Fu mean to say this is a dream? Was her condition last time because she was kicked out of the dream? Luo Shan's gaze gradually became vacant. After a few seconds, she murmured very softly and weakly, "If this is a dream, then what am I?" Late at night, the bedroom door where Franca and Lumina were sleeping opened, silently, and a figure walked out without making any noise. It was Lumina in her nightgown, her eyes like highland lakes, both confused and irritated. Lumina walked along the darkest areas, stealthily reaching the door and unlocking it. Then she put her hand on the handle, trying to open the main door. But the handle didn't move at all. Is the lock broken? Just as Lumina showed a surprised expression, she heard Jenna's voice from behind. "Where are you going?" Lumina turned around quickly, looking at Jenna. "Didn't you take Li Lu to Anride's place?" We later came back, but you were all asleep. I thought I shouldn't disturb you, so I just slept here on the sofa. Jenna stood up from the sofa and asked curiously, You want to go out? It's the middle of the night. I feel very stuffy, very depressed. I want to go out for a walk, Lumina explained. But the door lock is broken. She then laughed self-mockingly. Am I too unlucky? Being unlucky is normal and inevitable. This is the negative impact of using the circle inhabitant effect. Jenna didn't explain, but shook her head and said, The hot pot restaurant incident isn't over yet, and your body hasn't fully recovered. If you go out for a walk now, and someone sees you, it will be very troublesome. All right, Lumina pursed her lips and said, Aye. I feel like there's always a voice, an impulse in my heart telling me to go out. A voice? Jenna frowned, becoming more vigilant. Go where? Lumina didn't conceal. On the one hand, I want to go to the rooftop, to feel the wind, to see if there are any stars, and to space out a bit. On the other hand, I want to go to a certain place. That place is calling me. Which place? Jenna asked. Lumina tried hard to recall. I think it was. She paused for a moment, finally remembering. Mushu Hospital. Mushu Hospital. Jenna's pupils dilated slightly. She suddenly remembered that Lumion, that is Lumina, really did have the bloodline of Omabella, the child of God, the Great Mother. This wasn't a ruse to deceive Grimm and the others. Chapter 984, A Tranquil Night. Jenna's mind instantly tensed up. She decided to placate Lumina and not give her the opportunity to go to Mushu Hospital until Lumion returned around 7 or 8 p.m. The next evening, she looked at Lumina and said sincerely, The investigation into the hot pot restaurant shooting hasn't ended yet. If you go to Mushu Hospital, you might be taken to the police station. Even if the police can prove you're not related to Zarathustra's death, it will take a considerable amount of time. You'll be detained for at least a few days, which could cause you to lose your job. Hearing the phrase, Lose your job, Lumina showed a not-so-obvious expression of fear. Yes, I should hide for a couple of days. After that, going to work disguised as a man shouldn't be a problem. She had already been instilled with the setting of working as a security guard while disguised as a man. Jenna didn't dare to relax. She glanced at the curtains blocking the bright moonlight and said to Lumina, We can't go to Mushu Hospital, but we can go to the rooftop to feel the breeze and relax a bit. Okay, Lumina said, an uncontrollable smile appearing on her clean and clear face. Jenna first fixed the door lock, then took Lumina out of room 2303 and to the rooftop via the elevator and stairs. Throughout the process, she had a mirror in each hand, using them to reflect light and create illusions to conceal herself and Lumina from the surveillance cameras. Feeling the cool breeze that had lost its scorching heat in the night, Lumina half closed her eyes and took 2 deep breaths. She then walked to the parapet wall at the edge of the rooftop, pointed at the top, and asked for Jenna's opinion. Can I sit up there? Normal people can't since it's very dangerous. But you're fine. Your sense of balance is very good, even better than acrobats. Jenna wasn't afraid of Lumina falling. She had enough ability to rescue her, so she wanted to see if the loophole hadn't been patched yet, and if by constantly suggesting to Lumina that she had abilities beyond ordinary people, whether Lumina would actually possess beyond her powers. Lumina put her hands on top of the parapet wall and lightly jumped up, preparing to sit down. Suddenly her hand slipped, and she lost her balance, about to fall towards the ground 100 meters below. At that moment she felt several invisible ropes pulling at her, helping her stabilize. Shoo, that scared me to death. She turned her body sideways, looked at Jenna, who was already sitting nearby, and patted her chest. She thought Jenna had caught her. Jenna, who had lightly wrapped Lumina with invisible spider silk for protection, realized she had overlooked something. This person was still under the negative effects of misfortune brought by the circle of binding. Even if she had gained excellent balance based on Jenna's suggestions, she would fail due to extreme bad luck. Be careful, Jenna specially cautioned. Lumina responded tersely and nodded lightly. She looked at the lit internal roads of the residential area below for a few seconds, then raised her head, casting her gaze towards the bright moon in the sky. The moonlight and the city's light pollution had hidden the stars from view. Lumina supported herself with both hands on top of the parapet wall, quietly looking at the moon, completely absorbed. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly said, as if talking to herself. A poem came to mind. She didn't turn her head or look at Jenna, still gazing at the bright moon in the sky. Or poem. Jenna was enjoying the current peace and tranquility. Lumina maintained her contemplative posture and said in a slightly ethereal voice, "Raising my head, I see the bright shining moon. Bowing my head, I think of my hometown." At the police department in a certain meeting room, the lights were still bright, late at night. Lun Xiande stood in front of the whiteboard, pointing at 2 photos and said, "We can make a judgment that this case involves supernatural powers. The killer, or rather the criminal group, can use mirrors and the mirror world behind them." One of the 2 photos was of the broken mirror in the changing room, and the other was of the shattered window in the private room where the victim was. Officer Deng sat below, nodding lightly, indicating for Lun Xiande to continue. "Therefore, those who were not in the hot pot restaurant's main hall and were not under surveillance during the corresponding time period are all suspects and need further investigation. They likely went to surveillance blind spots, used mirrors they carried with them to sneak back into the hot pot restaurant's main hall, waiting for the victim to return from the mirror world. If the victim returned, they would deliver a fatal blow. If not, it would mean their accomplices had already succeeded." Deng raised his hand, pointing out a flaw in Lun Xiande's reasoning. "It's also possible that they were always lurking behind a mirror or a glass window, not having appeared in the main hall of Shujin Hot Pot Restaurant before. Judging from how well this group utilizes the mirror world, they didn't need to send someone to the main hall of the Hot Pot Restaurant in advance to wait by eating hot pot. They could have waited until the time was right, or received a signal, then entered the mirror world from afar, arriving at the predetermined assassination location. Look, the woman who walked out of the screen with Zarathustra hadn't appeared in the main hall before either." After speaking, Deng raised his palm and sniffed the tobacco pressed in his pipe. "Yes," Lun Xiaone admitted that the captain's point was valid. "But we still need to reinvestigate those who left the main hall of the hot pot restaurant during that time period, but weren't recorded by surveillance cameras in the corresponding state at the time of the incident. Remove the latter condition." Deng thought for 2 seconds and said, "People who can use the mirror world can also deceive surveillance cameras. You should know that surveillance cameras record based on optical principles, and those who master mirrors are good at affecting light and creating optical illusions." After Lun Xiande nodded, Deng turned to Lian and said, "Tell us about the preliminary investigation results." Lian stood up, taking Lun Xiande's place. "So far, we'd used dream interrogation on 17 people without letting them notice anything unusual. Luo Shan, very surprised about Zarathustra's death, couldn't believe it. Zhou Mingrui, very cautious about Zarathustra, but also didn't anticipate Zarathustra's death. Luo Fu, she left the main hall at the time and went to the ladies' room. There's no surveillance in the bathroom, but she was also very surprised about Zarathustra's death, clearly shocked. We initially listed these 3 as key investigation targets because they're all employees of the Intis group. They might have been instructed by some powerful figures within the Intis group who don't want a merger and reorganization to assassinate Zarathustra at Shujin Hot Pot Restaurant and disrupt the ongoing business negotiations. But none of them knew that Huang Tao and Zarathustra were also in Shujin Hot Pot Restaurant, and Luo Shan and Zhou Mingrui never left the main hall. The preliminary conclusion is that they don't have any issues." Deng expressed agreement, and Lun Xiande didn't say anything. After thoroughly discussing the case, Deng stood up and said to his subordinates, "Currently, there are 2 key points. First, investigate the remaining suspects, including those mentioned by Lun Xiande and those with substantial motives. Second, find the woman who walked out of the screen with Zarathustra. Although she didn't attack Zarathustra at the time, the fact that she came out of the screen itself is worth noting." "Yes, Captain." Lun Xiande, Li En, and other officers stood up and responded. Deng smiled and said seriously, "This involves foreign guests and major business activities. You've all worked hard. I'm going to report to Chief Yagates now." After looking at the moon and feeling the night breeze for half an hour, Jenna took Lumina back to room 2303. Rest now, your body hasn't fully recovered yet, Jenna said, pointing to the bedroom. Lumina, wearing her nightgown, opened the door and entered the bedroom. She found that the sick Franca had also woken up at some point due to her absence. Do you feel better now? Franca had already learned from Jenna via WeChat about what the two had done. Lumina looked at Franca and nodded with complex emotions. Much better. Her emotions were complex because she remembered that Luo Fu and she were also in a romantic relationship. Yet this didn't affect her relationship with Jenna. I thought I was just an ordinary Yuri fan. How did the Yuri circle become so messy? Am I really a player? Lumina sat on the edge of the bed and said to Franca, let's sleep, I still have to work tomorrow. Security guards worked in shifts. Franca looked at Lumina and said with a smile, did you forget? You took 2 days off Friday and Saturday. Your director Grimm approved it. Lumina blinked. Oh, right, I forgot. No wonder I don't have to work the middle shift today and can go directly to Shujin Hot Pot restaurant in the evening. Looking at Lumina like this, Franca suddenly felt she was a bit adorably silly. After the two in the bedroom went back to sleep, Jenna also lay down on the sofa, closed her eyes, and entered deep sleep. After a while, her astral projection arrived in Luo Shan's shaman world. She saw the girl still guarding by the translucent barrier, having repelled a new round of attacks from the monsters. From the corner of her eye, Jenna saw Franca's astral projection wandering around in a daze like the other people around. This indicated that Franca, due to her illness, had entered and then exited her consciousness. Next, Jenna also found Lumina's astral projection, who also lacked clear consciousness. She really isn't a beyonder. Just as Jenna had this thought, she suddenly realized something. Luo Shan must know. It was hard to hide from her in the shaman's domain. The next second, Jenna saw Luo Shan half turn her body and say to her, so, Zarathustra was really killed by you guys? Luo Shan had seen Lumina's astral projection, seen this beautiful woman who had walked out of the screen with Zarathustra. Yes, we didn't tell you earlier because we were worried the police might have special methods to confirm whether you were lying, Jenna explained. Luo Shan asked in confusion. Wasn't Luo Fu afraid of being caught lying? She was hypnotized in advance. Jenna didn't conceal. Luo Shan fell silent. After several seconds, she asked in a low, extremely difficult tone, Is this really a dream? Chapter 985. I don't believe it. Hearing Luo Shan's question, Jenna was stunned. Why would she suddenly ask such a question? How did she suddenly think this was a dream? How did she know? Who told her? After coming to her senses, Jenna carefully asked in return. What dream? Luo Shan looked at her for several seconds. A reporter has an ability to observe the truth, to see different scenes within a certain area, but it can't be maintained for too long. I've been using it often lately to check if anyone is hiding in my home or if there are any traps. When I came back in the evening, I usually once saw you and Luo Fu talking. I heard Luo Fu asking about being kicked out of the dream. So that's how it is. So that's what observing the truth means. Jenna's first reaction was, don't panic. I'll make up a reason on the spot. But after seeing Luo Shan's eyes filled with deep sadness, confusion, and pain, she closed her mouth and remained silent. Luo Shan took a moment before saying, so, when Luo Fu suddenly became like a different person last time, it was because the consciousness from outside the dream was kicked out. So, this really is a dream? Jenna remained silent for several seconds, her tone becoming somber. This is Zhou Mingrui's dream. Luo Shan opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Her expression gradually became vacant. Jenna continued. Some people want Zhou Mingrui to continue sleeping until the apocalypse comes, while others want to wake him up so he can lead everyone to resist the apocalypse. As she said these words, Jenna felt sympathy for Luo Shan while keeping her mind highly focused, waiting for the possible dream rejection that might come. She had almost revealed the essence of the matter. With Lumina already kicked out of the dream, Franca ill, and the police department highly focused on the horrible case of Zarathustra's shooting, Jenna wasn't prepared to conduct further experiments. Even if she wanted to experiment, the target would be Peng Deng or Zhou Mingrui. It was unlikely to reveal the truth to Luo Shan now. That would require a gradual, step-by-step approach. No one would accept that they were fake, that their existence was meaningless. This would cause unpredictable shock to Luo Shan. Jenna could hardly imagine what kind of changes this would cause in Luo Shan. Compared to this, being kicked out of the dream wasn't a particularly serious problem. After all, she could enter again. Of course, it would be best not to be kicked out. Otherwise, the weak and sick Franca might not be able to control Lumina and prevent her from secretly going to Mushu Hospital. Luo Shan's lips trembled for a while before she finally said, "So, and this an illusory figure in someone else's dream?" Before Jenna could respond, Luo Shan raised her hand to touch her own face, then suddenly shook her head. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This isn't a dream, and I'm not fake." At this moment, Jenna wanted to persuade her to shift her attention, to find new meaning, but the words caught in her throat, and she couldn't form a sentence. Luo Shan cried out for a while before finally calming down. She looked at Jenna again and said, Every time I observe the truth, I see greyish-white fog. It's in every scene." What is it?" Jenna pondered for a moment and then said, It might be the boundaries of the dream." Luo Shan fell silent again, staring intently at Jenna's eyes as if grasping at the last straw. She slowly lowered her head, turning her body while mumbling, "No, it's not like this. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." She completely turned her back on Jenna, facing the translucent barrier and the monsters hiding in the deep darkness beyond it alone. Tria, beside the Srenzo River, in a cafe with outdoor seating, Lumion wore sunglasses and had long hair draped over his shoulders. Basking in the bright sunlight, he held a cup of Intis coffee, his mind wandering as he gazed at the wide river, the classical buildings on the opposite shore, the steam-belching iron ships, the bustling and lively river island, and the occasional airship passing by, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. He temporarily had nothing that needed to be done. He had originally planned to take advantage of his return to the real world to visit Banzi Island, seeking special scenes that could maximize the effectiveness of the corpse wax candle. But after careful consideration, he abandoned this plan. There were uncertain risks in Banzi Harbor. If it led to him being trapped there, unable to enter Mr. Fool's true dream, or directly resulting in his death, it would significantly affect the subsequent progress of the awakening plan. Lumion was clear about which of these two matters was more important. He had also considered whether to go to the new city of Silver, enter the underground, and borrow the Grade 0 sealed artifact Gift of the Land to bring it into the Dream City, enhancing the team's power. After all, for him, he could return to Mr. Fool's dream using the lucky coin regardless of where he fell asleep, and the new city of Silver was also a safe place. In the end, Lumion erred on the side of caution and didn't make this risky attempt. He carried Omabella's bloodline, and in the Dream City, those blessed by the great, mother-like Grimm viewed him as the Great Mother's child of God. The underground of Mushu Hospital still concealed the Great Mother's influence and erosion of the Dream City. If he added the Gift of the Land transformed from the real Omabella's remains on top of that, Lumion dared not imagine what problems might arise. He worried that as soon as he brought the Gift of the Land into the Dream City, he might find his dream manifestation appearing in Basement 1 of Mushu Hospital, with the Gift of the Land fusing with his body, allowing Omabella to be fully reborn. And such an Omabella might be able to withstand the divine descent of the Great Mother. Unable to do this or that, Lumion could only give himself a day off. As for making new ice mirror charms, he had to wait a bit longer because his misfortune had not completely dissipated. Yes, although he had used Circle Inhabitant within the Dream City, after returning to reality, he still bore the negative effect of misfortune. Correspondingly, he could only use the Circle of Binding effect of his Circle Inhabitant 7 more times, and using Circle Inhabitant twice had stacked his misfortune to 6 hours, which didn't take effect immediately. The types of Circle Inhabitant he used on Zaratulstra's Mirror Projection and Historical Void Image were not the same. One was to recreate the scene, the other was to fix the position. Is the essence of negative effects reflecting in reality that using Beyonder items in dreams causes Beyonder items in reality to be activated as well, thus producing corresponding negative effects. Lumion took a sip of coffee, allowing his body and mind to relax. He silently sighed, a rare moment of leisure in this fleeting life. After a while, Lumion gazed at the gently rippling, relatively clean water surface, breathing in the cool breeze from the river, and spontaneously thought, is the other Mo also daydreaming like this now? He had considered the problem of identity conflict corresponding to his female form being kicked out of the dream, but he hadn't reminded Jenna and Franca about it, only telling them to be careful of the influence brought by Omabella's bloodline. He felt that this situation might gradually awaken some of Aurora's qualities in his dream self. At 8 a.m., Dechuan Garden, Franca had just groggily woken up when she saw Lumina standing by the bay window looking at the already brilliant sunlight outside, lost in thought. After a night's rest, Franca's condition had improved considerably. She was no longer weak all over, and walking was no longer a problem. "What are you looking at?" she tentatively asked Lumina. Lumina didn't turn around, her tone slightly distant as she said, "I really want to go for a walk. It's not too hot at this time." "Best wait for things to blow over," Franca suggested. "How about we play computer games?" "What games?" Lumina turned around. Franca suddenly fell silent. Without a computer, what computer games could they play? They didn't even have a gaming console. They had to save every penny for when they needed to rent useful items from the Star Dream Provision store or complete crucial tasks. In daily life, non-essential expenses were always cut wherever possible. Mobile games then. As she spoke, Franca stopped again. What games wouldn't lag on their cheap phones? "Let's play Fighting the Landlord." That was all she could say. At this moment, Jenna walked in, supporting Franca to the bathroom to wash up. After closing the bathroom door, Jenna kept an ear out for any movement outside, worried that Lumina might suddenly run out, while lowering her voice to tell Franca about Luo Shan's situation. Franca sat on the toilet, her mouth half open, completely stunned. After hearing Jenna's full explanation, she sighed deeply. "We still don't understand enough about the abilities of the reporter sequence." She could understand how Luo Shan felt now, if someone with authority told her that her life since transmigrating was fake, that her past was also fake, that she was just an illusory character existing in a dream, she would certainly suffer a huge blow. Not having a breakdown on the spot was already quite good. Even though they had thought about using Luo Shan to awaken Mr. Fool, Franca had previously hoped to persuade her with fabricated stories, not to tell her the truth. Some truths were best never known. They represented despair. Franca pondered for a moment, then said desperately, "Can we find an excuse to cover it up? Not saying we lied to her, but designing some events to let everyone discover together that the dream theory is just another layer of disguise, not the final truth. I think Luo Shan could accept such a development. People can deceive themselves about certain things. Hasn't she been saying she doesn't believe this is a dream? Moreover, we can't provide strong enough evidence to prove this is a dream." Jenna fell silent for a moment before saying, "We can only handle it this way for now. During this period, we need to find a way for Anthony to placate Luo Shan or have him provide treatment directly." Franca nodded lightly, suddenly showing a thoughtful expression. She looked at Jenna and said slowly, "Based on our previous speculation, Luo Shan is a dream character shaped by Mr. Fool's divided subconscious, combined with corresponding images from memory. In a broad sense, she's equivalent to a part of Mr. Fool. After hearing the truth about the dream city didn't show any unusual changes, and you weren't kicked out of the dream." Chapter 986, Girls' Day. Yes, Jenna also expressed confusion. "I thought I would be kicked out of the dream immediately, but nothing happened." Franca thought for a moment and spoke. "Is it that telling the truth about this world to dream figures other than Zhou Mingrui and a few others doesn't trigger an abnormal reaction? Or is Luo Shan special, a character lightly corrupted by that evil god of the Fantasy Association, no longer closely connected to the dream's main consciousness?" Jenna shook her head and answered honestly, "I don't know." She paused, her eyes turning slightly as she said, "If we can pacify Luo Shan this time, we can find an opportunity later to mention Mr. Fool to her and see if there's any special reaction, or if it causes me to be kicked out of the dream. We can also try telling corresponding things to other dream figures and see what results. Franca made an affirmative sound, reaching out both hands to support Jenna as she stood up from the toilet. After finishing her washing up, she returned to the living room to see Lumina watching TV. An idea struck her, and she said to Jenna, "Should we invite Luoshan over to play cards? 4 people can play Shangji." "I'll ask and see if she's willing." Jenna understood that Franca wanted to find something for Luoshan to do, some entertainment to ease her emotional state, and they could also use the card-playing opportunity to provide subtle psychological guidance. Jenna immediately picked up her phone and sent Luoshan a message. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Luoshan replied, "Okay, after I eat breakfast. I just woke up." "She's willing to come," Jenna told Franca and Lumina. Lumina knew Luoshan, aware that she was her colleague, and quickly stood up, saying, "Should I change back into men's clothes?" No need. Just pretend you don't know her, act like you're another friend of ours." Franca hurriedly shook her head. If she really changed into men's clothes, wouldn't that make Luoshan think of Li-Ming? After all, you two do look a bit alike. Of course, as long as Lumina didn't wear men's clothes or pretend to be a man, no one would associate her with security guard Li-Ming, not to mention the fact that one was male and one was female, even in terms of appearance. At first glance, the difference was quite large, because when Lumian played the role of Li-Ming, he used the Lai earring to lower his attractiveness and modify details. Seeing this, Jenna, on behalf of the still somewhat muddled Franca, went through in her mind the potential problems that might arise when Lumina and Luoshan meet. She then chatted with Anthony via WeChat about Luoshan knowing the truth of the world, and consulted on the direction and strategies for psychological guidance. Soon after, Luoshan arrived on the 23rd floor and rang the doorbell. At the same time, Jenna received a reply message from Enruid. Told to her about her past. Using a certain experienced and personally realistic past to reduce the current sense of disillusionment. Jenna roughly understood Anthony's intention. She immediately followed Franca's instructions and found 2 decks of playing cards. The 4 of them gathered around the coffee table and started playing Shengji, with Lumina and Jenna as partners and Franca and Luoshan on the same team. They weren't gambling for money. Jenna, Franca, and Lumina had no spare cash to gamble. Instead, they bet that whichever pair of partners first upgraded to A could stick 5 small paper notes on the losers' faces or draw funny patterns with washable paint after successfully upgrading to 3. Jenna looked at Luoshan and casually started chatting. "You mentioned before that your father was a police officer?" "Yes." Luoshan's mood had been low all along. As she pushed her cards towards the center of the coffee table, she said, "He was severely injured while pursuing a cult leader with lots of blood on his head and died in the hospital." "Was he honored as a martyr?" Franca asked. "Yes." Luoshan suddenly gave a self-deprecating smile. "When I graduated from university, I actually had the opportunity to work as a civilian employee at the police department, but I also received an offer from the administrative department of the Inters Group. I hesitated for a long time, feeling that I was just an ordinary person who didn't like exercise, so I wasn't suitable to be a police officer. Hence, I finally chose the Inters Group. Perhaps that's not the only reason." Franca didn't pursue the question. She simply felt that ordinary people without much ambition couldn't refuse a position in a public department, and it was just a civilian role, not requiring the arrest of criminals. While waiting for the cards to be dealt, Luoshan made a sound of agreement. "This was actually my mother's wish too. Seeing police officers would remind her of my father's death." "Your mother is in your hometown, not living with you?" Jenna asked, already knowing the answer. Luoshan looked at the cards in front of her, her voice gradually becoming distant. "When I was in university, she fell ill and was hospitalized. It was on and off. She struggled for 2 years, but still didn't make it." Before Franca and Jenna could comfort Luoshan, Lumina suddenly spoke. "My mother was also seriously ill once, frequently going to the hospital. I was still young then, standing at the hospital entrance, watching her being pushed in. My father bent over, accompanying her by her side. I don't remember who was watching me then. I only remember that I was very quiet, didn't cry or make a fuss. I was luckier than you. My mother was cured later. At this point, Lumina's eyes suddenly became misty, her voice suddenly deepening. I miss her so much. Franca and Jenna suddenly exchanged a glance, both looking a bit surprised. This wasn't part of Li Ming's background information, nor was it content they had instilled. Could it be? Franca quickly had a guess. I miss my mother too. Luo Shan responded to Lumina. She seemed to recall her past life, remembering the days when she and her mother depended on each other. Although her emotions were sad, that lifeless feeling had faded considerably. In the time that followed, Luo Shan's state improved somewhat while playing cards. Jenna and Franca chatted with her about university life and career experiences, and Luo Shan recounted those events that were deeply etched in her memory. Franca and Jenna could clearly hear that towards the end, Luo Shan's whole person became excited, as if trying to prove something. Let's end this. It's almost noon. I'll go make lunch for you all. Jenna stood up, smiling as she spoke. Today's losers were Franca and Luo Shan, their faces covered with paper notes, written with various funny phrases, and they suffered the indignity of having photos taken as a memento. I object. You're trying to kill me by taking advantage of my illness. Franca was, after all, still in a state of illness, her mind not so sharp, and she had done a good job of dragging Luo Shan down in the card game. She grumbled, I'm bullied when I'm sick and weak. Jenna was amused by her. Wait until you're better and try again. You used to often lose to me before. This referred to her showy diva days, often being dragged to play cards by the market district's boss. Red boots. Franca, wasn't I just letting you win? Otherwise, how hard would it be for the mighty witch to use a bit of mystical power to cheat and win easily? Franca grumbled inwardly. At this moment, Lumina also stood up and said to Jenna, I'll help you cut the vegetables. I'll help too. Luo Shan raised her hand. The patient is responsible for resting. She took the opportunity to peel off the paper notes on her face and walked briskly into the kitchen. Watching the three of them busy in the kitchen, with occasional laughter and cheerful voices, Franca leaned back against the sofa, peeling off the paper notes on her face, and spontaneously thought, if only this wasn't a dream after happily enjoying lunch, washing the dishes, and scrubbing the pots. Luo Shan said goodbye. She had plans with a university friend in the afternoon. Jenna and Franca, who was still a bit unsteady on her feet, saw her to the door. Luo Shan turned sideways, her mouth open as if wanting to say something, but in the end, she just turned her gaze away and waved. Bye-bye. She quickened her pace and walked straight towards the elevator. Franca and Jenna watched her enter the elevator before turning back inside, each picking up their own phone. Seeing their behavior, Lumina finally remembered that she had lost an important item. Where's my phone? It seemed to disappear last night. I have it. Franca took out Lumine's phone from her traveler's bag. Before this operation, they had made contingency plans for different developments. Except for Franca, everyone was prepared to be kicked out of the dream, so they simply didn't bring their phones, or gave them to Franca for safekeeping, or left them at home. This way, when kicked out of the dream, they basically wouldn't be found by the celestial worthy through their phone contacts, and they wouldn't need to delete their contact list again. It would be too troublesome to add them back later. Lumina took the phone and unlocked the screen with her fingerprint. Enters group. Grimm sent me a message. Why is the director sending me a message? Lumina looked confused. Franca leaned over and saw that Grimm had sent an emoji. As expected of you. Obviously, Grimm had recognized that the woman who walked out of the screen with Zarathustra was Lumina, and believed that Zarathustra's death was done by the child of God. Jenna's thoughts raced, searching for an explanation for the relationship between Grimm and Lumina that didn't involve the supernatural. She carefully fabricated. Grimm has seen you in women's clothes and has become deeply infatuated with you. He's a masochist who sees you as his master. The more arrogant and cold you are to him, the more satisfied he is. Anyway, just ignore him and let him indulge in his own fantasies. You, pervert! Lumina looked disgusted. Then she asked, what does he mean by, as expected of me? Maybe he saw a video or photo of you appearing with Zarathustra and thinks you killed Zarathustra. Jenna felt a fatigue from her brain working overtime. Don't worry, he won't betray you. Instead, he'll keep this secret even more tightly and feel self-satisfied about it. Franco was left speechless listening to this, feeling that Jenna had been somewhat corrupted by the internet lately. I see. Lumina breathed a sigh of relief. The three of them each occupied a position, quietly being on their phones while digesting the food they had eaten at lunch. Suddenly, Franco came across a local news item. Crimson Moon Hospital's affiliated restaurant launched several mushroom set meals yesterday, which were well received. Devil set meal, no mushroom set meal? Franco's eyelid twitched, having heard about Linkage from Lumion and seen the latest episode of The Great Adventurer. She remembered that not long ago, Lumion had gone to instigate Linkage to create a new type of mushroom that could cure the vegetative patient and Xiaotian. Chapter 987, Calamity. What has Linkage done again? Franca took a light breath. She reflexively wanted to check and confirm, hoping to prevent more dangerous things from happening in time, but as soon as she moved her body, she remembered she was still sick and didn't have the ability. Jenna can't go either. She still has to watch Lumina and not let her run around. Anthony has another task. We certainly can't let Lumina go. The outcome would either be Lumina covered in mushrooms all over her body, or Linkage getting pregnant. After thinking it through, Franca decided to wait until Lumion returned to the Dream City, and go himself. Linkage is an ally, no need to worry too much. Linkage is an ally, no need to worry too much. Franca kept repeating these words to herself. She planned to forward this news to Lumion, so he would know what happened as soon as he returned to the Dream City. Just as Franca was about to select the option, she suddenly froze. Shit, I almost slipped up. Isn't the current Lumion actually Lumina? Being sick really messes with your head. Good thing I realized in time. Inside the Tianhui Hotel, in the room next to Zaratulstra's. The two bodyguards who had originally been following Zarathustra appeared here, with an elderly man with white hair but a youthful face standing in front of them. This elderly man wore white training clothes and had his hands behind his back. He paced back and forth near the wall and said, "Still no clues about the killer?" "No. We could only be certain that a Demoness was definitely involved." One of the bodyguards answered. The elderly man in white training clothes pondered for a moment and said, "Zhou Minggui couldn't have appeared at the Shujin Hot Pot restaurant for no reason. Such a coincidence is unlikely." "Investigate who invited him there, or rather, who induced him to invite people to eat there. Luo Shan and Luo Fu, who ate hot pot with him, are key subjects for investigation." "Yes, Mr. Kui." The two bodyguards responded in unison. The elderly man referred to as Mr. Kui considered for a few seconds and then said, "Be careful when investigating Luo Shan. Previous feedback indicates that Luo Shan belongs to an otherworldly evil god and is a potential collaborator with considerable strength." The two bodyguards acknowledged and left the room. After pacing for quite a while, Mr. Kui brought his own bodyguard and silently opened the door to leave. He deliberately didn't tell the two previous bodyguards that he would also investigate Luo Shan, that he would secretly follow them. If they stepped into a trap or encountered an accident, he would be able to glimpse the truth, catching any adversaries by surprise. Out of the room, Mr. Kui walked unhurriedly along the thickly carpeted corridor towards the elevator area. In one of the ventilation openings on the ceiling of the corridor, a pair of eyes was quietly observing him. Those eyes were deep brown, completely blending into the darkness. They belonged to Zhou Minggui. Zhou Minggui had somehow sneaked into the ceiling of the corridor at an unknown time, observing every move of Zaratulstra's bodyguards and followers, and observing Mr. Kui's situation. This was because when he got up this morning and opened the door to get some good breakfast, he found a letter stuffed in the door crack, with a printed paper pasted on the envelope surface that read, "For Zhou Minggui." At that time, Zhou Minggui perplexedly opened this letter and found a photo. Inside, a secretly taken photo of Mr. Kui, eh? On the back of the photo was also paper and text. "This is Zaratulstra's assistant. He will inherit Zaratulstra's will and do some things targeting you." After reading the content on the back of the photo, Zhou Minggui's spirit immediately tensed. He believed this was a reminder from the group that shot Zarathustra last night. He even suspected that Luo Shan inviting him to eat at the Shujin hot pot restaurant was to let him witness Zarathustra's death. What exactly does Zarathustra's group want to do to me, and what does the group that killed him want to do? Zhou Mingri couldn't figure out the answer, and finally decided to come and secretly observe the target person to see if he could discover any clues. He thus confirmed that Mr. Kui, who lived next door to Zarathustra and had no apparent connection to Zarathustra's negotiation team on the surface, was indeed part of Zarathustra's group. He is indeed suspicious. Zhou Mingri nodded slightly in the darkness within the ceiling. At the same time, he also noticed some other oddities. He originally thought he would be inexperienced and clumsy at crawling through ventilation ducts, climbing ceilings, and secretly monitoring, making many mistakes. But in actual operation, he had a strange sense of familiarity and very smoothly accomplished his intended purpose. This relied on more than just the power of an assassin. Yesterday, too, when I saw Zarathustra being shot, I wasn't nervous at all, nor panicked, very calm. Is this the psychological quality of a qualified assassin, or is there another reason? Zhou Mingri fell into deep thought. He vaguely suspected that it wasn't just this world that he didn't understand enough, but also himself. Mr. Kui, accompanied by his bodyguard, took the elevator to the first floor. Just as he had taken a few steps towards the revolving door, he suddenly raised both hands to cover his neck. He felt the rapid arrival of marionettization and also felt the rejection of the dream. His breathing became difficult, as if his whole being had been thrown into a void, without any objects. How could this be? Mr. Kui's pupils dilated, not daring to force himself to stay, and voluntarily exited the dream. Thud. His bodyguard suddenly collapsed and died on the spot. A small insect flying nearby also fell to the ground with a splat, motionless. In the temporary parking lot at the entrance of the Tianyue Hotel, Anthony, sitting in the driver's seat with Ludwig, calmly watched this scene. The other seer pathway demigod mentioned by the magic mirror Rhodes had also been kicked out of the dream, and once the other party lost control of their marionette, the latter was essentially dead. Lumion and the others, with information provided by the magic mirror Rhodes, hadn't ignored the seer pathway demigod living next door to Zarathustra who had helped Zarathustra discover intruders before, but they all understood that before dealing with Zarathustra, it wasn't appropriate to act against Mr. Kui, as that would alert them. So, they only secretly photographed Mr. Kui, and after the hot pot restaurant operation was over, Anthony, the only one who could still do things, normally, stuffed the pre-prepared envelope into the door crack of Zhou Mingri's home early the next morning. With Lumion kicked out of the dream, Franca seriously ill, and Jenna needing to look after two people, Anthony obviously couldn't deal with Mr. Kui on his own, so he could only get Zhou Mingri's help. Anthony watched the hotel staff hurriedly coming to check on the collapsed bodyguard and the bewildered Mr. Kui, not getting out of the car, taking the opportunity to eliminate the latter's dream manifestation. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but after his observation he found that there were police personnel discreetly deployed near Mr. Kui. If he were to act, even with psychological invisibility, he wouldn't be able to escape. That would mean he was confronting the main consciousness of the dream, and the consequences could be more severe than being kicked out of the dream. Anthony waited patiently, never finding an opportunity, so he decided to act after Lumion returned to the Dream City. When it came to covert killing, Lumion was more skilled than him, Jenna, and Franca. Anthony chose to go back to rest last night and stuff another letter the next day, rather than going directly, in order to create a time difference. Under the premise that the corresponding dream manifestation hasn't been killed, the time interval for those kicked out of the dream to return was about the same. If Anthony had reminded Zhou Mingri last night, then Mr. Kui's return to the Dream City and regaining control of his dream manifestation wouldn't be much later than Lumion's. At most a few hours later, and in those few hours, Lumion might not find an opportunity to make his dream manifestation die unknowingly. Now, after Lumion returned around 7 or 8 in the evening, he would have nearly a day to plot the murder of Mr. Kui's dream manifestation. In room 2303 of Dejuang Garden, just past 7 p.m. in the evening, Franca and Jenna, who had been watching Lumina constantly, saw this beautiful woman suddenly change her appearance, becoming male. Lumion immediately took the lie earring, changing his facial features in a direction not too similar to Li Ming. Franca took the opportunity to tell him about the mushroom-set meals at Crimson Moon Hospital. Lumion nodded. I'll go deal with the other matter first. As he said this, he stood up. Franca held back her laughter and pointed at him. Change your clothes first, don't walk away wearing Jenna's nightgown. Lumion looked down and discovered that Lumina had been wearing Jenna's nightgown all along. At 10 p.m., in a white car parked by the roadside, Lumion was on his phone as if bored, seemingly waiting for someone. They had rented a new car, because the previous car was registered under the name Luo Fu. And if a car rented by Luo Fu happened to appear near the scene of Mr. Kui's death, the suspicion on Franca would be strong enough for an immediate arrest. Lumion waited for a while, and through the rearview mirror, he saw Mr. Kui walking alone, preparing to cross the intersection to return to the Tianyue Hotel. As Mr. Kui passed by his vehicle, Lumion's eyes suddenly took on a silver-white color with black. Eye of Calamity. Before Mr. Kui had passed the rearview mirror, he had already found the fate branch leading to the other's doom. In the next second, Lumion hid his left hand wearing the circle of binding and slightly raised his right palm. He touched Mr. Kui's main fate trunk from afar and violently pushed it towards the branch that appeared black. His spirituality poured out frantically, his expression unchanged, his movements as usual. Mr. Kui's dream manifestation was completely unaware of this, and the police monitoring him from hidden spots didn't notice anything unusual. Mr. Kui continued walking for about 15 to 20 meters, stepping onto the pedestrian crossing. By now it was truly night, and there weren't many people on this road, nor many cars. Suddenly a car driving from afar seemed to lose control due to excessive speed, directly running the red light. Mr. Kui saw this scene, his pupils suddenly dilating. Bang! He was hit and sent flying, his head heavily hitting the ground. Then he was run over by the out-of-control car, dying as thoroughly as possible. Chapter 988, Father and Daughter. As soon as Lumion heard the sound of the out-of-control vehicle crashing into the curb, he immediately rolled down the window and poked his head out. He looked towards the intersection about 15 to 20 meters away, and at Mr. Kui, who had been hit and thrown even further, tragically run over. Almost simultaneously, he saw several figures emerge from different hiding spots, rushing towards the deceased and the vehicle responsible for the accident. Lumion promptly took out his phone, snapped a couple of photos, and muttered, "Holy shit, there's been a car accident." That driver was speeding like he was in a race. Was he drunk? He acted like a bystander ready to post on social media and short video accounts. At this moment, the dented vehicle responsible for the accident completely stalled, unable to start. The car door opened, and a man who could barely stand straight stumbled out. Damn, he really is drunk. If you drink, don't drive. Lumion started recording a video, cursing as he filmed. Only after the ambulance took away Mr. Kui's body, and the police led away the driver responsible for the accident after cordoning off the area, leaving just the traffic police investigating the scene and the tow truck on standby, did Lumion sit back in his car, as if contemplating how to share what had just happened in various group chats. Not long after Anthony, also in disguise, came out of the 24-hour convenience store on the side carrying a large bag of items, opened the car door and got in. Lumion started the car and drove away from the scene. They hadn't brought Ludwig with them, having sent the little boy to Jenna's place. If a 7- or 8-year-old boy appeared at both the scene where Zarathustra was shot and where Mr. Kui had the car accident, it would be very suspicious, even if the boy looked different at first glance. In room 2303 of Dachuan Garden, Lumion sat in the single armchair and said to Franca and Jenna, "I'll go to Linkage after midnight." Pausing momentarily, he added, "Did Lumina show any unusual behavior today?" Jenna was silent for a couple of seconds, then recounted everything about Lumina's blank stares, her inner impulses, the bad luck surrounding her, getting some fresh air on the rooftop, her words during the card game, and many other detailed behaviors, without hiding anything. Lumion listened attentively without interrupting, his expression gradually softening. After Jenna finished speaking, Franca opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Did you get kicked out of the dream again? You'll face severe restrictions upon entering for the 3rd time, just like Queen Mystic." Lumian remained silent for a long while before saying, "I understand." At the edge of a lake, inside a 4-story villa, Bernie Wang returned from outside and walked into the grand opulent hall. Every time her classmates came to visit, they would say, "Why is your house decorated like a palace? Don't you find it strange?" Bernie could only spread her hands helplessly and say, "This is just my dad's preference." "Where are my dad and the others?" Bernie asked the butler standing in the hall. She usually lived at school, only choosing to come home on weekends if there wasn't a long holiday. The butler respectfully answered, "Young Master Huang Xia is exercising in the underground basketball court. Young Master Huang Bo is assembling mini 4WD cars in the toy room. Madam has gone out to attend an art salon, and the master is in the wine tasting room." Bernie nodded, walked to the side of the hall, and took the elevator down to the basement. There was a large wine cellar here, with a secure storage room and a wine tasting room, where you could see the rippling water of the indoor swimming pool. Huang Tao was sitting on the sofa, holding a glass of pure malt liquor with ice cubes, leisurely savoring it. "You're back." He smiled when he saw Bernie come in. "Why are you drinking again?" Bernie sat down opposite him. Huang Tao smiled and said, "As I get older, I don't have many hobbies left." Bernie didn't try to persuade him further, quietly watching as her father took another sip of the temptingly colored liquor and grabbed a few shelled pine nuts from the dish of dried fruits on the table, popping them into his mouth. After finishing what was in his mouth, Huang Tao asked, "What about your classmate? Didn't she come to visit?" "Something happened to her biology teacher at the cram school. She's busy dealing with that and doesn't have time," Bernie said simply. Huang Tao laughed. "You mentioned that before. Really, if he wants to do experiments, he should apply for a job at a proper lab. Why be a biology teacher?" At this point, Huang Tao looked at Bernie and sighed. "Why don't you like staying at home? There's still some time before school starts, but you've already moved into the dorm. This isn't my problem. Maybe in Mr. Fool's perception I'm separate from you. Or we rarely get together," Bernie dutifully explained. "I'm involved in a research project." Huang Tao didn't pursue the matter further. He was just complaining a bit. He changed the subject. "How's that children's book company of yours doing?" "It's going well," Bernie recalled. "The children's book market is the most profitable area in the physical book market. There's a real demand for repackaging and redesigning classic fairy tales, and we're also nurturing our own children's book authors and illustrators. In this area, China started too late, and it's still not very mature. There's still a lack of good works. You have a lot of potential," Huang Tao praised his daughter. "At the same time, you need to pay attention to importing copyrights. You can't ignore those excellent foreign children's books and leave them to your competitors." He seriously instructed his daughter, looking as if he wanted to make Dawn, children's publishing company, bigger and stronger. Bernie listened attentively, occasionally offering her own ideas. The father and daughter discussed very harmoniously. At the end of the discussion, Huang Tao suddenly swirled his drink and said with a sigh, "Do you know what the greatest pain in life is?" Bernie shook her head. Huang Tao smiled self-deprecatingly. "It's watching the people and things you cherish most, the life you yearn for most, being occupied by others, while you can only be locked in a dark and depressing prison." Bernie looked at Huang Tao without responding. Huang Tao didn't mind. He just continued to drink his liquor with dried fruits, pouring for himself for a while. He gradually composed his expression and looked at Bernie. "If you discovered that you were just an illusory character in a dream, and at this time someone was trying to awaken the master of the dream, what would you do?" Bernie was silent for a few seconds before saying, "It would depend on the specific situation." Huang Tao smiled and said, "Then let's be more specific. You clearly know that if the master of the dream is awakened, you will completely disappear. Even if there's another dream, the corresponding person who appears will no longer be the current you. But the person you care about most supports awakening the master of the dream, is willing to take risks for it, even sacrifice themselves. What would you do?" She looked at Huang Tao, remaining silent throughout. Huang Tao calmly returned his daughter's gaze. After a while, he finished the remaining alcohol and stood up, saying, "I'm going upstairs to deal with some matters." Huang Tao walked out from between the sofa and tea table, passing by Bernie, heading towards the wine tasting room door. "Dad." Suddenly Bernie called out to him. Huang Tao turned around, a smile already appearing on his face. "Is there anything else?" he asked. Bernie also stood up, saying thoughtfully, "I've always been curious. If we don't talk about science, what's inside a mirror and what's hidden in the depths of a mirror?" Huang Tao looked at Bernie for a few seconds and said, "It hides a great horror beyond your imagination." After saying this, Huang Tao turned back, opened the wooden door, and walked out of the wine tasting room. "Great horror." Bernie stood still, ruminating over these words. Late at night, Lumion used teleportation to arrive near Crimson Moon Hospital. He didn't rush to enter, instead transforming into Lumina's appearance, disguising himself, and walking around Crimson Moon Hospital. He saw that in the green belts around Crimson Moon Hospital, in the crevices of the walls of various buildings, mushrooms had sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, all kinds of mushrooms. These mushrooms hadn't invaded the living space of other organisms, nor did they threaten the structural safety of the buildings. They were just growing quietly and peacefully. With so many mushrooms, no wonder Crimson Moon Hospital launched a mushroom set meal. They all look edible. Who wouldn't want to use free ingredients? After roughly confirming the situation in the outer area of Crimson Moon Hospital, Lumion hid in a concealed spot, entered a mirror, and made his way to the psychiatric ward. He wasn't worried about being blocked or trapped by the Dream City police in this mirror world, because Lumina didn't have a real identity and had no apparent connection to Linkage on the surface. Unless high-ranking police officials like Yagits had received a revelation through prophecy or divination that staking out. Here would provide clues. It was unlikely they would send people here, and with everyone being suppressed at Sequence 7, Lumion, as a demoness of despair, wasn't too afraid of divinations and prophecies pointing to his whereabouts. After observing the entire ward for a while, Lumion jumped out of the mirror-like object, landing lightly. He always held a hand mirror, using it to reflect light and create illusions to deceive the surveillance cameras. Lumion then surveyed the dimly lit corridor lights and the iron doors sleeping in the dark environment. His spirituality didn't give any warnings. Next, he took a breath, not smelling any blood or other strange odors. Only then did he gently knock on the metal door of Linkage's ward. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking wasn't loud, quietly echoing in this area without reaching the nurse's station. Linkage's voice suddenly sounded, kept very low. 2. This time no white and tender mushrooms came to the window to peek, nor did a large amount of white mycelium emerge from the door crack. "It's me," the black-haired Lumion answered softly. "The person who asked for your help in treating a vegetative friend before." "Oh, it's you." Linkage still didn't appear behind the iron-barred window of the door, seemingly shrinking in a corner of the bed. "Has your research made any progress?" Lumion asked. "I have some ideas, a bunch of failures, and a half-finished product. It still needs verification. I'm not sure what the final effect will be." As he spoke, Linkage's voice revealed a hint of confusion. "But some strange things have happened. I might not have time to advance the experiment you want recently." "What things?" Lumion's spirit suddenly tensed. What could make Linkage put aside his mushroom experiments? After a few seconds, Linkage answered in a confused, self-musing tone. "I'm pregnant." Chapter 989, Bloodline. Pregnant? Hearing this word, Lumion's scalp instantly went numb. Linkage is pregnant. Pull yourself together, you're a man. How did he get pregnant? Who did it? When? Relying on the endurance of an ascetic, Lumion maintained relative calm on the surface. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you certain?" "It's definitely pregnancy." Linkage's voice came from somewhere far from the iron door. "I used to be a doctor, then became a biologist. Do you think I can't tell if it's a pregnancy?" He really is pregnant. Lumion's whole body went numb, among all the beyonder paths he currently knew of that could make a man. Pregnant, only those related to the Great Mother could do it. Did Grimm and the others secretly come to Crimson Moon Hospital to impregnate Linkage without telling me? That doesn't seem right. For such a big matter, they would have no reason not to report to the Child of God. Moreover, he said that currently in the Dream City, only I, as the child of God, possess godhood and can promote rapid fetal growth while impregnating Linkage, and this would still require the support of the obstetrics and gynecology department of Mushu Hospital. Lumian's first reaction was to suspect Grimm and other bestowed of the Great Mother, but the information he had previously obtained was insufficient to support this reasoning. He immediately thought of a possibility. Zhou Mingri had received a strong stimulus, causing some changes in the dream that he and others hadn't yet noticed, and the Great Mother could now bestow godhood on a few chosen ones. It's only been one day, and problems from the changes have already erupted. Could it be this fast? Besides, Grimm believes I've already impregnated Linkage. There's no need to do it again. I've already impregnated Linkage. As his brain worked rapidly, Lumian suddenly had an incredible guess. Could the child in Linkage's belly be mine? Amidst his shock, Lumian followed this train of thought. Last week, I high-fived Linkage in the psychiatric ward of Mushu Hospital. I used this to falsely claim that I had impregnated Linkage to deceive Grimm, so he wouldn't suspect my identity as a child of God. 2150. Could it be that this contact actually made Linkage pregnant? But I only have a bit of Omabella bloodline, and I don't possess any SOA-related abilities. No, it's just that I don't have them in reality. The objective conditions are completely unsatisfied. But this is a dream. As long as the dream subconscious believes it, even the most outrageous and absurd things can happen at that time. When I high-fived Linkage, in Grimm's eyes I was the genuine child of God Omabella, and I do indeed possess Omabella's bloodline. Did this make me roughly equivalent to the real child of God Omabella in the dream subconscious's perception? And the child of God Omabella does have the corresponding beyond the powers to impregnate Linkage. Moreover, most importantly, the place where I high-fived Linkage and said words like, "He's already pregnant," was Mushu Hospital, a place where the Great Mother can exert great influence. It's possible that the dream subconscious, confused and misled by the environment there, equated me with the child of God Omabella. Yes, there's one more point. Lumian's pupil suddenly dilated. They had previously overlooked one thing, subconsciously equating the dream subconscious with Mr. Fool's subconscious. But in reality, the dream subconscious should be a mixture of Mr. Fool's subconscious and the subconscious of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth, for blessings. In this situation, the characters created by the dream subconscious and the changes brought about wouldn't completely originate from Mr. Fool's cognition, nor would they always be beneficial to Lumian and others. Based on this, the character images in the Dream City, including Luo Shan, AI Nana, Deng and others, couldn't be simply defined as characters woven by Mr. Fool's subconscious based on his own cognition and the situation in the Dream City. Here, Mr. Fool's subconscious needed to be replaced with the Dream subconscious. In other words, Deng I Nana Luo Shan, before drinking the shaman potion, and other various characters, some came from Mr. Fool's cognition, some from that celestial worthy's cognition, some were mainly based on Mr. Fool's cognition, but have been secretly spiced up by the celestial worthy. They couldn't be thoughtlessly viewed and analyzed as one type. The environment of Mushu Hospital, as well as Grimm's cognition, and the fact that I truly have Omabella bloodline, made the dream subconscious at that time become dominated by the celestial worthy, choosing to believe that I was the child of God Omabella, so Linkage quietly became pregnant after our high five. Omabella's child is equivalent to a direct descendant of the Great Mother, so when it's born, Linkage will be completely corrupted by the Great Mother. The more Lumian thought about it, the more horrified he felt. He thought of an even more terrifying development. If Mr. Fool was at an absolute disadvantage, and the celestial worthy became the ruler of the Dream City, he could completely blur the line between truth and falsehood, making the identity of child of God, Omabella, in the Dream City fully activate on the real-world Lumian, becoming real. At that time, the real Omabella would resurrect and return through Lumian's body. I almost fell for it without realizing. A cold sweat broke out on Lumian's back. He remembered a joke he had seen online recently and couldn't help but laugh, self-mockingly. Pregnancy really can happen from holding hands. What did you say? Linkage asked confusedly from inside the ward. Startled and emotionally stirred, Lumian calmed down and asked calmly, "When did you become pregnant?" He was still a little in denial. Linkage honestly said, "At first I thought it was because I used my own flesh and blood and spirituality to create new mushrooms, causing spores, mycelium and such things to enter my body and implant in my abdomen. Yes, this was part of my new experiment after you suggested it. But after careful examination, the time of pregnancy was clearly earlier." Lumion fell silent for a moment before responding, "Can I come in to confirm?" "Sure." Linkage didn't refuse. Lumion took a step forward, his figure suddenly disappearing from the corridor and appearing in Linkage's ward. At first glance, he didn't see a single mushroom. This surprised him. Logically speaking, Linkage's living space under the bed, in the corners, behind the door, should have been full of various mushrooms. But now the room was as clean as someone else's home. Lumion then looked at Linkage sitting on the bed and found that his belly had indeed swollen slightly. In the next second, his spiritual intuition as a demoness of despair allowed him to confirm that the child in Linkage's belly was blood-related to him. But it wasn't related to Lumion, nor to Lumina, but to Omabella. "It really is mine." Just as Lumion was about to speak, he suddenly felt many nearly invisible fine threads swaying around. Mycelium? He instinctively looked up and finally saw a mushroom. The mushroom was semi-transparent, attached to the chandelier position, with a large amount of mycelium hanging down. At first glance, it looked just like a common jellyfish. "Is this the half-finished product you mentioned?" Lumion probed. The scruffy Linkage nodded. "Yes." "Where are the failed products?" Lumion asked further. Linkage answered seriously. "They were all absorbed by it." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the jellyfish-like mushroom floated down, brushing against his palm. For some reason, Lumion was reminded of the image of a young brown bear nuzzling its keeper. "What about the mushrooms that were in the room before?" Lumion asked the confirmation. "They were also absorbed by it, so—" Linkage's voice carried a hint of expectation. Lumion was silent for a while before saying, "I can help you abort it." But he is indeed my child." Linkage responded hesitantly. He seemed to have gained some maternal instinct. Lumion's lips twitched slightly as he initiated instigation. "No, he's not your child. He's the child of an evil god. You always wondered why you were arrested. It's because an evil god took a liking to you and had her followers fabricate charges to lock you up in a psychiatric ward. Think about it. You're a man. How could you normally get pregnant? Women can get pregnant. Why can't men? Mushrooms can too." Linkage argued with Lumion. Lumion didn't give up and continued. "But can you get pregnant without doing anything, unconsciously?" "Right." Linkage finally felt something was amiss. Lumion quietly exhaled and said, "This pregnancy is the result of the evil god entering your dreams." Lumion felt that if he hadn't fully digested the instigator potion, using instigation to persuade Linkage to abort would be enough to complete the act. Unfortunately, he didn't need to additionally digest the instigator potion. As a member of the assassination operation against Zarathustra, as the person who assassinated Mr. Kui, Lumion had already digested the assassin potion. Currently, only the witch needed to be acted upon. He decided that if Linkage chose to abort later, he would try to make the process as mysteriously terrifying and flashy as possible to expel the Great Mother's child in the identity of a witch. If you don't abort the child in your belly, it will absorb your flesh and spirituality, growing rapidly in 2 to 3 weeks. When it's born, you will become a dried corpse, unable to do more mushroom experiments, unable to fulfill your dream," Lumion said in a low voice, describing the possible consequences. Hearing that he wouldn't be able to do more mushroom experiments, Linkage made a decision. "All right, please help me." Before Lumion could respond, he continued on his own. "If the evil god's child hybridizes with mushrooms, it might produce some special changes." Evil god's child hybridize. Forget about your mushrooms. Lumion didn't want to be chased by a mushroom calling him mother in the future. At this moment, Linkage's eyes lit up. "Wait until I've thought of a plan, then you can help me abort it. This will take 1 or 2 days." Lumion didn't dare to force Linkage. After all, in Mr. Fool's subconscious cognition, no matter how inconceivable things were, this biology teacher could create them. through mushrooms. If he became an enemy and forced an abortion, perhaps something terrifying would happen. No problem. No problem. Lumion responded. He secretly decided that when the time came, he would make the evil god's descendant in Linkage's belly disappear without a trace, unable to hybridize with mushrooms. Lumion then cautioned, "Don't tell anyone else about the evil god for now, otherwise catastrophe will befall us." "I won't." Linkage shook his head. "But, I haven't dared to talk to Ms. Jaja or other colleagues about mushrooms recently. They seem to have become different people." "Become different people?" Lumion's gaze suddenly froze. Chapter 990, True Commonality. Lumion's initial feeling was that Linkage had noticed the difference between Queen of Stars Catlia and Huang Jiajia, but after careful consideration, he overturned this guess. This was because Linkage said his other colleagues also seemed to have become different people, and it was unlikely that they had all been occupied and used by external consciousnesses. "Why do you feel this way?" he asked Linkage. Linkage stroked his belly and said, "The previous ones ate the mushrooms I sent, but the current ones haven't." "The current ones haven't? Does this mean they've been replaced?" Lumion's thoughts raced as he carefully asked, "What about Bernie Huang? Have you seen her recently, and is she different from before?" "I've seen her, but I don't know if there's been any change. She never ate the mushrooms I sent before." Linkage answered honestly. In other words, Linkage can't distinguish the difference between external consciousnesses and dream manifestations, nor does he have the observational ability to do so. However, he can determine whether the person in front of him has eaten the mushrooms he created taken together. Did he mean that Huang Jiajia and others at Star tutoring classes had eaten them before, leaving corresponding traces, but recently they hadn't? Had Huang Jiajia and the others been replaced? Lumion had already been surprised when he heard Linkage say that Huang Jiajia and the others seemed to have become different people, but now he felt more confused and alert. He was currently inclined to believe Linkage's statement, thinking that the Mushroom King, who was confined to the psychiatric ward and hadn't yet given birth, had not been completely corrupted and wouldn't be experiencing hallucinations or have his personality twisted to enjoy lying. Moreover, in the dream city based on Mr. Fool's subconscious cognition, Linkage had a certain uniqueness and could indeed possibly discover anomalies. Who replaced Huang Jiajia and the others? Why replace them? Lumion pondered these questions. Suddenly he thought of one person, Zarathustra. When Lumion first discovered that Zarathustra had visited Star tutoring classes, his initial reaction was that this angel wanted to do something to the dream manifestation of Mam Hermit. But later, as events unfolded with Linkage being arrested and sent to the psychiatric ward, this led him to overturn his original suspicions and stop thinking in that direction. Now, the new discovery made him reconsider his earliest guess. Zarathustra likes to exert force on both overt and covert lines simultaneously. On the surface, he was helping the Great Mother control Linkage and eliminating the hidden dangers brought by mushrooms, while secretly taking advantage of opportunities like visits to target Huang Jiajia and other teachers at Star tutoring classes, replacing these dream manifestations. The benefit of doing this would be that the attention of covert saboteurs would be focused on Linkage's matter, overlooking the key point that Star tutoring classes itself was also a target. Lumion only now realized that Zarathustra's plan was far more extensive than what he and his team had previously analyzed. Based on this, he believed that Zarathustra should have chosen the Conspirer pathway rather than being a seer. His experience, knowledge, intellect, and style are truly worthy of a real angel. Lumion inwardly sighed, continuing to question Linkage, wanting to understand more details. But apart from knowing whether those colleagues had eaten the mushrooms he gave them, Linkage shook his head in ignorance to all other questions. Finally, Lumion could only caution, "You must come up with a plan in these 2 days, otherwise the minions of the evil god will take action against you again, causing the child to be born in the near future." This referred to his and Grimm's previous agreement to take action again in a week to help the fetus in Linkage's body develop rapidly. "All right," Linkage answered, touching his belly. Lumion looked at him deeply, forming a new idea. After Grimm confirms that Linkage is truly pregnant and helps the fetus gain growth momentum. With the help of Mushu Hospital's obstetrics department, I'll secretly return and complete the abortion. At Jinhong District in the rented apartment, Lumian's team gathered again to hear him talk about Linkage's pregnancy and the suspected replacement of Wang Jiajia and others. If we assume the culprit is Zarathustra or his accomplices, then we can't just look at star tutoring classes for the replacements, Jenna expressed her thoughts. Doesn't this remind you of anything? Franca had a sudden realization. The death of the Oracle? Yes. Lumian had already connected this incident with the replacement of Wang Jiajia and other star tutoring classes members. If Anderson hadn't interfered, if we hadn't discovered the Oracle's body in time, he would have definitely been sent to the morgue in Mushu Hospital, B1, getting a rebirth. After that, wouldn't it count as the reborn him replacing the original him? Did Wang Jiajia and the others experience something similar? Was Zarathustra targeting not just star tutoring classes, but also dream tutoring classes? The more Franca spoke, the more shocked she became. On the surface, he was seeking opportunities to contact Zhou Mingrui through visits to dream tutoring classes. But secretly, he was replacing the teachers at dream tutoring classes? How damn insidious. 21551. Did Huan Jiajia and the others experience something similar? Was Zarathustra targeting not just star tutoring classes, but also dream tutoring classes? The more Franca spoke, the more shocked she became. On the surface, he was seeking opportunities to contact Zhou Mingrui through visits to dream tutoring classes. But secretly, he was replacing the teachers at dream tutoring classes? How damn insidious! At this point, Franca sincerely sighed. Who knows what else Zarathustra has done in secret? It's probably not just this one thing. Fortunately, we chose to eliminate the hidden danger in advance, kicking Zarathustra out of the dream and killing his dream manifestation. Otherwise, if his overt stratagem and covert scheme were to be launched simultaneously, both reaching the brink of success, the situation would be unimaginable. Perhaps the whole affair would have ended there, with our complete failure as the conclusion. Now, without the leadership of Zarathustra and Mr. Kui, their subordinates will find it difficult to consider the overall situation. We can take this opportunity to dismantle the bombs one by one and eliminate the hidden problems. Anthony agreed with Franca's sentiments. Lumian nodded slightly and solemnly reminded, "This is both good news and bad news. I believe you can all see that a seer is more suited to hiding in the shadows, directing the play, rather than directly stepping onto the stage and exposing themselves to the audience's view. Zarathustra previously needed to advance overt matters to obtain money and resources, to openly contact Zhou Mingrui, so he couldn't hide his identity and stay in the shadows. The same goes for Mr. Kui. This gave us the opportunity to set traps and make good use of the dream rules. Once Zarathustra and Mr. Kui obtain new identities in return, they will surely hide behind the scenes, covertly advancing their own agendas. At that time, the roles of hunter and prey will be reversed. Even if we show just a slight flaw, we will immediately be discovered and face deadly assassination. Once attacked, the best outcome would be the person being kicked out of the dream, with the dream manifestation most likely destroyed. Yes, at that time, the enemy will be in the dark, and I'm in the light, with the danger levels skyrocketing." Franca nodded in agreement. Because of her close relationship with Luo Shan, once Zarathustra returned and focused the investigation on why Zhou Mingrui went to Shujin Hot Pot restaurant that day, she could easily be discovered. That's why she said, "I'm in the light," Lumian chuckled in response. "Of course, this is also an opportunity. You continue working in the administrative department of Intis Group for now. When Zarathustra returns, see if you can use this to set a trap for him. If not, you can quickly resign, change your identity, and also hide in the shadows. At the same time, we need to make good use of his period before Zarathustra's return." As he spoke, Lumian picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to, "A name that leaves a deep impression on you. How have you been lately? Are you enjoying classes? Soon." "A name that leaves a deep impression on you," replied. "Do you want to check what time it is now?" "If you have nothing better to do, I suggest you go out for a run," Lumian calmly replied. "Do you still feel that the world is fake lately? That there are terrifying fake details in the people around you?" After about 10 seconds, Anderson Hood replied, "It's even more fake than before." "Such as?" Lumion pressed. Anderson Hood sent an emoji. For example, Nana, iron skin, flowery bow tie, and other tutoring center teachers all seem more fake now, different from before. As expected, Lumion confirmed his team's speculation. He asked with an emoji. What about you? Have you become more fake? Anderson Hood sent. A dog biting its own tail. I might be next. But I recently saw news about a foreign guest being shot dead. A good hunter should know how to obtain information from public reports. Lumion put down his phone and said to Franca, Jenna, and the others, most of the teachers at dream tutoring classes have also been replaced. What's the significance of this replacement? To make all dream manifestations dominated by the celestial worthy, thus gaining victory in the consciousness battle? Franca raised a question. Lumion didn't answer, instead using frost to create a whiteboard and sticking notes on it. Each note had the name of a dream manifestation currently suspected of being replaced, as well as their corresponding real-world person. Lumion stood in front of the whiteboard, studying it intently for a while before asking Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, see anything in common? They are or were all pirates, Jenna tentatively answered. Lumion shook his head. That's the surface commonality. There's another common point hidden beneath the surface. Saying this, he turned to his companions and said, these are all characters that have appeared in the Great Adventurer series of novels. In other words, they're all participants and witnesses of German Sparrow's life. Hearing this conclusion, Franca suddenly thought of the movie, The Great Pirate 3, of Jiayu, who was poached by Zarathustra for playing German Sparrow, and of Van Zhoutian, the original actor for German Sparrow, who was now in a vegetative state. Is the focus of the contest the identity of German Sparrow? This also fits the prophecy, the awakening of the world spells the fool's return, Franca muttered to herself. With a nod, Lumion replied, it seems so for now, which is why these people related to German Sparrow have all been replaced. The Oracle's death was the beginning, not the end. Chapter 991, Proactive Small Talk. After suspecting that Zarathustra had replaced the teachers at dream tutoring classes and star tutoring classes to target the image of German Sparrow, who didn't actually exist in the dream city, Lumion and the others discussed this for quite a while, but still couldn't figure out the significance and purpose of doing so. They decided to write a letter which Franca and Jenna would take to Star Dream Provision Store tomorrow to mail out, to see what opinions the Major Arcana cardholders would give. As they stood up preparing to leave the rented apartment in Shinhong District, Franca remembered something and curiously looked at Lumion. He said earlier that Linkage's pregnancy was because Grimm's cognition, the Omabella bloodline in you, and the celestial worthy subconscious taking dominance because of Mushu Hospital's environment, equating you with the child of God Omabella in the dream, making your casual comment, he's already pregnant, become reality. So, as the child of God Omabella, can you now use the beyond the powers of a planter, apothecary, and heretic spellmaster pathways? Franca's eyes gleamed, feeling this had a bit of a, I guess that went well, flavor to it. Course, this, I, referred to the dream subconscious. As long as the dream subconscious believed it, anything could happen. Lumion tried to see if he could use the abilities related to Vampire, Harvest Priest, and Heretic Spellmaster, but all attempts failed. It doesn't work. He shook his head. Before Franca could respond, he added thoughtfully, maybe it's possible in Mushu Hospital. As Franca nodded in agreement, Jenna reminded Lumion, if that's really the case, frequent visits to Mushu Hospital might cause you to become more and more like Omabella until you're completely equivalent. Lumion pondered for a few seconds, then said gravely, it's a possibility, Franca immediately hissed. How sinister is the Great Mother's style, always making people fall into traps unknowingly. Sometimes being vigilant seems useless. At this point, Franca answered her own question. Judging by the name, perhaps the Great Mother symbolizes the yin darkness in the term yin-yang. The next day, which was Sunday, Lumion again brought Ludwig to dream tutoring classes. While sending the child into the classroom, he discreetly observed the front desk, every teacher he encountered, and Anderson Hood with his eye of Calamity. Except for the latter, the mercury-colored river of fate corresponding to the others. All showed a black color representing death at some point in the past. Some of these black patches had become blurred, while others were still relatively clear, flowing forward with the illusory river, getting further and further behind, becoming harder to see. They are indeed reborn people. Lumion didn't engage in conversation with Anderson Hood, but stepped back and sat in his usual spot. Just as he was about to contemplate how to handle this situation, he suddenly saw Zhou Mingrui, wearing a loose sky blue t-shirt, walking towards him. How dedicated to still remember to come for business English class after witnessing Zarathustra being shot and observing Mr. Kui, Lumion mused, standing up to greet Zhou Mingrui. As fellow employees of Intis Group who had met more than once, this was expected courtesy. Seeing this, Zhou Mingrui returned the greeting. Just when Lumion thought he would smoothly turn into the classroom, Zhou Mingrui stopped, right in front of him. Zhou Mingrui looked around and asked, "Has Mr. Da resigned? I haven't seen him every time I've come recently." "You know Mr. Da, right?" "Yes, Danitzi. I brought my child here to enroll after seeing the flyer he handed out." Lumion answered simply. He hadn't expected Zhou Mingrui to initiate casual conversation with him, and even ask about the Oracle Danitz. Stimulated by the Zarathustra incident, has Zhou Mingrui started to more actively explore the hidden anomalies around him, more boldly engaging with us, problematic people, and thus discovered that teacher Da from Dream tutoring classes hasn't appeared recently. This is good news. There's also a downside. If he keeps investigating like this, who knows when my team and I might be kicked out of the dream without warning, just like Mr. Chue. Lumion's thoughts raced, forming a rough judgment. Before Zhou Mingrui could ask further, he sighed and said, "Mr. Da didn't resign, he passed away." "Ah." Zhou Mingrui's gaze suddenly froze. His shock and surprise showed on his face. This was also the expected reaction of a normal person hearing such news. "When did this happen? What happened?" Zhou Mingrui didn't hide his astonishment. Lumion glanced towards the front desk. "I heard Miss I say that he seemed to have encountered a psychopathic killer and was strangled to death." At first, Ms. I and Mr. Anderson thought he was just missing, and because they didn't have much confidence in Mr. Da's ability to survive alone, they quickly reported it to the police. Later, after searching, the police found Mr. Da in the underground morgue of Mushu Hospital in the form of a corpse. Lumion's words were all information that Ms. I Nana had previously mentioned, and could be found online, so he wasn't worried about being kicked out of the dream again because of this. After re-entering the dream, he planned to behave for 2 or 3 days in front of Zhou Mingrui. Killed. Zhou Mingrui's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. Yes, the body was discovered in the underground morgue of Mushu Hospital. Lumion deliberately emphasized. He was trying to guide Zhou Mingrui to notice that there might be problems with Mushu Hospital through normal conversation. The killer deliberately sent Mr. Da's body to the underground morgue? Zhou Mingrui expressed his confusion. Lumion shook his head. It might not have been the killer. It could have been a passerby who discovered the body and sent it there. How is that possible? A passerby who sees a body would call the police directly. Zhou Mingrui increasingly felt that there was something fishy about this matter. But why would the killer have to send Mr. Da's body to the underground morgue of Mushu Hospital? Did he think it wouldn't be discovered if hidden there? What made him think that? Lumion was responsible for raising questions, emphasizing Mushu Hospital, but not providing answers. For him now, providing answers was too dangerous. Zhou Mingrui nodded thoughtfully, then pointed to the business English classroom. "I'm going to class now?" "All right." Lumion sat down accordingly. He leaned against the classroom wall, his thoughts gradually spreading. The secret replacement of teachers at Dream tutoring classes and Star tutoring classes is really difficult to resolve. If this were in the real world, I would find an opportunity to blow up the underground part of Mushu Hospital, completely eliminating the hidden danger. But in the Dream City, with the underground part of Mushu Hospital being the psychological trauma of a great existence and an infiltration point for the power of other great existences, I'm afraid even the owner of Star Dream Provision Store and Stianos wouldn't dare to venture there easily, even if they weren't restricted. Using the Eye of Calamity to distinguish whether the target is a reborn person, should we kill all those who have been replaced, like Huang Jiajia, Ai Nana, and others, to eliminate them? I'm confident I could cover up the traces and not be discovered if I kill one, but killing so many? Do they think the Dream City's police department and Chief Yagates are dead? This would be openly challenging the Dream's main consciousness, and I might be identified the next day. Moreover, with Huang Jiajia and others being related to the identity of Gehrman Sparrow, if they all exit the stage of the Dream City, it might bring about unfavorable changes, or cause the subsequent awakening plan to be doomed to failure from the start. Reported? Without sufficient clues, it might end up like the previous report about Zarathustra, with no response at all. What clues could make the police investigate deeply and discover the abnormalities? I hope the major arcana card holders can provide good ideas. As Lumian's thoughts became more and more scattered, he caught sight of Zhou Mingri coming out of the classroom with his phone, walking towards the restroom. Lumian tilted his head, using his hunter ears to eavesdrop on what Zhou Mingri was saying from a distance. He heard Zhou Mingri ask in surprise, "When he's scheduled to come on Monday? Why has it been postponed to Wednesday?" From the other end of the phone, a female voice faintly reached Lumian's ears. "I thought about it. You have to work during the week and can't take me out, so I might as well just go directly to report in." Zhou Mingri was silent for a moment, then said, "I have annual leave." "It's fine, you can take me out on the weekend." The female voice on the phone said cheerfully. Zhou Mingri sighed and said, "All right then, what time is your train on Wednesday?" Hearing this, Lumian roughly understood what was going on. According to the information provided by the Major Arcana, Zhou Mingri's sister, Zhu Shasha, had been admitted to a university in Yangdu and was about to come here to study. Zhou Shasha will arrive in Yangdu next Wednesday as one of the Dream manifestations closest to Zhou Mingri. What changes will her arrival bring? Lumian raised his right hand to rub his temples, feeling that one wave of events was following another without pause. Star Dream Provisions Store. Franca and Jenna, who had taken a taxi, walked into the dimly lit interior of the shop. The former politely asked the shop owner if they could mail a letter, while the latter lingered in the entrance area, both examining the antiques on the shelves and observing the situation outside. After getting the shop owner's permission, Franca turned to the shelf and dropped the letter in her hand into the silver-inlaid black mailbox. As her gaze swept across, she noticed that the pride armor that once belonged to her was standing quietly on the edge of the inner side of the right shelf. The surface of this silver-white full-body armor was somehow stained with patches and spots of dark red blood. Just seeing it gave Franca a feeling of rapidly weakening, as if her serious illness had returned. It's become even more sinister. Franca didn't dare ask the shop owner what had happened to the pride armor, and quickly averted her gaze, walking towards the door. At this moment, Jenna raised her hand slightly, discreetly pointing to the diagonal opposite side of the street. There, perched on the branch of a street tree, was a white pigeon. Chapter 992, The Unknowing Questioner. Luo Shan sat in a cafe near the police station, monitoring Franca and Jenna's whereabouts using a white pigeon she had temporarily modified. She had drawn her own mark on the pigeon, as well as a hidden miniature camera. By wearing sunglasses with a receiving device drawn on them, she could obtain the corresponding signal. At the same time, she could use the connection between a painter and a painting to drive the corresponding mark, thereby directing the pigeon. Of course, this had to be maintained within a certain distance. After seeing Franca and Jenna come out of Star Dream Provision Store, Luo Shan quickly had the white pigeon follow them. As she followed, she found that the two targets were approaching the police station area, which was where she was. Luo Shan's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, her anxiety didn't last too long. Franca and Jenna only came to this street and didn't actually walk to the cafe door. Phew, just as Luo Shan breathed a sigh of relief, she saw Franca and Jenna, who were already 5 or 6 steps away from the cafe, disappear into thin air. Simultaneously, Wei Luo Shan's pupils suddenly dilated. The next second, 2 people sat down opposite her. One was Luo Fu, the other was Jian Na. Luo Shan's movements froze instantly, as if she had turned into a statue. "Were you monitoring us?" Jenna asked in a friendly manner. Franca put the 2 mirrors in her hand on the coffee table, creating a mirror maze. I wanted to see what you were really doing, if you were deceiving me, if you were bad people." Luo Shan's voice gradually rose. It's still the after effects of the talk about the dreamscape. I wonder if the mirror, maze, can deceive a reporter's ability to explore the truth. Probably not. How to guard against this kind of prying in the future? Communicate important things via phone and delete chat records afterwards using the information shredder. No, except for me, Lumion, Jenna, Anthony and Ludwig don't speak Chinese. Phone communication is done through voice conversion, which can also be heard. The bottle of fiction probably can't isolate it either, unless it's the realm of mysteries. Can we only communicate in places far away from a reporter in the future? Franca thought of many things in an instant. Suddenly she had a flash of inspiration and looked at Luo Shan. You can follow us openly if you want, you can watch from the side if you want to see, it's just that some things will be more dangerous, we may not even be able to protect ourselves, well. If we're going to face this kind of thing, we'll tell you in advance, and you can weigh whether you want to follow or not. Luo Shan didn't expect Franca and others to be so honest, and was momentarily speechless. Franca took the opportunity to say, "We're going to a place next to confirm whether certain people have become more fake. Do you want to go?" Confirm if they've become more fake. Luo Shan suddenly felt a bit scared, but she didn't want to deceive herself forever and not uncover the answer. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "I'll go." Franca laughed. "It's good that you have the ability to explore the truth. You can intuitively help us confirm without us having to devise dangerous plans." She didn't know yet if Lumion's Eye of Calamity could discover the problems with Huang Jiaya, Ai Nana and others, so she planned to use a reporter's ability. This way, they might even discover the aspects in which the fake people were fake, and thus obtain key evidence that could be reported to the police. Moreover, Jenna had previously told Franca that since Luo Shan already knew the current world was a dream and was in a state of unwillingness to believe, full of doubt, but unable to completely deceive herself, they shouldn't delay, lest she did something stupid because of it, or her mental state became problematic and was exploited by that evil god of the Fantasy Association. Jenna felt that having already chosen to be honest and truthful, they should continue this style. On the one hand, stabilize Luo Shan's mental and emotional state through psychological treatment, and on the other hand, let Luo Shan face the truth step by step under their control, confirm the facts, and not let her imagine, try, or do things blindly, which could likely bring greater disaster. In other words, when problems had already appeared and couldn't be avoided, it was better to place them under one's own control and release them with precautions, rather than letting the problems develop on their own. So, for something that could have been done with the mystery-prying glasses, they chose to ask Luo Shan for help. Outside Star tutoring classes, Franca and Jenna brought Luo Shan to a white car that was unlocked and unoccupied. Anthony, who had received a WeChat message from Franca, was already on standby nearby, ready to treat Luo Shan if she had a mental breakdown. "This is?" Luo Shan didn't expect there would be such a car waiting by the roadside for them to use. "Our companion drove it over, to convenience our observations," Franca explained simply. Luo Shan asked in understanding. "Lumina who played cards with us. That's how Franca and the others had introduced her." "Sort of. Jenna had no intention of letting the spectator onto the stage. After a while, they saw Huang Jiajia walk out of Star tutoring classes. "It's her!" Franca quickly informed Luo Shan. Luo Shan raised her right hand through the car window, pinching the sides of her eye sockets. She then saw the target person overlapping with windows, street trees, and cars. She also saw a large number of invisible threads floating out from the target's body, extending towards the sky. These threads were tied to the target's joints and organs. With the pulling of these invisible threads, the target made corresponding movements, walking towards the nearest bus stop. "It's just like a puppet on strings." Luo Shan's hair stood on end. When she had explored the truth before, she hadn't seen similar situations with people around. Or rather, similar situations weren't obvious enough to be noticed by her. Taking advantage of the time she had, Luo Shan observed the passing pedestrians. She saw that these pedestrians also had a large number of invisible thin threads, floating towards the sky, but these threads were all very loose, without the tension of pulling the human body to make movements. Luo Shan's body suddenly tensed, then slumped, leaning sideways against the backrest of the car's rear seat. She ended her exploration and said as if sleep-talking, "It's indeed more fake. What are the specific details?" Jenna tried to alleviate the emotional impact on Luo Shan by discussing business. Franca sent a message to Anthony. "Closely monitor the target's state. Bye." Luo Shan described in a floating voice the scene she had seen and the comparison between the target and normal people. During this process, Anthony, who was in disguise, pretended to be a middle-aged man smoking by the roadside, drawing closer to Luo Shan and quietly using placate. After Luo Shan finished speaking, she fell completely silent, not saying a word. Jenna and Franca looked at her sympathetically, temporarily not starting a new topic. They were waiting for Anthony's notification. Only when Anthony said it was okay would they speak, and only when Anthony said what aspects to talk about would they construct corresponding language. I want to go to the North City Cemetery," Luo Shan finally spoke. "Okay." Franca immediately agreed. At the same time, she received a message from Anthony, who had turned his back and used voice input. "The target's emotional state has stabilized to some extent, but there are still remnants of negativity, pessimism, and despair. Don't talk about anything. Any casual words in the current situation might stimulate the target. Only answer when she asks." Franca forwarded these messages to Jenna, then started the car and drove onto the main road. The car was silent again, with only the faint sound of the engine. After the vehicle reached the North City overpass, Luo Shan, who seemed to have become a clay puppet, muttered to herself, "In reality, in that world outside, is there another me?" "Yes," Jenna answered. She strictly followed the psychiatrist's instructions, only answering Luo Shan's questions without any expansion. Luo Shan fell silent again. Finally, the car arrived at North City Cemetery and stopped in the parking lot. Luo Shan pressed the door handle, paused for a few seconds and said, "I'll go in by myself, you don't need to follow." "Okay." Jenna and Franca responded in unison. Luo Shan opened the car door and put one foot out. At this moment she half-turned her body and asked with dark eyes, "Are you here to awaken Zhou Mingrui?" "Yes." Jenna didn't hide it. On this topic she felt it necessary to say a few more words, so she added, "If Zhou Mingrui isn't awakened, everything will be destroyed when the apocalypse comes, including this dream. And the apocalypse is only a few years away." Luo Shan looked at the seat cover in front of her with empty eyes, as if wanting to confirm details. Why did Zhou Mingrui need to sleep? To fight against an evil force? Franca explained concisely. This was consistent with the core of the story she had made up before. Luo Shan maintained her previous posture and asked subconsciously, "Has that evil force been defeated, so Zhou Mingrui can be awakened?" Hearing this question, both Franca and Jenna were shocked. They looked at each other, unable to answer Luo Shan's question for a moment. Yes, if the celestial worthy's consciousness has been defeated, Mr. Fool could wake up on his own. If he hadn't been defeated, how would forcibly awakening him be essentially different from the situation before he went to sleep? Or does the act of awakening itself symbolize the defeat of the celestial worthy's consciousness? Mr. Fool wakes up while the celestial worthy is still asleep. Will there be a change in the balance of power, with the scales of victory tilting towards Mr. Fool? If this guess is correct, that's fine. But if it's wrong, does it mean our direction isn't right? The major arcana have always focused on awakening, but should we actually weaken the celestial worthy first? We're currently still in the stage of confirming the situation. We're not sure if that evil force has been defeated yet. Franca answered truthfully. Luo Shan bit her lip and didn't ask any more questions. She got out of the car completely and walked into the cemetery's attached flower shop, buying 2 bunches of white chrysanthemums. She walked slowly forward, her figure gradually disappearing among the tombstones. Chapter 993, Important Person. At Xinhong District, in the rented apartment, Franca recounted the results of Luo Shan's observations and the questions she raised, finally saying, "The more I think about it, the more I feel something is amiss. The major arcana clearly mention in their materials that Mr. Fool went to sleep to fight against the celestial worthy's consciousness. So why are they solely focused on awakening Mr. Fool instead of helping to weaken the celestial worthy?" And we too, with sufficient background information, never considered this direction before. It's as if we'd been bewitched, no, as if we'd been hit with a spell of stupidity. At this point Franca suddenly paused. Everyone present instantly thought of one word: fooled. In the unspeakable silence, only Ludwig was completely unaffected, munching on his boiled corn. After serious contemplation, Jenna said, "Perhaps the act of awakening Mr. Fool itself will weaken the celestial worthy and strengthen our advantage." Lumion shook his head. "Even if this symbolism holds true, we shouldn't have completely overlooked the direction of weakening the celestial worthy to help Mr. Fool awaken." "Does that mean this direction is correct? So the dream fooled everyone to prevent us from thinking in this direction?" Franca suddenly became excited. "Not necessarily," Anthony replied. "That celestial worthy is the being at the very top of the swindler pathway. Initially fooling us to prevent us from considering the possibility of weakening him might be to make us believe it's the only correct path after we've made some progress in our later explorations, causing us to rush headlong into it. The enemy's opposition indicates we're doing the right thing, but what if the enemy is deliberately opposing, feigning weakness when actually strong?" Franca understood Anthony's meaning and said frustratedly, "How should we choose?" "Why choose?" Lumion laughed. "Awakening Mr. Fool and weakening the celestial worthy are two things we can do simultaneously." He stood up and began pacing in the small living room, speaking as he walked. "Let's reanalyze the possible goals Zarathustra wanted to achieve with those actions. Contacting Zhou Mingrui was likely to find a way to make Zhou Mingrui drink the subsequent potion, become a witch, thus creating a fixed, long-term mirror person and to some extent shake Zhou Mingrui's self-perception. The merger and restructuring negotiations with the Intis Group were to obtain more money and resources, and using the mirrored Roselle to erode and influence Huang Tao was likely for the same purpose. Eliminating and replacing the dream manifestations related to Conspirer's life experiences might be to weaken the world, indirectly weakening Mr. Fool. These actions currently don't show any intent to awaken the celestial worthy, though accumulating money and resources could barely count." As Jenna, Franca, and Anthony nodded slightly, Lumion began to contradict himself. "No, creating a fixed mirror person for Zhou Mingrui could also be for the celestial worthy to gain more initiative through the mirror person, gradually gain the upper hand, and thus awaken. Eliminating the dream manifestations related to German Sparrow is to weaken Mr. Steng. Fool! But replacing them with his own people and taking away Jiayu is to later confuse the real with the fake, making the world identity point to the celestial worthy instead of Mr. Fool. This is also a kind of awakening. However, these awakenings all come with weakening Mr. Fool. The two can't be separated." Lumion's point was that both weakening the celestial worthy and awakening Mr. Fool need to be done, and sometimes they are actually different aspects of the same thing. Franca concurred succinctly. "But how can we weaken the celestial worthy?" The major arcana card holders didn't know about the celestial worthy's past situation, nor did they mention which character in the Dream City was closely related to the celestial worthy. Franca couldn't find a target to weaken the celestial worthy. There was no starting point. Currently, only Peng Deng is suspected to be related to the celestial worthy, but it can't be confirmed yet. Anthony said, "What can be confirmed is that Peng Deng definitely has a special status in the Dream City." Lumion nodded slightly. This conclusion was drawn from Anthony's encounter and Peng Deng's rental of the magic mirror arrowed. Lumion then said, "Actually, there is one place that can be confirmed to be closely related to the celestial worthy." Seeing Franca and Jenna's thoughtful expressions, Lumion directly gave the answer. "Mushu Hospital." Without a close relationship, without a prior cooperation intention, the celestial worthy wouldn't send the corpses of German Spyro-related dream manifestations to the underground morgue of Mushu Hospital, letting them reborn there, and that kind of rebirth would also cause the corresponding manifestation to completely become the celestial worthy's soul puppet. "The underground part of Mushu Hospital," Franca said, unable to help but draw in a sharp breath. That was where the psychological trauma of a great existence materialized, the key node for other great existences to infiltrate their power, the place where the celestial worthy created exclusive marionettes, a place that even sequence zero true gods dared not easily intrude. Lumion chuckled in response. I'll be contacting an important person from Mushu Hospital tonight to see if I can obtain any useful intelligence. Late at night, Luo Shan still chose to lie down on the bed, trying to enter deep sleep. If the world doesn't explode, I won't take a holiday. Even if this is really a dream, before the dream shatters, I still have to go to work when I need to, Luo Shan murmured half self-mockingly and half self-comfortingly. Then she closed her eyes, and after a long while, finally suppressed her troubled thoughts and emotions, falling asleep. This time, after falling asleep, she didn't immediately enter her shaman world to continue guarding the semi-transparent barrier, but became muddle-headed, just like when she slept before becoming a beyonder. She vaguely heard a voice echoing in her ears. Truth can become false, falsehood can become true. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth are blessings. Truth can become false, falsehood can become true. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth are blessings. At the edge of Crimson Moon Hospital, in a secluded corner growing many mushrooms, Lumion, transformed into a demoness of despair and dressed in a blouse, patiently waited for a while. He saw Grimm suddenly appear not far ahead with a person, as if walking into the real area from another world. Respected child of God, this is Lu Yong'an, the Dean of Obstetrics at Mushu Hospital. Grimm introduced his companion. She is also a child of the Mother. Lu Yong'an appeared to be in her 40s, with fair skin and a beautiful face, round like the full moon, looking gentle and motherly. She was carrying a medical box and bowed slightly to Lumion, saying, "Praise the Mother, and praise you, child of God." The important person from Mushu Hospital that Lumion had previously said he wanted to meet was precisely this obstetrics dean. Lu Yong'an Grimm was very true to his word. As soon as the one-week deadline was met, he sent a message to Lumion, reminding him that tonight he should go help Linkage with reproduction, both mystically and scientifically. Lumion hadn't rushed to abort the fetus in Linkage's belly, precisely because he wanted to fool Grimm first, to avoid reaching the point of needing to put on an act to cover up. After this, he would have at least 2 to 3 weeks to perform the abortion. Hearing Lu Yong'an's greeting, Lumion, with his long black hair, nodded slightly and said, "Let's go in and take care of business first." He didn't rush to inquire about the internal affairs of Mushu Hospital from Lu Yong'an. This had to be done slowly, with proper groundwork, thinking through which things the child of God should already know and not need to ask about. "Yes, child of God." Grimm and Lu Yong'an responded in unison, their expressions turning serious. Lumion walked towards them and grabbed their shoulders. Then he activated the black mark on his right shoulder, using Spirit World Travaushal to appear directly in Linkage's hospital room. Linkage, who had been touching his belly lost in thought, sat up straight, and the jellyfish-like mushroom on the ceiling sank down slightly. Seeing Linkage looking at him with slight surprise, Lumion winked his left eye at him, hinting that there was a reason for this and to play along for now. Linkage showed an expression of sudden realization. "You're here to help me?" Hearing these words, Grimm couldn't help but turn his head to look at the child of God's stunningly beautiful face. When did she manage to deceive Linkage? Grimm and Lu Yong'an had both anticipated needing to use their abilities to control the target. Lu Yong'an sat down beside Linkage's bed with her medical box and began a serious examination. After nearly a minute, she turned her head and said, "The fetus is very healthy and developing well and quickly." Grimm immediately gave a thumbs up to the child of God, praising again. "As expected of you." Lumion was already numb to this, nodding slightly, focusing intently on watching Lu Yong'an take out a syringe, draw some kind of drug, and give Linkage an injection in the belly. Then, Lu Yong'an's maternal radiance became even more obvious as she began to virtually caress Linkage's belly with both hands. Lumion saw Linkage's belly begin to swell and enlarge at a visible rate. In just a minute or two, it looked like a 6-month pregnancy. "I can feel her heartbeat." Linkage touched his belly again. Lu Yong'an put away her instruments and drugs, and smiled at Lumion. "Child of God, come again in 2 weeks and we can enter the stage of imminent birth." Excellent. Lumion nodded insincerely. I'll abort it shortly. The earlier it's aborted, the safer. We'll be leaving now. Lumion gave Linkage another meaningful look. Then, he teleported back to the previous secluded corner with Lu Yong'an, who had walked back, and Grim, who was already by his side. Lumion didn't give Grim and Lu Yong'an a chance to say goodbye and leave. He looked at the latter, slightly raising his chin, and said, "How are things going inside Mushu Hospital?" He planned to ask vaguely at first, in the tone of a child of God wanting to get feedback from his subordinates, and then selectively delve deeper based on Lu Yong'an's response. Lu Yong'an replied with a kindly manner mixed with obvious respect. The underground area is almost finished being renovated, and above ground is still just us few and those who frequently enter and exit the underground. The underground is almost renovated. Those who frequently enter and exit the underground don't count as people? Lumion raised an eyebrow. Chapter 994, Dean. Lumion thought of the Mushu Hospital orderly he had encountered before, and the situations he had observed during his several visits to Mushu Hospital. He felt that those who frequently entered and exited the underground of Mushu Hospital might truly no longer be considered human. More than this, what concerned him more was that the underground part of Mushu Hospital was nearly renovated. When that happens, what changes would occur? What does this symbolize? Amidst his swirling thoughts, Lumion wished he could go blow up the underground of Mushu Hospital right now and be done with it. Unfortunately, leaving aside whether he had the ability to break into Mushu Hospital's underground and completely destroy it, just the fact that the above-ground part of Mushu Hospital was still relatively normal, with many patients and ordinary medical staff coming and going, prevented him from acting rashly. There was no way to blow up the underground part without affecting the above-ground area. That would turn into a full-blown terrorist attack, causing Lumion to be rejected by the dream's main consciousness to the greatest extent, likely preventing him from entering again afterward. First, think of a way to get Mushu Hospital to stop admitting patients for a few days and transfer away the inpatients. This would be very difficult. Lumion looked at Lu Yong'an and carefully asked, "Are there still corpses waiting for rebirth in the underground morgue?" "Not at the moment. No one has brought corpses needing rebirth over these past couple of days," Lu Yong'an answered truthfully. After Zarathustra and Mr. Koi were kicked out of the dream, did the corresponding activities stop? This shows we're doing well. Theoretically, the celestial worthy should have more than just these few subordinates, and should have found a way, or medium, for subordinates to enter the Dream City, were the others kicked out before, like the Major Arcana and the former lucky coin holders. That's right, there's no reason why the celestial worthy would only recently have subordinates who could enter, no reason why in the past only the celestial worthy could kick people out, and Mr. Fool couldn't. Lumion nodded slightly and changed his question. Who is the current dean of Mushu Hospital? He wasn't afraid of Lu Yong'an becoming suspicious because of this inquiry, as he had previously asked Shu Xinyang and secretly asked Grim, and even Grim, a child of the Great Mother, didn't know. You don't know? Lu Yong'an looked at Lumion's face in surprise. She then turned to Grim and asked, "You didn't tell the child of God?" Grim shook his head. "I don't know either. No one ever told me." Lu Yong'an was stunned for a moment, then showed an expression of understanding. "It's normal that you don't know, but it doesn't matter. The previous dean has left, and not knowing who it is doesn't affect anything. The new dean will arrive in a few days." "Who is the new dean?" Grim asked on Lumion's behalf. Lu Yong'an shook her head. "It's not clear yet. We'll know when they arrive. Maybe it will be a surprise." "A surprise? For us, it's probably going to be a shock," Lumion made a sound of acknowledgement and said, "Had you been to the underground areas other than the morgue?" He wasn't trying to pry specific information about Mushu Hospital's underground from Lu Yong'an, but rather intended to judge from her answer whether Beyonders, blessed by the Great Mother, could infrequently enter the non-morgue areas of the underground. "I've been there, but can't go deep, can't go to B2. Lu Yong'an didn't think there. Was anything wrong with the child of God asking this? After all, the underground part of Mushu Hospital didn't belong solely to the Great Mother. Other great existences also exerted influence there. Even children of the Great Mother can't go to B2. What's there? Lumion nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Are the Mother Tree's followers also doing something?" As the child of God of the Great Mother, he had to show a bit less respect for other existences. "Yes, but I don't know what." Lu Yong'an took out her phone and said with a smile, "Child of God, shall we add each other on WeChat? If I discover any issues in other areas of the underground later, I'll tell you immediately." She really knows how the world works. Lumion let Lu Yong'an scan his WeChat QR code. Her WeChat name was just her real name. Lumion didn't rush to look through Lu Yong'an's moments. He casually said, "Have you found Zadis?" Zadis was supposedly the true name of the abscessed hand, and the remnant consciousness in Olma Bella's remains had once shouted this name at Lumion. Lumion was trying to probe whether the children of the Great Mother had heard of Zadis. "Not yet." Lu Yong'an lowered her head. "Mother is very disappointed. Zadis really is closely related to the Great Mother." Lumion stopped there, not asking further. Seeing this, Grimm respectfully asked, "Child of God, starting tomorrow, you're on the night shift rotation. If you don't want to work it, I can find an excuse to switch you to the morning shift." "Night shift is fine." Lumion chose not to switch. This way he could effectively increase his activity time during the day and evening. Then he glanced at the bright moon high in the sky and said to Grimm and Lu Yong'an, "Head back." "Yes, child of God." Lu Yong'an and Grimm responded in unison. Lumion didn't see them off, but teleported away first. About a quarter of an hour later, his figure appeared again in this secluded corner, and Grimm and Lu Yong'an were already gone. Only then did Lumion take out his phone and start looking through Lu Yong'an's moments. The moments of this obstetrics dean of Mushu Hospital mostly shared obstetrics and gynecology knowledge, instances of receiving thank you banners, achievements of Mushu Hospital, and updates about her own children. There was nothing that particularly caught Lumion's eye. Because she had set it to only show the most recent month, Lumion could only return to the top of her moments and look at her background settings and personal signature. The background was set to a blurry silhouette holding a baby, and her personal signature was, "Be a guardian for women and children." All very fitting for her identity and nature, Lumion put away his phone and teleported to Linkage's hospital room. Linkage wasn't surprised by this beautiful woman's return. Looking at her, he hesitantly asked, "Do we really have to abort it?" As the fetus grew, his maternal radiance seemed to have intensified. Lumion chuckled. "You must have already felt the frenzied absorption of your flesh and spirit by the child of the evil god, right?" "Yes." Linkage nodded honestly. Lumion continued, "And don't you want to see what innovative qualities might emerge from the crossbreeding of the evil god's offspring and the mushroom?" He was now very adept at grasping Linkage's obsessions and weaknesses. This was an instigator. Linkage's eyes immediately lit up. "All right, let's begin. Could you at least hesitate a bit to make me feel your maternal radiance is genuine?" Lumion grumbled inwardly as he walked to Linkage's bedside, extended his right palm, and said in a moderate tone, "It will be quite painful. Bear with it." "Okay, Linkage stretched out his arm, letting it hang in the air. The fungal filaments hanging down from the jellyfish-like mushroom quickly floated over, wrapping around Linkage's arm, their tips piercing into it. "It has some anesthetic ability," Linkage happily explained to Lumion. Lumion didn't speak, letting his palm ignite with quiet and sinister black flames. He then pressed his right palm against the surface of Linkage's belly, and the Demoness's black flames immediately bored into it. Linkage's highly protruding belly suddenly began to writhe, as if something inside was struggling desperately. Along with this struggle, Linkage's face twisted slightly. Even with the anesthesia, he was experiencing unspeakable pain. Meanwhile, the Demoness's black flames gradually dimmed and thinned. Even as Lumion continued to pour them in, they couldn't truly burn away the vile thing in Linkage's belly. Fortunately, Lumion had never thought from the beginning that the Demoness's black flames could achieve the goal, because one of his objectives was something that the Demoness's black flames, which only burned spirit and life, couldn't accomplish. He used the Demoness's black flames first mainly to probe. Suddenly, the quiet black flames in Lumion's palm became agitated, as if madness, violence, and destruction were being generated. Flames of destruction, As the flames of destruction poured in, the clothes on Linkage's belly abruptly burst into flames, as did his skin and flesh. The fetus in his belly pushed upwards, as if trying to escape the burning of the flames of destruction, but currently unable to break free from the constraints of the mother's body, it ultimately collapsed back down. Almost simultaneously, Lumion heard illusory sounds of weeping and screaming. He felt as if a vast green wilderness had appeared around him, where every flower and blade of grass first grew vigorously, full of life, and then was engulfed by sweeping black flames. Linkage also screamed in agony. The pain of having his abdomen burned through was more than most people could endure. However, Lumion had already used the bottle of fiction to seal off this hospital room, allowing only faint traces of Linkage's voice to seep out. This wasn't something worth paying attention to in the psychiatric ward. Finally, the fetus in Linkage's belly was burned to ashes, and these ashes, affected by the convection winds from the high temperature of the flames, swirled up into the air, flying towards the ceiling and scattering around. Completely eliminated. Lumion stepped back, preparing to take out a healing agent for Linkage to drink. Linkage glanced at his charred abdomen and said with extreme disappointment, enduring the pain, "It's all burned away? There's nothing left?" "I initially only wanted to burn its life and spirit, leaving the corpse, but as you saw, that didn't work," Lumion explained sincerely. Linkage waved his hand, directing the filaments of the jellyfish-like mushroom to move to his abdomen, absorbing the charred parts and promoting flesh regeneration. "Looks like I don't need to provide treatment." Lumion gave a deep look at the jellyfish-like mushroom that had descended. After Linkage's wound had healed and the pain had subsided, Lumion nodded slightly and said, "Rest more these couple of days, then please speed up the pace of your research. My vegetative friend might not be able to wait too long." "I can start again tomorrow." Linkage's enthusiasm for experimentation reignited. "Thank you." Lumion politely left the room. Returning to the rented apartment in Shinhong district, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In his hazy state, he heard crying. The crying voice was calling, "Mummy! Mummy!" filled with intense pain, unwillingness, and resentment. Chapter 995, Dream. "Mummy? Mummy?" Lumion heard crying calls coming from the surrounding darkness, shrill and pitiful, as if clawing at his heart and soul. Suddenly, black flames that suppressed madness and destruction ignited on Lumion's body. These flames spread to the surroundings, burning away the darkness and everything hidden within it. The crying calls abruptly became piercing, then quickly dissipated. Lumion let out a cold laugh. "If you'd called me Daddy, I might have felt a bit reluctant and affectionate, but Mommy? Who are you trying to fool?" Just as he finished muttering this to himself, the surrounding darkness shattered, inch by inch. Lumion then awoke, opening his eyes to see the ceiling with its hanging chandelier, hidden in the deep night. Was I just dreaming? The fetus in Linkage's belly died at the hands of its mother. Its resentment, unresolved, it latched onto me, and I thoroughly burned it away? "Your mother is Omabella. What does that have to do with me, Lumion?" Lumion grumbled a few words, reached for his phone, selected Indiscreet Grim, and used voice input to say, "I heard the cries of my child, who encountered a disaster leading to death. Someone must have helped Linkage abort." After sending this WeChat message, Lumion copied the content and sent it to Lu Yong'an as well. Within 10 to 20 seconds, Lu Yong'an replied, "Should we go to Crimson Moon Hospital now?" Lumion brought the phone to his mouth, shook his head and said, "It's too late, the matter is already over. Rushing over now could very likely lead us into a trap set by the enemy. Since the matter can't be undone, let's wait until tomorrow, or the day after, until we're sure there's no ambush around Linkage, then go investigate the situation, find the culprit, and think of ways to remedy this. Wise of you, child of God." Lu Yong'an replied in a formal tone. At this time, Grim also responded, expressing the same meaning as Lu Yong'an. Lumion chose to copy and paste what he had said. After reassuring Grim, Lumion was about to go back to sleep when he suddenly saw a new message from Lu Yong'an. "Child of God, I just saw someone standing outside the hospital from my window." "Oh!" Lumion understood that the reason Lu Yong'an mentioned this must be because she recognized the person, or they were very important. After a few seconds, Lu Yong'an replied, "It's Zhou Mingrui." Zhou Mingrui? Such a strong initiative, only learning about the Oracle's corpse, appearing in Mushu Hospital's underground morgue during the day, and wanting to sneak in to investigate at night? Isn't this too rash, or is it just a preliminary observation? Lu Mian became fully alert, all traces of sleepiness gone. He brought the phone to his mouth again and used voice input to say, "Don't worry about it for now. Notify me when Zhou Mingrui enters the hospital." Outside Mushu Hospital, Zhou Mingrui, still wearing a sky blue t-shirt, pretended to make a phone call while casually surveying his surroundings, focusing on the emergency center. After learning about Dan Izi's death and confirming the relevant details through public reports, Zhou Mingrui felt that Mushu Hospital seemed to have significant issues, especially the underground morgue. So, when night fell deeper, he took a taxi here, planning to pretend to seek emergency treatment, while actually taking a tour of Mushu Hospital to see if he could discover anything. He hadn't planned to investigate the underground morgue today. He didn't want to take potentially significant risks before gathering sufficient information, while saying words like, "Okay, no problem, all right, can do, and that's it, that's it." Zhou Mingrui's gaze swept across the emergency center, across the patients and family members coming and going, but he couldn't see anything unusual. This wasn't actually his first time at Mushu Hospital. He had come for treatment twice before, as it was one of the closest hospitals to Intis Group and his residence. It had only been open for a few years, so whether for emergency or outpatient services, there weren't many people, no need to queue for long, and no worries about not being able to make appointments online. The district-level hospital closer to his residence, he felt, wasn't very reliable, while the other well-established hospitals were always overcrowded. The only difference from last time is that Mushu Hospital's reputation is growing, and more people are coming for treatment. It's a good thing I recovered midway from having some health issues after listening to heavy metal and was thinking of coming here for treatment because there weren't many people, Zhou Mingrui recalled his experience of seeking emergency treatment half a year ago, as well as the incident a few weeks ago when he took sick leave to come to Mushu Hospital, but his illness got better before he even reached his destination. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a realization. That sick leave made me miss the formal meeting with Zarathustra, and I didn't actually enter Mushu Hospital. My hearing that song advance wasn't a coincidence. The melody and sound of that song were mixed with mystical powers. Does this mean that Zarathustra and Mushu Hospital really have issues? But when I came half a year ago, nothing happened. I didn't notice anything unusual. Are the problems at Mushu Hospital gradually worsening? As Zhou Mingrui muttered to himself, his gaze moved up from the emergency center to the entire building. Suddenly, he heard his own heartbeat. Thump, thump. Zhou Mingrui inexplicably felt fear, making his heart feel as if it had been violently squeezed by an invisible hand, uncontrollably speeding up its beating. Thump, thump. He felt as if something he feared and dreaded most was hidden in that building, as if it were the source of his fear. There really is a problem. Zhou Mingrui's pupils rapidly dilated. Half a year ago he had also come for emergency treatment at night, and had also looked at Mushu Hospital's main building, but at that time he didn't have any feeling that terrifying things were hiding inside. Zhou Mingrui steadied himself, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing. When his heartbeat calmed down, he looked at the Mushu Hospital building again. Thump, thump. He once again experienced a sudden burst of fear, instinctively believing that deep inside Mushu Hospital were things he didn't want to face, and was afraid to encounter. Zhou Mingrui subconsciously wanted to turn and leave, but ultimately endured. Just do a preliminary observation, just do a preliminary observation. Avoiding won't solve the problem, avoiding won't solve the problem. As he muttered to himself, Zhou Mingrui's right palm, not holding the phone, naturally hung down, clenching and unclenching, unclenching and clenching. After about 10 seconds, he hung up the phone, took a step forward, and walked towards the entrance of the emergency center, in room 2303 of Dechuang Garden. After Franca and Jenna fell asleep, they quickly gained lucidity. This was something that inevitably happened when Beyonders entered Luo Shan's showman world, and neither of them were surprised. But in the next second, what met their eyes was not the frozen storm, wandering astral projections, and semi-transparent barriers, but a dimly lit corridor. The walls of the corridor were painted white, giving off a slight green tinge under the dim light. "Where is this?" Franca blurted out in astonishment. "Where has Luo Shan's shaman world gone?" Amidst her surprise, Jenna thought of a possibility. Could something have happened to Luo Shan because of confirming that Huang Jiajia and others were more fake? That would make Luo Shan further face the fact that this was a dream. But didn't Anthony say that Luo Shan's emotions had stabilized to some extent? Did she experience some shock after going home? Franca responded with confusion. Anyway, let's find Luo Shan first. This might be the shaman world after some change. Jenna looked around and concentrated on listening. Faced with a situation different from usual, Franca instinctively put her hand into her traveler's bag, preparing to take out her Beyonder items. Suddenly, she paused. "No, that's not right." Seeing Jenna turn her gaze towards her, Franca said with a serious expression, "The traveler's bag is still here, and the items inside are still there." Jenna's gaze instantly froze, understanding what Franca meant. Only astral projections could enter Luo Shan's shaman world to fight monsters, and astral projections obviously wouldn't carry a traveler's bag and corresponding items. Even if they did, it would only be something conjured by the dream, with no actual ability. This isn't Luo Shan's shaman world. What exactly have we encountered? Jenna furrowed her brow. She tried to leave this place through cogitation, to make her astral projection return to her body. But this had no effect. "We are not astral projections on an excursion, entering Luo Shan's dream or shaman world. We've been directly transferred to this place," Franca gave her conclusion. "How is this possible? I didn't feel anything at all." Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly heard Luo Shan's voice coming from a room ahead. No, I refuse." A few seconds later, the door of that room was pulled open, and Luo Shan, wearing pajamas, rushed out. Luo Shan saw Franca and Jenna, stopped in her tracks, and asked in surprise, "You here too?" Franca and Jenna first lowered their heads, examining their own clothes, finding that they were both wearing nightgowns. Then Franca addressed Luo Shan. "Where is this? Why shouldn't we be here?" "This is my dream. Did I dream about you?" Luo Shan looked bewildered and confused. Franca and Jenna exchanged a glance, then carefully asked, "What did you dream about?" "I dreamed that someone was whispering strange words in my ear, and I dreamed of many fragmented scenes. There was a pregnant woman with a big belly. It seemed like the flesh on her face and one eyeball had been clawed off, with head-like lumps growing on both sides of her shoulders. There was also a man whose heart had been dug out, and the cries of infants. Finally, I dreamed of this corridor, dreamed that I was in a room, and a voice told me." Luo Shan suddenly stopped as she recalled her dream. "Told you what?" Jenna pressed. Luo Shan hesitated for a few seconds before saying, It said it could help me masquerade as the genuine article, replace the me outside, so that even if the dream shatters, I could live on truly. I couldn't accept that. How could I? How could I harm an innocent person?" Hearing Luo Shan's words, Franca and Jenna's pupils dilated simultaneously. The former swallowed hard and asked, "Do you remember the strange words at the beginning of the dream?" Luo Shan tried her best to recall. It seemed to be, "Truth can become false, falsehood can become true, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth, the blessings real, I." At this moment, Jenna and Franca both seemed to turn into statues. Franca suddenly woke up and said in a deep voice, "Quickly, let's confirm where this place is." "Isn't this my dream?" Luo Shan said softly. "Are you usually this lucid in your dreams?" Jenna asked rhetorically while looking for identifiable signs. "That's true." As Luo Shan muttered in confusion, Franca and Jenna simultaneously discovered a bulletin board on the wall ahead. The two strode forward, rushing over, and with the help of the dim light, they immediately saw large characters in a certain part of the bulletin board. Mushu Hospital. Chapter 996, Psychological Trauma. Mushu Hospital. Franca and Jenna suddenly felt as if they had been struck by lightning. a tingling sensation rapidly shooting up from their tailbones to the backs of their heads. How did they end up at Mushu Hospital? Was this real or fake? Franca didn't need to take out a mirror and use magic mirror divination to get an answer. Her spiritual intuition had already told her that this was most likely the real Mushu Hospital, although she didn't understand how she and Jenna had been sleeping peacefully in room 2303 of Dechuang Garden and then unknowingly arrived at Mushu Hospital. She chose to trust her spiritual intuition. Jenna had a similar judgment. After exchanging a glance with Franca, she stood still, closed her eyes and quickly entered a cogitative state, imagining herself standing on the edge of a cliff. In her imagination, she leaped off, jumping towards a bottomless abyss. She fell faster and faster, but there was no shattering of darkness, no waking up, startled from a dream. Jenna opened her eyes and slowly shook her head at Franca. Her meaning was clear here. They couldn't exit the dream city and return to the real world. Hiss. Would the above-ground floors of Mushu Hospital have similar restrictions? This might be in the underground area of Mushu Hospital. Franca instantly came up with a new speculation. Her already highly tense mental state drew even closer to its limit. What's wrong? Luo Shan still looked bewildered. Hearing Luo Shan's question, Franca suddenly had a series of thoughts. Just now Luo Shan said this was her dream, but this is the real Mushu Hospital, quite possibly the underground part of Mushu Hospital. Did her dream connect to this place, transferring beyond us within a certain range? Here, why could it connect? Why could it transfer us? Wait, according to our previous judgment, every character in the dream city is constructed by the dream subconscious, based on its own cognition and social relationships. Luo Shan is the same, and the dream subconscious is a blend of Mr. Fool's subconscious and the celestial worthy's subconscious. In other words, Luo Shan is equivalent to a part of the dream subconscious, equivalent to a division of Mr. Fool's subconscious. She developed psychological trauma from the shock that the current world is a dream city, which is equivalent to a part of Mr. Fool's divided subconscious, developing psychological trauma, while the underground area of Mushu Hospital is where Mr. Fool's psychological traumas converge and manifest. This connects everything together. The psychological traumas manifesting in the underground area of Mushu Hospital should not only be from Mr. Fool, but also include those of the celestial worthy. More accurately, they come from the dream subconscious, which is formed by blending Mr. Fool's and the celestial worthy's subconsciouses. My goodness, will we encounter the celestial worthy's psychological traumas later? However, this also has a good side. If we know what the celestial worthy's psychological traumas are, and can escape alive, we could deduce ways to weaken the celestial worthy. Purely having mystical similarities and close mystical connections is not enough for Luo Shan to bring me and Jenna to appear out of thin air in the underground area of Mushu Hospital. There needs to be a force to push, to utilize. At first, Luo Shan heard truth can become false, falsehood can become true. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. This indicates that she has actually been targeted by some faction. The problem has been identified, but that faction wanted to fish or wait for an opportunity before taking action. Zaratulstra's group. No, if it were them, Zaratulstra would have absolutely guarded against the possibility of Jiao Mingri being invited to eat at the hot pot restaurant. As thoughts flashed through Franca's mind, she didn't dare waste time on deep thinking and analysis. She carefully chose her words and said to Luo Shan, "This might be the underground part of Mushu Hospital, and it's not something you dreamed up. It's real." Without waiting for Luo Shan to ask further questions, Franca made up a reason based on her recent speculation. There's likely an enemy hidden in or near your room who, while you were sleeping, exerted influence and used your shaman world to transfer us here out of thin air. Luo Shan blinked and said, "No wonder at first it was like my usual dreams, but then I became more and more lucid. Why bring us to the underground of Mushu Hospital? Is there a big problem here?" As the two conversed, Jenna searched through her traveler's bag. She originally wanted to make a phone call or send a WeChat message to try to call for help or contact Lumion, but she and Franca had put their phones beside their pillows before sleeping, not holding them tightly or carrying them on their persons. Therefore, they were both currently phoneless. Jenna took out the ice mirror charm with only one use left and held it in her palm. She had another ice mirror charm that could be used 4 times, which Lumion had found an opportunity to remake for all team members after being kicked out of the dream the day before yesterday. I don't know, I'm only sure that it's very dangerous here. We need to leave as soon as possible, Franca replied to Luo Shan, looking back and forth. Let's quickly find the elevator lobby and go up to the first floor by elevator or stairs. Luo Shan's spirits also tensed up as she followed Franca's actions, surveying their surroundings. At this moment, Jenna activated the ice mirror charm to see if she could leave the current area through the mirror she carried. But after being enveloped by the charm's light, she found that the world behind the mirror was deep and dark, giving her an extremely dangerous feeling. She didn't dare to pass through the glass mirror surface and enter the mirror world. The mirror world is also abnormal. Jenna raised her head and said to Franca. As she spoke, the ice mirror charm in her hand turned into sparkling fragments, quickly scattering and disappearing. That's normal. Franca wasn't particularly surprised by this. In a place like this, maybe we can only leave through normal means and predetermined exits. Let's go find the elevator lobby now. Luo Shan first made a sound of agreement, then remembered her ability and asked, with some expectation, do you have any paint and brushes? Pencils or pens would work too. You want to draw a door to get out, Jenna understood. Yes. Luo Shan nodded heavily. Franca frowned slightly and said, are you sure the door you draw will lead to the upper levels of Mushu Hospital or the entrance, and not to other areas of the underground part? I could draw the door in my home, that way we can return home, but there's a distance limit. I'm not sure if the distance between Mushu Hospital and Dechuan Garden meets the conditions. Luo Shan's voice gradually lowered. Franca quickly made a decision. Let's first look for a real exit. First find the elevator lobby. If we can't find it, or if we're trapped, then we'll risk using a drawn door. Seeing Jenna nod in agreement, Luo Shan could only temporarily abandon the idea of drawing a door to exit. After giving Luo Shan a fountain pen and a sharpened pencil, Franca turned around, partly relying on observing the environment and partly following her spiritual intuition, and walked towards the other end of the corridor. Soon, the three saw a door, a double wooden door with glass. Franca, walking in front, brought her face close to the glass on the door, trying to observe the situation behind it. But beyond the glass was pitch black. Even with a Demoness's night vision, she couldn't clearly see what was hidden inside. Franca felt as if her eyes were covered by a black cloth, rather than the corresponding environment losing light. After performing a simple magic mirror divination, Franca stretched out both hands and pushed open the large double wooden doors. What lay ahead was not an extension of the corridor, but a dimly lit hall with similar double wooden doors at the far end. What Franca, Jenna, and Luo Shan noticed first was not these, but the corpses hanging from the ceiling. They were gently swaying. As they swayed, some of the bodies half-turned, allowing Franca and the others to clearly see their appearances. There was Ai Nana, the principal of dream tutoring classes, Huang Jiajia, and other teachers from the dream tutoring classes that Jenna had seen before. Emps. And Su. Luo Shan instinctively wanted to scream, but was quickly muffled by Jenna's hand. How is this possible? Franca's scalp tingled. She knew that the dream manifestations of Ai Nana and Huang Jiajia had essentially died, and might have been hung up like the Oracle Denise before, but she never imagined they would still be hanging together, densely packed, like wind-dried cured meat. They're hanging here? Then who are the ones outside? Didn't their corpses gain new life and run out? Lumion said their fates were also connected. Jenna had similar questions, and she thought of a possibility. Manifestation of psychological trauma? Yes, the underground area of Mushu Hospital is where the dream subconscious's psychological traumas manifest. The psychological trauma created by Ai Nana and Huang Jiajia being hung up and the rebirths of corpses running out could exist simultaneously and occur in parallel. Franca accepted this explanation and had no intention of delving deeper into the truth right now. She said to Jenna and Luo Shan, let's go through, to the door on the other side. Luo Shan, encountering such a horrifying scene for the first time, was completely at a loss and could only choose to follow Franca and Jenna's lead, passing through, where the hanging corpses were less dense. Wind occasionally blew through the hall, causing the corpses to sway back and forth, sometimes swinging left and right, nearly brushing against Luo Shan's head several times. Luo Shan used all her strength to keep herself from reacting excessively. Finally, they squeezed through the hanging corpses and reached the double wooden doors representing the exit. After going through the process and getting the same result as before, Franco once again stretched out both hands and pushed open the doors. Ahead was a corridor, an extremely dimly lit corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a blurry figure. Franco and the others simultaneously raised their guard, carefully passing through the wooden doors and entering the corridor. The scene before their eyes gradually became clear. They could now clearly see that blurry figure. It was a giant mushroom, over 2 meters tall. The top of the giant mushroom was blood red, interspersed with white patterns. Its body was composed of countless similar small mushrooms, their patterns collectively depicting a handsome yet strange face. On each side, identical, mushrooms extended out, forming slender arms. Smack. The double wooden doors behind Franca, Jenna, and Luo Shan closed. Chapter 997, Different Regions. Seeing that bizarrely shaped giant mushroom person, even Franca, a veteran gamer, felt a sense of morbid curiosity and horror. My goodness, what kind of monstrosity is this? As expected of something evolved from a great existence's psychological trauma, who knows if it's from Mr. Fool or the celestial worthy? As similar thoughts flashed through her mind, Franca and Jenna tacitly split to the sides, one hiding in the shadows, the other concealing her form. Luo Shan had never cooperated with them in Beyond the Combat before, and this was her first time encountering a monster without barriers separating them. Moreover, this wasn't the domain of her shaman abilities, so she was momentarily at a loss. She instinctively turned around, wanting to run back to the previous hall, moving so fast she left an after-image in place. However, although she chose the double doors behind her, she was shocked to find herself rapidly approaching the blood-red giant mushroom person with white patterns. At the same time, Franca emerged from the shadows. She felt the shadows she was hiding in strangely come alive, as if trying to control and erode her. The next second, she and Luo Shan saw the giant mushroom person suddenly swell and grow larger, a giant lava sword burning with pale blue flames coalescing in its hand. The giant mushroom person took a step closer, swinging down the great sword that seemed formed of red-hot lava. Franca didn't dodge backward, but instead shot forward, lowering her body. Before the lava sword could strike, she darted past the scorching heat waves to the mushroom person's side. Jenna's body quickly outlined against the ceiling position, holding a brass-colored revolver aimed at the giant mushroom's head. Bang! The giant mushroom person's sword strike hit the inexperienced Luo Shan, shattering this painter like a mirror. The mirror substitution that Jenna and Franca had previously made for Luo Shan finally came in handy. The lava sword didn't stop after shattering Luo Shan, heavily striking the corridor floor and sending out pale blue sulfur fireballs. Rumble. Jenna had just pulled the trigger, firing a bright yellow bullet at the giant mushroom person's head, when she was engulfed by the chain reaction of explosions. Most of the corridor, including Franca and the giant mushroom person itself, was affected by the explosion created by over a dozen sulfur fireballs. Franca and Jenna's mirror substitutions were passively triggered, their bodies first thinning, then developing cracks, and finally shattering into pieces. When the explosive wind in the narrow environment subsided, the figures of Franca, Jenna, and Luo Shan outlined at the giant mushroom person's original position, at the end of this corridor, next to the other set of double doors. They saw that half of the giant mushroom person's head had collapsed, oozing dark red blood, white mycelium, and tiny spores. They saw its body similarly torn, open by the explosion, revealing large wounds filled with both mycelium and flesh. As the flesh writhed and the mycelium grew, the giant mushroom person's wounds rapidly healed. Seeing this, Franca's scalp tingled. She turned around, pushed open the door, and rushed out of this corridor. She felt that fighting in this narrow environment wasn't advantageous for them, while the terrifying mushroom person with its exaggerated self-healing ability and explosive methods was clearly more in its element. So, she had to escape from here, firstly to try to shake off the giant mushroom person, and secondly to find a scene more suitable for demonesses and a pater. To fight, Jenna didn't hesitate, closely following Franca. Luo Shan, who thought she would die, was surprised that the mirror substitution actually worked, and having gained experience, chose to imitate Franca and Jenna's actions. The trio quickly passed through the open door, entering a new dimly lit corridor. Behind them, the two halves of the wooden door swayed several times before, finally closing completely. Franca moved forward while vigilantly observing whether the giant mushroom person was pursuing them, but found that behind the door was dead silence, with no further movement. Does each type of psychological trauma only operate in a fixed area? Franca slowed her pace, making a guess based on her experience and imagination. Jenna nodded, looking around, and said, "Now we need to be alert to the psychological trauma in this area." "What psychological trauma?" Luo Shan looked confused. Monsters, similar to that mushroom person just now." Franca explained simply. Luo Shan's eyes turned slightly, and she blurted out, "Monsters transformed from Zhou Mingrui's psychological trauma?" "Very smart," Franca pondered for a moment and said, "It also includes the psychological trauma of evil forces." Luo Shan was silent for 2 seconds, about to say something more when she suddenly started coughing. Cough, 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 she paused and said, "Why do I feel like I've suddenly fallen ill? Disease? Can that mushroom person also create mystical pathogens? Jenna and I are both Demoness of affliction with some resistance to disease abilities. Brief. Contact won't infect us, but Luo Shan can't resist showing symptoms. The symptoms appeared very quickly. This isn't at the level of Sequence 7. After Zhou Mingrui was stimulated, did the power level of the Dream City change, starting from the underground part of Mushu Hospital, with no corresponding manifestation in the outside world yet. Jenna vaguely understood the reason and took out a bottle of healing agent from her traveler's bag. She didn't rush to provide treatment for Luo Shan, but pondered and asked, "Can you draw efficacious medicine for yourself?" Even if the drawn medicine had a limited duration, it could truly cure diseases as long as all the mystical pathogens were eliminated before the effect wore off. It would work. At this time, Franca had also figured out the reason and muttered, "That mushroom person is too terrifying. What kind of monster is this exactly?" Luo Shan already felt her forehead burning up. She shook her head and said, "I don't know exactly what this disease is, nor do I know what medicine to draw to cure it." "Then drink this." Jenna handed the healing agent to Luo Shan. She and Franca always maintained a state of having 2 bottles of healing agent on them, with previously consumed ones either coming from Lumion or being replenished by him. After experiencing the substitute's death, Luo Shan now fully trusted Franca and Jenna. She took the healing agent immediately, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. In just about 10 seconds, she blinked and said, "I think I'm fine now. The illness is gone. It's really amazing." "Your ability to draw is also amazing," Franca said humbly, pointing to the end of the current corridor. "Let's continue forward. We need to find the elevator lobby quickly, otherwise who knows what we'll encounter." She was still shaken by that giant mushroom person. Jenna and Luo Shan felt the same, quickening their pace to follow behind Franca. They had just taken 2 or 3 steps when the double doors at the end of the corridor suddenly swung open. Franca and Jenna reflexively used invisibility, then considered how to help Luo Shan hide. Luo Shan had somewhat adapted to the current situation. Using a pencil, she quickly drew a simple, inconspicuous, childlike doodle of a door on the side wall in just 2 seconds. This door had no markings and wouldn't lead anywhere. Luo Shan placed her palm on the handle and yanked it backward sharply. The door just drawn on the wall miraculously opened, revealing a dark area about the size of room 2303's bathroom. Luo Shan hid inside, then carefully closed the paper-thin door. The wall surface was left with only a few faint, barely noticeable pencil marks, resembling a door outline. By this time, the double doors at the end of the corridor had fully opened, and an orderly wearing light blue clothing and a white mask slowly entered the current area, pushing a transfer bed. Franca held her breath and turned her gaze towards the orderly and the transfer bed. She saw that the orderly's eyes were both empty and wooden, yet seemed to hide deep malice. She saw that the surface of the transfer bed was covered with a thin blanket, but there was no patient or corpse sleeping on it. What made the back of Franca's neck go cold was that the thin blanket appeared to be in a bulging state, yet there was clearly nothing underneath it. Covering an invisible object? Franca and Jenna pressed their backs tightly against the side wall, trying hard to increase the distance between themselves and the orderly and the transfer bed. Amidst the sound of wheels rolling over floor cracks, the orderly maintained a slow, stiff posture, pushing the transfer bed past Franca and Jenna towards the double doors leading to the corridor with the giant mushroom person. Only when this transfer bed had pushed open the doors, slowly left the current area and disappeared from their sight did Franca and Jenna end their invisibility and return to the middle of the corridor. Luo Shan also opened the door on the wall and nimbly leaped out. She didn't forget to casually close the door. How did you know it was safe to come out? Jenna, who was about to knock on the door, asked. Luo Shan raised a pencil in her hand and said with a smile, I drew a peephole inside. Let's continue looking for the elevator lobby. Franca took the lead without hesitation. Just as they reached the exit at the end of the corridor, that set of double doors suddenly swung open. It had opened again when Franca, Jenna, and Luo Shan were less than 3 meters away from it. Mushu Hospital Emergency Center. Based on his experience from the last hospital visit, Zhou Mingrui described the symptoms of acute gastroenteritis and successfully obtained a lab test order from the doctor. He took this order and turned into the right passageway, heading towards the emergency blood drawing area. While waiting for his number to be called at the blood drawing area, he clutched his stomach, pretending he could no longer hold on, and quickly left the area, entering the first floor lobby and walking towards the nearest public restroom. During this process, he naturally looked around, seeing if he could find any odd details. He hadn't discovered anything in the emergency center before. The nearest public restroom was adjacent to elevators 6 to 10. In the dim light, Zhou Mingrui quickly circled to the elevator lobby. He pressed both up and down, simultaneously observing the elevators' operation. Soon, 2 elevators arrived on the first floor, their doors opening almost simultaneously. Zhou Mingrui glanced left and right, finding nothing unusual about the upward elevator, but the downward one gave him a feeling of leading to hell, to the source of fear. Is Mushu Hospital's problem underground? Zhou Mingrui silently mused to himself. Chapter 998. Tremor. Zhou Mingrui stared at the downward elevator until its doors closed. He suppressed the urge within him, choosing not to take the elevator now to explore the underground area of Mushu Hospital. He needed more intelligence. Zhou Mingrui withdrew his gaze and walked towards the elevator lobby exit, intending to go to the nearby public restroom as he had pretended earlier. Suddenly he looked towards a corner to the side, as if something was hidden in the darkness there. Zhou Mingrui stared for a while but found nothing unusual. He continued walking diagonally forward, turning into the public restroom. After a few seconds, he hid in the shadows, melting into the darkness, and circled back to this area to quietly observe. After patiently waiting for nearly 5 minutes and confirming there were no potential observers in the corresponding corner, he returned to the public restroom, feigning the appearance of having just finished his business, and slowly walked out towards the emergency blood drawing area. It wasn't until Zhou Mingrui's figure entered the brightly lit area that Lumian's image, with flowing black hair and striking beauty, reflected on the metal elevator doors of the surgery-specific elevator in the lobby. He wore a light grey t-shirt, a jacket slightly lighter than Blackwater, and off-white trousers that were a bit short due to his height, revealing the edges of his socks. Strong spirituality, keen intuition. This doesn't seem like just a Sequence 9 assassin. Lumian sighed softly. Of course he knew Zhou Mingrui couldn't be merely a Sequence 9 assassin. Earlier, he had hidden in that corner using invisibility. If Zhou Mingrui had made any move towards the hospital's underground area, he would have immediately tried to stop him. Who knew he was almost discovered by Zhou Mingrui? Fortunately, he wasn't just a hunter and a demoness. With a blink he transferred his position, hiding completely within the metal mirror surface formed by the elevator doors. Lumian walked out of the elevator, about to stealthily approach the emergency center along the largely unlit lobby, when he suddenly felt a vibration under his feet. It was like a subtle earthquake, or as if a not too violent explosion had occurred. Underground. Lumion stopped, lowered his head, and stared at the stone-tiled floor. Has something changed in the underground area? Lumion pondered to himself. Seeing the wooden doors swing open before them, Franca pulled Luo Shan, her feet sliding, quickly hiding in the shadows cast by the dim light to the side. Then, she merged with the shadows, letting Luo Shan press against the wall, behind her, using herself as a shadow. Oh! To provide better cover. Meanwhile, Jenna used invisibility. In the blink of an eye, before the wooden doors were fully open, the three had completed their concealment. This time it was again an orderly wearing light blue clothing and a white mask, pushing a transfer bed in. But unlike before, there was a patient covered with a thin blanket lying on the transfer bed. The patient was in her 20s, wearing a loose blue and white checkered hospital gown, her golden long hair docilely spread to both sides, her forehead neither wide nor narrow, smooth and beautiful, her eyes a jade green, her demeanor melancholic and serene. The most noticeable thing about her was her abdomen, which was greatly swollen, seeming to be over 7 months pregnant. Pushing a patient. There are no wards or examination rooms in the underground area, Franca pondered inwardly. Of course, she knew that in a place where the dream subconscious is psychological trauma and the mother tree of desire's abyssal symbol merged, rationality was a scarce element. The foreign pregnant woman lying on the transfer bed might well be a psychological trauma of Mr. Fool or that celestial worthy. Luo Shan, shielded behind Franca, only saw the foreign pregnant woman after the transfer bed had passed their hiding spot. Her gaze suddenly froze. That was the woman she had just seen in her dream. Although at that time one of her eyes had been gouged out, hanging near the socket, her face covered with very deep, fleshless wounds and head-sized bloody tumors growing from both shoulders, Luo Shan still recognized her at a glance. Luo Shan bit her lip, not letting herself make any sound of surprise. Just then, from the highly swollen belly of the pregnant woman on the transfer bed, came the cry of an infant. "Where?" Franca instantly bristled. "What the hell are you crying for when you're not even born yet?" This cry caused the latent fear in Franca, Jenna, and Luo Shan to explode simultaneously, uncontrollably causing them to make extra movements. Franca consequently emerged from the shadows, and Jenna could no longer maintain her invisibility state. In a flash, the orderly with empty and wooden eyes turned to look at Jenna, and the foreign pregnant woman on the transfer bed also sat up, looking towards Franca and Luo Shan. "Let's go for it." Franca gritted her teeth and concealed her form. Her idea was to temporarily repel the orderly and the foreign pregnant woman, then seize the opportunity to escape to the next area through the open double doors. Based on their previous experience, the monsters in the current area would not leave their own territory. The next second, the whites of the orderly's eyes became more pronounced, a cold aura emanating from his body as he took a large step towards Jenna. Jenna once again vanished, causing the orderly to grasp at empty air. Immediately after, her figure quickly outlined behind the orderly, thrusting the sharp dagger in her hand towards the orderly's back. Her dagger seemed to strike metal and ironwood, only piercing the clothing, unable to penetrate the skin. Jenna wasn't shocked. She let the quiet, vile demoness black flame appear on the surface of the dagger, quickly infusing into the orderly's body. With a whoosh, the orderly, feeling increasingly inhuman, burst into demoness black flames from the inside out. He silently wailed as his spirituality and life began to rapidly fade. On the other side, the first thing Franca did was also use invisibility, while Luo Shan strode forward, darting out over 10 meters in an instant. Franca appeared in front of the transfer bed, a mirror now in her hand, reflecting the image of the foreign pregnant woman. Almost simultaneously, she pressed her palm, covered in quiet black flames, towards the mirror surface. Throughout this process, the foreign pregnant woman's reaction seemed rather slow, just like an ordinary person. She then saw black flames erupting from her belly, hearing the baby's cries, becoming more pronounced. She let out a shrill and agonized scream, her figure instantly disappearing from the transfer bed. But when she reappeared in Franca's planned escape direction, the evil black flames were still burning on her body, growing stronger. Plop, plop, plop. The foreign pregnant woman's flesh seemed to melt away, falling to the ground piece by piece. Feeling her aura rapidly dissipating, seeing the orderly collapse to the ground, motionless, Franca actually felt a sense of unreal bewilderment. Is it resolved just like that? Was that giant mushroom person from earlier actually an exception? And monsters in Mushu Hospital's underground area are also suppressed at sequence 7. No, I shouldn't think like that. Raising a flag is bad. Before Franca could correct her thoughts, she saw the foreign pregnant woman fall, her abdomen tearing inch by inch as if something was trying to burrow out. At the same time, the pieces of flesh that had fallen to the ground from the foreign pregnant woman also underwent abnormal changes. Some merged with the floor tiles, transforming into womb-like shapes, giving birth to square-shaped infants with eyebrows and eyes. Some touched the transfer bed, causing the bluish mechanical bed surface to suddenly bulge, sprouting one after another small beds with human heads and wheels for limbs. Some splattered onto the ceiling, causing the energy-saving lights to suddenly brighten, producing dozens of children with human bodies and light bulb heads. Franca and Jenna instinctively retreated 7 or 8 steps towards the direction of the mushroom person, seeming to have been stunned. Is this the psychological trauma of a great existence? As expected of a great existence, psychological trauma. Don't come over here. I don't want to give birth. In her terror, Franca drew out the iron-black inevitable gun. She found that the foreign pregnant woman was not completely dead yet, still producing more flesh, and those pieces of flesh were wriggling, seeking new wombs or fathers, constantly giving birth, constantly reproducing. Moreover, the foreign pregnant woman's abdomen had completely torn open, and the fetus inside was about to crawl out. Franca forced herself to calm down, aimed at the foreign pregnant woman's abdomen, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet exuding a dim blue-green color shot out, passing through the numerous oddly shaped infants, accurately hitting the target, burrowing into the foreign pregnant woman's abdomen. Certain death. The cry of the baby in the foreign pregnant woman's belly suddenly became intense and resentful, but had ceased abruptly in the blink of an eye. Similarly, the foreign pregnant woman stopped secreting flesh, and those that had already separated also withered after giving birth to a new fetus. Thankfully, certain death worked. Seeing this, Franca secretly let out a sigh of relief. Just then, she, Jenna, and Luoshan felt the earth tremble. The tremor only lasted for a second, but Franca and the others saw the new corridor outside the double doors collapsing inch by inch. The walls, rooms, and ceiling there were also falling into an abyss of dense blackness with no visible bottom. This collapse slowly spread towards the current area. Franca and Jenna sensed something, one looking up towards the ceiling, the other turning to look at the area where the giant mushroom person was, blocked by the wooden doors. Franca discovered that the ceiling above them was also falling, but instead of crashing down on them, it was falling directly into the seemingly bottomless dense darkness. Jenna saw that the area where the giant mushroom person was also began to collapse, the collapse spreading towards where they were staying. Does killing that foreign pregnant woman trigger a change in the underground area? No, this might be the true appearance of Mushu Hospital's underground area now, a dark abyss containing various psychological traumas. What we walked through and saw earlier was just a disguise influenced by the Dream City, with corridors and some rooms symbolizing safe zones. Franca suddenly had this realization. What should we do? Luoshan finally overcame her terror. She had first needed eye bleach from the sight of hundreds and thousands of monster infants and their birth process. It shocked her mind before she realized that she and the others seemed to have nowhere to go. Chapter 999, Opportunity. Seeing the collapse gradually spreading towards their area and hearing Luoshan's question filled with obvious terror, Franca and Jenna exchanged a glance before decisively telling Luoshan, "Quick, draw a door that can lead to the outside world." Clearly, they could no longer continue forward to find the elevator lobby and emergency exits. Okay. Luoshan nodded vigorously. She turned around, holding a pen in one hand and a pencil in the other, and began sketching on the wall. At this moment, Franca and Jenna noticed that the monster children born from the foreign pregnant woman and various objects were all surging towards them. They seemed to fear falling into the bottomless abyss and were desperately trying to avoid it, to the point of forgetting their goal of attacking enemies. Being close to Jenna and the others, the monster children quickly reduced the distance between them to 2 meters. Some of their eyes once again reflected the figures of Franca, Jenna, and Luo Shan, with their desire to attack growing fierce and violent. Just then, a thick ice wall appeared before them. A translucent layer of ice in the shape of a hemisphere enveloped Franca and the others inside. This was created by Demoness of Affliction Jenna. Seeing the densely packed monsters, some square-shaped, some like small beds, some with light bulb-shaped heads, crawling on the surface of the hemispherical ice wall, trying various ways to break through this barrier, Franca felt her fear of clustered objects and humanoid creatures about to explode simultaneously. She condensed quiet and sinister demoness black flames around her, waiting for the moment the first layer of ice wall would shatter. In just 7 or 8 seconds, the beautiful crystalline ice wall made a crisp shattering sound under the attack of numerous monster children. Black flames quickly flew out from around Franca and Jenna, passing through the rapidly expanding cracks, igniting nearly 20 monster children. They burst into flames all over, wailing and rolling on the spot, obstructing many of their siblings' advance and igniting those around them. Seizing this opportunity, before the hemispherical ice wall completely collapsed, Franca and Jenna joined forces to create a second layer of ice wall, only 10 centimeters apart from the previous one. "It's done!" Luo Shan's voice rang out. While continuing to delay the approach of the monster children, Franca and Jenna expectantly glanced at the pattern on the wall with their peripheral vision. It was a vivid door outlined by pencil marks and blue ink, with a door plate at the top bearing the numbers 850. This was the door to Luo Shan's home, almost identical to what Franca and Jenna remembered, except for the color difference. The current one was closer to a sketch. Luo Shan pressed her thumb to the position corresponding to the door lock, making the fake door on the wall emit an unlocking sound. Then she turned the handle and pushed open the door she had drawn to her own home. The light behind the door was dim, outlining all the items in room 105002, but they appeared unusually illusory. As the illusion gradually solidified into reality, Luo Shan's joyful gaze suddenly froze. She saw her windows collapsing, her balcony collapsing, all of them falling towards an abyss filled with dense darkness. The door Luo Shan had drawn and the passage she had established also collapsed, inch by inch, just like the surrounding environment. "It doesn't work," Luo Shan uttered, almost in a delirium. She turned her gaze, filled with undisguised despair yet brimming with hope, towards Franca and Jenna, hoping they could come up with a new solution. At this moment, the nearest collapse had already swallowed the original corridor, causing the double doors separating the two sides to sway and fall. This was already inches from Franca and company. Through the gaps between the monster children, Franca could see more clearly the bottomless dense darkness and something seemingly hidden in its depths. That figure apparently wrapped in a robe, or perhaps the robe itself blown up by the wind. Even just vaguely glimpsing the outline from a distance, the fear in Franca's heart exploded without warning. The skin on her face became semi-transparent, and the flesh beneath began to writhe, as if it had gained a certain life of its own. Instinctively, reflexively, Franca averted her gaze, withdrawing her line of sight. She suddenly had a realization. What she had just seen was the thing Mr. Fool's subconscious, or the celestial worthy subconscious, feared most, their strongest psychological trauma. It was clearly not subject to the dream suppression of power levels. If they couldn't escape and fell into the abyss along with the collapsing corridor, falling towards that place, death might be the gentlest and most beautiful outcome. Franca shook her head violently, shaking off the small amount of glue that was clouding part of her thoughts. As Jenna used a third layer of ice wall to block those monster children, she took out the ice amulet and a mirror. She said to Jenna and Luo Shan, "We'll go through the mirror world. No matter how terrifying the hidden dangers in the mirror world are, they can't be more horrifying than the psychological trauma at the bottom of this abyss. Of two evils, choose the lesser. Okay?" Jenna didn't object, and Luo Shan, lacking experience, chose to trust her two companions. The ice amulet in Franca's hand rapidly lit up with a crystalline glow. The next second, Franca found that the glass surface of the mirror had somehow already turned pitch black, as solid as rock, impenetrable. "We can't get in, it's different from before the collapse." Franca felt a surge of uncontrollable despair. Were they really going to fall into that bottomless abyss and face the strongest part of a great existence's psychological trauma? Can't get in. Jenna's action of shooting Demoness black flames to ignite the monster children noticeably slowed for a second. Luo Shan was suddenly dumbfounded, her mouth half open as she said, "Is there really no way at all?" Hearing these words, Jenna gritted her teeth and created another hemispherical ice wall. The surface of the ice wall was quickly covered with various monster children, densely packed, now less than a meter away from Franca and the others. The collapse of the corridor had also reached this area. Franca's thoughts raced, her eyes flickering twice as she said, "I still have a way." As she spoke, she took out the black eyeball left behind by the reanimated corpse, Panatia and other supplementary ingredients from her traveler's bag. "I'll advance the Demoness of Despair now." "It's perfect timing. I've been using disease to secretly influence the monsters in this corridor, which can save a lot of time." The monster children crawling all over Jenna's ice wall and their companions behind were all within 3 meters of Franca, numbering close to 1,000. "It's useless. Even a Demoness of Despair is now suppressed to sequence 7 level, at most sequence 6. It can't forcibly open a path to the mirror world." Jenna instinctively refuted Franca. She wanted to stay calm, but was overwhelmed by the monster children breaking through the ice wall, barely managing to establish a new hemispherical ice wall, 60 centimeters away from them. Franca, while using the black eyeball condensed from the reanimated corpses beyond the characteristics to create more virulent viruses, drank a bottle of healing agent and reminded Jenna, "Quickly drink a bottle too. Luo Shan already had one earlier." Then, Franca explained rapidly, "The important thing is not me advancing to Demoness of Despair, but that every Demoness advancement draws the attention of the primordial Demoness. I need her attention." Seeing Jenna drink the healing agent, Franca helped maintain the defense line and asked in return, "Does Mr. Fool know about the primordial Demoness?" "Definitely," Jenna answered without hesitation. Mr. Fool's avatar had dealings with the Demoness sect many times. He must be aware of the existence of the primordial Demoness. Franca glanced at the corridor that had already collapsed to the transfer bed and said to Jenna and Luo Shan, "Let's move towards the center, buy more time." The collapse progress on both sides of the corridor was about the same, but Franca and the others were clearly closer to one side. Without waiting for Jenna and Luo Shan to respond, Franca suddenly withdrew, the force maintaining the ice wall, and ran at her fastest speed towards the middle section of the corridor about 10 to 20 meters away. Luo Shan ran even faster. After the three had determined their positions, Jenna once again condensed an ice wall to block the pursuing monster children, while Franca continued to spread mystical pathogens around. She explained quickly, "Since Mr. Fool knows about the primordial Demoness, there must be a manifestation corresponding to the primordial Demoness in this dream. We just haven't discovered it yet, and true gods can directly enter the dream city. When I advance here, my real self will also advance. Based on our experience, no matter what state the primordial Demoness is in, whether the situation is good or bad, she will turn her gaze towards this. As a true god, she won't have difficulty discovering that my consciousness is in a real dream and will likely project herself in, using her inherent dream manifestation to truly observe me advancing in the underground area of Mushu Hospital. She certainly won't risk descending here, nor does she have the feelings or motivation to save me, but as the ruler of the mirror world, her mere gaze will likely open a channel between the mirror world and this area, and possibly cause the hidden dangers in the mirror world to temporarily disperse. This can't be guaranteed." Jenna blurted out, her tone anxious and confused. This place was a product of the fusion of a great existence's psychological trauma, and the Mother Tree of Desire's abyssal symbol, and more great existences had projected some power into it. Even if they were all suppressed to mid-low sequences, could the primordial Demoness in a poor state break the blockade on the mirror world with just her gaze? There's no such thing as a 100% successful plan, but not trying guarantees failure. Franca quickly responded. Jenna fell silent, biting her lip before saying with a trembling voice, This will prevent you from leaving the dream, and if the dream ends soon, you will die because of it. Franca, waiting for the mystical pathogens to take effect, was silent for a moment before saying through gritted teeth, "We'll deal with future problems in the future. If we don't survive now, there won't be a future." But Jenna's voice suddenly choked. Her mind tried to grasp something, but couldn't hold on to anything. Franca interrupted her, her expression complex as she mocked her own past. Naivety and love for fantasy. After killing the reanimated corpse, obtaining the Beyonder characteristics and supplementary ingredients, knowing that all ritual requirements in the Dream City would be lowered to Sequence 7 level, I was thinking, is this giving me an opportunity? When everyone is in a desperate situation with no other options to stand up like a hero, consume the potion, break through in the face of danger, forcibly advance, reverse the outcome, save everyone, save the world. At this point, Franca's expression suddenly settled. She calmly looked at Jenna, revealing a bright smile. Now, the opportunity has presented itself. Chapter 1000, Gaze. Jenna looked at the smile on Franca's face and listened to her calm words tinged with self-mockery. She suddenly felt a lump in her throat. Her gaze swept over the monster children about to break through the newest ice wall over the collapse that had already swallowed the transfer bed and the orderly. She bit her lip hard and said, "Okay." The rest of her words got stuck in her throat, as if ice had melted into hot water. She could only tell herself that future problems would be solved in the future, and that they would surely find a solution. Franca estimated the time and began preparing the despair potion using the black eyeball from the reanimated corpse and the corresponding supplementary materials. Jenna allowed the wet feeling to spread from the corner of her eye to the edge of her face while focusing on blocking the approach of the monster children. She no longer created her own disease, leaving these oddly shaped targets all to Franca. After the monster children were born, she had also been quietly spreading mystical pathogens. Luo Shan, who was bewildered and inexplicably terrified by the conversation between the two, also reined in her thoughts and began adding various patterns to Jenna's ice wall to enhance its defense. In the burst of light, the monster children were unable to break through the ice wall in the shortest time and advance further. Behind them, the floor tiles of the corridor, the walls on both sides, and the ceiling above kept collapsing. The bottomless dark abyss was getting closer and closer to them. After a while, some of the monster children began to cough violently, coughing so hard that they slid down from the surface of the ice wall. Others became rigid and could no longer move smoothly. Those crowded outside the ice wall, separated from Jenna and the others by several meters, were finally caught up by the collapse. They surged forward like a tide but couldn't get past the bodies of their siblings. They began to fall towards the dense darkness hiding unknown terrors. Strong feelings of despair emanated from them, rapidly spreading to their companions clinging to the ice wall surface as their conditions worsened. Now, Franca raised the bottle, bringing the deep purple potion bubbling with rosy bubbles to her lips. She drank it without hesitation. The potion had no taste, or perhaps Franca could no longer distinguish its taste. She only felt her spirit and thoughts rapidly falling into a lightless, enclosed darkness, plummeting towards an unknown depth. Something seemed to be calling her there. Trier, inside a luxurious villa. Franca, sleeping on the bed, still had her eyes tightly shut, but her hair eerily began to float, gradually growing longer, darker and thicker. Madame Judgment, standing guard in the villa's living room, instantly sensed something and blinked into Franca's room. Looking at the transformed Franca, Madame Judgment didn't rush to act. Instead, she took out a charm made of grey-white dragon scales, activated it, and made it ethereal. There's been a change in the dream. Two of Cups was forced to advance to Demoness of Despair within the dream. Madame Judgment's words combined, with the ethereal charm, quickly becoming transparent and merging into the night sky. At this moment, Madame Judgment felt a certain gaze, a gaze from the traveller's bag, from an unknown place, a gaze upon Franca. Dream City, Mushu Hospital, B2. Franca's consciousness and spirit floated and fell within the enclosed darkness. She felt countless invisible threads of intense despair extending from the outside world, following their mystical connections to grasp her body. At the same time, she saw two brilliant starry lights. Those were the people she cared about, and who cared about her, the anchors that let her know who she was. The groggy Franca gradually regained clarity, vaguely sensing a gaze full of resentment, hatred, and expectation watching her from somewhere in the deep darkness. Suddenly, her traveler's bag outside the spiritual world began to vibrate, a vibration she could clearly perceive. It was the primordial Demoness figurine carved from white bone that was noticeably trembling. At the same time, Franca discovered an indescribable gaze from above directed at her, penetrating through layers of mirror worlds. Her hair instantly turned completely black, floating in the air like tentacles, with their tips swelling into spheres, as if about to open into numerous eyes. Franca's face became even more beautiful, emanating a charm that even made Luo Shan, a girl who preferred the opposite sex, unable to look away, her heart pounding like a moth throwing itself into the fire. Franca struggled to open her eyes and spoke in a voice that seemed to pluck at the strings of the soul. "It's done." Jenna stopped maintaining the ice wall and activated the ice mirror charm she had been holding. In the crystalline light, she felt the surface of the mirror in her other hand ripple, with a faint glow, losing its rock-solid texture. They really could pass through and leave via the mirror world. The barrier had been broken. Moreover, Jenna discovered that the dangers previously hidden in the mirror world had also disappeared. This was beyond her expectations. She had originally thought that the primordial Demoness's gaze could break through the obstacles and connect to the mirror world, which would have been impressive enough. She never imagined it could actually dispel the hidden dangers. This was also Franca's confusion. She struggled to tell Jenna and Luo Shan, "Both of you, go first." She was still fighting against the potion's impact, transforming her body, and temporarily unable to move. If the mirror world hadn't suppressed this advancement to Sequence 7 level, she wouldn't even have been able to speak at this stage. Jenna didn't hesitate. She gave Franca a deep look, grabbed Luo Shan's arm, and plunged into the compact mirror in her hand. The compact mirror then fell to the ground as the surrounding ice wall completely collapsed. However, the monster children closest to Franca had all been infected with severe illness and were no longer able to approach or attack. In the mirror world, Jenna led Luo Shan through a surreal tunnel, heading towards a corresponding mirror guided by their spirituality. In a blink of an eye, they reached a new area behind the mirror, able to leave the current world. Jenna suddenly sensed something and turned her head to look into the depths of the mirror world. It seemed that some dangerous entity had awakened slightly there, instantly filling the entire mirror world with a sense of terror. Silently, the mirror world completely collapsed. "Franca!" Jenna's pupils dilated as she softly called out her companion's name. The scene before her eyes meant that Franca would temporarily be unable to escape via the mirror world, and by the time the mirror world recovered, the primordial Demoness's gaze would likely have ended, and the force isolating the inside from the outside would reappear. Blood trickled from Jenna's lips as she endured the pain invading her mind. Before the terrifying collapse of the mirror world could rapidly spread to them, she pulled Luo Shan and emerged from the mirror surface. She knew that blindly returning would only lead to them getting lost in the spatiotemporal turbulence deep in the mirror world, which would be of no help in rescuing Franca. She planned to go to the first floor of Mushu Hospital and take the elevator back to the underground area. At this moment, Franca, still in the process of advancing, also discovered the collapse of the mirror world. She then felt violent tremors like an earthquake at the bottom of the dark abyss. It was as if certain entities hidden in the dark abyss had been stimulated by the collapsing force of the mirror world and were reacting. With these tremors, the corridor beneath Franca's feet that had not yet been affected by the collapse suddenly gave way, carrying her and hundreds of monster children into the bottomless dark abyss. Damn it. Franca hadn't expected this development. The despair of those monster children became even more intense, solidifying into substance. Franca was also uncontrollably enveloped by the emotions of despair. This helped her through the final stage of her advancement, causing her floating thick black hair to fall back around her, no longer abnormal, and restoring some of its flaxen color. Gritting her teeth, Franca used the Demoness's feather fall technique to slow her descent, allowing her some degree of control. She chose to move away from the intense psychological shadow she had sensed earlier, that thing resembling a giant shroud, which would surely make her wish for death. She drifted towards other areas, taking a gamble. What if the psychological traumas in other parts of the abyss, though intense, aren't fatally dangerous? As a human, one must hold on to some hope, not give up entirely and fall into complete despair. Jenna emerged from the metal mirror surface of the elevator lobby doors with Luo Shan, immediately seeing the female version of Lumion who had just lifted her gaze from the shaking ground. She wasn't surprised to see Lumion here and blurted out, "Franca is below, not at B1. The mirror world has collapsed." Lumion's eyes instantly narrowed. He didn't ask for details but said directly, "Go to the emergency center and find Zhou Mingrui. See if you can get him to help, and go to the underground area. As for the rest, leave it to me, I'll handle it." Zhou Mingrui is at Mushu Hospital now. Both Jenna and Luo Shan were shocked. Before Jenna could speak, Lumion added in a deep voice, "I had anticipated scenarios where we might have to enter the bottom of Mushu Hospital to attempt sabotage and made some preparations. Everyone has their own task. Finding Zhou Mingrui is equally important." As he spoke, Lumion had already reached the elevator and pressed the down arrow. Jenna's vision suddenly blurred. She didn't stubbornly insist, but gave a terse response and pulled Luo Shan towards the emergency center. She knew they couldn't put all their eggs in one basket. She knew she couldn't be selfish now. She knew that without godhood, even if she went to the bottom of Mushu Hospital, she probably couldn't be of much help and might even burden Lumion and Franca. She wished she didn't know these things. At this moment she felt her own weakness due to the intense pain, and because of her weakness, she felt even more pain, giving rise to an extreme desire and motivation to change this situation. Her affliction potion was fully digested. Lumion entered the elevator and pressed the B2 button. As the elevator began to descend, Lumion looked at his stunningly beautiful reflection in the metal mirror surface with a grim expression. When the elevator stopped and the doors opened, he quickly stepped out and looked towards the area outside the elevator. What met his eyes was a darkness as black as an abyss with no visible bottom. Lumion's gaze instantly froze. Suddenly a voice sounded from a dark corner of the elevator lobby. "Child of God." Lumion abruptly turned his head to see a person standing in the shadows by the emergency exit. It was Lu Yong'an, the Dean of Obstetrics at Mushu Hospital and a bestowed of the Great Mother. Lu Yong'an's face was shrouded in darkness. She looked at Lumion and said in a low voice, "To save someone from there, one can only beseech the Mother's help."